my God, it was so inspiring. We all loved the Tevis Cup ride, all of the endurance riders. We were crazy about it. But then I saw running was on the rise. Runner's World magazine was coming up. But trail running, out on the trails. I mean, that's like a human car wash out there. You just go through there. It cleanses your soul to be out on the trail. That's what we were feeling. And I thought, why not for them too? Why not for the runners? I love it. They're going to love it too. All of this stems out of the 100-mile ride. That means riding horses over long distances, over rough terrain, at high speeds. So Gordy Ainsleigh, he heard about this race in Auburn, the Tevis Cup ride, rode his horse on that a couple of times. And because he was such a big guy, he would get off his horse and run along. And he just became known as the guy that was running along with his floppy hair and jeans in 1973. His horse had gone lame. He wasn't going to be able to ride the Tevis Cup ride. So Drusilla Barner was Wendell Roby's secretary, and she was very instrumental to this whole scene. And one day, Drusilla Barner was out watering her garden, and up the trail came a dejected Gordy Ainsleigh. And Drusilla Barner, is the person that said to Gordy, we all know you're going to run the whole thing on foot one day. Why don't you just leave the horse at home and tackle it on foot?
He'd been kind of thinking about that, I think, over time, and that it's just a perfect opportunity for his horse to go lame and then let him jump in.
And he put in a lot of time in advance. He went out on his little mini bike and stashed Gatorade and water out on the trail, sort of creating his own aid station.
Because he was running with the horses, so he was one runner with 250 horses probably. And then even then, there was so little known about how to do that. How do you run 100 miles in a day? What do you need to eat? What do you need to drink? How do you train?
The day I picked to do it, the temperature was 107. It was so hot that day that I couldn't even focus on the ground. I got to the point where I just said, I can't do this. And then I just decided, well, the alternative was quitting, and I really hate quitting. And so I kept going.
Coming through Michigan Bluff with the veterinarians, checking them out with their stethoscope.
Gordy was just strong enough and stubborn enough to make it. That was kind of the match that lit the sport on fire. It caught on. The word was out. There's this event following this famous horse ride, probably one of the most famous horse rides in the world, and built up, 14 runners, then, 100. And before they knew it, they had a real event, a second event, not the Tevis Cup. And then from there, it just took off. And it's kind of been fun to watch that evolve over the years from what's this little itty bitty race out in the middle of the weeds to what, is a very recognizable world-class sporting event. Gordy was that fuse that got the whole sport going.
That's somebody that can believe in what you want to do and did it when nobody else thought you could. We all are here because of him.
2026 Western States 100 is finally here. One of the most talented groups of professional athletes assembling on this historic course.
Year over year, we seem to be getting the best of the best lining up at Olympic Valley.
I think this Western States women's race in 2026 is one of the most exciting 100-mile fields ever assembled. Of course, we have the returning champion, Abby Hall.
She is the favorite and wearing the F1 bib this year. She is going to be up against stiff competition.
I think the men's race is incredibly exciting because, of course, we have the four-time champion and course record holder, Jim Walmsley. He occupies the center of gravity and is the man to beat, but there is an immensely talented group who can and will challenge him all the way to the finish line. Kilian Jornet, of course, the greatest to ever do it.
If we get a fit and healthy Kilian, it could be his day to take home another Cougar.
Hayden Hawks, the two-time podium finisher, someone who desperately wants a Cougar trophy.
Jen Lichter is an up-and-coming superstar.
Molly Seidel, the Olympic medalist, making her transition to trail running this year.
Tara Dower is truly once in a generation.
Zach Miller, after so many years and so many accomplishments and making his Western States debut. The history, the legacy, the tradition,
It is our Super Bowl. It is our Olympics.
Exciting and talented athletes of the present and future all coming together to hopefully have their special day at our sport's most iconic race. Good morning and welcome to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka, broadcasting live from the track here in a chilly Auburn, California. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined by my co-host for the 6th year in a row, the great Corinne Malcolm. Corinne, good morning. It's race day.
It is race day. We're waiting for coffee in studio a little bit, but we are so excited to be with you for effectively the next 20 hours.
This does begin a 31-hour broadcast of the Western States 100. Corinne and I were just saying as we were watching that montage with all of you this morning, it's already goosebumps in the studio. I feel like I'm already about to get emotional and the day hasn't even begun yet. I just have a feeling today is going to be a special day, even by Western State standards. Corinne, it is blustery. It is cool. I'm wearing pants for the first time in the studio. I've worn shorts in the past, but this time all the way down to the ankles. Share a little bit about what it feels like to be on the track here this morning, 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, I love being on the track in part because we get to see the finish line go up behind us as the broadcast gets underway here. The energy builds and builds and builds. The finish line is literally like less than 100 meters behind us. So we get to feel that energy all day long while we follow along in studio with you all. It is blustery. It's a little bit chilly. I had to close windows this morning before I headed over here. We're bundled up for the first time in studio. Don't worry, there's the Hawaiian shirts are still very much present. I'm sure they'll make an appearance later today, but we cannot wait to spend time with you all. And you're right, I think we are looking at a very special day conditions-wise. It is going to be a high of like 74, 75 here in Auburn. You still have to cool yourself down. You still have to take care of yourself. But these runners are looking at something very magical.
Yeah, officially the third coolest forecasted temperatures in Western States' 53-year history. We will remember the last time we had cool conditions like this was 2023, even though it was slightly warmer. That year there was snow in the high country. So this year, a lower snow year here throughout the western United States combined with an anomalous cool day. We could be looking at historically fast racing conditions combined with maybe the most competitive racing field in Western States history. History could be in the making. Either way, whether we're looking at records or not, it will be a historic day at Western States.
Yeah, Jim called them unicorn conditions. The field is ready to rip. We've got a lot of athletes that feel like they have nothing to lose, and then the rest of the field too. I think we're looking at historic silver buckle finishes potentially. We should figure out what the most ever silver buckle finishes are so we can report on that tomorrow as we're closing things out. But it is... it's going to be conditions that set most everyone up in this field, all 369 runners, up for success. And that is hugely important. I met so many runners yesterday at Packet Pickup who have been trying to get into this race for 9 years, 10 years. I met a guy who's at the lottery. The first time he put in, his son wasn't born yet. Yeah. And his nearly 15-year-old will be crewing him out there today. So it's a real family event in that regard. It's a lifelong journey. I saw Sarah and Melissa, the twins, yesterday. Took Melissa 9 years to get in, took Sarah 10 years to get in. Like, what a magical place to be.
And what a life-changing, potentially once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everybody at the start line. Speaking of which, we are looking at the start line 100 miles from where Corinne and I sit, Olympic Valley, California, at the base of the resort at Palisades Tahoe. Runners will confront a 2,500-foot climb in just about 18 minutes from now to kick off their 100-mile journey back to the track where we sit here. As I mentioned, 31-hour broadcast starts now. It might even be a slightly longer than that, and I want to just give a big shout out and thank you to the huge team that has put this broadcast together here today. Obviously, Corinne and I have the easy jobs just to sit here in the studio and share our love for this race and our love for the sport and try and make this a fun and entertaining day. But there are dozens of people behind the scenes, obviously led by Billy Yang, our executive producer. Maybe that's an inaccurate title, but of course, Billy Yang, a great leader here for the Western States broadcast now for 6 years in a row. The Mountain Outpost team on the production, and many people flying drones, riding e-bikes, running with cameras. Every year, our broadcast gets a little bit more advanced, Corinne, which makes our jobs even more fun every year.
Yeah, for those of you who are unfamiliar with watching our live broadcasts, it runs through a pretty remote zone. We've been getting better and better every year with what we can offer to you all watching from home, as far as places that we have extra coverage that we never saw before. Like seeing Cal Street last year was amazing.
Yeah.
To actually see the runners on that almost that entire section of the course. It is breezy up in Olympic Valley at that start line that you're seeing right now. They are projecting as high as 60 mile per hour winds as the runners crest the escarpment this morning. It's really hard to keep any birds in the sky when it's that windy, but I know that our drone operators are there and ready to bring you those beautiful sunrise images that we get year over year. But you can see everyone bundled up there. I believe it's in the 40s, low 40s there this morning. That's quite blustery for most of these athletes who have been heat training for the last several months.
Well, they're expecting potentially gusts up to 60 miles an hour going up and over the top of Emigrant Pass.
Which you will feel continually in that high country because you do kind of wiggle through trees, but you crest several little ridge lines on your way through Lions Ridge, Red Star, all those zones. They're exposed out there. And so runners will be buffeted by those conditions. They were projecting at one point some light rain, maybe even some light snow in the high country. So again, they've all been heat training, which still has benefits, but at the same time, they've got to be really careful to take care of themselves out there this morning because it's really easy to forget to do things like eat and drink when you're expecting it to feel hot and all of a sudden you're trying to stay warm for the first 50K.
Yeah, I think the other thing I'm going to be watching throughout the day is everybody has been talking about how fast these conditions are throughout the week. Does that lead to maybe more reckless racing? Everybody has been talking about the course records, whether or not they're vulnerable. This year, I think the consensus is they absolutely are. Does that create a tension within the professional pack to maybe run paces that are overly aggressive, potentially reckless through the high country? That can have dire consequences later down the trail, but these are a incredible, collection of professional athletes. Somebody is going to knock it out of the park today, probably several people, and we are going to have front row seats to the action all day long, just to set the precedent here or to establish some context. The course records here at the Western States 100 are held by the greats Jim Walmsley, 14 hours and 9 minutes from 2019. And of course, Courtney Dauwalter on the women's side from 2023, her time was 15:29. Both performances stand out in trail running history, and that is going to be the standards that the pro athletes are going to be chasing out there today.
Yeah, I think we've heard from several athletes that they have nothing to lose, that they want to run fast, they want to run aggressively on both the men's and women's sides. That could be considered reckless. We'll see where they land. I think that they were planning on doing a lot of that, though, independent of conditions. We've got athletes that have been 5th over and over again, 7th over and over again. There's no reason not to send it and see what happens. And so I do think that the cold weather is playing maybe favor into running fast times. I know Martina wants to run really fast, and the conditions are definitely setting up to let her do that, where she struggled in the heat last year, leading towards Michigan Bluff before ultimately succumbing to that weather. So that factors off the table a little bit, which means that it does come down to a fitness and a skills race.
Right. You and I talk about this all the time, but usually when the temperatures are cooler, it leads to less attrition, packs are tighter, therefore smaller margin of error for the professional athletes in today's race. We'll be following that throughout the day. As we saw in our little montage before we got started, we do have the defending champion on the women's side back, F1, Abby Hall from Flagstaff, Arizona. On the men's side, we do not have either Caleb Olson or Chris Myers, the first and second place finishers from the men's race in 2025. That means our top returning athlete here in 2026 was third place Kilian Jornet, the great Spaniard in the history of the race here, Corinne. Only 4 Europeans have ever won the event. Kilian Jornet, Tom Evans on the men's side, Beth Pascal, Ellie Greenwood. On the women's side, we have a great collection of Europeans here today. That's going to be another fun story to follow. Could it be that we get our 5th and or maybe 6th European champions here at the Western States 100? Time will tell, but a very exciting group here in Olympic Valley.
Yeah, an incredibly exciting group. Just a reminder that the race kicks off at 5 a.m. local time. While it is dark there at the start, most runners actually will not run with headlamps leaving here because it does get light. You're headed straight uphill, up the escarpment. So they find that they don't really need it on this uphill section. For the first time ever this year, athletes do have the option to use poles at Western States, which feels like, I don't know, the turning of some sort of big tide here. I don't think there'll be very many elites using poles, but it will be I think, something that's super valuable for those middle and back of the pack athletes. We have runners from 30 different countries here today, 44 states present. We're getting close to that 50 mark, but 30 different nations represented. 22.5% of the field will be women. 23% of the overall field is from overseas. Our youngest athlete today is 23, and I believe our oldest athlete looking to finish today is 69 years old. So I love that spread. I love what it takes to get into this race. I love how hard that battle is to get here. And also, I think really, really cool, only as much as 79.4% of the field has never run Western States before.
Incredible.
Which is a big deal because getting into this thing, we know, takes years and years and years.
Yes. One thing I just want to establish here at the top before we get started too, we are running a fundraiser here today on YouTube. You will see below the chat, donate now. For those who don't know, the Western States 100 is a nonprofit organization, and the fundraiser we do today, all those proceeds go towards funding the mission of the Western States 100 to deliver a transformational life experience here on race day, to advance medical research within the sport, and of course also to lead on trail stewardship. So please do use this opportunity to donate to those amazing missions of the Western States and donate today. And there's Jen Lichter-Corinne, a 100-mile debutante here today, probably one of the hottest athletes in the sport just in terms of strength and momentum in her career. Say a few words about Jen.
Yeah, Jen is one of our rising stars, I would say. I think we've been waiting for her to kind of reach the upper echelon for the last couple of years. She's been knocking at that door, but this year she won the Black Canyon 100K, running an insanely fast time, keeping Ann Flower at bay on her way to that victory. She then showed up against Yao Miao at Gorge and managed to take the win from her as well while in her training prep to get here today, which I think is also immensely important just to think about her range and versatility. This is her first 100-mile race, which does leave a little bit of an unknown on the table. But on the women's side, there is a history of debutantes at Western States being able to secure the win. So Jen is very much in great company.
Absolutely. And last athlete that we just had the camera on was Fiona Pascal, F5, another one of our European athletes. F5 indicates she finished 5th place here at Western States last year in her 100-mile and her Western States debut. A very, very solid performance for Fiona and one of the Europeans that we're going to be watching here today.
Yeah, again, looking for potentially another Euro or maybe even our first Chinese athlete on the women's side to take the Cougar home with them, which would be a immensely huge deal if something like that were to happen. Also on the women's side, again, having Abby Hall back defending that F1 bib. We haven't had a woman go back-to-back since Ellie Greenwood in 2011 and 2012, so that would also be an incredible historic performance if Abby could pull off that repeat victory.
And it sounds like we do have Skylar Hall there on the ground in Olympic Valley. Let's throw it to him now.
Morning, everybody. Coming to you live from the start here at Palisades Tahoe. It is 45 degrees with a steady 12-mile-per-hour wind, which we can definitely feel down here at the start line, which means once they get up the pass to Immigrant and the escarpment, it's going to be absolutely just cold as hell. Cold. There's no other way to describe it. This is the coldest it's been the entire time I have been commentating here for the last, 5 or 6 years. So people are here hiding out until the absolute last minute. But that being said, vibes are still absolutely high. So the elites have been slowly trickling out, doing their strides underneath the tram, which is obviously shut down because of the high winds. But the age groupers have been out here and just taking their photos, connecting with their crew, and having an absolute blast. Here's the thing. The start of this is still going to be amazingly fast. I saw a couple of elites, not going to drop any specific names because they told me not to, but when you see people doing strides at, we're going to say 5 to 5:20 pace, underneath the tram at this type of temperature, you know that things are going to be absolutely absurd. And this is the chill part of the day. This is going to be the 39 to 40 minute climb up here, and then the high country is going to be absolutely just vibey. This is going to be group runs that are going to be like your Saturday long run before things absolutely blow up before Michigan Bluff. So all things considered, everything is going well. Cody's getting ready to pass the baton here at the start line. We're going to do the entire introduction here in about 2 minutes, but all things are just absolutely peak right now. As the kids would say, this clock it. This is the best that it's ever been. And things are going to be just stupid. Just like no matter what happens, it's going to be absolutely absurd. So get excited. We're going to toss it here back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks so much to Skylar. Just getting warmed up. You're going to hear a lot from Skylar today, a very, very entertaining on-course correspondent who always brings great perspective from the fields. We're starting to see the professional athletes congregate at the start line, Corinne. I can't even imagine what the energy is like there in the pack. 45 degrees with a steady wind, definitely anomalous. Another thing that's anomalous, at least, from my experience running Western States, athletes doing strides before the start.
Yeah,
There's a long time to warm up here, and they're getting warmed up. A testament to the professionalism.
Yeah, I was going to say, normally it's like, oh, you use the escarpment to warm up, but apparently we're going for it. Again, our elite fielders, Emily Hawgood, talking to coach, getting some last minute words. And I think that's really, really important. That's Paul Lind there with the shotgun. His dad was the medical director at Western States for a very long time, and was that man standing there with the shotgun year over year over year, which does kick off Western States. That duty has now been passed down to Paul Lind, who I think takes great pleasure in being the man with the shotgun at the start year over year. That shell casing that he will shoot off this morning is oftentimes given to a runner who's had a special day at the finish line, and that is an incredibly emotional thing to see passed along when we're doing our finish line interviews, some 15 hours from now.
Yes, and we should also mention Emily Hawgood, who he was just conversing with. Emily Hawgood going for her 6th consecutive top 10 here at the Western States 100. A great streak and a great story for us to follow.
We've got Abby Hall and Jesherin Smalls on the camera there. John Kelly, actually, someone who we've not talked about a lot today. Also on the start line, saw him and his 4 kids at Packet Pickup. Was just super excited. We've got Ho-Ha on the start line there.
That's Canyon Woodward with his hood up, now fiddling with a shoe. Great athlete from the East Coast. It's been a long time since we've seen an East Coast athlete become a champion here at the Western States 100. I think it back to Mike Morton, who was living in Massachusetts at the time, a champion in the 90s.
Yeah, we got Bronco Billy on that start line. Jacob Banta just behind
Francesco Pupi, the great Italian there, putting his hair in a ponytail. One of the most exciting 100-mile debuts in recent memory. The defending CCC champion. He has been among the best in the mid-distance, call it between 50K and 100K in recent years. Francesco Pupi's debut here at Western States is going to be extremely exciting to watch. Meanwhile,
I was going to say, we've got Ryan Montgomery on the far left-hand side of your screen in the white John G shorts. Excited to follow along with Ryan's day. Back on the right-hand side, we got Trace Knopp sticking out there with the mustache in the middle. You've got Fu Zhao tucked in there. I saw Lottie Brinks tucked in there, big smile on her face. We've got so many amazing athletes to follow along with today. And again, while we are following our men's and women's leaders for much of our shift, you've got to remember that this broadcast goes for a full 31 hours to welcome every single finisher home here to the high school track at Placer High.
Yeah, it's a good reminder, Corinne. We will focus on the professional race to a large degree, but we'll do our best to interject some of the human interest stories here in the first half of today's broadcast. And in just a minute or two, we are going to start to hear from John Trent, one of the historical figures here at Western States, an 11-time finisher himself, a former board president, and the unofficial Western States historian. He always sends runners off with extremely profound life advice as they confront this life-changing day. So we'll hear from John Trent in just a second before the shotgun blast that will send them uphill and on their way to Auburn.
And then we definitely will start crying.
Yes, we will. 3 minutes to go, everybody. Olympic Valley, Western States, historic day. It does look clear up there in Palisades. It's sort of partly cloudy forecasted down here in the foothills and the Forest Hill and Auburn areas. Again, as we said at the top of our broadcast this morning, we are looking at the 3rd coolest day in Western States history. That typically leads to extremely fast times. We could be on the precipice of one of the most historic days in our sports-rich history.
Yeah, I can't get over this field and the energy that we are about to experience.
You know who we don't see at the front of the pack here, at the front of the start line? The Hoka boys. We don't have our 4-time champion, course record holder, Jim Walmsley. We don't see Hans Troyer. We don't see Adam Peterman, another past champion. We don't see Hayden Hawks, a 2-time podium finisher. We also don't see Killian Jornet quite yet. Maybe those guys are tucked in the back of the pack, not wanting to draw the attention
Jim
of
did
the
that a couple
cameras
years
quite
ago.
yet.
We weren't sure if he started a couple years ago because he was so tucked in there. So we're not surprised to potentially see them tucked in a couple rows back, or someone that will squeeze up as the race gets started. But there's Jeff McGavra right there next to Fran. A great spot to be.
So typically in the opening miles of the race, Corinne and I use that as a chance to identify every runner that we can and see what kind of kit they're going to be wearing so that we can identify them later on in the race. Today, we've got some athletes wearing jackets, which might make things a little bit more challenging later in the day. But
A lot of white hats as well.
yes.
Okay.
Okay, maybe we're not going to hear from John Trent this morning.
75 seconds to go.
Heart. Looking out at all of you, your journeys become part of who we are. And I hope, and I pray, and I know that Western States is going to become part of your life from this moment on as well. For our first-timers, how many first-timers do we have today? Woo! You go out there and you run your heart out. How many veterans do we have today? You do the same. And you veterans, you bring those first-timers along with you all the way to Auburn, California. All right, everybody, we're almost there. We're going to count down that final 10 seconds here in a moment. Just want to say we love you, we expect great things from you, and we expect all of you to have an incredible day today. All right? And if I can remember how to count, we'll do this together, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Let's make history. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everybody. We will see you in Auburn.
And that is John Trent, everybody. The shotgun has officially been shot in Olympic Valley, California. We are here in studio for the next 30 hours to welcome every single finisher to the track here in Auburn, California. They begin with a 2,500-foot climb, as I mentioned, up and over the top of Emigrant Pass. I just got a text from a friend who is up there on the escarpment this morning, Jason Davis. He says it's clear and windy at Watson's Monument, an absolute beauty. Of course, from the top there, they do get beautiful views of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Oftentimes, there's heartwarming pictures of the professional athletes turning around to take things in before they dive over the backside and enter this transformational, life-changing day as they descend all the way down here to the lowlands in the Central Valley of California.
Yeah. Again, we've got drones in the sky. We should have some camera runners out there as well as they make their way up to Immigrant Pass to bop over into the Granite Chief Wilderness, where we will lose them for a little bit there as they make their way towards those first aid stations. A really exciting day. Again, all 369 runners looking to make their way to the Placer High School track, where we sit 100 miles from the start line. But yeah, it looks very, very clear up there, and the crowd's dispersed because they all got to get to Robinson Flat to crew at mile 31.
I was just going to say, thus begins the most hectic day for the crews and spectators, and extremely stressful, though also incredibly special experience for everybody who gets to support the runners out on the course today. On our left-hand side, that is Emily Hawgood. That is our runner 5 times previously in the top 10, consecutively going for number 6 this year. On her right, I believe that's Caitlin Fielder, a Kiwi who lives in Europe. And then Lottie Brinks, another one of our European athletes.
And then Abby Hall. And then I think Tara Dower.
That appears to be right.
Just to her right. So I believe that's probably our lead women's pack as cameras try to get out of the way up there this morning. You can see it's blustery for sure. We've got wind jackets blowing around on these athletes. Canyon, though, all the way to the right-hand side. taking it chill over the escarpment. I feel like Tyler Green famously did that, right? He was like with the kind of the women's chase bunch going over the escarpment only to find himself on the podium later in the day.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited already. It feels darker than it usually is up on the mountain already. As Corinne said, the sun is rapidly rising. We will start to get clear visuals of the athletes as they make their way up towards mid-mountain, and then there will be a huge group of fans and spectators at the top to greet them and send them off on this incredible journey. The tram was closed this morning, so everybody who does make it to the top is going to have to earn it themselves. They're going to have to make it there under their own power, under their own 2 feet, in order to cheer the runners along the way. The front of the men's pack now, on our right-hand side, Francesco Pupi, Italian athlete we just mentioned. Hard to tell.
We got ACG on the far. That's
Hiroki
Kai on the left-hand side.
Might be Hans in the middle there. Looks like Hoka athlete.
Yeah, we've got 7 Hoka boys on the men's start side, so we're going to see a lot of Hoka kit out there today.
Yeah, the Hoka men's roster is incredibly deep here this year. Of course, Jim Walmsley, the 4-time champion, Francesco Pupi, who we've also already mentioned a couple of times, past champion Adam Peterman, Hayden Hawks, we've mentioned him, UTMB champion Vincent Bouillard.
So Jacob Banta in the middle of that group too. The tall Jacob Banta running next to Fran there.
That looks like Hanoko Akiyama from Japan with the Hoka jacket that's sort of flapping in the wind there. Another international athlete as the race becomes more and more global each and every year. Through the Golden Ticket Series, athletes have an opportunity to automatically qualify and race their way into the Western States 100.
The white on white, those white shorts and that white wind jacket, that's Ryan Montgomery.
Okay, great.
Ryan has led over the escarpment before, and Ryan also wants to have the day today.
Yep. That is Hans tucked in behind Francesco Pupi there in the black on black Hoka kit with the jacket on.
Perfect.
In the near side of our screen. So this could be the front of the men's pack here. Ryan Montgomery, Francesco Pupi, Hans Troyer, and 2 unidentified athletes at this point. Jacob Banta just to the left of Hans Troyer there. Jacob lives and trains in Marin County. Definitely one of these sleeper dark horse guys. I talked to him earlier in this week, and he said, he's just really hoping to run incredibly smart and to take advantage of any mistakes that are made by the more aggressive racers in the field. He could run his way through
Jen
into
Lichter
the top 10.
In that women's top pack as well. So everyone we anticipated being there is in that women's top pack right now.
Again, so far, no eyes on Jim Walmsley. We got a glimpse of him as John Trent was speaking in the starting corral. Jim, of course, will be the guy who the men's pack at least are really keying off of, and his presence or lack thereof at the front of the pack, even if he's not there, he is felt, right?
But he has let men lead over the escarpment before.
Yes,
he does kind of like to play with his food a little bit, and no one knows this course quite like Jim does, and so he's got nothing to prove in the opening 4 miles of the race.
That looked like Killian on the far left-hand side there, the white jacket on. And that's maybe Dan Jones next to him in the middle there. Hard to tell with the green jacket on. Looks like some Adidas footwear. Dan Jones going for his 4th consecutive top 5, which is ridiculous. An incredible Kiwi athlete, 4-time defending champion at Tarawera, New Zealand's most important trail ultramarathon race. So we could be looking at Ryan Montgomery, Dan Jones, and Killian Jornet here at the front of the men's pack in the opening mile.
Yeah, I mean, again, the who's who. We will have our first official split at mile 4 at Immigrant Pass, and that will be a good gauge of kind of what that front group looks like as they head over into the Granite Chief Wilderness. From there, we don't get a split for about 6 miles until they make it to Lion Ridge, which is kind of when we start to pick up those first images again between Lion Ridge and Red Star Ridge before we really get more and more into service as they make their way closer to us and closer to Robinson Flat.
Yeah. I'm thinking that central figure could be Tomac Carden as well, somebody we haven't mentioned this morning. I say that because I know he races sometimes with a buff around his neck, and it looks like maybe that's the case here. Tomac Carden, a former European champion, I think racing in the U.S. for the first time, and definitely one of those athletes who deserves a lot of attention.
Did you see his interview that he gave where he said, basically it translated to, my language is winning? Like that's like he
My love language?
No, just like what he does is he shows up and he wins. He doesn't know anything differently. This is his 100-mile debut, but what he did at Chianti to get that golden ticket was incredibly impressive. Running, as far as we know, the fastest time ever on that 120K course back in March, running faster than Jim and Vincent and Kilian ran last year there. Obviously very different conditions, but not someone to, miss in your kind of who's who of the guy knows how to win. And we've talked about that all week too, that you have to practice winning. He has practiced winning a whole heck of a lot.
And it is his 100-mile debut. The last time somebody has won Western States on the men's side in their 100-mile debut was Adam Peterman back in 2022. Let's see if Tomac Carden can't challenge and do that. And I think this is our first sighting of Jim Walmsley. I see that bouncy stride there in the middle of the pack on the right-hand side of our screen. And I believe he's running directly next to his good friend, Vincent Bouillard, UTMB champion and Hoka employee, in addition to being a professional athlete. So many great stories here in the 2026 race. We'll do our best to contextualize and cover all of them throughout the day. So if you're just joining us, we have the lead of the men's race here on the right-hand side of our screen, the lead of the women's race on the left-hand side of the screen. So here in the opening miles, we just tried to identify as many of these characters as we can.
Which is hard in the dark.
Yep.
I will
Doesn't
say,
that look like Jim, though, on the right-hand side?
No, I think you're absolutely correct. I will say that I do think that open Hoka jacket that we saw running actually was probably Martina. With that long dark ponytail.
Yep.
I think that was probably her. Again, led super hot, super fast, fell apart in the heat going into Michigan Bluff, and her day ended there. I mean, she had to be carried into the aid station.
Yep.
Effectively, really, really out of it. Very, very scary. Has something to prove, wants to run fast here today. So her being up in that women's pack wouldn't be that surprising.
Yep. So again, that's Jacob Banta in the pink short sleeve shirt there. Back of the front of the men's pack in the opening mile.
I think that might be Jeshrin to his left.
Yeah, that's Jeshrin on the left-hand side. Also his 100-mile debut, brought home a huge W at the Gorge Waterfalls 100K back in the spring. Got in through a roll-down ticket from CCC. Jeshrin's been top 5 both at OCC and CCC, two of the most competitive races in the world. A very good mid-distance athlete stepping up to the 100-miler for the first time to much anticipation this year. And there is a great group of 100-mile debutantes at this year's Western States 100, including people like Jen Lichter we've mentioned, Francesco Pupi we've mentioned, Tomac Carden we've mentioned, Jeshrin Small, Trayson Knopp from Alaska is another great example of that, and that's going to be a fun storyline for us to follow today as well.
Yeah, again, debutantes have historically had an easier time. I want to say easy, it's still 100 miles, on the women's side of things, because before Adam Peterman, I think the previous man to win on his debut was in like 84.
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen quite as frequently on that side of the race because experience is really important at a race like this. But the number of debutantes, the number of strong debutantes we have this year on the men's and women's side leaves room to wonder.
Right.
We also talked earlier this week that there's a history of having a pretty solid first Western States and then absolutely nailing it the second time around. And there are a number of characters on both the men's side and the women's side, including someone like Anthony Costales in the men's race, who could be looking to really shake things up and bring home that cougar.
We've been talking about it all week. We've called it second time's a charm. There's a lot of people who fit that description this year. Anthony Costales, you just mentioned, Jeff McGavro, Fiona Pascal, Ingvild Kaspersen, Ho Ha, Hannah Allgood, Hans Troyer, Caitlin Fielder, Hiroki Kai, Lauren Puretz, Lottie Brinks, et cetera, et cetera. And so that will be also an interesting thing to see. Once you get your first taste of Western States, you get a little bit of experience, you download the course and what it takes to perform well here, coming back the second time often to incredible performances and potentially even wins here, as we've seen with people like Kilian Jornet, Tim Olson, Rob Craw, Claire Gallagher, Ruth Croft, Tom Evans, Katie Scheid, Caleb Olson, Abby Hall, some of the Hall of Fame athletes in our sports history, all fitting that description of second time's a charm here at Western States.
And someone we have not mentioned, but who we do anticipate to be a factor today, is Zach Miller making his long anticipated Western States debut in that hat that is absolutely disintegrating.
Where is he?
But likely in this group or just behind this camera. Man, I do anticipate that he is going to put together a relatively aggressive aggressive run today that is Zach Miller's style, but he's got really experienced crew. I saw Caitlin Gerben yesterday with him at Packet Pickup, a podium finisher here, a multi-time top 10 finisher here. So Zach's really got an all-star crew of people who know what it takes to do well in this field.
Yep. Yet to lay our eyes on him here this morning. Hopefully he didn't oversleep his alarm clock. I'm sure that's not the case. Zach Miller making his very much anticipated Western States debut after one of the most storied careers in trail running history. One of the most compelling characters in the sport, always races with bravery, aggressiveness, and empties the tank, as we always talk about. You do not want Zach Miller behind you, closing in on any finish line. Sort of similar on the women's side is Tara Dower, who we see with the pink pack there. Also the exemplification of toughness, of the never give up attitude. Tara Dower will absolutely be a factor in today's race. And they make their way up here, what we call the wood chips section. This is sort of a pretty steep fire road on their way up the top of the mountain. Of course, it is still runnable for most of the top athletes in the race here today. In my day, Corinne, we would often be hiking this section of the course, and it was sort of the moment in time where everybody's starting to key off of each other, trying to assess who's feeling strong, who's looking good throughout the day, the energy in the pack. It's hard to really express into words, but each and every one of these athletes does feel the strength, the fitness, and the energy of their competitors, and they are interpreting that body language in real time.
Yeah, it's nice to know exactly how steep it is. Our camera biker on the left-hand side just had to get off and walk, but that you can see actually our women's lead pack kind of switching back and forth between a run and a hike. There are numerous pitches on your way up to Immigrant Pass that do kick up in a way that is a little bit unforgiving. I just want to say, really cool to see. I mean, Tara Dower is not only here for redemption from last year, where she started the race sick and ultimately DNF'd, but in 13 days' time, she is on her way to Hard Rock try to do something very, very special. Only a 13-day turnaround.
It feels like you can start to see the impact of the wind here on the athletes with the jackets on, and that does look like Tomac Carden on the right-hand side of our screen, sort of that whitish green jacket. That's the European champion we mentioned just a moment ago. This athlete who's at the front of our screen here, I believe, is maybe Max Janzik, Kiwi athlete who got his golden ticket at Tarawera, also making his 100-mile debut here this week.
I was going to say some names that'll be less familiar, Max Janzik, and then Jordan Bramblett as well.
Oh, that could be Jordan too.
Who got a golden ticket back at Black Canyon in what was a very hot, kind of crazy race on the men's side to secure those final tickets there.
Yeah. I actually think that is Jordan Bramblett now, looking at the blonde hair. Jordan Bramblett from Arizona.
Oftentimes in like a bright blue kit.
Yeah, likes to race, at the front of the pack too. So taking a swing here in his 100-mile debut as well. We look at the front of the women's pack, and what a great group this is. Jen Lichter, Abby Hall on the front.
Ingvild Kaspersen also in that mix. So again, akin to the Hoka men, where it's the depth is deep on that side. There are 5 women representing Adidas Terrex here today, which is kind of insane.
Yep, absolutely. And one of the things that we are going to be looking at today also is just the evolution of pack racing in the women's event. We've seen this over the course of the last several years now, but seeing this big group of world-class women together here shoulder to shoulder in the opening miles of the race is not unusual. Let's see how long they end up sticking together in this way. But these are really the best athletes in the world. Abby Hall, Jen Lichter, Lottie Brinks, Ingvild Kaspersen among this group here. We'll identify the rest of them as we get better visuals, but making quick work of these opening couple miles as they tiptoe up this huge and largest climb of the day.
Yeah, again, it is kind of a rude awakening to go straight uphill for 4 miles to kick off your 100-mile journey, but it's also very beautiful. They're going to get up to the escarpment as the sun rises behind them over the valley. Oftentimes we see runners take a moment just to look over their shoulder.
I think you're right. That probably is Martina Mlinarczyk at the front left of the pack. I'm trying to identify who's back right of the pack.
Could that be Molly Seidel?
I think that might be the best call there, Corinne. Molly Seidel, we haven't really talked about her. Olympic medalist, now making her 100-mile debut today. Molly Seidel, one of the most compelling new characters in the sport. What I love about her, Corinne, is that she's really taken an intentional approach. She's built a great team around her, not coming into the sport with arrogance of like, I've competed at the Olympics, I've medaled at the Olympics, I've got this thing figured out. She's come in with fresh eyes, with the right attitude, I think. And it feels to me like she genuinely loves the sport.
Yeah, and she's got nothing to lose. Really, the plan was to be at Western States next year.
Yeah.
I think Molly is someone who definitely has the potential to win Western States, but isn't necessarily going to take big risks here today because the goal is a little bit further down the road. Not surprising to see her in this group, though, because she is so freaking talented, but someone who I don't think is going to necessarily take big risks in the first 60 miles, and will be looking to have some fun, I think, towards the back half of the race.
Yep. What Tim Tollefson said in some of our pre-race coverage is just fitness is fitness, and competition is second nature for Molly Seidel. So what she lacks in specific experience in 100-mile racing, she more than makes up for with just a lifetime of running miles and a lifetime of competition. The lead women dropping our e-bike here on the wood chip section of the course. They're making their way up towards the mid-mountain. We are now 18 minutes into the race here today. We are just about halfway up for the men to the top of the mountain. They usually do this split in a little over 40 minutes. There's Coach Hannah Allgood returning F7, tiptoeing her way up the hill just behind the front of the women's pack. And just in front of her, is that maybe Caitlin Fielder?
Yeah, I think, again, we almost have our entire collection of Terex women in this front, 10 or 12 athletes, which is great to see. Hannah looking at the watch there.
Well, one of the things she was saying is, she really does pay attention to, she comes in with a plan, right?
Oh,
and
for sure.
She likes to stick to it, and she's interpreting not only the physical sensations in her body, but like a lot of athletes, also looking at heart rate data. She's making sure that she's finding that sustainable rhythm. Back to the front of the men's pack now. We just caught a glimpse of Trayson Knopp, our Alaskan, making his 100-mile debut here today. And here we are. It looks like Anthony Costales is folded in here. This might be the chase group. Zach Miller on the front with Adam Peterman. This is a great, great group here.
This is an excellent group of men to be in that chase pack. People who have a lot of experience here, who are looking to have really, really good days, but maybe are playing that middle ground a little bit. They've got something to execute on very specifically, but don't necessarily need to send it up the escarpment.
And look how beautiful the still camera here just above High Camp, which you see sort of the infrastructure on the ski hill there. The runners will climb just past those buildings and make their way up towards the top of Emigrant Pass. Now to the middle of the pack here. Not so much running, more of the power hike. No shame in that. There is a long way to go, and these great individuals are having their potentially once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take part in the Western States 100. Only 369 runners every year get to do this. Like Corinne said at the top of our broadcast, we will focus on the professional race, at least for the first half of our 31-hour show, but rest assured we will cover each and every story of the finishers here today, front, middle, and back of the pack.
And I think we have MK Sullivan in the field, so let's hear from her. Okay, it sounds like we are getting a mic back up. Corey Woltering, I think, just went by. I know that Corey's been dealing with some kind of ongoing niggles of uncertainty, but saw him yesterday and he said, I've been working with a great chiropractor. I'm starting to feel pretty good.
As I mentioned to you, Corinne, there's my guy Tommy Ron's making his way out there. The black jacket on, the dreadlocks from Detroit, Michigan. Tommy Ron's taking part in Western States for the first time this week in partnership with Hoka.
Yeah, thankfully I've gotten to hug him, I think, 5 or 6 times in the last 48 hours, and I'm so excited for him and his entire crew. Got to hang out with them at training camp back in May, and joined by a number of athletes here who are looking to have that Western States experience.
Yeah. A lot of smiles. You love to see it. They know what's coming ahead, a lot of adversity, a lot of struggle, but if that is met with smiles, it gives you a much better chance to not only enjoy the experience, but to make it all the way here to the track after 100 miles on foot.
Yeah, I think an important note from that middle pack, someone was saying, I don't see a lot of poles being used. And really, I don't think we're going to see very many elites use them at all. I know Fu Zhao and Ho Ha have poles and will likely use them. We saw Fu Zhao go off the start line, poles ready, poles in hand. But in that middle of the pack, in that back of the pack, I think poles actually can help a lot of these athletes on a snow year for sure. But in general, make it through the high country more smoothly, make it up devil's thumb more smoothly, get less hunched over, stay more upright, it could definitely, I think, make a difference between not quite making it to the track and making it here in under 30 hours.
100%. And just need to underline for our audience here how strange it is to see the front of the men's race all wearing jackets. Many of them wearing gloves here. It looks like they're getting blown around at mid-mountain, as we have said a couple of times now. If you're just joining us, we're expecting the third coolest year in Western States history after 1991 and 2012. 2026 is shaping up to be a very cold year. And if you look at the extended forecast here in the Olympic Valley to Auburn area, today is really the only very cool day. Tomorrow it's expected to be 80 here in Auburn, which is still, I think, below the average temperature, but it just happened to fall on just today. Today, race day, is one of the coolest days in a very unusually cool day here in the area.
Yeah, and again, down at the bottom, it was 45 degrees with a pretty constant wind of 12 miles an hour. They ascend nearly 3,000 feet to get over the top of Immigrant Pass from the bottom there. And so it is definitely going to be much more blustery up there, significantly cooler up there. We told all the spectators to please bring warm layers, not taking the tram up or down today because of the wind hold. And so I think Hoka kicked off a hike up to the escarpment starting at 3:30 a.m. this morning so they could get up there in time to cheer the leaders over the top.
Oh, it looks absolutely beautiful at the top of Emigrant Pass there. A couple hundred people, it looks like, congregating after making their way up there under their own power, as Corinne just mentioned, and they will give a hero's welcome to the front of the race here as they crest the top of the mountain and the race's high point here in the opening miles.
Again, we will be re-identifying athletes throughout the day because I imagine the jackets will be off before we get to Robinson Flat, but getting through some chilly morning hours as our leaders and the whole field looks to make it to the first 4 miles of climbing.
So if you're just joining us, this is the front of the men's race. We believe it's Tomac Carden, Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley, Kilian Jornet, Hans Troyer, Vincent Bouillard, and Ryan Montgomery in this pack. Of course, they've got a little bit of separation, but there's a very long way to go, and there are at least one, if not many, chase packs behind them by only a couple of seconds. And this is a great group here, And again, just to repeat what I just said, it's really interesting, I think, in these opening miles, these pro athletes all chit-chatting with one another and, starting to feel out who's going to be the actual competition today.
Yeah, and it does sound like we've got MK's mic back up in the field, so we're going to try to throw to her.
She just has the studio, but I can have her turn you on.
MK!
Hi, guys. Good morning from 8,300 feet here. It is cold. And not only is it cold, but it's very windy. Got a lot of dust flying around. But as you can see, we have a beautiful, beautiful view of Lake Tahoe in the back. We're right here on the goat trail where the athletes will cut up from the road back onto the road. But yeah, it's pretty freaking cold up here. I'm seeing people in shorts. I don't know how they're doing it.
Thank you so much, MK. So she is standing on the escarpment here, the actual escarpment, and runners will start to more like power hike past her in probably about 10 minutes time. But again, beautiful morning on the Lake Tahoe Basin. Even if it's cold, I love how MK has her Hawaiian shirt over her puffy jacket.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see several costume changes from MK throughout the day. Again, our field correspondents will be bouncing around on the course. We've got Skylar Hall, who you saw at the start, MK Sullivan up on the escarpment, and then Hella Sidibe will be joining us later in the day as well.
And I believe we just got a $10,000 donation on the live broadcast here today. Whoever that is, thank you so, so much. As I mentioned at the top of our broadcast, we will be doing a 31-hour fundraiser here for the Western States 100, which does operate as a 501c3 nonprofit. If you don't know, Western States makes enormous contributions to the sport beyond just putting on a world-class racing event, and all those funds will go towards continuing to support that work. So a big, huge, huge thank you to that generous individual.
Yeah, again, kind of the three pillars that Western States operates on is trail stewardship, medical research in particular. Those are, I guess, the two of the strongest pillars that we have. We've got 1,500 volunteers out here today for our 369 runners, which is a pretty darn good ratio, I would say. And so operating as a 501c3 nonprofit, funds raised today go back to a lot of the work that Western States does, including things like trail work and trail maintenance, putting in collectively thousands of hours of trail work each and every year.
And it's a good time to remind folks, if you look at the chat here on YouTube and click on the pinned comment from the Western States account, that goes to ultralive.net. That's a great place to also follow along digitally throughout the day. It's a resource that Corinne and I will be using ourselves here in studio. Big shout out to ultralive.net for the live updates from the field.
Yeah, and again, that is for anyone you're looking for. It's going to give you live splits for the entire field. So if you're tracking a specific runner, someone from home, a friend, a training partner, that is where you can find it pinned from the Western States YouTube account. It is windy.
Yeah. So just so if anybody is not familiar, the individual on the right-hand side of our screen, that is the great Jim Walmsley, 4-time champion of the race and course record holder. If he were to win for a 5th time, he would become the tied for the 3rd winningest athlete here in Western States history, behind, of course, Ann Trayson, who has won a ridiculous 14 times, and Scott Jurek, who has won 7 times. Jim would be tied with Tim Tweetmeyer, who himself won 5 times in his illustrious career that included 25 finishes, all under 24 hours. Jim Walmsley, an enormous figure in Western States history, looking to enter a new pantheon here today.
Yeah, I think that's gesturing bridging back to that group right there, which is a great place for him to be. Again, another one of the debutantes in the field, but watching him run at Gorge 100K earlier this spring, I was really, really impressed with how he played, you know, a very, very smart race, working with Drew Holman for much of the day, and then finally making a move and looking incredibly strong all the way to the finish. And getting a relatively late roll down as well from CCC.
So here's the brief moment where they traverse this sort of alpine tundra, this alpine meadow on single track before they re-intersect with a service road up on the mountain, and then they should be marching past MK Sullivan in just a couple minutes' time, so don't go anywhere. The front of the men's pack now 30 minutes deep into the Western States 100. They are making their way towards the top of the mountain. And a big warm welcome to all 20,000 people watching us on the broadcast already this morning. Let us know where you are watching from in the chat, who you are rooting for. Corinne and myself try and keep our eyes on the chat throughout the day, so feel free to drop your insights in the comments as well, and we'll do our best to potentially bring some of that stuff into the broadcast here today. Each and every year, this live broadcast becomes larger and larger. We'll remember, Corinne, the first time that we did this, we had no live updates. We had no e-bikes. All we had was ultralive.net.
We were refreshing iRunFar on Twitter.
And a big thank you again to the team who makes this possible every year. We work so hard 12 months out of the year to make this broadcast something special, and each and every year it does get a little bit better. So thank you to the team who makes it possible.
Yeah, looking back down our chase pack a little bit there.
Yeah, that actually looked like Hanako Akiyama from Japan and Addie Bracey, American athlete.
Running for ACG in those orange shorts. The orange shorts are going to be a helpful identifier throughout the day.
Yeah. Yeah, Addie Bracey, Hanako Akiyama. Addie Bracey's going to be paced by Rachel Entrekin today. Addie paced Rachel at Cocodona just last month. So let's see if they can't recapture some of that magic for Addie's race here today.
And then apparently Rachel is planning to do double duty. And if she can, she's going to go back and pace Steph Irving as well, who is 64 years old, running her first Western States as our Silver Legend entry into the race this year.
So cool.
The second oldest woman in the field.
The tireless Rachel Entrekin pacing not one, but maybe 2 people.
Maybe 60 miles of pacing, which for Rachel has to be a
short run.
A very light lift.
For you and I, we get to run 0 miles today. That's basically the equivalent of Rachel Entrekin running 60.
To be fair, I've run almost 0 miles this week. It's been a very good but very long week in Olympic Valley. We've been incredibly busy all day long. Zach Miller.
Let's go, Zach Miller.
Hayden Hawks.
Good eye. Danny Jones.
That's a good group.
That is a great group.
Seeing someone like Jeff McGavra in that group, Will Murray, potentially, that would be a really strong group of men.
Yep. So we're seeing pack racing to start, not surprising. We have seen people go hot off the front. I think we're looking at Riley Brady there on the right-hand side here orange behind
hat.
The women's.
Riley led over the escarpment last year. I think that's Marianne Hogan right behind them.
Good call.
Riley did lead. Riley, last year, I believe, suffered from migraines, ended up vomiting for much of the day.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I talked to Riley about it this week, and they said that they have what they interpret to be kind of an overactive nervous system. And so going over the top of the escarpment with a lot of loud people, flashing lights, kind of discombobulated Riley to the point where they couldn't really pull it back together and execute a race. But Riley, unequivocally one of the best long course athletes in the sport, a champion of Javelina, Black Canyon, Canyons, Run Rabbit. So Riley deserves or really wants to have their day here at Western States. Hasn't happened yet. Could today be today?
Yeah, Riley is an athlete who can and likely will at some point in time win Western States. Today wouldn't be a bad day to make that happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lottie Brink's at the back of our women's lead group, just behind Ingvild Kaspersen. I feel like
they're not far behind the men here.
No, they're not. And I think Ingvild Kaspersen is someone who maybe did not get enough love this week in the preview shows, despite being the fastest ever women's debutante. Debuting in her 100-mile distance at Western States as they run through all this lupin and balsam root. Absolutely gorgeous out there right now. But
and Ingvild, from a European perspective, usually we associate Europeans more with the mountainous courses. Western States on paper, a very fast course. Ingvild is the type of European athlete who can and has already excelled in this environment.
Yep, 1,000% had a great debut here 2 years ago. Again, is a physician. Has had to kind of take years away and years of more racing based on her workload and medical training, but I think is kind of in a place now where she can run a little bit more, which is incredibly exciting.
Young and fit Hans Troyer at the front of the men's pack before they start marching up the escarpment back to the women's race. Maybe we could split screen it so we can see the men going up this iconic but very short section of the course as they make their way up towards the top. They should be up and over the top of Emigrant Pass in just probably the next 5 minutes. Lottie Brink's here in the center of our screen, lives in Boise, Idaho, a German by birth. We are lumping her into that European mix as well. Lottie set the course record of the Gorge Waterfalls 100K back in April. Another one of these names who maybe is not being talked about enough, but who has a ton of experience racing in the sport and always very consistent performer. Let's see if Lottie Brinks can't bring home a huge one today after, I believe, a 14th place finish a couple of years ago, well below her potential. I'm sure Lottie is excited to improve at Western States after what has been an incredible last 12 months of racing for her.
Yeah, Lottie, again, will have actually her sister-in-law pacing her, Kareth Arnold. I know we'll be out there with her a couple of years ago. Lottie had gotten in with a golden ticket, and then all of a sudden Kareth got in at Canyons, kind of that last-ditch golden ticket. Kareth was supposed to pace Lottie that year, and all of a sudden they realized they were going to be running the race together instead. Neither one of them had a great day that year, ultimately finishing 13th and 14th. It does feel like, talking to Lottie, that was a race where she was still struggling with a lot of GI issues, but finally has kind of figured out some of the stuff that was going on there.
We're watching some of our athletes march through the meadow here.
Tara Dower.
Tara Dower on our screen, one of the women's favorites. And again, we should start to see the men climbing up towards Emigrant Pass here any second now. Back to Lottie Brinks in the meadow here with the e-bike. And here are the men, folks. Tomac Carden at the front of our screen. Hoods up makes it hard to identify, but we had seen there's Jeshrin Small, Vincent Bouillard. There's Zach Miller bridges up to the back. That means Hayden Hawks is right there. Dan Jones.
The who's
so really
who.
The who's who. Hall of Fame level athletes in the sport, all doing battle at Western States today. Many of them with great experience at the event. Some of them, like Zach Miller, first timers. Going to be so fun to follow.
Yeah, someone in the chat suggesting Tara's actually just doing an out and back today.
The Peter God, Adam Peterman from Missoula, Montana, 2022 champion, looking to avenge what was a very hard and slow finish last year. Things fell apart for him in the middle of the race in the canyon section of the course, but he valiantly kept going for 23-hour finish here, a mere I think 8 hours slower than the year that he won the race. So I think that's good karma for Adam Peterman.
Excellent karma. He also, I was for a second I thought that was Will Murray, but I imagine Will Murray's kind of in this chain right here. Adam talked about trying to drop out last year. He's like, there's no way they're going to let me continue. I'm going to go talk to medical at this aid station. And instead the doctor was kind of like, well, no, actually, I don't think you can run anymore, but you can definitely walk. And he was like, shoot, I have to keep going. And so I think they fed him something, I think it was enchiladas at the aid station, and he marched on.
To much admiration from all of Adam Peterman's legions of fans getting it done on a tough day. The mark of a great athlete. Of course, there is a time and a place to call it quits. Not that day for Adam Peterman. And again, I think the universe might reward him for that effort today. There's Jordan Bramlett coming up off the top of the escarpment, making his way towards the pass, and we should start to see the women's lead pack here any second. We may have some drone footage of the runners going over the top, so stay tuned for that as well.
Yeah, women's pack splitting up a little bit more than that opening group of men there. I was also thinking about how it would have been kind of crazy to be Erin Clark, Adam Peterman's fiance, a talented runner, runs for ACG, caught and passed Adam last year. And I was like, was that a inspiring moment? Was that a good time to give a high five and say I'll see you at the finish line? Definitely not a day I think either one of them was anticipating when that happened. But again, good.
I believe
good
they're
karma.
getting married this summer.
Yeah,
I think. Adam Peterman, Erin Clark, more to celebrate. Jen Lichter on the front of the women's race. Martina Molnarchik in all black there. Then Molly Seidel, you're right.
With the bandana.
Yep.
Had her head shaved the other day at the team house. G.I. Jane fully.
Did she really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yep. She's
Baller. Demi Moore, Molly Seidel. That's kind of a gangster move from the Olympic bronze medalist.
Saw her at Pack-A Pickup, and I was like, this is a vibe.
Incredible. All right, let's see if she breaks out the dew or lack thereof today. It's a little too cold to be doing that in the early morning. I'm surprised she's not wearing a beanie given the weather conditions. There's Colton Gale.
A guy who could mess things up.
Yeah.
I mean that in the best way possible.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, an individual who could run his way through. And there's Canyon Woodward, another individual who has been one of the most consistent, high-performing athletes in the sport. The first and only person to finish in the top 5 of 3 golden ticket races in the same season. Javelina, Black Canyons, and the Canyons 100K. Canyon Woodward will be a factor today.
Did you see the Mountain to Coast post of them practicing his aid station transitions?
No.
13 seconds with a full ice down. It was very impressive.
Yeah. I haven't been able to keep up with the Instagram this week. It's just been so there's just so much excitement around this race for good reason. There's John Kelly, a 3-time Barkley Marathons finisher. John Kelly definitely knows how to get long and hard adventures done. Western States fits that description. There's Hiroki Kai. And is that Will Murray?
Yep.
Will Murray intentionally back from the front of the pack, an individual who holds the course record at the Javelina 100, so he can rip the fast runnable 100-mile races. Will Murray not among that pack that included Peterman, McGavro, guys he's been training with. That feels like an interesting move for him.
Yeah, I'm curious. Obviously lives in Bellingham at considerably lower elevation. I'm wondering how the high country will feel for him today. He's got great training partners and folks like Adam Peterman and Jeff McGavro. They've put in really excellent training camp time together. He suffered through a really hard day at Canyons 100K. Didn't need to be there, didn't need a golden ticket, but wanted that training experience. And it was actually kind of not hard to watch, but I felt for him because it was one of those days that just didn't go to plan and there was no great indicator for why, but hoping, clearly has the talent. His Javelina 100-mile was absolutely insane, and I hope this is just him being patient and he's giving himself runway to move up throughout the day.
Yeah. So we may have not seen the lead men go over the top of the mountain. They probably have crested at this point as we see Jen Lichter at the front of the women's race, not far behind Will Murray. There's Martina Molnarchik, who led the race through halfway last year. G.I. Jane, a.k.a. Molly Seidel there, and Ingvild Kaspersen. That is a group of women leading the Western States here after just a couple of miles. Long way to go, but that is a great group to keep our eyes on. Lottie Brinks now comes into the picture. I believe that's our defending champion, Abby Hall, just behind Lottie. So this is the who's who. These women will all be factors today. Yeah, there is our defending champion, Abby Hall, just so everybody knows. Big respect to all returning and past champions of the Western States 100 as we look at Caitlin Fielder now putting the jacket on or taking it off. Hard to tell. Probably putting it on.
I think trying to put it on, but clearly the wind is not favorable. Look at the dust blowing around. Holy cow. MK was right. The wind is ripping.
Yeah. So yeah, the men are definitely over the top now.
50-mile-an-hour gusts we just heard from the studio, so no drones in the air at the top.
Yeah, makes perfect sense thanks to the people who are managing to pull this off all safely. We did get that brief visual of Emigrant Pass via the drone as Hannah Allgood now has the jacket and the gloves on. There's Riley Brady, who we just mentioned. Luke J., another sort of fan favorite. His son, Luke J's son, won the youth race at Broken Arrow last weekend. So multi-generation shredders. Marianne Hogan, 2-time podium finisher here at Western States. Here's Hideko Akiyama from Japan.
All
Big
smiles.
smile. Love to see it.
Yeah, a consistently very, very happy
That guy's got
runner.
the guns out. He's not cold.
He's warm. That jacket has come off and it's been tucked. Been tucked into the back of his pack a little haphazardly.
Yeah. And a beautiful morning. You can see Lake Tahoe there in the distance. Cold, unusually cold, very windy, polar vortex sitting right on top of the Western States course. It's just a chance, random meteorological event here in the area, and the runners are going to take full advantage of it. Addie Bracey now marching through our screen. There's my buddy Kroom Beatty, training partner from the Marin County trail running community. Kroom Beatty could run his way through and surprise some people today.
Yeah, and a reminder for everyone looking for those live tracking updates, they will start to appear in that pinned link that the Western States YouTube channel has pinned in this chat again. And so that will give you live splits for the entire field, as well as it's searchable for anyone that you see come through. But again, our official splits over the top, we now have them. Hans Troyer, Killian was in that mix actually. So Hans Troyer, Killian Jornet, Francesco Pupi, Thomas Cardin, Vincent Bouillard, Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, Dan Jones, Adam Peterman, Jacob Banta, Trayson Knopp, Jordan Bramblett, Colton Gale, Hiroki Kai, Will Murray. And then we've got our women's pack also came through there. Molly Seidel, Caitlin Fielder. We're missing some folks there because I don't think that those two are off the front. So we're missing women's trackers from the escarpment. We did see Ingvild Kaspersen, Abby Hall, Tara Dower, Lottie Brinks. That whole group has also gone through there, but their bibs are not reading at Immigrant Pass. So not a great official update from the women's field at Immigrant Pass.
Directionally correct, and we will get this updated. Obviously, these things happen with the trackers, so it will be updated and accurate. We have very rarely had issues with that consistently here at Western States. So, again, stay glued to ultralive.net as well, and most of that information is going to be very reliable throughout the day.
Yeah, just behind Addie Bracey, though, we do have confirmation that Lauren Puretz, Holly Ranson, both through, as well as Fu Zhao. Fu Zhao historically kind of always starts a little bit slow before moving up in a way that is almost impossible for anyone else to accomplish over the course of the day. So not that surprising to see Fu Zhao sitting back, probably just outside of the top 10.
Tommy Runs, my guy, making his way up and over, shooting for that silver buckle, ideally aiming for about 22 hours. Tommy Runs has fans around the country that follow his incredible journey with running and sobriety, now with his first time opportunity to race the Western States 100 after qualifying at Javelina last fall.
Yeah, and again, it's 50-mile-an-hour winds, pretty steady at the top of the escarpment, and so our cameras are not up there right now, which is not... When I heard about the winds gusting to 50 or 60 miles an hour, I said, okay, the escarpment's going to be a little bit funky today.
Going to be a little bit spicy. And I guess just a quick programming note, the next time we will have visuals on the athlete is at the Lion Ridge Aid Station. That'll be probably, let's see, checking the official splits here at about an hour and a half, hour and 40 elapsed typically is when the lead men go through. So just about 45 minutes time.
Yeah, as fast as about 93 minutes, but Jim's split there on course record year was 146. So we've got a lot of wiggle room to play with. I believe Caleb Olson and crew, including Jeff McGavro, split in just under 134 last year.
I actually just got a text from Ted Knutson from ultralive.net saying that the clothing that the athletes are wearing can cause issues with the trackers.
If they got jackets on, Abby's bib was kind of tucked under her shirt a little bit, so not surprising that we might have some blips today. There's also sections of the course where we don't have, it's ham radio operators. It's not like they're going over a timing mat, and so all those have to be entered manually as well.
Okay, we have MK Sullivan in the field. Let's throw it back to her.
All right, so we've had all of our top athletes come through now. You guys saw Kilian Jornet leading the pack here, followed closely by Hans Troyer and Francesco Pupi. Everybody kind of slipping around a bit, but looking very, very under control. And then on the women's side, no surprise, we see Jennifer Lichter leading the women's.
It looks like we may have temporarily lost audio from MK. That could also be the consequence of high wind up on the mountain, but thank you to MK for that boots on the ground perspective. I have some fun stats here from those who played our prediction contest for fantasy. Jen Lichter received 41% of all first place votes from the global trail running fan base. Jim Walmsley, 70% of all first place votes. 3,657 people ballots submitted for the Western States 100. So I believe that is a record for us. And that gives you a sense of who the global trail running community thinks are our favorites here today, Jen Lichter and Jim Walmsley.
Yeah, really, from what we were able to catch on our cameras, despite some of those bibs not registering at the top as of right now, everyone we anticipated to be there is there. There are no big surprises. There's no one missing. There's no one taking a real flyer at the front. It's really a bunch race on both the men's and the women's side, which we expect 4 miles into the race. And so they got to get a little bit deeper for things to really shake up and unravel. But we do anticipate that maybe for the first time ever, we will have groups together a lot longer in the race, and also very tight pack racing through Robinson Flat, through Michigan Bluff, through Forest Hill, potentially. And we've been talking all week that instead of the race starting at Forest Hill, the race kind of ends at Forest Hill. You have to be in the lead pack, if not leading at Forest Hill, it seems, at least 70% of the time, to be the person who makes it to the track first.
Yep. One thing we haven't explicitly said here, Corinne, though we've talked about the course records and the fact that they are in play today, is that elusive sub-14 storyline that you and I have been talking about for years now. Of course, the course record held by Jim Walmsley from 2019, 14 hours and 9 minutes. Will today be the day that 14-hour barrier is cracked, like Roger Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile? Time will tell, but these are definitely the conditions conducive to making that happen. Meanwhile, as we said, 15:29, Courtney Dauwalter's course record at Western States. Perhaps the most impressive performance I have ever personally seen. Corinne and I had an opportunity to watch that entire race in 2023 as well. Both performances absolutely historic in the standards that athletes are going to be chasing today.
Sarah Osazuski in that orange ACG down jacket, so it definitely is blustery at the top. Again, her twin got to run last year. Sarah found herself on the wait list last year, not quite making it in. So it's been 10 years of trying to get into Western States, I think including that gap year with COVID. She is so excited to be here. We all cried together at Packet Pickup yesterday. So again, important moments for everyone who got to the start line today.
Corinne, it feels to me like it's a good time to talk about the Granite Chief Reroute project here as the runners make their way through the high country. I have some good stats here, but maybe before we do, let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a minute to talk about how the race course is going to be changing starting in 2027. Never mind, scratch that. Just doing the live production here. Big thank you to the team. Maybe let's talk about the Granite Chief Reroute project now, Corinne. I got a note from John Katz last night. John Katz, one of these unsung heroes within the Western States organization. He is the trail manager, and he has really been leading this Granite Chief Reroute project. I have some notes that he sent me from last night. If you don't mind, Corinne, I'll just rattle through some of these for the audience. What he says is, This is the fourth and final year of the Granite Chief Wilderness Reroute Project. It will have created 5 miles of new trail and rehabilitated after 3 miles of seldom used trails. There will be 2 new loop options for people who come out and run in the high country themselves, not on race day. That's always fun for recreational trail runners to go enjoy. He says this is an environmentally superior route with amazingly scenic gradual descent from Watson's Monument to Lion Ridge Aid Station. I haven't been on the trail myself, but talking to Tim Tollefson, he says the views are immaculate on this new section of trails. And really just to reinforce how much work has gone into this, 14-person trail crews for 12 weeks have been supported by pack horses to put this whole thing together, and $2 million funded by grants and donations to execute the Granite Chief Wilderness Reroute. So next year in 2027, there will be an environmentally superior route through the high country for the trail racers at Western States, and we are super grateful for all the hard work and for all the generous donations for the individuals who have made this possible. Let's go to a quick commercial break here. We'll be back in studio in just a couple of minutes.
Good morning.
Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Play varva.
Go. Come on. Faster, Louis. The grade is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Introducing TrailCon, the new trail running conference and festival celebrating its inaugural year in 2025. A 2-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States, packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations. TrailCon hopes to become an important annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It's all about community. After a successful debut this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2026. And we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event and stay tuned for announcements about the second edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life. Okay, welcome back to studio. We are 55 minutes deep into the 2026 Western States 100. Corinne, no surprises so far in today's race, except for the fact that it is a cold, blustery day, as we've talked about now about 100 times, but we are off to a great start here in the 2026 edition.
Yeah, it is. We are almost an hour into our race day. Corey Woltering going over the top there. Someone in the chat was like, Corinne will call out every runner she knows. And I said, thank goodness I know almost the entire field. And I got to meet so many of them at Packet Pickup yesterday. That was my first time being in there for the entirety, basically, of Packet Pickup, getting to cheer everyone on. We were the very last table spot in there, and I got to say good luck to virtually everyone, which was a really fun way to kick off Western States weekend for me or cement it before I drove down to Auburn for a little peace and quiet before you and I showed up to the track at 4 a.m. local time, although I heard you were asleep at 6:30 p.m. last night.
Like I told you, I haven't been sleeping all week during Western States, just nervous system keyed up as we've been doing our ultramarathon of race coverage. But last night, the nervous system finally released, understanding that the hard work is done and the fun work is here, sitting in a chair and watching the broadcast myself and doing my best to help trail running fans around the world understand what is happening. We are at mile 4, Emigrant Pass, looking down at the Lake Tahoe Basin. We see clouds in the sky here in Auburn. It is a very cool morning, mostly cloudy. We expect those clouds to sort of burn off, but it's still going to be a high of around 75 degrees here today. Maybe the second year since we've been doing this broadcast where Corinne and I have layers on top of our Hawaiian shirts.
It's
Let's see if
chilly.
I know.
It's actually, because it's just getting light here, that's kind of the coldest I think will be for the whole day, but that breeze kicked up all of a sudden and I'm shivering a little bit.
Look at all these polls here. As we mentioned now a couple of times, polls allowed at the Western States 100 for the first time in 2026. I was watching the runner briefing yesterday afternoon as I was sitting at my Airbnb in Auburn, California, and Craig Thornley announced polls are allowed. And the room erupted in applause. So I think the middle and the back of the pack, very, very happy that those devices are going to be allowed here and going forward, assuming that the rules are followed and etiquette is immaculate for the runners. I trust that it will be. Polls now allowed at Western States.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, for such a flat race, they're using poles. And I said, whoa. We still have 17,000 feet of climbing and 21,000 feet of descending. That climbing is not always gradual. That descending is definitely not always gradual. And for runners that are trying to make it to the track in under 30 hours, poles could be that change for them. Particularly, we see leaners oftentimes. We see things falling apart late in the race, and poles do have a way of keeping people moving down the trail in a really efficient manner. And so I'm really actually quite happy for them. They don't have to carry them the whole time. If they want to give their poles to their crew, they are allowed to do so, unlike, a traditional European race where you might have to carry them the whole time. So I do think for the Western States course and for the Western States field, that is a great addition. Yes, you have to use etiquette, make sure you don't stab anyone around you, but I do think it is a great addition, particularly when you think of snow years. That's going to be massive for so many in the field.
Absolutely. One of the things we've talked about this morning is the fact that here on unusually cool editions of the Western States, typically finishing rates are higher. Potentially pole usage could contribute to that even further. So let's see if we can't break some records with finishers with both the silver and bronze buckles this weekend. Now we are at the top of the mountain here.
Yeah, our camera is up here, which is great. We know that it is gusting at 50 miles an hour at the top, which is making it difficult to get drones in the sky, but our static cam does come through periodically, which is amazing. And you are looking at the middle and back of the pack on your screen as they make their way through the first 4 miles of climbing. We will be picking up our leaders again at Lion Ridge aid station, 10.3 miles into the race. Heart of the Granite Chief Wilderness. Really exciting to get to have those cameras out there. I actually think it's just outside of the aid station at Lion Ridge, and I have seen from the back end of our team that our cameras have been checking in from there, which is always exciting to hear.
Yep. I'm just actually looking at the fastest ever splits through the Lion Ridge aid station, mile 10.3, the top, 8 fastest times in the race's history came in 2025. Looks like Jeff McGavro led with Caleb Olson on his heels, Lion Ridge aid station, 1 hour, 33 minutes. So we would expect them to be on or around that course record pace. So we should start to see them entering the aid station in just about 30 minutes time. So the professional athletes are over the top of Emigrant Pass. It looks very similar to how it did in 2012, a year that I ran the race, and one of the few events in Western States history that is expected to be cooler than the forecasted temperatures today. So the clouds moving in over the top of the mountain. Runners typically, even in these early morning hours, are starting to feel the accumulated heat of the early summer in the Sierra. Not so much today as the polar vortex sits on top of the race course. The wind picks up, and therefore a very, very strange edition of the Western States from a weather perspective.
It rained in Olympic Valley yesterday during packet pickup. When I left Truckee, it was 59 degrees Fahrenheit. I was like, I don't need AC on anymore in the car. It's actually quite chilly. So unusually cool temps today. Third coldest race day on record is the projection right now. Could be a blessing, but I know that wind is definitely difficult for many of our runners out there, and the high country section will have its own distinct challenges today because of that.
As I was looking at Craig Thornley's official forecast too, it was showing gusts of wind up to 20 miles an hour in the Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill region. In all my time at Western States, I can never remember it being windy at Forest Hill. That is typically when we're entering peak heat moment of the race. So if we have cool temperatures and a nice cool, brisk breeze, again, contributing to what could be a historically fast day at Western States.
Yeah, and just a reminder for folks tuning in, we were talking with our folks behind the scene at ultralive.net. I do think that most of our men's bibs picked up correctly going over the top, but we missed a number of our women's bibs, including parts of that lead pack like Jen Lichter, Abby Hall, Ingvild Casperson, Lottie Brinks. But they were with Molly Seidel, who came through there at 5:38 a.m., just under 40 minutes elapsed on the clock. So not that far behind our men's pack, maybe 90 seconds or so behind the kind of back of that men's group going over the top. But we will get another split at Lion Ridge. And then depending on what aid station it is, sometimes those results are reported by ham radio operators. So you'll see them coming in split to the whole minute, for example. But the team works really, really hard behind the scenes to bring us all the information they can from very remote sections of the trail.
Yeah. So names we're not seeing on the women's side here, just off the top of my head. You mentioned a few of them, but Abby Hall, Martina Milnarchik, Hannah Allgood, Riley Brady,
Lottie Brinks,
Ingvild
Casperson.
So rest assured, if you're following any of those athletes, they are in good position in the front of the women's race, and we will get further updates and accurate splits, if not sooner than Lion Ridge Aid Station, by that aid station at the latest.
Yeah, and because we've got additional layers on these athletes, some of the bibs are on, I like to wear it on like an elasticated band as well. So it's on the back of their body, for example, and so it might not pick up when they cross that timing mat. That's not that unusual unless you're hand scanning bibs over the top. We will miss some of them, and I know that there are a couple men, including Canyon Woodward, for example, who did not register when they came through there. But rest assured, we did see them all on camera, and we will get a clearer picture when they come through Lion Ridge at about, my guess is that they're going to be pretty close to those splits from last year, probably 134 at least is my guess. I don't think they're going to be slow rolling it with Hans leading the charge over the top, but look at that wind gust right now on screen.
Unbelievable as the dust kicks up into the runners' faces, eyes, mouth. Protect yourselves from the elements. Once you get up over the top, you should be a little bit more protected. But here on the eastern side of the slope, the wind is probably just blowing downhill towards the valley, and the runners are feeling it now. But all smiles, it still appears in the middle of the pack here. 369 runners having a potentially once-in-a-lifetime experience on the Western States 100 course today. It is incredibly hard to get this opportunity. Many people have waited 9, 10 years valiantly getting their qualifiers every year, getting into the lottery now with their opportunity to run. And you just have to take what the day gives you like a marble in the groove, as they say, and hopefully each and every one of these runners will make it to the track here in Auburn. And at Lion Ridge, we will have Mile Backhausen in the field. He's usually our camera operator, and he is a very skilled individual who will understand what you guys want to see. So the runners will be very quick in and out of that aid station, but we'll do our best to capture all the stories in the early phases of the race.
Yeah, we've got great teams in the field scattered across the race course. They've been in, I was looking through the comms all day yesterday as they got everything set and ready to go for today, a very important day for everyone to pull things off. And so we will be moving cameras along the field as we go. We will, when we have the leaders, you sure will see them.
Yeah.
We're not holding out on you, I would say. And remember, they've entered a wilderness area, so things like drones are prohibited in wilderness areas. We're not going to have an e-bike sending it over the top of the escarpment. That is something that is very special and very beautiful about the Western States race that we don't get to experience all that often anywhere, let alone in the U.S.
Absolutely. One of the things we mentioned earlier, the drones are not allowed to, or not flying due to the wind here at the top of the mountain. And typically what we get to see with those visuals is the heartwarming visuals of the runners turning around to look back at the Lake Tahoe Basin. And I hope all these runners are enjoying and appreciating and being present in this very special moment as they crest the high point of the race.
Yeah, taking a moment to take it all in before they dive into the wilderness. A note, we did not, I think, see him on our screen, but one of the Western States board members, Lamont King, is out there today. He is doing the Grand Slam. He just ran Old Dominion not that long ago. Has racing right around the corner after this.
He also did the Sedona Canyon 125
He told me that was his peak training weekend. Saw him at training camp, but got to hang out with him a little bit yesterday morning, and he's spry and ready to go.
Yeah. Lamont King, the treasurer of the board of the Western States 100, taking part for the second time. And as Corinne mentioned, it's one piece of what is a very overwhelming race schedule for Lamont King, a very tough, strong, and great individual, and who embodies the spirit of the Western States. So we are going to be cheering for him today.
Yeah, there are lots of unique stories throughout the entire field, not just obviously on the very front of the race. And so there are people that will want to be checking in on as we track their progress towards the Placer High School track. Lamont King is definitely one of those individuals. I met several people, though, that are doing the Western States to Hard Rock Double, that 13-day turnaround. I think there's 6 of them in total in the race. And then I met a young lady, 50 years old, yesterday, who got in on Wednesday, who's doing the Grand Slam as well. So May is out there now taking on Western States. I was like, that's some pretty good luck to get in on race week. So keeping those Grand Slam dreams alive.
You reminded me, Corinne, I'm going to try and pull it up now, but we did have some waitlist movement this week, including all the way up until last night.
At 1 p.m., technically.
Yeah, so I'm just reading a tweet from the Western States 100 right now. It says, the final waitlisted runner got his spot at the race at 1 p.m. today. This is posted yesterday. Congrats to David Fott from Idaho, who was drawn 52nd on the wait list with 128 tickets in the lottery. Good luck tomorrow, David. I met David in the village on Thursday or Wednesday evening. He had shown up with his partner, Joel Vaught, who is a previous Western States finisher as well. Just like, I'm here, I'm ready to go. At that point, he was second on the wait list. Turns out at the 11th hour, a runner from South Korea didn't show up, didn't check in. Therefore, David got his opportunity to run today.
Yeah, a very, very cool opportunity. And that is how that wait list works. We had a guy last year find out while he was flying from Europe,
Sweden,
that he had gotten in. I also saw Roman Track yesterday check in. He was one of the final waitlist entrants as well. Local from Folsom, California. Yeah. He was so excited to be here. I actually think that his wife ran a couple of years ago. I met them at Coffee Bar. He was getting coffee for the fam. So really excited to see his Western States journey come together.
Could you imagine being on a transatlantic flight and just plugging into the Wi-Fi and getting an email from Craig Thornley inviting you into the race and just be like, oh my goodness, it is actually happening. The drama of the Weight Watchers, as we call them, is always a fun thing to follow during race day. And it did go to the 11th hour yesterday, 1 p.m. David Fott from Idaho, the final runner in the field. Let's add him to my ultralive.net follow list here and keep track of him throughout the day.
Yeah, it's some great names to follow along with. People always ask, who's the youngest in the field? Who's the oldest in the field? Again, 23 years old is our youngest runner. 69 years old is our oldest runner. We'll be following folks like Steph Irving, who is 64 years old and running her first Western States on that Silver Legend entry, which is really, really cool. It's given out to an older runner each year. Steph Irving, who started out as actually an endurance horse rider, akin to the Tevis Cup, and didn't start trail running until she was 50.
Yeah.
It's been putting in to Western States for, I think, about a decade. Alex King will be out there cheering her on. Yeah. That's his mom.
His mom, yeah.
It's a pretty big deal. So, again, family legacy. She was telling me the other day that a couple of years ago, both her and Alex ran CCC.
Yeah.
She said he was a half day ahead of me, but it was really cool to think that we were probably the only mother-son duo running CCC that year.
I love those stories. And actually, Corinne and I were on screen there for a second. So for those who saw us in studio, big good morning from the track here in Auburn. If you're just joining us, we are now an hour and 11 minutes deep into the 2026 race. And speaking of Alex King, yeah, I mean, I love these multi-generational stories, and it reminds me of the Gorge Waterfalls 100K earlier in the spring. Caleb Olson, of course, our 2025 Western States champion. His mother was our final finisher in the 100K, so it's so cool to see, you know, the mother-son combos and just the family affairs that this sport sometimes creates, you know, the stories that are engendered there. It's always a heartwarming thing, and something that I think exemplifies the spirit of our sport.
Oh, we saw MK for a second. I wonder if that means we're going to get a report from the field. We'll see. We haven't heard anything in our ears in a second. I believe this is people heading down from the escarpment. MK Sullivan from the field.
All right, guys, we've got a working mic with us now. The energy up here was amazing. This is my first time at the escarpment. I'm about a quarter mile from the top, and like you can hear the spectators clear as day. Very, very cool. We've got some of our back of the pack runners coming up here. I actually think I see the sweep down there, but it is, despite the weather, just an absolutely awesome experience up here.
Incredible. The back of the pack on the mountain. MK, what's the vibe like in the pack? Can you tell us?
I mean, at the front of the pack, everybody seemed very calm, very chill. We got a lot of smiles. You know, there's a lot of people up here supporting, and everybody was giving thumbs up, but didn't seem like anybody was working too hard, despite the fact that we had a couple of, breakaway packs at both the front of the men's and the women's field. So very exciting to get us started this morning.
MK, we love that the Hawaiian shirt is over your puffy jacket here. I guess adhering to the dress code of the Western States.
Yeah, exactly. I figured this is probably the best thing to keep me warm at the moment is this Hawaiian shirt.
Anything unexpected in those leading groups at all, or was it all the who's who?
Mostly who's who. Honestly, I completely missed Jim Walmsley. Apparently he was in that pack, that's the kind of second men's pack, but I didn't see him. I was a little surprised to see Killian leading the whole thing, but on the women's side, I don't know how much you guys heard of what I said earlier, but it's not surprising to see Jennifer Lichter out front. That's typically how she races. She's a fantastic climber, so, you know, no surprises there. I was a little surprised to see Molly Seidel right behind her, though.
Yep. It's that racing instinct. And one of the things that'll be interesting to follow, and MK can comment on this, and of course Corinne as well, but Jen Lichter does race with an aggressive style, as MK just mentioned. Will she start to try and put pressure on the women's pack early in the race? Because she is a front runner, kind of in the same way Jim has been.
Yeah, I mean, she is a front runner, but this is her, debut 100-miler. So I could see her keeping herself in the front, but maybe not putting pressure on per se until later in the race. But I guess we'll just have to see.
Incredible. MK, where do you go next?
I will see you guys at Devil's Thumb next.
Incredible.
Oh, heck yeah.
Hopefully you aren't wearing mittens at that time.
Hopefully I'll have like shorts on and maybe a jacket, but we'll see.
Don't get too greedy. We're wearing pants in studio for the first time here down in Auburn, but MK, really appreciate your perspective.
Yeah, of course. See you guys later.
Amazing.
Get
Corinne,
warm.
And we're back in studio. Good morning. Corinne Malcolm, Dylan Bowman here on the track at Placer High School, the hallowed grounds of trail running. What do you think about Lichter off the front of the women's race? Killian leading the men's pack.
I mean, I was kind of joking that Killian was just sandbagging and teasing us all with, the report of the knee injury, but I've heard that he's been looking good and running pretty smooth all week, so maybe no surprises there. It's also a 4-mile climb. That's like perfect Killian territory. He missed a move early last year, so I kind of wonder if that's also where he wants to be this year, just smooth. Being able to see your footing out in front of you can be a big deal when you're descending into the Granite Chief Wilderness. Jen Lichter, I'm not surprised. She is an aggressive racer. She does like to go out really, really hard. So not that surprising. Molly Seidel, though, on the other hand, I was told that she's got nothing to lose this year, but, the real goal was to be back into Western States for next year. So racing for top 10 more than the win today, but putting herself right in the mix early, that might not be a surprise, but I wonder if her coach is, anxiously watching the live stream thinking, come on, Molly, play this smart.
I mean, competitors are competitors. Some people have the killer instinct and they can't turn it off. They can't race conservatively, even if their coaching staff encourages it. And it's so exciting to see Molly Seidel, the Olympic bronze medalist, in that women's lead pack early. Coming back to Kilian for a second, of course, the 2011 champion, 15 years later, 38 years old, father of three, still at the top of his game. So exciting to see him at the front. You just mentioned that he missed the move. He ended up missing the winning move last year as the lead men went through Robinson Flat about 50 kilometers into the race, and Kilian intentionally held back, feeling like the pace was slightly too hot. Turned out that was the winning move of the day. Kilian, will remember, ran through at the end and was starting to gain ground on Caleb Olson and Chris Myers, the first and second place finishers last year. I asked him about it earlier in the week, like, do you regret not sticking with the guys at that moment? Of course, he was a little cagey. He didn't really admit that he did, but I think in his heart of hearts, Kilian is not going to let a winning move go today if he can help it.
Yeah, I think you want to be in that mix. You want to try to take the win here. I don't think he's playing around in that sense. I think we're all wondering, after his day at Zagama, where he finished, I want to say 40th. Actually, Emily Forsberg on your podcast kind of talking about their daughters being like, oh, is that bad? Like, daddy didn't run very well. I thought that was actually very cute to hear that perspective from their children, because they're so used to their parents.
Because it's so unusual.
Winning all their races. Oh, man, absolutely insane weather at the top of the escarpment as our back of the pack makes their way through the 4-mile climb to kick off their 2026 Western States. But I'm not that surprised. Yeah. Kilian wants to be in the mix again. I think that that's really important, and I'm hopeful that I'm sure the climbing is going to feel better for him today. I'm kind of worried about the net downhill nature of the course. Could be that thing that is hard on his knee, the thing that has been bothering him for a very, very long time. That being said, like Zagama is Zagama, Kilian is Kilian.
Kilian is Kilian, absolutely. He has said that the faster, more runnable terrain is the stuff that aggravates the knee. That is the type of terrain that he's going to be racing on all day today. Corinne, I think it'd be a good time to maybe talk about the crews out there today, because runners will start to get support from their loved ones along the course, starting at Duncan Canyon, mile 23. Maybe just explain the difference, like the crew A, crew B options, so that we can just sort of set that context for a couple hours down the road.
Yeah, so oftentimes athletes have the opportunity to have two crews, a crew A and a crew B. I actually never ran a crew A and crew B. I only ever ran one crew. I had a pretty small crew both years that I ran.
Did you send them to Duncan or Robinson?
Robinson. Yeah. So I did the traditional Robinson, Forest Hill, Green Gate with my mom would go to Michigan Bluff and Rucky Chucky, for example, because it was a low stakes environment. And then my main crew would be Robinson, Forest Hill, Green Gate, Pointed Rocks. So I ran a really small crew. Most of the pros aren't doing that these days, and I think if I came back, I would try to run an A crew and a B crew, because I think there is a benefit to seeing your crew a little bit more out there. That being said, again, 1,500 volunteers, they're very good at this. Many of them have been doing it for decades. They're very fast out there at the aid stations, but effectively, you oftentimes send that crew B to Duncan Canyon, which is the first place you'll see your runner for the day, a longer drive to get in there, and then Dusty Corners is where that crew will bump to next. In between there, you see crew A at Robinson Flat, and then they'll bump up the field to Michigan Bluff, with both crews oftentimes converging at Forest Hill. The first time the front of the field will get to pick up a pacer. Our middle to back of the pack actually can pick up a pacer at Michigan Bluff, because they can take a pacer once it's going to get dark on them effectively. But the front of the field won't be able to pick up a pacer if they pick up one until Forest Hill. From there, the crews sometimes split, and we'll even go Rucky Chucky, Green Gate. But for the most part, the crew will stay together at that point, pick Rucky Chucky or Green Gate, go from there to Pointed Rocks, and then from there to the finish line, where they will run backwards to Robie Point to pick up those athletes. But we've seen some really, really fast crew transitions at Duncan, Robinson Flat, and Dusty Corners over the years. And so again, that crew A and crew B, sending them out on distinctly different but very long drives in both directions, I think does pay pay off in the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and great insight. So Duncan Canyon, again, the first place where runners will receive outside aid beyond the just typical aid stations. That is mile 24.4, then Robinson Flat at mile 30, and then Dusty Corners at 38.
Okay, it sounds like we might be ready to throw to a couple distinct stories from the pack that we've put together for you all.
The moment of getting into Western States 100, was such a surreal experience. And in that moment when I got in and transported to the first time where I ever started to read about ultra running, and the first 100-mile race I'd ever learned about was Western States 100. And at first I thought that was like the only 100-miler, just because it had so much history and hype. And of course I found out there's tons of other ones. But the thing that made this one so different was, reading the story of Gordy running it all on his foot, and that created the race. And then hearing all of the course records and the history and just the breakthroughs of human potential that we've seen here at Western States over the years, and the community and the volunteers, all of that just sounded like this was a race that I absolutely had to run. And I'd come to crew and I'd spectated, and every single time I leave the race, I always leave thinking one day I want to step foot on this. And so fast forward to the lottery, I had 8 tickets in. So in my mind, I'm mentally preparing. I'm like, I'm going to be like another 4 or 5 years. It's all right, whatever. And then all of a sudden on the live stream, they go, 8 tickets, Phoenix, Arizona. And my heart starts pumping. I'm like, wait, what? And they go, Joe Corcione. And all of a sudden, like, my heart rate's beating, I'm sweating, I'm getting all emotional, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm in. I call my wife, I got tears in my eyes, and I'm like, I'm running Western States. And that high is just carried with me every single training day up until this moment actually being here on the course. And with every step that I'm going through, I'm thinking like, wow, and like a little over a month from now, like my dream is gonna come true. And it really just makes me feel like the whole goal I want on the day, no matter what the performance is just run 100 miles of gratitude because of the opportunity that was there, especially having not a lot of tickets. And I think I haven't stopped smiling since I touched foot in Auburn. And I think we're going to keep smiling for the rest of the weekend all the way up to the race. The thing I'm most excited about though, is the absolute amount of energy that is out here. I remember the first time I was here at Forest Hill, my mind like melted. I was like, this is a 100-mile race? Like, this is insane. Like the people, and then like seeing Jim Walmsley run through with like a whole like pack of people behind him. Like I was like, this is nuts. And like, I cannot wait to see that there and Michigan Bluff and even at the track at the end. And I've visualized those moments in training so many times, and to know that like that's going to be a reality soon is just so exciting. So I'm just looking forward to being engulfed in what I believe is the biggest reflection of the trail running community in the United States is Western States 100, and to be a part of that, that's what I'm stoked for.
It was a little bit of a surreal moment just because I've been waiting for that moment to actually like hear my name be called just so many years. I think it didn't really sink in, but it's like training picks up. I'm here at the training camp this weekend, so now it's like, oh, it's real. Like I'll be out here during race day as a participant. Something I'm really excited about is just sharing the experience with my crew. They're my favorite people in the world. My sister, actually, I'm a twin. My twin, Melissa, got to race this last year, and I hopped in to pace her at Rucky Chucky and then ran with her to the finish. So we're gonna swap this year, and really special to like focus on her race, and now she gets to come out here with me, and we get, 2 really fun years at Western, hopefully. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to sharing it with Melissa and my crew.
Okay, welcome back to Studio, the 2026 Western States 100. We are live at the Lion Ridge aid station. Fastest ever split through here was 2025. Jeff McGavro, Caleb Olson went through at 1:33 a lap. We are now at 1:24, 1:25 a lap, so it should only be about 7 or 8 minutes until we see the lead men's pack come through here. We'll see if they're still on course record pace.
Yeah, someone was looking for the Yeti, the Goo Yeti at the top of the escarpment. I just saw a glimpse of him in the aid station there at Lion Ridge. That is quite exciting to see, but we do expect our men to be here in the next, I would say, 6 to 8 minutes or so, given paces from last year and I think projected paces for this year, just knowing who is at the front pushing the pace right now.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if they were not on course record pace here in the early miles. As we mentioned, no snow in the high country, an unusually cool day, and some of the best athletes of the world all going to be pushing themselves to a potentially historic course record time, and that is going to be a story that we follow throughout the day, and this will be the first opportunity we get to gauge them against historical splits.
Yeah, and again, the fastest splits through there came from last year's field where they were just under 1 hour and 34 minutes coming through in a good pack there. But when Jim ran his course record, he was, I want to say almost significantly slower.
Yeah. Well, I've got it actually pulled up right
It's like
here.
what, 141?
So let's pull up.
Which would be like 6-7 minutes.
So Jim Walmsley through Lion Ridge was 146.42. That's 13 minutes slower than the fastest split through this aid station. Mile 10.3 Lion Ridge. The first opportunity we're going to get to gauge runners against these historical splits, as I just said. Very interesting to see that the course record split is 13 minutes slower versus just last year.
We're just putting in our coffee orders behind the scenes. Don't worry, guys.
And a big thank you to all the volunteers at the aid station. They camp out there last night so they can be ready bright and early, 6:30 local time to start greeting the runners. I'm sure there was not a lot of sleep up there last night. I'm sure it was also cold and windy. Thank you to the volunteers for shepherding the runners at this aid station and throughout the journey today. It's Mile Backhausen who's in charge of the camera up there, a good friend and an individual who has helped on the broadcast over the last couple of years. We are getting a bit of spotty coverage here, but at least we'll hopefully be able to identify the athletes as they stream through this aid station.
Yeah, we'll get good images, and then you can actually see the electric setup there with the Starlink for the timing mat. So hopefully we catch everyone through Mael, looking quite chilly this morning.
Layered up.
I will also say I've got friends out at Red Star Ridge, which is just about 16 miles into the race. A bunch of that group has been volunteering for like 40 years out there, I want to say. So they all went out a day early to celebrate that aid station group, which is really special.
I talked to Craig Thornley about this group just the other day. LeGrand Scott is the name of the guy who manages that aid station, as you said, Corinne. 40 years in the same spot. This is Red Star Ridge, mile 15.8, and hopefully we'll be getting some visuals, if not some great splits through that aid
Craig
station.
is oftentimes out there setting up the camera for us, and it's just outside of the aid station, I believe, on that rock formation before they enter the aid. I Run Far is oftentimes in that same zone, recounting splits and vibes coming into that aid station. So we should be getting some pretty decent coverage and updates from that Red Star Ridge area as well. Again, that is not this aid station that you're looking at right now, but the aid station after that, right around 16 miles. We're getting some cheers on the track already.
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but
I'm just looking
it.
at the women's course record splits through Lion Ridge. Lizzie Hawker has the fastest split through Lion Ridge from 2012, 139 flat. That's a year that I ran the race. And as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast, one of the coldest years on record as well. Let's look at what the women ran last year. It looks like Ida Nilsson led through Lion Ridge in 146.13. So again, we should see the men here any minute. 133 is our expected split based on last year's precedent, with the women 146. So don't go anywhere. This is one of those don't blink moments, the first opportunity to see if we're still in pack racing mode or if somebody is off the front.
Yeah, the other question, too, is that I think they'll be carrying a little bit less water on them than usual, potentially in the high country with the cooler temps. And we sometimes see people not stop at this aid station in that lead pack, and they won't pick up water until that aid station at 15.8 at Red Star Ridge. So question marks for the day, too, of who maybe even gets a little separation by blitzing through this aid station. We might see athletes taking risks early, and those are some of those risks we expect to be taken.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, as I was thinking about this week, too, and talking to some of the athletes, it will be very interesting to see who and when a first move is made here, because it is the type of day where with the weather conditions, you expect more pack racing, but also with those types of conditions, maybe it plays into the advantage of certain athletes and not into others. So do the athletes who maybe feel like, they need to take a flyer in order to get away from the pack? Do we start to see moves made early in the race today, or do we see more competitive pack racing dynamics? Time will tell. Are we starting to see the first glimpse of our athletes coming into the aid station here, Corinne?
Yes, we are, and that is super, super fast.
So more than 2 minutes under course record pace. Hans Troyer leads through the Lion Ridge aid station, young and fit from Boulder, Colorado, by way of Noonan, Georgia. Fan favorite Hans Troyer is stopping at the aid station, it appears. We're getting just still picture frames here, but Hans Troyer leads the men's race very early. Let's see. Coming back to the men's.
That's 2 or 3 minutes faster than they came through there last year.
Yeah, so he is 2.5 minutes under course record pace.
Jim Walmsley.
Rocking the long sleeve. Took the jacket off. It means they're probably out of the wind a little bit more. We saw Hans had taken his jacket off as well. So Jim Walmsley filling up the bottles. Looks like he's taken 2 for the road. We'll remember last year, runners were starting to get wet here and starting to cool down here this year. Of course, they did take the jackets off, but not icing down, that's for sure. An hour and 32 minutes into the race here today. Hans Troyer, Jim Walmsley off the front of the men's pack.
I think there's been a lot of talk about how Hans is maybe that next Jim Walmsley. So very exciting to see those two men leading at the front of your race. Yeah, Hans Troyer laps through there in 1:30:53, 2.5 minutes faster than last year. That is kind of insane.
I mean, I am really surprised, honestly, that it wasn't a pack going through here. And obviously Hans then is the one who took the initiative there in the men's pack that we saw coming up over the top of the mountain. And Jim Walmsley, of course, made the intentional decision. I'm not going to yet let the young and fit kid get out of my view. So Jim Walmsley went with him. Now 1 and 2 on course record pace, under course record pace through 10.5 miles. Here comes the rest of the pack here, also under course record pace by about a minute. Here, let's see if we can't ID a bunch of these athletes. It looks like Vincent Bouillard on the front.
Killian.
Francesco.
Saw that whip of the ponytail on our stills this morning.
The European pack there. French, Spanish, Italian there.
No water.
3rd through 5th, no water for them. Zach Miller. Corinne,
Love
we are
it.
off to the races. My goodness, this couldn't get more exciting. Listen to the names we just mentioned, right? Hans Troyer, Jim Walmsley, Vincent Bouillard, Kilian Jornet, Francesco Pupi, now Zach Miller, 1 through 6 through the Lion Ridge aid station.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
All 3 Americans stopping to fill up water here. The 3 Europeans not stopping at that aid station. But also just want to point out that Hans Troyer was just over 20 seconds clear of Jim Walmsley at that aid station. So distinct little break up there.
Thomas Carden, Ryan Montgomery, now 7-8.
And looking
Blowing
happy.
a kiss. Thank you, Mile Backhausen, for capturing that. Zach Miller comes in first, but then leaves after that other group.
Dropped the bottle. And just a note, on ultralive.net, that timing checkpoint is at the front of the aid station, so it will not account for Zach Miller taking an extra second there when we get those official splits. But yeah, Hans Troyer 1:30:53, Jim Walmsley 1:31:16, Vincent, Killian, Francesco all through in 1:32:50 effectively. Zach Miller 1:32:52, but we just saw Tomas and Ryan Montgomery also blasted that aid station effectively with Zach Miller when they exited the aid.
Great call on that, Corinne. All right. Man, honestly, more separation than I was expecting. Obviously, it's very, very early. It's still only been 3 minutes since Hans went through, but this is really fascinating to see things break up like this early in the race. We'll see if the pack reconsolidates, but looking back down the course now, nobody in view. We are looking for the likes of Hayden Hawks, Dan Jones, Adam Peterman, some of those other favorites coming into the race here today. Of course, we are just over course record pace now. It's not as if the guys are running slow, but to me, it's surprising to see a move made early by young and fit Hans Troyer. And here comes a pack. So we'll try and ID as many of these guys as we can. Don't blink. Don't blink.
On the stills, you got to pay attention.
Yeah. Hayden Hawks, Jeshrin Small, Dan Jones, Jeff McGavro, maybe Jordan Bramlett. There's McGavro. Trayson Knopp.
Anthony Costales.
Costales. Nice.
That's a good chase pack.
All right, Hayden broke the guns out. He's down to the singlet. Dan Jones exiting. Costales there with the orange hat. Adam Petergod from Missoula, Montana. Jeshurun Small. Jupiter Carrera-Casas, Jacob Banta. That's Max Janzik there, the Kiwi.
Yeah, the
Wow.
Tarawera boys sticking
That
together.
is a freaking pack. Okay, so they are through in 135 and change, almost 136, so still on very, very fast pace.
It's like, oh, you're not in the top 10, but you came through Lion Ridge in 135. That is disgustingly fast.
Oh, Corinne, my heart is racing already. An hour and 36 minutes into today. Of course, that is the front of the men's race. We will start to see the lead women coming in. Last we had seen, it was Jen Lichter at the front, though just by a microscopic amount over the top of Emigrant Pass. Let's see if she has started to try and make a move off the women's pack. Again, the fastest split through here is 139 from the women's race from way back in 2012. But last year, they were more like 146. So we should start to see the women in 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, I got a great text from Annie Oppenheimer, Jeff Colt's wife. Jeff relayed to her. Jeff says Jen Lichter, Marianne, and Hannah looked the most calm and happy going up. He got up this morning and was astounded by how happy and at ease they all seemed. Said Abby looked really focused.
Let's go.
We love it.
Who sent that intel? Sorry?
Jeff Colt via Annie Oppenheimer.
That's a reliable source.
Yeah,
Yes,
1,000%. Our boys on the field relayed via the wife at home watching the live stream. I love it.
And Colt is going to be pulling some pacing duties for Jeff McGavro, his teammate M4 from last year.
Yeah, the Jeffs making it happen. He'll be the second pacer of Jeff McGavro's team, taking him from, I think, Green Gate to the finish.
The victory lap, so to speak. Okay.
Yeah, so official timing update. The top 20 men through Lion Ridge, mile 10.3. Again, less than 5 minutes separating that entire group. Well under course record pace by the entire group. Hans Troyer leads by about 20 seconds over Jim Walmsley. A trio, Vincent, Killian, and Francesco, all came through 3:45. Roughly 2 minutes behind Hans. Then Zach Miller got passed by Ryan Montgomery and Tomas Carden in the aid station. Then we saw a huge pack, including Hayden Hawks, Jeshurun Small, Dan Jones, Jordan Bramblett, Jeff McGavro, Trayson Knopp, Anthony Costales, Adam Peterman, Max Janzik, Jupiter Carrera-Casas, and Jacob Banta, all coming through. That's your men's top 19, all under 135.30.
Yep, so 19 men through, running very fast splits here. So we start to await the likes of, let's see, maybe Jupiter Carrera-Casas. We're looking for Canyon Woodward.
Yeah, Jupiter.
That's Canyon there.
Jupiter's
Canyon
already
Woodward.
through. Jupiter came through with Max and Jacob.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you for that.
But we need Will Murray and Canyon.
Right. Imagine being Hans Troyer right now. I mean, the courage it takes for Hans Troyer right now to be leading the race in front of Jim Walmsley, I think is just testament to the character, the spirit that he has. He has said he loves to put on a show. He's starting that show early for us here today, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's one of those things. He was in that lead group pushing early last year, ultimately finished 8th, had a few struggles out there, but ran a really courageous debut Western States in a huge way. He's since joined the Hoka team.
And I mean, since Western States last year, he has been on a heater, winning JFK, winning Black Canyon in course record fashion, and then winning the Twisted Fork 30K, just whatever it was a few weeks ago, in front of Caleb Olson, who is coming back from injury, but still, he beat the defending Western States champion in a race. Hans Troyer is absolutely a factor, one of the hottest athletes in the sport right now, sort of the equivalent of what Jen Lichter's done on the women's side, and we're about to see her come into the aid station here in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I imagine that Jen and Martina are probably leading the charge on the women's side right now. And
I mean, that's a scary duo.
That is a very scary duo, and they both want to run fast. Jen has said that she actually is excited that when the field sees her name on the list, they're like, oh, we get to run fast today.
You know what it reminds me of, Corinne, is last year, Caleb Olson and Chris Myers really worked together through that canyon section of the course, as to use our friend Tim Tollefson's metaphor, the booster engines, right? Like Chris Myers was the engine that launched Caleb Olson to a 14:11 victory last year. If we started to see a Jen Lichter, Martina booster rocket combination, that could be a very dangerous duo off the front of the race today. Let's see if they have broken away from the pack as you predicted. We are now over 1 hour, 40 minutes into the race today. Looking a little bit further down the course before your comment here, Corinne, the men we will expect to be at the next aid station, Red Star Ridge. Let me just double check my splits here. They typically go through 220 or so a lap, so we'll see the men again in about 40 minutes. Go ahead, Corinne.
Yeah, so we did officially get the splits updated at Immigrant Pass, which I think is really important for the women because many people are asking, where is so-and-so? We can't find them. So over the escarpment first, Jen Lichter, 1:30.
Quick pause. That was Colton Gale through. Go ahead, Corinne. Sorry.
Love Colton.
Yep.
Biggest fan of Colton Gale. I think he is someone who could surprise a lot of people today. But Jennifer Lichter, Ingvild Kaspersen, Martina, Molly Seidel, Abby Hall, Caitlin Fielder. That was your lead bunch there. We saw Lottie Brinks kind of coming just off of that. And then behind them, you've got Hannah Allgood, Riley Brady, Marianne Hogan in a little bit of a pack. And then a little bit behind them, you had Hanukkah Akiyama and Addie Bracey. Tara Dower
Justin
also
Grunwald
in that
now
mix.
through.
According to the splits, maybe a little bit removed, was another pack of Tara Dower, Fiona Pascal, Ho Ha, the youngest in the field, Eleni Matrisi, sitting in that kind of back of the women's top 10, just ahead of Lauren Puretz and Holly Ransom.
Awesome to see her in that position. Again, the name that the character we have not seen through Lion Ridge yet, Will Murray. This is a really interesting strategy. Hopefully it doesn't indicate that he's struggling here in the early miles. Javelina course record holder, somebody who has a lot of momentum in his career, also won Chuckanut this season and has been training with Adam Peterman. And he's been putting up absolutely incredible numbers with his training and preparation towards Western States. So Will Murray either struggling or employing a very non-traditional, non-consensus type strategy relative to the rest of the favorites in the field today. Let's hope it's the latter. Let's hope he's got a real plan and he's sticking to it.
Yeah, leave room for good things to happen. I know Riley ultimately DNF'd last year, but had that experience as well, had a hard led early, fell apart a little bit, rallied back before ultimately their body said no more. And so there is room, there is time for things to happen out there, but it can feel like disaster early if things have come apart.
John Kelly, I think 3-time Barkley Marathons finisher. The harder and tougher it gets, the better he is. He's probably wishing it was a 100-degree day at Western States. No such luck for John Kelly, but he'll be a fun athlete to follow today as well. Will Murray, finally, 1:43 a lap. So he is a full 12 minutes behind the lead of the men's race.
That to me feels a little bit far at Lion Ridge. I know a lot can happen.
He's quick, though. In and out.
Really expeditious through there, but
no signs of issue.
Yeah, didn't
Aside
stop.
from the time. Yeah.
Didn't stop, didn't hold on to anything, didn't, make a scene by any means. So I did say that he was going to look unflappable all day, and he definitely looks unflappable, but being 12 minutes off would be scary.
Jen Lichter? It must be.
No, it's Hiroki Kai.
Hiroki Kai. Excuse me. The orange shorts threw me off with the black jacket. That was Lichter's get up, the fit over the top of the mountain. So Hiroki
her shorts
Kai,
are a
M10?
little bit shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they are a similar
Yeah.
a similar height, so very easy to mix the two of them up.
Hiroki Kai, one of our international athletes from Japan, M10 from last year, a really fun athlete to follow. They call him Crazy Caro. Look him up on YouTube. He has a camera affixed to the brim of his cap all day, and then he uploads kind of the full video file to his YouTube, and it's just a interesting way to storytell in the sport, and he is definitely a fun character in the game.
If you want to see footage of the entirety of the course, go check out his YouTube.
Yep.
Because that is the one way I think you will see an entire stream of all 100 miles.
All right, so now we are on record split watch here. As I said, Lizzie Hawker did run 139 way back in 2012. I can't remember, but I don't believe she finished that year. I'll double check that in just a second. But the women ran 146 through this aid station last year, so it should be any minute. We are officially in no blink territory.
Yeah, particularly on our stills style footage. Someone said, "Is it coming through choppy for you too?" And I said, "Oh yeah, we're streaming from the middle of nowhere, team."
Yeah, this truly is in the middle of nowhere, just so everybody has an appreciation. So thank you again to all the volunteers who are out there and to the individuals who are helping bring any visuals to us, let alone, the fidelity. We can identify the athletes and therefore add as much context as we need here in this early portion of the race. And the further along the course they go, the closer to civilization they get and the better the images should be.
Yeah, including camera runners and e-bikes going down places like Cal Street. Brings us really, really high quality footage from those sections all the way to the track here, where we pick them up at the top of Ruby Point and ride and run with them to finish just behind us where we sit in the studio, which is always exciting.
Correcting myself here, Corinne. Lizzie Hawker did finish in 2012, 18 hours, 32 minutes. So all due respect to one of the all-time greats, Lizzie Hawker, who does have the fastest split through Lion Ridge Aid Station from way back in 2012.
Yeah, really, again, waiting, bated breath here. 146 elapsed. I do anticipate we'll see our first one.
They are now over the women's split from last year, which
That's
was
actually
Eden Nilsson 146.13. We saw the men about 2 minutes faster than last year's split, so very interesting. And let's see, I mean, Hans, it seems like, is hitting the gas pedal. Let's see if the women's race is different. Oftentimes, you know, there is a little bit more restraint, a little bit more maturity maybe in the women's race, we could say. And let's see if they are bunched up here in the early phases.
I'm hearing cheers.
That looks like Martine.
Give it a second.
Marianne Hogan off the front of the women's race. Just about 147 elapsed. The Canadian two-time podium finisher here at Western States. Also 2 times on the podium of UTMB here in the early league, Corinne.
And has had hard days both those times that she finished third here. So if Marianne can load a really, really good day, the sky is the limit for her. So not that surprised. She's a person that I felt bad ever leaving off my top 5. That's Ho-Ha
and Abby Hall.
Love to see it. Again, Ho-Ha last year was her first Western States. She ran with Fuzhou, forgetting that Fuzhou is a diesel engine and always starts a little bit slow before moving up to the field. And Ho-Ha could not match that move late in the race, ultimately finishing in the middle of the top 10. But running side by side with
Lichter.
Abby Hall is a great place to be. Jennifer Lichter making her way through the aid.
Smiles.
Looking calm.
No stoppage for Jen Lichter. Very interesting top 4 there.
Yeah,
Martina
there's Martina.
Milnarczyk. So we are in pack race mode on the women's side.
Lottie Brinks right behind her. Love to see it.
Wow.
The women's field really much more together than the men's field right now.
Yep. Lottie Brinks, one of those athletes who maybe wasn't talked about enough leading into the race. I think she's got great momentum. There's Coach Hannah Allgood from Colorado Springs. F7 from last year. Also all smiles. Let's go. Hannah coming through the aid station. It's definitely pack mode in the women's race.
Tara Dower. They're getting cooled off. Tara Dower legit just had water poured down her back, which in stark contrast to the rest of the women that are still almost are in long sleeves.
There's Luke J. Molly Seidel. Caitlin Fielder, Ingvild Kaspersen, Riley Brady. All right, my goodness, Corinne. Super exciting start on the women's side. Pull up Ultra Live. We'll do a quick summary in a sec, but we'll continue to watch and see if there aren't any more women attached to this front pack here.
Let's go, Caitlin.
Caitlin Fielder, a Kiwi, lives in Girona, Spain. She started her career sort of racing and specializing more in the short distance, made her 100-mile debut at Western last year, F8. I think a lot of people expecting Caitlin Fielder to significantly improve this year, and she's got a great team. She's getting paced by Eli Hemming and Ninka Brinkman today, 2 of the best athletes in the sport.
So interestingly, we have almost an identical gap between F1 and F2 as we have on M1 and M2. It's 146.53 elapsed for Marianne Hogan, and then 147.17, 147.18 for Ho-Ha and Abby Hall. They've got about a 20-second gap on Jen Lichter, 10 seconds back to Martina, 10 seconds back to Lottie Brinks.
Quick pause, Hinoka Akiyama in the aid station now from Japan.
10 seconds back to Hannah Allgood, Ingvild Kaspersen, Molly Seidel, Caitlin Fielder. So your top 10 on the women's side. Actually, we don't have an accurate split. We need to update on Ultra sign up for me to, or ultralive.net to get that. Top 10 separated by less than 2 minutes. on the women's side. So really a much tighter pack there.
Wow, very, very interesting. And here's Fiona Pascal from the UK, F5 from last year. Fiona's sister, Beth Pascal, 2021 champion of the race and one of the only Europeans to win the race. Let's see if Fiona can't match that from big sis Beth. We were communicating with Beth earlier this week, wondering if she was, or a couple of weeks ago, wondering if she was going to come crew and support. Beth, now a mother herself, couldn't make the trip, but I'm sure she's watching her little sister and rooting for her to match a winning performance here at the Western States. Unbelievable. My heart is racing, Corinne. We are not even 2 hours elapsed. Things are already exciting here. And it's kind of a, tale of two different races here. Hans Troyer, Jim Walmsley putting the pressure on the men's pack. Meanwhile, the women's pack very consolidated through the 10-mile aid station at Lion Ridge.
Yeah, 13 women through at Lion Ridge. Hanukkah Akiyama being the last woman we saw through there.
Good day, man.
Again, a slightly smaller pack than on the men's side, but a much more consolidated pack on the women's side.
Yeah.
Jackets coming off. Again, I want to say
there's Kroom Beatty.
Nice. I want to say the men's and women's, again, that M1 to M2 versus F1 to F2, I think is exactly the same time, just over 20 seconds effectively. There's Fu Zhao.
All right, back-to-back runner-up, Fu Zhao Zhang. Expectedly behind the front of the women's pack, kind of in her trademark position at this point.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm always a little bit worried that she's a little bit too far back. She's probably sitting in about 15th position right now, but that spread is not quite that big. So I'll get an official.
She's wearing long pants. Wow.
She's chilly.
That's the first time we've seen that. But so Fu Zhao, one of the stories that we've been talking about this week, Corinne, is the rise of Asia as a continent. And Fu Zhao is really the focal point of female Asian trail running back-to-back podium finisher, as we just mentioned here. And it would be a transformative moment for the sport if we were to see an Asian athlete, especially a Chinese athlete like Fu Zhao, win here at Western States. It will happen eventually. It has never happened in the 53-year history of the race. I think the highest ever finish from an Asian athlete is Fu Zhao in second place. Way back in, I think, 2009, Tsuyoshi Kaburagi was third place here at Western States. I can correct myself on the exact year, but this is a very interesting storyline globally in the sport right now, and Western States, it will be on display today.
Yeah, still looking for that official split back to Fu Zhao there to see kind of what that gap actually looks like. It's still a little bit slow to update through Lion Ridge at mile 10.3, but keeping our eye on it.
Good, Bentley.
Oh, Bentley Rager from Mammoth, as you see, rocking the Trail Fest kit. Bentley Rager getting, I think, his first opportunity running Western States today. Making quick work of the aid station.
I guess people that we're still waiting to see includes Elaney, Lauren Puretz, Holly Ransom, Emily Hawgood. I don't think we saw through that group. Sarah Humble. And then a few chasing women who I think could upset a few folks, including Amy Cameron and Laura Hansen.
Wow, yeah. Those are definitely
some Bay Area crushers.
Yep.
But definitely not household names or golden ticket entrants into this race, but both super talented.
How about this text I just got from Ryan Thrower? He said, from the escarpment, that was the most brutal conditions I have ever shot in. Ryan Thrower has been all over the world. He has shot so many different races. The escarpment at Western States is the location that he characterizes as the most brutal conditions ever. And here we are. That's Lauren Puretz and Holly Ranson, an American and a Kiwi, coming into the aid station together.
So a wrinkle for us, new text incoming from Ted Knutson, is that F2 Fu Zhao. I keep refreshing for a split. We're not going to get it. Her bib came off.
Oh, bummer.
So we're looking to rectify that as she makes her way towards civilization. But we will not actually have a split from Fu Zhao in ultralive.net for the time being. I think probably in those moving layers, changing from jackets, long sleeves. We know she's wearing pants, for example, that we we do not have a split
There's
from Fuzhou.
Eleni Matarese there.
Nice debut 100-mile as well.
Harvard-educated Eleni Matarese, rising star in the sport, just signed with Hoka a couple weeks ago.
Youngest in the
100-mile
field.
Debut. Wow, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think the next one we need to see through here is probably Addie Bracey. And I think still Emily Hawgood.
That's an interesting absence. Yeah, good call.
Let's go, Anthony.
Of course.
It makes me a little bit fearful for continuing that reign of consecutive top 10 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Rod Farvard earlier in the week, and his prediction was you're not going to be able to hunt for a top 10 today, basically because the weather conditions are not going to be conducive to a lot of attrition. There have been a lot of people in the history. Here's Addie Bracey coming into the aid station now. Finishing my thought here, of course, there's always the narrative of picking off carnage late in the race, especially in really hot years. Rod Farvard's prediction, that is not happening in 2026. Addie Bracey looking strong through the aid station, in good position outside of the women's top 10, though still very much in the hunt. I guess about 10 minutes back of the front of the women's pack through the Lion Ridge aid station. Coming back to historical splits here, reminding the audience the next time we're going to see the lead men is at the Red Star Ridge aid station. We expect them at about 2:21 elapsed. That's about a 47-minute split between Lion Ridge and Red Star Ridge. So it's going to be about 25 minutes until we get another split from the men. Not sure if we've got a camera at Red Star Ridge, but I'm sure our team is trying. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we have, I believe Matt Keyes is on Elephant, which is that rock formation before they enter the aid station. It's a couple minutes outside of aid.
Yeah.
So we do have that. Interestingly, Jim Walmsley, having
Laura Hansen, I think, here.
2 of the 3 top 10 times of all time. His splits through there, are considerably slower. Again, 14 minutes and
Sarah
7
Humble.
minutes slower than what we expect the men to split through there.
So if Rod Farvard is inaccurate for the no hunt status today, those 2 women I could see to be hunters late in the race. Sarah Humble, Laura Hansen, 2 athletes who were not central in the pre-race conversation, but who are very, very talented here, both making their Western States debuts.
Yeah, again, I think still missing Emily Hawgood.
That is really interesting. So just to recontextualize here, Emily Hawgood may need no introduction to many of you, but she is a 5-time consecutive top 10 finisher. She was 10th place last year. She's finished as high as 4th place going back to 2021. Nobody has been more consistent than Emily Hawgood here at this race. She knows how to run the event. She has great people in her corner. Maybe just, sticking to a different plan, maybe akin to Will Murray here in the early phases, well back of the women's lead pack.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. She finished 10th last year to secure that F10 bib, but to not see her a little bit closer to this group, akin to Will Murray on the men's side, is a little bit scary for those of us, hoping she can secure another top 10 finish here to keep that streak alive.
Corinne, I have to admit, my feet are a little bit cold here.
No, it's
I need some Tootsie warmers in the studio. I've got my Hoka slides on. I've got my socks on, but it is a very unusual situation to be chilly here on the track in Auburn. Emily Hawgood enters the aid station. The pride of Zimbabwe lives very close to Auburn here.
She lives in Auburn now, actually.
Okay, great.
Yep, not far from where we're sitting here.
She's got the trademark smile going.
Yeah, seems happy.
Water on the head. That's a veteran.
I mean, has been top 10 every year since 2021 in her first Western States, a professional, a veteran at this point of this race course. So, again, if Rod is right and hunting is impossible today, Emily is finds herself in a very interesting place in the field. That being said, even Fuzhou being disconnected from that front group,
Have a great day. Let's go.
we anticipate that she will move up steadily throughout the day. She is one of the best closers in this field, and historically, it's taken her a long time to kind of warm up and work her way up through the field, which could be really hard on a cool year in particular.
Absolutely. But no signs of issue there, similar with Will Murray, who is in and out of the aid station, though well back of his expected position coming through. It seems potentially just adhering to a different style of plan today. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah.
Starting to see some of the mid-pack men coming into the aid station here, mixed in among the lead women.
I think there's actually quite a few men that are going to be using the lead women, the top 10 women, as kind of a good pace setter, a good place to put themselves around, knowing that many of them will put together really smart races as well.
I mean, I would key off Emily Hagen if I was in the race.
Yeah, you're like, oh, Emily's really good at finishing top 10. I should probably just follow her.
Speaking of which, Corinne, this year was the first year that we've been doing this stuff together, where I've started to have the inkling of like, I kind of want to run again at this race someday.
I guess we'll have to keep doing qualifiers.
Someday. Maybe you and I could both take a break from the live broadcast one year and go rip it ourselves.
Just let Skylar Hall do the entire
Jeff
broadcast.
Browning in the aid station. All right, let's see if we can't do an assessment, a quick analysis as to how Jeff Browning is faring against the 50-plus course record. It is something that is on his career bucket list. That 50-plus age group record is held by Stephen Moore from 2019. Also a cool year with great racing conditions. Jeff Browning, great to see him in the mix.
Yeah, I feel like made an attempt last year, but the day kind of fell apart a bit in the heat. So excited to see what Jeff Browning can do this year, making an attempt on what, according to Jim Walmsley, are unicorn conditions.
Let's see what Steve Moore's split was through here. 2:07. So Jeff Browning, 6 minutes under the age group split through Lion Ridge. That'll be a fun thing to follow. Got to add Bronco Billy to my ultralive.net favorites list. A fan favorite, somebody who's been around the game and at the top of his game for 2 decades or more at this point. Shout out to Jeff Browning, a key figure over the last 2 decades of the sport.
Let's go, man. Looking great.
Yeah, runners looking quite happy coming through here. It's a great place to be, 10.3 miles into the race. On normal years, I actually think that the next section of the race course is where things really heat up. Mm-hmm. You got a lot of direct sun exposure on it. I, at one point, was carrying a third bottle in 2018, which was an incredibly hot year, 102 degrees on the track that day.
I ran that year, too.
It was brutal. And so I feel like, Casey Lichtig said, hey, carry a third bottle on this section because you can use it to douse yourself. And words that I would cherish greatly on that section as things were incredibly hot out there. Very, very different conditions.
Elephant Rock here.
Leaders in Elephant Rock.
All right. Hans Troyer still on the front of the pack here. Looks like a camera runner behind him. Hans Troyer leads the Western States 100, 2 hours, 3 minutes a lap past Elephant Rock, and it looks like we've got a pack behind him now.
Yeah, Jim Walmsley should be maybe the leader of that pack just behind him. And again,
look at this.
This is from just outside that aid station. They've got a couple minutes to get in there. Wow.
No, they should still have about 15 minutes until they get to Red Star.
It's that far down from Red Star.
It's 2:21 is the split, so they would be crazy fast. That's Vincent Bouillard. That's the European contingent with Walmsley off the back.
There's Jim right there.
Yeah. There you go, Jim. So he may have, had to stop to tie a shoe or use the bathroom or something, but either way, they're all, pretty bunched up. Call it Jim, maybe a minute behind Hans at this point, still very, very early. But that European trifecta, Kilian, Francesco, Vincent, in the top 5 right now,
moving
early in the race.
Well. And you said only 4 Europeans have ever run Western States. Are we looking at another European champion this year?
My stone cold lock, 6 Europeans in the top 10 across the men's and women's fields today. That was my prediction.
And historically, the women's field has been very international. We had, I want to say, 8 countries represented in the women's top 10 last year, 3 Americans of that bunch. The men's field has been a little bit more, I would say, American heavy the last couple years, but we did have at least 2 Europeans in the top 10 last year with Kilian and Peter Frano, who did not return this year. So there's a history of that for sure, but I think that the European contingent this year is particularly strong.
So we're looking down from a drone. We're back to the drones here. Hopefully that means the wind has died down a little bit. A big thank you to our drone operating team today. We're going to bring you tons of these visuals, weather permitting. Can't tell if we're looking down on Hans and a camera runner here, if we're looking back at what would be, I guess, the 6th and 7th place runners. I think that's more the case.
Hans was pursued by a camera runner in a blue shirt.
Yeah.
So
Last we'd seen 6 and 7 was Tomac Harden and Zach Miller through the aid station, though we'll remember also Ryan Montgomery was in that mix, and Tomac and Ryan actually exited the aid station before Zach Miller. So actually looks kind of like Hayden Hawks there with the white singlet on the front. Blue shirt might be Jordan Bramblett.
that'd be a great place for Jordan to be if that is the case.
Yeah. Jordan Bramlett got his golden ticket with a great performance at the Black Canyon 100K back in February. Also one of these names that didn't get a lot of attention in pre-race coverage, but who could definitely play spoiler here this afternoon. Yeah, tough to ID, but I would guess that's those two. Little Hayden-Jordan duo here.
Yeah, but love that European trio of Vincent, Killian, and
There's
Francesco.
Zach. So we may have missed that other little group.
I mean, we'd still be looking for
Tomac,
Ryan Montgomery as well.
Because you could see a runner just ahead of Zach. We didn't get an ID on that individual, but I'd be surprised if we don't have Tomac Harden and Ryan Montgomery still in the mix there with Zach.
Yeah, they were they actually left the aid station just ahead of Zach. He made it into Lion Ridge first, but Tomac and Ryan blitzed through just ahead of him. This could be Hayden Hawks and you're right, and Jordan Bramblett. That would make sense as far as probably that Hoka kit looks like Hayden's arm carriage, and then Jordan is in those black shorts and the blue top, and then that precision hat.
You know, this is a great visual of what you just mentioned, Corinne, of this section becoming the warm section. You can see just how exposed it is. So on hot years, it can start to bake up there in the high country, even though they're probably at 7,000 feet or maybe even a little higher at this stage of the race. Typically, this is where things start to heat up. My guess is it's still very, very pleasant up there on the ridge. So they're making their way past Elephant Rock here now. Probably sitting somewhere just inside, if not just outside the top 10. And again, the next split we will get from the men is at the Red Star Ridge aid station. 2:21 is roughly the split that we were expecting through there. So give it about 14 minutes.
Dan Jones, maybe?
Jeshrin Small.
Oh, Jeshrin is in the orange.
Costales.
Dan's in that white singlet.
Peterman, maybe. Yeah, Jeshrin, Costales, Peterman, Trayson Knopp. So this is a great pack here.
We should have Dan Jones and McGavro in this as well.
I think that's Dan Jones there.
Yep, singlet.
And then maybe Hoopiter and McGavro.
Yeah, I almost didn't recognize Hoopiter yesterday because he wasn't wearing his glasses. That looks like Hoopiter and McGavro on your screen right now.
Hoopiter, Mexican athlete. He's been, very active in the global racing circuit since breaking onto the scene at Black Canyon a couple of years ago, where he got his first golden ticket to Western States. Great to have Hoopiter back in the race representing Latin America.
Yeah, a super, super strong athlete. Got in on a Goose sponsorship spot this year. Is incredibly talented and so excited for him to be back, be given a chance back into Western States.
Yeah. I still just can't get over this European trio that's running together.
It's a really...
Vincent Bouillard, Kilian Jornet, Francesco Pupi. That's 5 UTMB victories and a CCC victory just in that trio alone.
Yeah, it's a really smart trio.
I think that was Max Jenzik who just ran past us.
Yeah, from Terraware, which
Kiwi
means
fans
Jacob
out there.
Banta is probably this next runner.
Both of them got their golden tickets at Terraware.
Yeah, saw them running together back at Lion Ridge. Yep, that looks like
Banta visuals. Great photographer in the sport, somebody who's an amazing storyteller. Marin County trail runner Jacob Banta. Shout out to Banta. Sent him a text last night wishing him good luck. It's been a while since we've had a Marin County guy in the men's top 10, and Banta, I think, in great position to run his way through.
Yeah, I got to see him a bunch this week, and every time I was like, "Hey, you got to sit down."
Yeah.
He's like, I just need to do an hour of photos to get my brain to settle down a little bit. I was like, you should probably go sit somewhere quietly. But really excited to see him back here, or not back here, making his debut here this year after getting that golden ticket in a hard battle at Tarawera in really, really hard conditions back in February.
Yeah. Not carrying the camera today. Congratulations to you, Banta. Let other people take the pictures and you get to enjoy the 100-mile journey to the track in Auburn. So we've probably got 20 guys now through. Last we had seen, Banta was 18th at Lion Ridge and Hupiter was 19th. So we've seen both of them come through. So men's top 20 still bunched up pretty well, though, with Hans Troyer off the front with a small gap to that European trio and Jim Walmsley. Still anybody's game.
Yeah, I think the next runners we're looking through here are probably Canyon Woodward, Colton Gale, Justin Grunwald, John Kelly, Will Murray, and Hiroki Kai. Hiroki Kai last year became one of those people that actually, whenever we'd see him, because he stood out in his shorts, will stand out in his shorts again this year, was a good marker of when our women were coming through, because he was kind of right at the front of their race for much of the day. But we've got a strong group of men sitting right at the back of that top 20 group. Rod Favre predicted that no one would be making up time late in the day today. We're hoping that maybe a few of these men have the shot of moving up, almost 16 miles into their 100-mile day, but anything can happen. We've got a lot of debutantes still up front in both races.
Yep. Which will also be a fun story to follow. You mentioned Adam Peterman won on his 100-mile debut. We've got a great, great group of individuals who are at the top of the sport using Western States as their opportunity to experiment with a new distance, that being the 100-mile distance. Just to list a few of the names here: Jennifer Lichter, Francesco Pupi, Molly Seidel, Toma Carden, Trayson Knopp, Jeshrin Small, Eleni Matteries. The one name that we are missing, unfortunately, David Sinclair. We were all looking forward to seeing him make his 100-mile debut here at Western States. He set the course record at Transvolcania just last month. Unfortunately, had to withdraw due to injury. We're looking down at race leader Hans Troyer now, as we are probably seeing him, in the last mile into the aid station at Red Star Ridge. This is roughly mile 15.8. Again, the split through here that we were expecting was 2:21. We do see people out there, which might indicate that he's closer to the aid station than we expect. If he were, that would be a very, very fast split if he's getting close to Red Star Ridge at this point. But Hans Troyer in the lead of the Western States 100.
Young and fit. Lots of baguettes in the chat. Yeah. Also want to add that we are in areas of either fixed cameras or drone cameras. We do not have complete coverage through this wilderness area. He is not that far ahead, though. Holy cow. The trio of Europeans, followed in short succession by Jim Walmsley, are hot on his heels.
I mean, imagine being Hans here, okay? He's in his 20s, young and fit, as you call it. And then he's got, as I just said, Kilian, Vincent, Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley. That's 6 UTMB victories. That's 5 Western States victories in there. CCC victory with Francesco Pupi. Of course, Hans is at the top of his game right now. But these are the absolute legends, the pinnacle athletes of the last decade of the sport, chasing down young and fit Hans Troyer.
Yeah,
the lead.
He's being chased by the who's who of ultra running. Again, Vincent, Kilian, Francesco, Jim.
It's testament to Hans' spirit, right? To be off the front of this pack rather than just sticking in with the guys and just running the pace of these legends. He's the one who's asserting the pace on the field today and making them respond to his desired motion, right? That's kind of just an interesting psychology of an athlete. If it were me at that stage of my career, I would be running behind Jim Walmsley. It says something about Hans that he's running in front of all these guys.
Having gotten to, I feel like, know Hans a little bit over the past year, I'm not surprised. I think that the kid wants it. He's here to mix it up. We saw that at Black Canyon the first year he was there, right? Where he tried to take it to Hayden Hawks, of all people, with almost no running resume at that point when it came to trail and ultra running. And so he is a guy who reminds me of that young Jim Walmsley. I wouldn't consider him brash or reckless, but several men in interviews have said, I asked who they're most afraid of, and they said Hans. The kid races like he has nothing to lose.
Fearless. Heart of a champion. Baguettes in the chat. Young and fit Hans Troyer, a fan favorite. And just to repeat myself, nobody with more momentum in the sport right now than him. So fun to follow and great to see him at the front of the race, though being chased again by some of the legends of the game as they approach Red Star Ridge. 15.8 miles into today's race. We'll hopefully be able to get a great visual of them passing through this aid station. They do have some tree coverage here. This is where things start to feel a little bit nicer after that exposed ridge. They have some switchbacks as they descend into the aid station. We'll get a split here probably in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, trying to locate our runners. You guys got to wear more orange, I think is what I'm getting out of this. More bright colors out there. But again, they were what?
Wait,
2.5
those are
minutes?
vehicles.
2.5 minutes under course record, under the fastest time ever, I guess I would say, to Lion Ridge. We're approaching that right now.
Oh my goodness. If they are at Red Star right now, just judging from these vehicles here, they could be at the aid station, which would put them about 6 minutes in front of the pace from 2025, which is, pretty remarkable at this early phase of today's race.
Yeah, we will get
back
official
to
splits from the ground there as they cross over that timing mark.
2:21:21 was Jeff McGavro and Caleb Olson in 2025 through this aid station together. So are they through?
We don't have a split yet from them. I think we're waiting for them to come into aid, and I think they'll be here in just a second. Our drone's trying to give us a little bit more clarity on that.
No blink territory, folks.
Yeah.
There Shadow.
We go.
Hans Troyer into the Red Star Ridge aid station under course record pace by about 5 minutes at this point. Quick refill from Hans. We'll start to see the Europeans coming in. Barely a stop. Call it 5 seconds there just to fill up a flask for Hans Troyer.
Kid is moving.
Let me look up Walmsley's 2019 split through here.
I mean, it was slow in comparison. 2:17 elapsed. Hans is flying.
Walmsley was 2:35 through Red Star Ridge in 2018. That puts him 17 minutes in front of Walmsley's 2019 split.
And 4 or 5 minutes up on McGavro's split from last year?
5 minutes, yeah.
Stupid.
Crazy. 15 miles into the race to be 5 minutes ahead of last year's pace. Young and fit Hans Troyer asserting himself in the men's race off the front as we see this threesome of Europeans, plus an adopted European of Jim Walmsley, who does spend most of his time in Arèche Beaufort in France. Vincent Bouillard, Kilian Jornet, Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley, all coming into the aid station in quick succession, basically together. We just mentioned it. 4 of the best athletes in modern history, if not of all time. Very interesting group. Also about 3 minutes underneath the split from 2025. Jeff McGavro and Caleb Olson were the ones in the lead last year. Very cool to see this drone coverage. Don't think we have any boots on the ground cameras at Red Star.
Yeah, I think the static cam was down on Elephant where we saw those guys come through, and we're reliant on our drones through this section, which is great because we get these excellent aerial shots. We're still waiting for splits to come through officially at Red Star. But again, we are broadcasting from the middle of nowhere. You and I are sitting in civilization here on the Placer High School track, but it is... We are a ways away from where these runners are right now. Again, the Red Star Ridge aid station crew drove in on Thursday. In part, they wanted to celebrate a little bit.
Yeah.
But they went in a whole day early for that crew.
Good for them.
And there's also a big change in the last couple of years is that there's no cutoff at Red Star Ridge now because that used to be the first cutoff point at 16 miles in, but it is darn near impossible to get those runners out of there. And so they decided to say, you know what?
Just get to Duncan.
It's still a hard place to get people out of, but at least there is crew there. And so there's a few extra vehicles to get runners out. So there's no cutoff for the back of the pack at Red Star Ridge. So they have all the way until Duncan Canyon where they will approach their first significant cutoff time of the day.
Yeah. Speaking of Duncan Canyon, that is the first crew opportunity. We talked about this earlier in the broadcast. It's going to be about an hour until we see the lead men through Duncan Canyon, but that is always a very interesting spot. And then they drop down into Duncan Canyon before the climb to Robinson Flat. And that's really the first time where we start to see separation and where the contenders start to assert themselves. So that's going to be about an hour and 15 from now.
1,000%. And so just looking again, we have our top 5 men officially split through Red Star Ridge. There's about a 30-second gap between first and fifth. Hans Troyer off the front, still just over 20 seconds ahead of the chase pack. He is followed by Vincent, 2:17.31 elapsed, Jim Walmsley, 2:17.35 elapsed, Francesco Pupi, 2:17.36 elapsed, and Killian rounding at that top 5 group in 2:17.38 elapsed. So again, 30 seconds separate fifth through first, with Hans having about a 20-second gap off the front.
You know what jumps out to me?
What?
4 of those dudes, Hoka boys.
What was my spidey
Potential
sense?
podium sweep for a brand. Hoka boys are in good contention for that right now, as we're probably awaiting the women's leaders here at Elephant Rock.
That's Hiroki Kai, which means we are waiting
Very
for our
close.
women's leaders. We do anticipate to see Marianne Hogan very, very soon.
Goodness, I already feel like I need to stand up in studio. I'm already so keyed up, Corinne. Hans Troyer, 5 minutes under last year's split through Red Star Ridge. We'll remember Caleb Olson ran 14:11 last year at Western States, the second fastest time in history. It's talk of the town. Are we going sub 14 for the first time ever at the Western States 100? At this point, the guys are on pace.
What was the prediction from John Medinger that someone will finish in 13:50 and they won't be first?
A tropical John Medinger, who many people will know. For those who don't, former board president of the Western States. He is the voice that you will hear booming through the loudspeakers here on the track all night and into the morning tomorrow. John Medinger came up to me after one of our shows this week and said, "My hot take, someone is running 13:50 and finishing second place."
Absolutely
It could
insane.
be that's a conservative estimate from Tropical John.
I picked 13:50 for the win.
So did I.
On the men's side, I feel like we were kind of all in agreement, somewhere between 13:50 and 13:52. We think we're going well under 14 hours today. The weather is perfect for it. And again, I think that there are several men that are willing to go to the well with Jim Walmsley. And I think Jim also wants to try to cement that legacy, try to get that 5th win, try to, on the OG course, really cement that course record, because we are going to be running on that Granite Chief Wilderness trail update starting next year, which will make things a little bit different.
Yep. And likely a little bit faster. One of the things that Craig mentioned when we talked earlier this week. So the course will be about a mile shorter through the high country based on that reroute. So they will then bring back in the Little Bald Mountain loop there outside of Robinson Flat. It's actually a better trail. It's a better experience. I got to run it in 2012 when I ran the race. So there will be a bit of a reroute in a couple of sections of the course to keep the Western States at 100.2 miles as it has traditionally been, but it will be a massive update, and we won't know how it will impact the splits in the race in general until they actually run the new course for the first time. It's not that significant. It really, should be very similar, but it will be a faster, more buffed out, and more modern trail that, really takes out some of the more technical sections of the course.
So it looks like we have 17 now through Red Star Ridge. So while our eye in the sky is panning back for runners, and we're going to keep an eye on that Elephant Rock zone for our lead women to come through there, looking for Marianne Hogan. There is about a, let's call it 2.5 minute gap back to the chase pack, led by Ryan Montgomery. He has broken away of Tomac Hardin. There are about 30 seconds in between the two of them. Tomas is just ahead of Zach Miller. And then there's another gap of, let's call it 50 seconds back to Hayden Hawks and Jordan Bramblett. And then we saw that group of Anthony Costales, Trayson Knopp, Adam Peterman, Jeff McGavro, Dan Jones, Jeshrin Small, Hupiter. And then we're waiting for Max, Jacob, Canyon, that group to come through. So 17 through Red Star Ridge, 2:22.57 to 17th, which is a minute or so off of the fastest times ever. So they are all running very, very fast.
Yeah, so call it the top 10 are all under last year's pace. pace. I think it's actually the top 8, but Hayden Hawks, Jordan Bramblett, just a touch slower than last year's pace. Very, very interesting to see. And there we have Ho-Ha with the poles out. Martina Milnarchik, Jennifer Lichter, and it looks like Abby Hall at the front of the women's race here at Elephant Rock. Give them about 15 minutes till they get to Red Star. That's our first visual since Lion Ridge at the front of the women's race. Let's see if this isn't the chase pack coming right behind them. We may have missed Marianne Hogan. Let's see if she's tucked in here. This looks like Lottie Brinks at the front of the chase pack. Then I think Hannah Allgood.
We missed Marianne Hogan. So
Right.
FYI, Marianne is still at the front of your race, but then we saw that immediate chase pack just behind her, and that gap was about 20 seconds at Lion Ridge.
Yeah, so it looks like Lottie broke the hat out. Hannah Allgood just behind. That's a male athlete behind Hannah. So I think this might be Tara Dower approaching, then Riley.
Yep, that's Tara Dower and Riley Brady sitting together. Riley taking the left-hand line there.
All right. We got a bunched up women's pack here. What, that must have been the top 10?
Yeah, I believe so. And again, we did not have a visual of Marianne Hogan. She is still at the lead of the women's race, but then followed by How-Ha, Martina, Jennifer Lichter, Abby Hall, all looking really, really good.
So just an interesting stat here. Marianne Hogan split through Lion Ridge, 146.53. Guess who else ran 146.53 through Lion Ridge? Jim Walmsley in 2019. So Marianne Hogan is on 14:09 pace through Lion Ridge.
We're calling it now.
Yeah.
Women break in 15 hours.
Very, very interesting. All right, let's see. I think we've got Caitlin Fielder on the front here. And the caffeine enters the studio.
Special delivery. All the way.
There's Caitlin Fielder, Ingvild Kaspersen. All right, folks. First hot beverage of the day in hand.
Gosh, so nice.
Fired up and ready to go. Still very chilly on the track here. It feels very nice.
Chainsaw Mama just dropped off coffee for us. We love it. We needed that desperately. But yeah, that's got to be...
Chainsaw Mama?
Yeah.
Is that Helga's nickname?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, she's the chainsaw queen of the trail crew.
Yeah, I just double checked myself. Jim Walmsley split through Lion Ridge 2019, 146.42. So it's so interesting to see how he raced that year. Again, that was the most, that was a very similar year just in terms of the forecasted high today. Today should actually be cooler than it was in 2019. That's why we've been talking about course records all week. But Marianne Hogan running the same split as Jim Walmsley through Lion Ridge Aid Station. It looks like Jim was 4 minutes back of the front that year, if this is accurate. At least he was behind Gediminas Grinius and Tom Evans in 2019 through Lion Ridge. So not racing in the traditional Jim Walmsley fashion, which is just put the hurting on the field early. I think he did end up sort of hitting the gas pedal shortly thereafter and taking the overall lead and running away with it there in the back half with Jared Hazen sort of chasing from behind, keeping a very consistent kind of 7-minute gap. It was 17 at the end. There's Fiona Pascal on our screen now. But suffice it to say, both men and women on historically fast paces through the first 15 miles.
Yeah, it is looking to be a really fast day. I think we were a little bit, surprised by those Lion Ridge splits. Not maybe quite as fast as last year, but as fast as it gets on the course as well. And so I have been predicting all week, too, with these cooler temps, that it's not so much even about the high country splits, but it's about how they might not fall apart nearly as much in the later half of the race, where Courtney historically, where Ellie Greenwood historically made up so much time on the record and on everyone else. It was really in that back 40 miles where their leads just accelerated exponentially.
Really great point. I think we might be looking at Young and Fit. I think we might be looking at Hans Troyer right now, the lead of the men's race here, about 2.5 hours elapsed in the 2026 Western States 100. It's hard to tell, but yeah, I do see another runner in our field of vision now, so that might be the front of the European pack. I mean, these guys are flying. Look at the frickin' motion on this athlete. If it is indeed Hans, it does look to be like a race leader. Doesn't look like Marianne Hogan's stride to me.
No,
I believe we are looking at the front of the men's race.
She's a slightly a little bit of a choppy stride. She's incredibly fast, but Hans is that more gazelle-like stride. I don't know.
Yeah, that must be the front of the men's race because this must be the Euros plus Jim chasing from short distance. I could be wrong. Oh, no, that's the women.
That's How Ha, Jennifer Lichter, and I think
Good
Abby
grief.
Hall.
Excuse me, folks. My mistake. Doing the best I can, but my goodness, are these women moving incredibly fast?
Yeah, Abby's got those little wings that stick out a little bit there. So Marianne Hogan is leading your race, followed by Abby Hall, Martina Monarchik, and Jennifer Lichter. Yeah, you can see the pop of the orange shorts there. I also just got word from Ted that at Last Chance, we're getting a new bib on Fuzhou. So from El Dorado forward, we will have timing from Fuzhou. So we're flying dark right now on the Assassin, which is a little bit scary for everyone else in the field, but we will get a bib back on her at Last Chance.
So we're looking down at Ho-Ha, Martina Molnarchik, and Jennifer Lichter, we think running in 2nd through 4th positions, just behind Marianne Hogan at the lead of the women's race. Incredible drone visuals. Big thank you to the team for putting it together. These women are incredibly fast, also under course record pace. Let me just toggle here. So Red Star Ridge, fastest ever split, again, is Lizzie Hawker from 2012. Let's look back at 2015 splits. We had 2025 splits. We had Eden Nilsson through Red Star Ridge with Abby Hall only 30 seconds back in 2:40. So if they are getting close to the aid station, that would put the women 9 minutes under course record pace.
Insanely fast.
If we are at the aid station, again, we had a hard time understanding exactly where the aid station was, but just via drone at the front of the men's pack. So we'll do our best to get an understanding of where they sit against these historical splits just as soon as we catch a visual of the vehicles and tents at the aid station.
If we're following along with the Hoka crew all week, maybe we're on bear watch now.
Yeah.
But we should get good splits again at Red Star Ridge of that entire lead pack. And again, for those of you in the chat, Fuzhou's bib is off, and we're getting a new bib on her at Last Chance.
So you know what's interesting? Just kind of looking at the top 6 kind of in that pack. Marianne Hogan, Ho-Ha, Abby Hall, Jen Lichter, Martina Molnarchik, Lottie Brinks. That's Canada, Vietnam, USA, Poland, and Germany. Lottie was born in Germany, though, lives in Boise, Idaho. There's Kroom Beatty on our screen here. So very international front of the women's race right now. Only 2 Americans in the top 6.
Yeah, again, just wanting to speak to, potentially having an Asian athlete win the race for the first time ever. Ho-Ha last year went out with Fuzhou, wasn't quite ready to make a late move. That fell apart a little bit for her. So seeing her be a little bit more aggressive this year and be on the front. She's also been in Auburn since, I want to say, the middle of May. She was at training camp. Her 10-year-old son is over with her this year, which is a huge deal for the whole family. She's been living in town locally with the family, getting out on the course most days to train. Fuzhou's been there with her for part of the time, training together. They've also been training with Holly Ransom and Hanukkah Akiyama as well. So they've had quite a good training group in the Auburn area for the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, awesome. Very, very cool to see the teamwork among the professional athletes as they've all been training for the Western States 100 on the men's side. And similar story, Adam Peterman, Jeff McGavro, Will Murray have all been grinding together, getting prepared for what is the key pinnacle moment of the racing season. Very cool to see. Iron sharpens iron, as they say, and that has been exemplified in both the men's and women's field over the last couple of months. Looks like Lauren Purette's coming into our field of vision now. And alongside Laura Hansen. No, Eleni Matarese.
Eleni, and then Sarah Humble, I think, was in that mix as well, if I remember correctly. Again, Eleni, the youngest in our field this year, just 23 years old in her first 100-mile debut. That's Holly Ransom on your screen, the Australian who got in at Tarawera. It's been a real journey to get here for her. She has been in town since training camp, which is a huge sacrifice for some of these athletes to make, to come over here, Many, many people in the field now are truly full-time professionals, but that has not historically been the case. Actually, Lottie Brinks might be the only woman in that kind of lead pack, I guess actually Ingvild Kaspersen as well, who have a full-time job outside of running. That is becoming a rarer and rarer thing in the professional ranks.
It's a really good point and good to talk about on the broadcast here. That the race gets and the sport gets a lot more professional. So many of these athletes are focusing 100% on their athletic craft. One of the reasons why we have seen basically the entire record book and the entire sport rewritten over the last 5 or 10 years. Caleb Olson, maybe the most recent example of that, recently wrote a newsletter about how he had left his software development job to chase his dreams and aspirations as an athlete. Of course, he was our 2025 Western States men's champion, pointing his gaze at UTMB this year, but definitely a trend in the sport. Hitting refresh, waiting for the women to click through. Red Star.
I think this is what we're starting to look at on our screen, is that we're going to start to pick them up as they make their way in to Red Star Ridge. They're approaching that 15-minute mark since we saw them come through Elephant Rock. So we'll be looking for our leaders to make their way through the Red Star Ridge aid station, which is just about 16 miles into the race.
So again, 2:40 was when Ida Nilsson and Abby Hall went through last year. So if they're getting close, as they appear to be, it would mean that they are also under course record pace as the men were. We saw young and fit Hans Troyer leading the quadfecta of Jim Walmsley, Francesco Pupi, Kilian Jornet, and Vincent Bouillard. All 5 of them underneath course record pace by about 4 or 5 minutes. Between the 4 of them, let's see if the women aren't on similar splits.
Yeah, I can see Jen Lichter there. Really, our top 5 women are virtually all together. You can count them on your screen. Marianne Hogan, we believe, at the front of that. Hao Ha, Jennifer Lichter, Martina, Abby Hall, all in that chasing pack.
Yeah, you know what's interesting too? 2 of these 5 are returning podium finishers. Abby Hall, reigning champion, Marianne Hogan, F3.
Twice.
Then we have Martina Milnarchik, who was the race leader through about halfway last year. And then we have F6 from last year, Ho Ha. And then the lone sort of inexperienced runner, Jennifer Lichter, maybe the hottest athlete in the sport right now, carrying tons of momentum into a 100-mile debut.
But I also think Jen not leading here, but being in that mix is so
That's
smart.
a great point.
So she's not having to set the pace, though she does love running really, really fast. She's sitting in this group as opposed to trying to be off the front. Jen loves an aggressive race, but I'm really proud of the maturity I think her current position in this field shows.
Yeah, I think she's probably fighting the temptation to go off the front, knowing Jen Lichter to be a front runner and somebody who likes to dictate the pace. Maybe it is a sign of maturity to see her tucked in the pack and conserving that move till a time when it might be a little bit more effective against more fatigued competition. I do believe we are getting very close now to the aid station. Thank you to our drone operator for bringing these incredible visuals, looking down at the lead of the women's race here, the 2026 Western States 100. Again, 2:40 elapsed is when the women went through last year. So they are a little bit, they're not as far under course record pace as the men are at this point, though still running very fast and historically fast splits.
Yeah, we did say that I think it'll take a little bit more out of the women's field to break Courtney's time in particular. That 15:29 is absolutely insane. I think the weather model for them is predicting something more like 15:43. But I think many of us are hopeful that we think it could be very, very tight to Courtney's record, but it is distinctly possible today.
You know what's interesting? So remember Katie Scheid in 2024 was well under Courtney's course record splits through about halfway of the race before she started losing time, ended up running the second fastest time in race history that year. Katie Scheid was 2:36 through Red Star in 2024. So they are slower than Katie Scheid from 2024, though at this point, looks like very close to the splits from 2025.
It's a good spot to be.
Yep.
It's a very good spot to be. A lot of experience in this front group, as you mentioned. Again, Abby's been here twice before. She's had a hard day running 21 hours and change, which is an insane thing to say, well under that 24-hour mark. And then obviously won it last year in the 4th fastest time ever. Martina led early, falling apart right before Michigan Bluff. Hao Ha getting her feet under her last year here, finishing F6. And then debutante Jen Lichter well in the mix. And like one of the more exciting athletes, I think, in the sport right now. A super interesting story. Her and her siblings were adopted.
Yep.
From Columbia, grew up in Wisconsin. You know, a super, kind of a crazy story for kids that were not super young, for all three of them to be adopted into the same family and to grow up here in the U.S. She's been more and more public about her kind of origin story. I believe they're actually making a film about her origin story right now, which is so freaking cool.
Yeah.
But Jen Lichter is someone to keep your eye on. She is mega, mega talented, and we are so excited to see her here at Western States for the first time.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting. Oftentimes, life circumstances are the things that produce the heart and spirit of an athlete, and Jen Lichter's story is exactly that type of a story, a hero's journey, growing up in Columbia, as you said, in an orphanage with her siblings, being adopted. You have to believe that part of that early life adversity is what has created the champion. And just like the power and intensity that Jennifer Lichter carries with her when she races has to be channeling some of that energy, as it looks like we are entering the Red Star Ridge aid station now. About 2:41 elapsed. So we're starting to hit the refresh button here on Ultra Live. Not sure if that's necessary, but we'll get an accurate split just as soon as we can, and then do a little bit of an analysis as to where they sit against the fastest times in Western States history.
Yeah, again, those splits are super wide ranging. The year that Courtney ran that insane 15:29, there was a ton of snow in the high country well through Red Star Ridge, and she split that section in 2:57 elapsed. So, you know.
Looks like they're through.
Oh, yeah, here we are. See the cars down there.
Looks like somebody has bridged up to Marianne. Of course, the gap was not large to begin with, but we believe that is Marianne Hogan. And then look, yeah, here's the pack. Got third, fourth, fifth, maybe even sixth there, basically all together upon exit of the Red Star Ridge aid station. This is roughly mile 16 of the Western States 100. They are starting to make progress against this 100-mile course. And we will get accurate splits here just as soon as our tracker updates.
Yeah, Lottie Brinks was not that far off that group. She's about a minute behind Marianne, but not that far off of Jen and Martina by any means.
Yeah,
so
this
that
is
group
a pack.
Could be coming back together.
Sheesh. Very, very impressive running here to start the 2026 Western States 100, both on the men's and women's sides. They are now making their way towards the Duncan Canyon aid station, which will be their first opportunity to interact with their crew, get resupplied along the trail with products of their choosing. We've seen how the carbohydrate and nutritional revolution in the sport has also spurred on a lot of the record-breaking performances that we've seen recently. Oftentimes, those aid station transitions become hypercritical moments in the race. The men will likely go through Duncan Canyon in just about 45 minutes. That would put the women probably a little over an hour until the Duncan Canyon aid station, as they just leave Red Star Ridge here at about 2:41, 2:42 elapsed.
Yeah, keeping an eye on our...
All right, so we've got 5 official splits through Red Star. Basically together, Marianne Hogan, Jen Lichter, Ho Ha, Abby Hall, Martina Molnarchik, separated by 30 seconds in total between first and fifth.
Which was basically the exact split from Lion Ridge. So that group is all virtually together, likely grabbing a bottle refill there before they make their way towards Duncan Canyon.
So interestingly, they're a minute slower than Ida Nilsson and Abby Hall from last year, and they're 5 minutes slower than Katie Scheid 2024.
Interesting. Again, I do keep wondering, will the heat play its biggest factor in the later part of the race, where they haven't been being cooked from the inside all day long? Although we did see Tara Dower at Lion Ridge getting water poured on her, while the rest of the women remained in long sleeves.
Let's just remind ourselves what Katie and Courtney ran through Red Star. Yeah, they were 2:57 in 2023. That was the snow year. So that would put these women 16 minutes in front of the actual course record pace, though. That's a little misleading given the snow in the high country. We're going to take a quick break in studio. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Play varva.
Come on. Faster, Louis. The gravy is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
At Western States, nothing is given. You earn every mile of it. As you take on 100 miles of dirt and granite, canyons that climb past 110, river crossings, and relentless climbs, this trail demands everything you have. Focus, awareness, resolve. You need to push forward while staying connected to the world around you. With open-ear audio that keeps up with every step, is tough enough for the trail and built to go the distance. The trail never lets up, neither do you, because this is where legends are made.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. We now officially have the front of the men's and women's races through the Red Star Ridge aid station mile. 15.8, both on historically fast paces. The men under course record pace at this point. The women slightly above it, though still running incredibly fast. All the who's who characters that we were expecting at the front of the race still in the mix here as they make their way towards the Duncan Canyon aid station, their first opportunity to see support crews on this 100-mile journey. Big thank you to our sponsors, as you just saw through that quick advertising break, and a quick reminder also to our global viewership. We are running a 31-hour fundraiser here for the Western States 100, which does operate as a 501c3. Any and all contributions today will go towards furthering the Western States mission, providing transformational life experiences, advancing medical research, and advancing trail stewardship. So please do contribute if you feel generous today, if you feel inspired by these performances. We are now looking down at what looks to be the front of the men's race as they make their way towards Duncan Canyon, still in the high country section of the course. Corinne Malcolm, we are hot off to an incredible day here at the Western States 100. Looks like the clouds are parting in the high country. The sun is starting to poke out. It is doing the same to some degree down here in the lowlands of Auburn.
Hopefully they're warmer than we are here in studio.
Beautiful shot up there in the high country, but it does have not a very summer feeling up there, does it?
Yeah, so I think that they were saying that that is the Duncan Ridge area before they descend down to Duncan Canyon, but we do have an update through our top 14 or 15 through Red Star Ridge. I'm assuming Fuzhou is in that mix again, so let's say 15, recognizing that her bib will not be back on her until last chance. But behind that leading group of 5 women, honestly, only 10 seconds or so back from them, we have Hannah Allgood and Lottie Brinks in a great position. 10 seconds back from them is Riley Brady. 30 seconds back from Riley Brady is Tara Dower, right with Molly Seidel. And then it looks like Ingvild Kaspersen, Caitlin Fielder, Hanaka Akiyama, Fiona Pascal, really all quite bunched up. And then I'm assuming Fuzhou is right there in that mix as well, sitting in somewhere between 13th and 15th position.
Sending messages to our production team, trying to understand what we're and who we're looking at here. If this is Hans Troyer at the front of the men's race. or somebody else in the mix. Either way, big thank you to our drone pilots for bringing us these great visuals. We'll do our best to identify folks along the trail. Not always easy, so thank you in advance for tolerating the various mistakes that especially I will make today. But so fun as we now make our way close to 3 hours elapsed. It's every year, Corinne, I'm surprised how quickly these races go, how quickly these days go. It feels like they're going to make their way to the track any minute now.
I know it's kind of crazy that we've already been live for well over 3 hours at this point. It feels like we just kicked things off. I was going to say we'll never identify anyone confidently, maybe from an aerial shot, but happy to continue to identify them. I was actually just thinking about the year that we were sitting here and there was a car alarm going off for like an hour, and finally the police came and disconnected the battery for us.
Anything to enhance the audio quality of the live broadcast at Western States. Just to give some historical context, Duncan Canyon Aid Station, the next time we're going to see at least a close-up look of the front of the men's race. 3:25 approximately is the split that we'll be looking at there. They were 5 minutes under that, so it's probably going to be closer to about 3:20. So we're about 30 minutes probably away from seeing the Duncan Canyon transition. That's going to be a really important moment.
So fast. And I do love getting visuals on that aid station because you will see they keep the crews behind the tape and then they let them come in, and it is a very, very quick aid station stop and then a downhill to Duncan Creek before they climb up into Robinson Flat.
I mean, is that snow on the opposite slope there? It could just be granite, but it looks like it feels sprinkling up there.
It feels like it might be a sprinkling of snow. I am decidedly maybe the coldest I've been all morning right now in studio.
It's unseasonably cool, as we've been talking about all week.
We should have gotten bigger Hawaiian shirts to wear over our sweaters today in studio.
I need a Hawaiian fleece here in 2026.
Come on, Craig, help us out.
The runners are not complaining. They're just quintessential and perfect racing conditions here at the 2026 Western States 100. I believe we are looking at race leader on the men's side, Hans Troyer. Noticeably absent is that four-pack of Kilian Jornet, Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, and Jim Walmsley, who made up the chase pack through Red Star Ridge, but only by what was it, about 30 seconds through there. So it could be that Hans Troyer is trying to put some gas on the boys behind him.
And we are getting confirmation from the studio that is Hans Troyer on our screen. And we've got a pretty good visual there from the side, and we are not seeing that chase group yet.
My goodness, if Hans Troyer is making his move here in the high country of the race, we are in for fireworks, especially given the individuals behind him. That doesn't look like Hans to me, but
no, I thought Hans was in black shorts.
To me, that looks like Canyon Woodward, who is well off the front of the men's race.
Yeah, in long sleeves. We know Jim's.
Bear with us, folks.
We know Jim's wearing a pack. We know Hans isn't wearing a pack, but Hans is definitely down to a t-shirt, and that individual has long sleeves right now.
Yeah, good call.
It's possible they're transitioning through several different drone shots as well. We know that we've got several eyes in the sky in this section, but it is also indicative of just getting to see a glimmer of what this part of the course looks like. It is the rockier, more twisty, more windy section of the course before they move into smoother and smoother footing as they get deeper into the race, to the point where the final 20 miles is cruiser. Doesn't feel cruiser because you're really tired, but it is really that California carpet that we talk about.
We should talk about the course here in a little bit. We may have an animation or something that'll help people grok what it's like, boots on the ground, a little bit better. But this section of the course, the high country, is also the section that most runners are seeing for the first time. Most runners who are first-time Western States athletes, of course, will all know that people come out and train on the Western States course through the spring months, but this section is mostly under snow for 6 months out of the year. So for a lot of folks, they are surprised at just how difficult the first 30 miles of the race are between Olympic Valley and Robinson Flat. And I'm sure a lot of people are thinking that out on the course here this morning. We have talked about the Granite Chief reroute project, but this is proper mountainous terrain, even if there's not crazy uphills and downhills, a lot of, concentrated climbing here in this early phase. Once they get over the top of Emigrant Pass, it is twisty, turny, it's loose, it's dusty, it's rockier than you expect. So it is something that I think people underestimate sometimes.
And if it's been dry with very limited precip, even this week, for example, it can get extremely dusty out there to the point where when you're running in a conga line of people, for example, if I was that group with Jim and the 3 Europeans, I wouldn't want to be sitting in the back because you are just inhaling the dust being kicked up in front of you. And so there is a little bit of tactics that even have to go into play through this section, in which if you are right on someone's heels, you are just, you literally are inhaling all the dust being kicked up around you.
All right. So this is one of the quieter moments of the race. So just kind of looking a little bit further. Oh, here we are. This is Duncan Canyon. The runners are not going to be here for a little bit. This is just giving you a quick visual perspective. One thing that's interesting here, Corinne, that we can talk through, this aid station is a little bit tricky because it's sort of just this platform. The runners come just screaming downhill into the aid station into a very small area. So it's a difficult place to do a crew transition just by virtue of the fact that there's limited space. And then immediately upon exit, you go into a steep descent. So it's just like a little bit of an awkward moment in the race, but it is also a highly consequential moment. And this is probably the biggest group of spectators and fans and crews that we've seen at Duncan Canyon, at least in my memory.
Yeah, they run a pretty tight ship there for sure. It's really important that they don't crowd in the aid stations. That being said, I never had a B crew. I only ever had an A crew. And so oftentimes I'd say, okay, like I know so-and-so's got a B crew going out. They might have a few things for me, but the volunteers here are so good for icing down, for example. Yeah. They've got buckets, they've got sponges, they've got ice. Someone else is taking your bottles. They work as a well-oiled machine. So even if you don't have a B crew there, I think that you can move really, really quickly through that aid station.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a difficult spot to get to. So for those who are interested in ever visiting or crewing at Western States, Duncan Canyon, I believe it takes about 3 hours to drive there from Olympic Valley. So like Robinson Flat, a lot of people will camp there the night before and support their runner. I remember my dad used to go as my B crew over to Duncan Canyon. He would ride his motorcycle out there. And I think the 3 times that we did it, he like narrowly made it in time for us to come screaming through the aid station. So crewing the Western States 100 is nearly as exhausting as running it. And a big shout out to all the crews who are supporting runners out there today. You guys are doing heroes work and contributing to those transformational life experiences that the runners will enjoy on their way to the track.
Yeah, we were, I was at Packet Pickup yesterday the entire time, and I was wishing the runners good luck, but I'd also turn to every single crew member and say, hey, good luck tomorrow, because truly the crews need it just about as much as the runners do.
100%. We're back at Elephant Rock. This is sort of the mid-pack of the race here, so we're seeing some of the lucky runners, many of whom, look at that wave at the camera, many of whom have been waiting for probably 10 years or maybe even more in some cases to get in. Of course, we know that the Western States 100 is a highly coveted race to try and secure a bib for. The lottery is sort of the traditional entry process for the vast majority of people in the race here today. And as the demand for the sport goes up, the demand to race Western States goes up, which means it's taking longer and longer for people to have their opportunity, and therefore it becomes more and more important to take advantage of the opportunity once it presents itself.
Yeah, again, we're expecting our lead men to be through Duncan Canyon in about 20 minutes. Would that be accurate? 3:20?
3:20.
Change?
If they're 5 minutes ahead. So last year's split was 3:25. So they were 5 minutes ahead at Red Star. And just to repeat something I said just a little bit ago, once they go through Duncan Canyon, then we enter really important territory. They drop steeply down to actually cross Duncan Canyon, to cross the creek there. Usually that's a really important opportunity to cool yourself early in the race. But then it's the climb to Robinson Flat that is a really important separating factor. It's kind of the point where it was last year, Seth Ruling, Rod Farvard, Caleb Olson, Chris Myers sort of pulled away. I think Killian was in that group too. But effectively, I think in order to be in contention to win the race, you kind of need to be in contact by Robinson Flat.
Well, you have to be, because the crew transition at Robinson Flat is so critical. You have the downhill half marathon coming out of Robinson Flat, where we saw those gaps really open up last year. We've seen people claw their way back a little bit on that section, but if you are not in contact leaving Robinson Flat, it's really hard to gain that time back because everyone is moving so fast, but not yet falling apart, that you may never see those guys or gals again.
And it's the first sustained climbing since the opening climb up and over the top of Emigrant Pass. And like cycling, it's usually on the climbs where the gaps are established. So it's really the first time in this first third of the race where they have an opportunity to start making moves and start jockeying for position.
Yeah, and having, kind of seen that men's race play out last year on that climb in particular, I do feel like there were kind of moves made. David Roach was in that mix, Seth Ruling, Killian, a little bit of jockeying for position through there in a big way. And so you really have to kind of play your cards right. I don't know of that group of 5 men if anyone is going to make a move on that section per se, but I do think it'll be very telling to see those gaps coming out of Robinson Flat.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see the concentration of the pack there. In other words, like the time between first and 20th through. So I'm just looking at last year's splits through Duncan Canyon myself right now. So there, Jeff McGavro led the race, followed quickly by Caleb, Seth, Chris Myers, Hans was in the mix there, Killian was in the mix there, and then slightly back, Hannes, the Adonis Nomberger, Dan Green was kind of in the mix. But anyway, we're getting close to a point where it does become consequential. If you want a chance to compete for a win or a podium position, you got to be attached to the pack. So interesting to see, whether or not Hans, if he's still off the front, starts to try and push the gas.
Again, you headed into that downhill half marathon and anything can happen. Yep. So very, very curious to see where things come apart there. I just was looking back through our Red Star Ridge splits. It does seem like they were able to put a manual split in for Fu Zhao. So she's sitting in 15th place behind Fiona Pascal. But there is a little bit of a gap, it would seem. She seems to be a bit in no man's land. Well ahead of Eleni and Lauren, but behind Fiona. So she'll need to move her way up, I think, in this next section to regain a little bit of that group. Wonder if the pants will be traded for shorts at Robinson Flat when she sees crew.
Not us in studio. Oh, we just cut away, but I was going to say hello. We were on screen there for a second. We're looking down. That's Duncan Canyon again there. So you can kind of get a perspective here of what we just talked about, that you sort of come bombing down onto this small little platform before you bomb out. You see the trail descending out of the aid station on the left-hand side of your screen. It's much steeper than it appears from this perspective. Once we have the camera in the aid station, you'll be able to see that a little bit more. But we are now officially over 3 hours elapsed into the 2026 Western States 100. We'll start to see the men coming into this aid station, we think, in about 20 minutes, maybe a little bit less than that if they maintain the early pace that saw them about 5 minutes under course record pace through the Red Star Ridge aid station. But it has become a very exciting early opening to the race here in 2026, and I'm sure things are only going to get more exciting from here.
Again, I just love this visual of Duncan Canyon. You do come screaming down into it. There's actually a little bit of a rock that people sometimes hop over on their way into aid. And then you see aid, you round a corner. People oftentimes try to leave the wrong direction in Duncan and have to be directed downhill.
Right, yeah.
It's a super steep, narrow single track. It's oftentimes, people don't understand this. It's oftentimes like covered in like a inch or so of pine needles, and then there's pine cones that are the size of my forearm out there.
It can be really dusty, too.
It can be really dusty. It can be really slippery. It's a good ankle rolling location. And then on hot days, when you get down to the Duncan Creek, that's a great place to dip. Do not think they're going to be wanting to do that today.
No. I would be hopping over if possible, trying to stay dry because I'm frozen in the studio here. But we will see this in just a little bit. But it can get quite chaotic in this aid station too, especially just with the pace of the early pack. All these pro athletes right now are trying to really reduce their stoppage time, therefore be as efficient in aid station transitions as possible. We've talked a lot, you and I, Corinne, about how consequential these aid station transitions are, especially when there's crew support, and therefore they will be kind of in rush mode here through Duncan Canyon, which does create a little bit of a frenetic energy. So maintaining that emotional control as they steamroll through is going to be of paramount importance. Also, as we look down at what could be the front of the men's race here, we do see somebody in the far left bottom corner. Not sure if that is Hans, but we do see two more individuals not far behind. It could be that this is our men's top three, and we've seen a little bit of separation among that group of 5 that included Hans Troyer off the front, then Vincent Bouillard, Kilian Jornet, and Francesco Pupi, with Jim Walmsley also attached to that pack as well. Right now, it looks like we see 3 athletes in the frame. If this is the front of the men's race, it'll be interesting to see who has maybe fallen off that pack.
Yeah, again, this is kind of looking back at the Duncan Ridge section of the course, but those runners are moving fast.
I mean, it's incredible. Obviously, it's difficult to get a true appreciation of pace, but what you can judge is just smoothness of the motion. And I mean, these are some of the most high-performant and most impressive athletes in the world, and you can gauge that even from a drone shot from quite a distance away, even with the obstruction of Mother Nature and the trees and stuff here too. It does look like it is the front of the men's race.
I was saying in our prediction show that I think a lot of people are discounting Vincent Bouillard because of his experience here last year. That he's not a well-known athlete, I feel like, sometimes to the American audience, despite having won UTMB in what was, I think, for most people, a shocking win. It really burst onto the scene, but he is so talented and so fit that when everything comes together for him, he is exactly where he needs to be, chasing for a podium position here at Western States. He is in that group of men who could win today in course record time.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because as we think about the difference between the strengths of professional American athletes versus the strengths of professional European athletes, typically we think of the Europeans more as the mountain runners, the mountain athletes, but by Vincent's own characterization, I think Western States is more in his wheelhouse than a UTMB. And similar with Francesco Pupi and Thomas Carden, like they are runners, they are fast runners, whereas Kilian Jornet, of course, is like a mountain athlete. Of course, he's a fast runner too. But, when you compare and contrast the strengths and weaknesses of the European contingent, these are like American-style European runners.
Yes, 1,000%. Kilian's the one who's like scrambling ridge lines more so than anyone else in this group. But you're right, the Europeans that are at the front of this mix are the, quote-unquote American-style runners. They've excelled on that faster terrain style of running. At the same time, we've got a number of UTMB champions in there, and UTMB is a vertical heavy course in comparison to a race like Western States. There's still 17,000 feet of climbing and 21,000 feet of descent that these runners will all experience today, really banging up those quads in a big way, but it's not a traditional mountain race, so to speak.
And they are definitely not just jogging at a conservative pace here in the early miles of the race. We've talked about it throughout the week. There used to be a saying at Western States that the race starts at Forest Hill. The race starts at the start in the modern era of trail running. These guys are already racing, even though they are less than a quarter of the way through this 100-mile course.
Yeah, again, I'm really, really curious to see what happens as these guys make their way into Duncan Canyon.
I mean, that's only 3 guys there. Like, pretty clearly, we are not seeing the 4th and 5th part of the pack. So the question is, who has fallen off?
Yep.
It could be that they're not far off the pack, but clearly there has been a bit of a separation from when we last saw them at Red Star Ridge.
1,000.
Which is really interesting,
Yeah.
Because for athletes of this caliber, that usually will indicate that they are intentionally holding back, or something has happened. It could be as minor as just have to retie a shoe. You have to stop for a little bathroom break. In fact, we should mention that last year the definitive separation came when Chris Myers stopped to use the bathroom. Caleb Olson got away. Game over.
That was it.
Yeah,
that was the separation. And Chris was hurting towards the end. I know Caleb was hurting as well. I think the only person not hurting towards the end of last year's race was Kilian.
Yeah.
He was spry, jumping around when he made it to us here at the track. He teased Chris a little bit, giving him a good quad squeeze when Chris was getting off the stage. Also jogged up to get his belt buckle the next day, so a little bit less affected, I would say, by the overall race last year in comparison to the rest of the men. But it's going to take a truly excellent day, I think, out of each of these athletes to land on the podium and to take home the win.
Absolutely. So tough to ID here, but I would guess it's still young and fit Hans Troyer off the front. Boulder, Colorado by way of Noonan, Georgia.
Getting younger and fitter by the day.
I wish we all were. And then it's hard to ID the second 2 in the mix there. So again, last year's split through Duncan Canyon, where we will see our lead male athletes here next, was 3:25. Red Star Ridge, they were 5 minutes under. Here we go. There's our fourth place in the men's race. Again, still hard to ID, but definitively not a pack race anymore on the men's side, which is a contrast to the women's race, which has been pretty bunched up.
I mean, but we were listening to Jeff McGavro talk about his experience running with Killian here last year, where he said in a 40-mile stretch they passed each other 25 times. Mm-hmm. You know, one would pass on the downhill, and one would pass on the uphill, rinse and repeat for the an entire section of the race. And so aid station to aid station, we get a little bit of the story, but so much can happen just based on little terrain features out there as well.
So here's the fifth. So we would imagine that that's Hans Troyer, Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley. Leading in, I may have missed one of our top 5 names there, but it looks like they aren't separated by that much, even if it has strung out a little bit more. Again, we should see them storm into the aid station in about 10 minutes. And here comes some more, guys. So,
I mean, Ryan Montgomery and Tomas were not that far off that group. There was
probably those two there.
It was, I mean, I guess it was 2.5 minutes. So that's not insignificant. 2 to 2.5 minutes with a little bit of a gap between Ryan and Tomas there. I mean, Zach maybe making a move up. He was right with Tomas coming through that aid station. And then there's about another 50 to 60 seconds back to Hayden and Jordan. So curious to see how that's been shaken up a little bit on this section. It is, I feel like, a bit net uphill through this bit of the course before they descend into Duncan Canyon. Well, Duncan Canyon aid station, and then descend further down to Duncan Creek.
Yep. Just had a little bit of a brisk wind in studio here. I continue to be quite cool. Grateful for my hot coffee compliments of Chainsaw Mama.
Yeah, when
Elko
we were
just brought it to us here in studio.
When we were on screen, we got some comments in the chat about how absolutely frigid we both look, and I said, I
wish I had a puffy on.
I was legit shivering coming back into the studio there a moment ago. So very much cuddling with my hot coffee that was brought in. So thanks to our team behind the scenes, keeping us caffeinated and a little bit warmer than we would be otherwise.
Yeah. So I'm going to pull up the women's splits through Duncan Canyon here, so that we can start to get some perspective on when we can expect. So last year, Ida Nilsson, Abby Hall were through 3:51. So that would put the women through Duncan Canyon in about 39 minutes or so, because they were right on about those splits at Red Star Ridge, maybe a little bit slower. So the men, again, we should see through Duncan Canyon in about 8 minutes, I would guess. The women more like 40 minutes from now. And really, we should mention, Corinne, it's starting at around this point, once the men and women get through Duncan Canyon, that we the updates start coming a lot faster, because the men will be going through aids. The lead men will be going through certain aid stations. The women will be like the aid station just behind. So if you need to take a break from the live broadcast, you have precious few more moments to do so before things start getting extremely entertaining. Not that it hasn't been entertaining already here in the first 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, things will literally be heating up, maybe not to any sort of record highs, but the action itself will be heating up quite dramatically. We'll be getting to do things like split screening later in the day as everyone's moving into more and more service on the course, and we cannot wait for those moments.
Absolutely.
Remember when we had no visuals basically until Forest Hill?
Yeah. So for those who are newer to the Western States 100 broadcast, we started doing this in 2021, and that year we didn't have crew, I think, until Michigan Bluff, and I don't believe we had actual visuals on the athletes until about that point as well. Things have advanced year over year thanks to the hard work of Billy Yang, Mount Outpost, the entire team, and we are so grateful. As I said at the top of the broadcast, Corinne and myself has the easiest job of the day, sitting here watching the live broadcast with 20,000 plus of our best friends in the chat here today. Corinne, what a gift it is to be able to do this for the 6th year in a row.
It's literally the dream job, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But again, we are running our way into service. If you are unfamiliar with the Western States course, it's a little bit different than Broken Arrow, where we're all on one ski resort, or many races in Europe where we have excellent cell coverage all over the place. We are streaming from the middle of nowhere in the early section of the race as the runners make their way from Olympic Valley to the tiny towns of Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill, and then make their way closer and closer to Auburn along the American River Canyon.
Yep, absolutely. The former gold rush towns of Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. And it's so interesting. I would encourage everybody to really do some research and some reading on the history of the Western States 100 and of the Western States Trail. It is fascinating stuff. One of the aid stations we'll talk about later, Last Chance. There used to be a thriving little mining population there. You only see the remnants of it when you're running the race, but you can feel the spirit of the California Gold Rush when you run the Western States 100.
Yeah, that reminds me so much of what you talked about with Jeff McGavro earlier in the week about he was reminiscing during a training camp out here on course. And I don't think he talked about you can feel the dreams of other people along the course. And I don't think it's just the Western States runners' dreams that you're feeling. I think it's the history and the lore of the trail. It's the Tevis Cup riders. It's the gold mining that happened throughout that section of the course. It's, we run through the traditional lands of the Washoe during this as well. There are a lot of dreams out there on the trail, and I think you can feel them when you're out there.
Yeah, I was thinking of that yesterday. I went for a little run in Palisades, Tahoe before driving down to Auburn yesterday, just up on the mountain, and I could distinctly feel the energy of the runners down in the village, getting their last minute rest in before their 100-mile journey. But being here at the Western States 100, you can't help but feel the palpable 53-year history of this amazing singular event, and what a gift it is to be able to experience it each and every year. I will never miss this weekend if I can help it as long as I live. And it's such a privilege to be able to do this broadcast every year.
Yeah, it truly is. I mean, getting to share this landscape with so many people who may or may not ever get their chance.
It looks like a woman on our screen here, and we should be 5 minutes or less until we see the men coming into Duncan Canyon, so it's officially no blink territory.
No blink might be our new word count for the day.
Yeah.
I was going to say that looks like a Hoka kit to me, but I don't know if that would be Martina on our screen. It's like, is she wearing the half tights, or is she wearing the kind of grayish shorts that Jim is in as well? So that was definitely one of our women from that top group.
It looks like maybe Eleni there. Eleni Matarese.
And Eleni was sitting kind of back in that 15-16 style spot, again, making her debut in the 100-mile distance here at Western States, having gotten the last ticket. It rolled down at Canyons.
Yep.
Sarah Albin decided that she wasn't quite ready to make the jump up to the 100-mile distance, and the 23-year-old Harvard-educated Eleni was waiting with open arms for that golden ticket.
Just signed with Hoka, too, becoming a professional athlete. I think making the decision to press pause on, was it medical school for Eleni?
Medical school, yeah.
To chase her dreams as an athlete, at least for the time being. Of course, we have seen people being able to thread the needle and do two of those things at once. But again, as we talked about a little bit earlier in our broadcast, more and more of these athletes are specializing and professionalizing, and really, having the opportunities to do this at a professional and full-time level, part of the things that has contributed to the rapid acceleration and advancement of the sport.
Yeah, incredibly cool to see, again, looking at that who's doing this full-time count on the men's and women's side, and that number is growing by the year, which is really cool to look at the professionalism of the professional ranks and what that means for athletes who can, suddenly quit that job, do the recovery, do the strength training, make sure they're fueling enough, have that moment to exhale. And honestly, when they're doing 6-hour long runs, that is a 9 to 5.
Yeah. So I'm hoping we can get the camera at Duncan Canyon, because they should be there any minute on the men's side if they continue to be on the similar pace from Red Star. We're not going to want to miss that action. As we've said, it's a very, very fast and often chaotic transition, and we do expect to see that early top 5 pack of Hans Troyer, Kilian Jornet, Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, and Jim Walmsley to come screaming into that aid station now any minute.
Seems like we might have splits through Ultra Live as well. Yeah, we got a Hans Troyer split through Duncan Canyon.
Oh, guys, can we get to Duncan Canyon?
Alrighty. I think that's actually where our drone
Jeez,
is right now.
so Hans Troyer, 3:16.10 through Duncan Canyon. That puts him 9 minutes back.
Fast. We thought he might be making a move on that section, and that does seem to be the case.
9 minutes under, I should say. 9 minutes under course record pace. We need Duncan Canyon.
Okay, we are trying to get eyes on the Duncan Canyon aid station. I believe our drone is probably just outside of that zone right now. I know they were having some Starlink issues on the ground inside Duncan Canyon. We'll see if we can get that up and running.
Okay, this shot is the runners descending into Duncan Canyon now. It's hard to tell. It looks like Jim Walmsley's on the back of somebody here, just judging from the white shirt with the black vest over it. Maybe it's Kilian in the white that we saw earlier. Unless that's just Jim on the back of Hans Troyer.
No, I don't think so. We haven't seen him split through yet. Oh,
Maybe
no, we
Jim
do.
and Vincent.
We do. So we have a split, but no, Fran is 3 minutes back of Hans Troyer. So you got Hans Troyer,
Wow.
3:16.10 elapsed. Francesco and Jim together, and Vincent together, 3:19, 3:19.01, 3:19.02, waiting for Kilian still to split through Duncan. So I believe that's probably either Vincent and Jim or Fran and Jim that we're seeing that aerial from.
Yep. Hans Troyer, 3 minutes on the guys, 2:50 through Duncan Canyon. He has made a definitive move, and they have not tried to go with him.
I got to meet his mom yesterday.
Me too.
Peggy.
Yeah.
I think it's now going to be Peggy's son, Hans Troyer, for the rest of the day. If you're at Forest Hill, you will get to meet Peggy. She's an absolute hoot and a half.
I hope we have a camera in the aid station itself because these transitions are... Here we go.
There we go. Ryan
Montgomery coming in.
Great spot. Going to do a vest swap, I think, jumping over the rock there, right to his crew.
He's 4 minutes faster than the guys were through the aid station last year. Kilian.
In that new normal vest. Did you see that? It's kind of got that.
Thomas Carden. Okay, so this is a great group here. But, I mean, this puts these guys close to 6 minutes back of Hans here.
Kilian losing ground on that downhill, which is kind of what we anticipated.
Look, he's getting iced up a little bit. All right.
Taking the jacket off.
Wow,
Okay.
Very interesting. So as we said, this is the time in the race where separation starts to occur, when packs start to split up. They drop precipitously, steeply down into Duncan Canyon. They cross a creek, and then they start climbing up to the Robinson Flat aid station. That is a iconic spot on the Western States race course. It sort of signifies the conclusion to the high country section. They climb for a little bit out of Robinson Flat before the downhill half marathon that Corinne mentioned earlier. But we now officially have 7 men through Duncan Canyon. That includes, basically the same cast of characters we've been talking about all morning. We would probably expect to see the next individual would be fan favorite Zach Miller.
Yeah, and again, everything that we're operating on is super, super remote today. So I think we just had a moment where our Starlink was down in Duncan Canyon, but had that aerial shot of the men's leaders leaving Duncan, headed down to Duncan Creek, catching up with men's 5th, 6th, 7th into Duncan Canyon. Now we're waiting for Zach Miller, Hayden Hawks, Jordan Bramblett, Anthony Costales to come in here at Duncan Canyon. And again, the top 17, 18 men, historically, at least in the last couple of aid stations, we haven't seen that much daylight between this entire group. So we are about to, I think, get a fast and furious group of likely 4, 5, 6 men coming in all together.
Yeah, so Francesco, Jim Walmsley, Vincent Bouillard together. 2 minutes, 50 seconds behind Hans Troyer. Hans Troyer, again, we've talked about him all morning and really all season. One of the hottest and kind of athlete carrying some of the most momentum in the sport right now. Since Western States last year, he's been on an absolute heater, winning the JFK 50 miler last fall, and then setting the course record of the Black Canyon 100K against a world-class field in February, and then winning the Twisted Fork 30K just about a month ago in Utah. Hans Troyer, really going toe-to-toe with some of the world's best over the last, call it like 9 months since his Western States 8th place performance last year. Here in the front of the race, only 26 years old, the pride of Noonan, Georgia, though recently relocated to Boulder, and it's so exciting to see him make a move this early in the race against some of our Hall of Fame best ever athletes in the history of the sport, the likes of Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley, and Vincent Bouillard.
Our next group of men coming in right now. That's that aerial into Duncan.
So let's see if we can't ID these folks. We've got the camera in the aid station there. It's probably some combination of Zach Miller, Hayden Hawks, Jordan Bramlett, Anthony Costalis, maybe Trayson Knopp mixed into that group too.
Yeah, the likes of people like Adam Peterman, Jeff McGavro. Would love to see those boys making their way back up into this, well into the top 10 coming through here.
If we've got the camera in the aid,
usually they'll give us whatever they have.
Yeah. Hard to tell. That may have been Hayden Hawks departing first. I'm saying just judging that from what looks to be a white singlet. That might be Adam Peterman there.
Yeah, the goal is for them to give us whatever is up and running. And so if for some reason we don't have that camera in the aid, it's because it's having a service connectivity issue. And so, yes, this is way better for IDing, generally speaking, than those drone shots. But that's Jeff McGavro coming on through there. You can see that there is general service issues in this aid station.
So, how about this, Corinne? If you're Jeff McGavro and you get a report that you're 10 minutes back at Duncan Canyon with a 3:26 split, what's going through your head?
You're like, I'm going to run a PR and finish 10th.
I mean, it's very, very interesting. And this is what I mean about when an individual takes control of the race that is a factor and a contender to win, like Hans Troyer, what type of ripple effect does that send through the back of the pack? Because Jeff is probably coming in thinking he's a couple minutes back. When he hears it's 10 minutes, that could really throw his whole race.
I hope they're not telling him that. I hope they're saying the 7 and 8 just left type of thing, that you're in the hunt, because who knows what's going to happen, right? Hans is taking a flyer right now. I would love to see it stick, but you never know. Things can really come back to you. It looks like we've got 11 officially through there, including Adam Peterman in that mix. So again, we saw Killian in there. We saw Thomas in there. Behind them is Anthony Costalis, but there is about let's call it just over 2-minute gap back to that chase pack of Anthony Costalis, Trayson Knopp, Dan Jones, more or less coming in together. And then about another gap back should be to folks like Zach Miller and Hayden Hawks.
Yeah. So we'll continue to monitor this. They will start updating here on ultralive.net. Some dangerous folks here in the mix. Anthony Costalis, keep your eye on him, previous podium finisher. He's got Caleb Olson and Tyler Green as his pacers today. That's 3 podium finishes and a Cougar Trophy on just his pacing team for Anthony Costalis, who I just mentioned is a previous podium finisher himself. I think this is Max Jenzik.
That's the Kiwi still jacket on, interestingly. Whereas we saw Killian, we believe, getting iced up in this aid.
Yeah. Trayson Knopp, another name we've talked about all week, the Alaskan from Anchorage, only 27 years old, has been emergent as a long-distance phenomenon in the last couple of years. This is his 100-mile debut, but he's knocked 300 Ks out of the park recently, twice at Black Canyon, once at Gorge Waterfalls. Trayson Knopp definitely going to be a factor in great position in 9th place through Duncan Canyon.
Yeah, I think although people are a little bit concerned about someone like Hans taking a flyer off the front, you got to remember that he was here last year. He has experience running a 100-mile distance. He has experience running Western States. It's not his first ever 100-mile. It's not his first ever Western States. That experience does mean something, and there is a history of people having a pretty good debut here and then knocking it out of the park their next time around.
Yeah. All right, so let's look at the splits to Robinson Flat. Last year, yeah, remember, we were just talking about this. So it was about 4:18 for that group that went through last year. And it wasn't long after Robinson Flat that the definitive and race-defining move was made. It could be happening even earlier this year with Hans Troyer off the front. But fact is, 4:18 elapsed is the course record split, or at least last year's split, which was just about the course record. So we're looking at about, what would that be, 58 minutes from now. But Hans is now 9 minutes under last year's split. So call it about 50 minutes from now. We'll really start to see if Hans has started to grow that gap on the climb from the bottom of Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat. Look out below. The dude has officially tried to get away. And if that move sticks, could be, again, a race-defining move.
That's Jordan Bramblett on your screen right now, coming in to crew here, looking to make a pack swap, I believe. Yeah, we did see Max Janzik go through. Jeff
Jacob
McGavran
Banta just left the aid station there.
And again, Jacob Banta came in with, 3:29, 3:28 elapsed, running very, very fast through this section, but finding himself just outside the top 10. And talking to him this week, he is running to finish in the top 10. That is the goal here today. And so he's actually put himself, I think, into a very good spot. Not a great sign for Hayden Hawks.
He's looking at his leg. Oh, no. Hayden Hawks, two-time podium finisher here. Pride of Cedar City, Utah. One of the best of our generation. A two-time CCC champion. Something's not looking good for Hayden here.
This reminds me a lot of that day we saw him pull out at Devil's Thumb, where he was spending a lot of time trying to work on that knee there.
First sign of attrition here in the men's race. Not giving up on Hayden Hawks yet, but certainly not looking promising with him. He has definitely fallen back from his position in the pack earlier in the race. Still on a fast pace through Duncan Canyon based on historical precedent, though he is now 15 minutes back of the lead of the race. Let's see if Hayden can't work through the adversity here and continue along the trail. Hate to see this. One of the most beloved athletes in the sport.
Yeah, sitting down at present. And again, remember that gritty performance he put together.
Canyon Woodward.
Canyon moving up a little bit, actually, in this field. But remember how Hayden had that absolutely epic battle with Zach Miller at Canyons to secure a golden ticket to make it back here this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see Canyon moving up. That means that he has possibly overtaken Jeshrin and Jupiter, because I don't think I've seen those two come through yet.
So aside from Hayden, as we've mentioned before, the one other question mark in the men's race is Will Murray, who has not been attached to the pack at all in the way that we expected through the first 23 miles of today's race. So we'll see if we can't get eyes on Will Murray coming through Duncan Canyon here soon.
I also don't think we've seen Zach Miller through Duncan.
Zach Miller's through.
He is through. Okay. He just hasn't updated then. I don't have a split from him from Duncan. Doesn't mean he hasn't come through.
I saw him, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, doesn't mean that he hasn't come through, but we do not have a split from him at Duncan.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw, kind of that chase pack there of Adam and Trayson, but we had that aerial moment where we missed a couple men. We saw all the white caps leave, but didn't necessarily see something in aid. Hayden's getting up off the ground.
Come on, Hayden.
Jordan's leaving. That's Jordan Bramblett headed out.
So we are now 3.5 hours elapsed in the 2026 Western States 100. They are just about a quarter of the way through, as Corinne and I were just talking about. Every year, this race feels like it goes by so incredibly fast. We're already a quarter of the way done as they now make their way towards Robinson Flat, an iconic moment on the Western States course and the symbolic closure of the high country section before they enter the infamous canyons, the middle section of the course that on typical years are baking with heat. This year, we could see record splits through that middle section of the course. I'd be surprised if we didn't.
So it seems like Iron Far was able to grab a report of Zach through Duncan, and his bib just didn't register in aid. So I think setting him right behind Ryan Montgomery in 6th position. So well within that group, he's been running kind of in that group of 6, 7, 8. So that would not be that surprising, but his bib did not register at Duncan.
Great. I just got some stats from Travis Longcar here 11 of the 15 fastest splits ever through Duncan Canyon just happened today.
Very fast.
Interestingly, let's see here. I don't want to get this wrong, but
yeah, I mean, this is a place where you really do need to be in contact, I think. We're seeing those moves being made earlier and earlier in the race with less and less ability to come back and fight for a podium spot and or a championship spot. After this portion of the race, obviously things can happen. We have seen late changes happen even past Rucky Chucky, but control at this point in the race, I think, has really started to matter over the last couple of years. I mean, if Hans can continue to stick this, it would be virtually a wire-to-wire lead for him.
Yep. Interestingly, like Jeff McGavro is basically right on his splits from last year, if not slightly slower. Slightly slower than last year for Jeff McGavro through Duncan Canyon. Again, that's just like an interesting data point because Jeff was running in the lead last year. Remember, he and Caleb were sort of going mano a mano through the high country. So to see him slightly slower than last year, I mean, on a much cooler day, indicates either that's intentional, like he's holding back a little bit more than last year to try and finish faster, or it's just like, I don't know.
I don't think he ran a bad back half of the race last year by any means, so I don't know if that'd be a strategic move that I'd be willing to make, whereas I do feel like people like Ryan Montgomery are intentionally being a bit more aggressive and currently, I think, right where we anticipate them being. And again, if you're following the live tracker, which again is Aid Station split updates, which is pinned in the chat, Hans Troyer currently has a nearly 3-minute lead over the chasing pack of Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley, Vincent Bouillard, then a gap back to Ryan Montgomery and Zach Miller. That'd be 5 and 6. Killian in 7. Toma.
Look at this. Hayden leaving the aid station. Let's go, goodness. Hayden Hawks.
Come
buddy.
on, Hayden.
Keep going,
His
buddy.
His stride is it's really steep right there, but that is a funky stride headed on out.
Don't give up on yourself. Hayden Hawks, one of the best of our generation, one of the best of all time, seeking a Cougar trophy, not in great position at this point, leaving now 20 minutes behind race leader Hans Troyer, but great to see him get back out on the trail and continue fighting along the course. Hans Troyer, I just checked, he was in the mix at the front of the pack last year through Duncan Canyon, 9 minutes faster than himself from last year through the first 24 miles.
Getting younger and fitter by the day. That's what we want to see.
If only we were too.
Yeah, just rounding out that men's top 10 again, Zach Miller's bib not registering at Duncan, but Toma in 8th, Anthony in 9th, Trayson Knopp in 10th. And then there's a little bit of a gap back to Adam Peterman, Dan Jones, Jeff McGavro. And then another gap back to Max Janzik, Jacob Banta, I guess now Hayden Hawks, Jordan Bramblett, Canyon Woodward.
All right, so now we start thinking about the women through Duncan Canyon. Let me pull my splits up one more time. Looks like Ida Nilsson through Duncan Canyon was 3:51 with Abby Hall last year. So women were basically right on those splits from 2025 through Red Star Ridge when we saw them just about an hour ago. So we should start to see the women storm into this aid station in about 15 minutes time. So very, very exciting racing. It remains very cool here in Auburn, California. I remain cold in studio. It is almost entirely 100% cloud cover, at least from what we can see, which is extremely unusual.
Yeah, not a lick of sunshine here in Auburn. You and I are normally sweating profusely as we head into the late morning hours, but we are
Good morning, everybody.
Shivering in studio, literally so cold this morning.
Good to see you all. If you're just joining us, my name is Dylan Bowman, joined for the 6th year in a row by Corinne Malcolm. We have been here since 4:30 a.m. Well, we've been live since 4:30.
We've been here since 4 a.m.
Yes, so we are 4 hours deep into our broadcast today, and we wouldn't rather be anywhere else in the entire world than sitting on the track, hallowed grounds, Placer High School, Auburn, California, the endurance capital of the world, on Western States Day. What could be better?
Statesmas, hallowed ground. It sounds like we're going to throw to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be bringing you that next pack through Duncan Canyon.
See you in a minute.
Kleivarva.
Come on. Fast as we. The gravy is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Introducing TrailCon, the new trail running conference and festival celebrating its inaugural year in 2025. A 2-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States. Packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations, TrailCon hopes to become an important annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It's all about community. After a successful debut this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2026. And we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event and stay tuned for announcements about the second edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life.
Alrighty, we are back with the camera in Duncan Canyon Aid Station. Again, we just had our lead men's group, including, I think, back basically through M20, come through Duncan Canyon. We are awaiting our women's leaders through this aid station. We'll be bopping back and forth between our drone shot and our shot in aid. Again, broadcasting from the middle of nowhere today as our runners make their way closer and closer to Auburn. Dylan, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I was just chatting with Aid Station Fireball, Liam Tryon. He gave me an update that Hannes Nomberger broke the Lavaredo course record got under Ben Demon's time by a few minutes, and then the women dominated. Sunmaya broke the course record by like 30 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely insane. There's a course record, I think, in the 50K at Lavaredo as well on the men's side. So breaking Francesco's record there. Yeah. So very, very cool to see.
Wow. So this is an update from a big race happening, or that just happened over in Italy in the Dolomites, the Lavaredo Ultra Trail. Of course, we are focused on the Western States 100, but the sport is so exciting right now, and there is stuff happening on all continents, seemingly every weekend as we approach the very busy summer racing months. But we are locked in here at the Western States 100, 3 hours, 42 minutes elapsed. We are now through the Duncan Canyon Aid Station for the men, expecting the women in about 8 or 9 minutes time based on historical precedent here and the split so far through the race today. Just to repeat ourselves, the men are now climbing towards the Robinson Flat Aid Station, which is a highly consequential, very important climb where, at least in recent years, we have seen a lot of movement and where we start to see those who are going to be contenders for the win start to really assert themselves in the racing field. So by the time the men get to Robinson Flat, we will be seeing a preview in all likelihood of who the winner and what the podium is going to shake out to be.
Yeah, we got some there's John Kelly coming on in. Love to see it. Again, Barkley finisher, multi-time Barkley finisher on your screen, really fast.
Very efficient.
Transition. Love to see it. Again, met his 4 kids.
He looks great.
At Pack a Pickup
Wouldn't be
yesterday.
Surprised to see John Kelly do some damage in the back half.
Yeah, if anyone can hunt it, is probably John Kelly. I was looking back at the women's historical splits for this aid station, and they're pretty wide ranging for the top, 3 or 4 fastest times, finishing times ever run here. Again, as fast as about 3:44 elapsed. That'd be Katie Scheide's absolutely smoking fast 2024 run, but Courtney Dauwalter back in 2023 ran 4:04 elapsed. Abby Hall last year ran 3:51.44 elapsed. So I do think that we're probably somewhere in between that Katie Scheid time from 2024 and the Abby Hall time from 2025.
Yeah. They were basically right on last year's splits through Red Star. So
imagining that we're going to be right over that 3:51-ish mark coming into here.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see
Colton Gale.
Not surprised to see Colton Gale. What I was going to say is I'm surprised to see, so Hans Troyer is definitively under course record pace at this point. The women are not.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's interesting. I do think that we've got enough fast runners at the front of this race to absolutely push. I'll be curious to hear from them at the finish line. I think that's Will Murray also into aid now too. Good to see him making it in here, given what seems to be like a surprisingly slow start for the Javelina course record holder. So we shall see what happens there. But you're right. I do think it's a little bit surprising to not see the women under course record splits, or at least maybe not as fast as Katie Scheid's splits from 2024, but approaching it. I would say Jen Lichter, Martina, definitely capable of running those times. So curious to see if they're more racing each other versus racing the clock. Someone's not taking a flyer as much as they are on the men's side. Hard saying, not knowing. I guess of the two women in that field who we thought might be taking flyers, that is Martina and Jen, they both seem to be sitting in and racing a pretty smart race, I would say. And so I do wonder if that is a little bit at play where there's no one in that women's group who is completely going for broke right now.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to compare, for example, Martina splits from 2025 to 2026 because
are they in the system because she DNF'd?
I can't find it right now, but I will continue to try and find that split, and I might be able to get that information delivered via text by our various statisticians in the audience. Yes. So, but what I think is interesting, to your point, right? Like Katie Scheid ran the fastest overall splits through Robinson Flat in the race's history on the way to the second fastest performance in Western States history from 2024. Here's Hiroki Kai in the aid station. So we will see the women here very soon because Hiroki was just in front of them. But to your point, like Jen Lichter is in all likelihood, I would guess, keying off sort of course record splits, also being a front runner like Katie Scheid has been in her career. It'll be very interesting to see where these splits are relative to, the fastest ever in Western States history. The men right now underneath course record splits, the women right now, at least slightly behind course record splits. We'll see how that evolves throughout the day. But we are officially now in no blink territories. The women are likely screaming downhill into the aid station at Duncan Canyon. And again, it'll likely be a slightly frenetic, borderline chaotic moment as we see that pack in the aid station together if they are still in close contact.
And it also seems like Jeshrin's bib did not read at Duncan Canyon. It does seem like he came in right with Adam Peterman sitting in 11th and 12th position. So if you're a Jesh supporter, he is in there sitting right outside the top 10. I'm wondering the same for Jupiter actually as well, because we do see Hiroki Kai now in there. Zach Miller and Jeshrin's bibs not registering at that aid station, but they are well within the top 10, sitting in 6th position. Jeshrin sitting in about 11th or 12th position.
Okay, so Travis did just text me Martina Mlynarchik's stats and splits from last year. So she was 2:41.09 through Red Star Ridge last year. That's mile 15.8. This year she was 2:41.58. So about, 40 seconds slower this year, 50 seconds slower this year. So basically right on her splits from last year. Therefore, we would likely see the women, if they maintain that pace here into Duncan Canyon, in about 3 or 4 minutes time, right about 3:51 elapsed, if Martina is still in that pack.
Yeah. Very, very curious to see. We do anticipate them coming through here imminently, I would say. As you've been saying all morning, we are now in no blink territory. Looking for those little signals, the ponytail bob, the braid bob, the orange shorts, the elbows, Abby Hall's elbows sticking out ever so slightly. There's some distinctive things that we can ID, I think, even from an aerial visual.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us now, the kind of difference between the men's and women's races through the first quarter is that the men have started to string out already. The women are still very packed up. Usually it's the opposite, Corinne. Usually we see the men really packed up through the early races and the the women, start to string out a little bit. The opposite is true here today. Let's see if that continues to be the case through the Duncan Canyon Aid Station, which is the first opportunity that runners have to resupply with their crew. So it is also an important moment for us to judge that body language, see if we can't get any of the communication between athlete and crew, and therefore try and judge who is feeling strongest here on race day. Any second now.
Yeah, and a good note to remember that Courtney's course record year, that 15:29, was run on a snow year, tons of snow impacting the first 20 miles of the course. So her splits were I hate to say quite slow through a lot of these aid stations, making the women, generally speaking, far under those splits. But then we're also taking into account fastest ever splits by women through those aid stations, and then kind of ballparking them off of the 2025 running, as well as like Katie Scheide's second fastest performance in 2024.
And it's worth emphasizing just how ridiculous that performance was by Courtney Dauwalter in 2023. If you're newer to the sport, you may not remember, but she took the course record that had been held by Ellie Greenwood at that point for 11 years that nobody had really gotten close to. Courtney came and demolished it by 80 freaking minutes. Katie Scheide was also under the previous course record that day. And since then, sort of a Roger Bannister moment to some degree. A lot of women have now run underneath Ellie Greenwood's previous course record from 2012. Let's see if we can't stay on that pace here today, as we may see women's race leader Marianne Hogan coming in with Jen Lichter first and second. Let's see if we've got a small pack coming into the aid station. Bear with us. Something tells me it wasn't just the two of them, and I think that...
Oh, Marianne's out.
Marianne Hogan out of the aid station.
Oh, man, full zoo down there. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Jen.
There's Hannah in the aid station. Hannah Allgood. That looks like...
Is that Riley Brady out?
Riley may be leaving. I think that's true. Jen Lichter out of the aid. What a pack of the women's race through 24 miles, Duncan Canyon, in and out, hyper efficient crew transitions. We'll get official splits here in just a moment. Martina Mlynarczyk is now out, right on her splits from last year. 8:51 a.m. That's 3:51 elapsed. Hannah Allgood now out. Abby Hall now out.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness, what a race on the women's side here for the women's race, Corinne.
That
unbelievable.
Was a pack, absolute pack. One more
that
exiting.
Looks like Tara Dower out.
Pink pack, braids.
Good grief, folks. So Hans Troyer, a 2-minute, 50-second gap on the men's side. The women, there is, what,
all
a minute?
together.
A minute and a half separated?
Maybe. Maybe. They were all together. Actually, I do think that Hoka staff members, Jordan and Jocelyn Watson, I think are crewing Martina at this aid station.
Okay, so these splits are coming into the aid station. We've got 6 of them in now. Marianne Hogan, Jen Lichter, Martina Mlynarczyk, Hannah Allgood, Riley Brady moves into the pack. Abby Hall, all separated by 24 seconds, first to sixth. We've never seen this.
And we saw Riley Brady get out second. Super, super quick transition there. Holy cow.
Unbelievable women's race so far to start the 2026 Western States 100. So if you're just joining us, here's Lottie Brinks.
Nice. Love to see
Still
it.
in great position for Lottie.
Looking for Ho-Ha as well in this aid.
She's out quick.
Oh, Cowgill crewing Lottie at this aid station. Love to see it. Lottie out fast.
Unbelievable. We have never seen a pack like this in the women's race through Duncan Canyon, so close together. Again, if you're just joining us from here, they bomb down into Duncan Canyon, cross Duncan Creek. It's probably another 7 to 10 minute descent. And then they've got probably, maybe a 45-minute climb up to the Robinson Flat aid station from here.
It's a grinder for sure. They do still have a bit of descending down to that creek bottom. Normally you'd take a dip there. Don't think they're taking a dip this year. Maybe Tara Dower. She seems to be one of the people that's been needing to ice down and have water poured on her head, but they will then be grinding their way up.
That's Luke J.
To Robinson Flat.
So no Molly Seidel yet. Ingvild, Caitlin Fielder, Hanuka Akiyama, Fiona Pascal. Let's see, who's this? There's Molly Seidel.
Seidel.
Still in great position. G.I. Jane haircut. Olympic bronze medalist in the marathon, Molly Seidel, in only her 6th ultra marathon, making her Western States and 100-mile debut today.
And you have to remember, Molly's goal here is to be top 10. Went out maybe a little bit fast in the escarpment, but how usual for someone who has her level of fitness. And then her goal is to be smart here. She wants to be able to mix it up late in the race if she can, to be in fighting position with people around her. But again, her goal is to get back here for next year.
This is interesting. She is the least experienced. Look, this is where the confusion is. How do I get out of this aid station?
No, but even the experienced runners run the wrong way out of Duncan.
So what I would say here with regards to Molly is that the high country section of the course is likely the type of terrain that she is least comfortable on as well. So the fact that she is so close in contact here through Duncan Canyon, running a very fast split, what is it, maybe about 3 minutes back of the lead. Molly Seidel still in great position, especially as she moves towards the more runnable terrain in the middle and later sections of the course. It was so awesome to see Molly Seidel here. Now we see Hanuka Akiyama from Japan, her first Western States after getting a golden ticket at Tarawera. Hoka athlete, Hanuka Akiyama in great position as well.
Yeah, a really, really exciting women's race. A great tight bunch. Very different than what's going on the men's side right now, where Hans Troyer's taken a flyer off the front, putting 3 minutes between him and the chase pack. But again, right now, we've got our top 10 women all through Duncan Canyon, and we're talking less than 3 minutes separating, or just over 3 minutes separating our top 10 women.
It looks like Hanuka maybe forgot something with the crew, doubled back. Now exiting the aid station. Oh, don't forget the hat.
Good call.
Okay, so
Katie Asmuth will be pacing Hanuka later today.
Great. All right, so I think Hanuka rounds out the top 10 if these splits are indeed totally accurate. We haven't missed anybody. Surprisingly, we haven't seen Hoha or Ingvild Kaspersen.
Those, I think, are big surprises at this point. But we thought we saw Caitlin Fielder, didn't we?
It could be that we're missing a couple here. So we're going to do our best to just confirm as soon as we possibly can.
This is when I refresh I Run Far.
Yeah.
Having someone on the ground there, turns out, is still mission critical. But again, remember, they are also using, sat phones and Garmin InReaches and pinging off a Starlink to get that information out as well, which is a very, very big deal as we shove snacks in our face in studio. But we do have our top 10 or so women now through the Duncan Canyon aid station before they dive down all the way to Duncan Creek and then grind their way up to Robinson Flat. They will have seen their B crews here at Duncan Canyon. They will see their main squads, their A crews, up at Robinson Flat. I've had to tell who's this coming in to aid? Is this Ingvild?
That looks like Ingvild.
She's so
Maybe
tall.
Maybe with Caitlin. Ingvild Kaspersen, the fastest ever Western States debut from 2023. I think she ran 16:50, and that's his
Caitlin
Fielder.
Put nice
Kiwi
on.
athlete, lives in Girona, Spain. Two fantastic athletes here.
Yeah, very, very talented and both very experienced here. Remember, Ingvild Kaspersen 2 years ago had the fastest ever Western States debut for a 100-mile debut. Caitlin Fielder had a really solid day last year and is looking to improve upon that here today, but they will be chasing teammates in front of them, including Fiona Pascal, Abby Hall, and Hannah Allgood.
Yep. So I believe the fastest ever men's split through Robinson Flat is still Jim Walmsley from 2016.
Okay, the infamous 2016 run.
Give me a second to try and find the stat here. Yes, okay, I've got it. 4:18 flat. Fastest ever split. Thank you to Travis for putting this together. 4:18 flat through Robinson Flat from 2016, 10 years ago. What was then, I think, a 26 or 27-year-old Jim Walmsley at the very advent of what has become a Hall of Fame career. So if Hans Troyer is running around that mark, that puts about 20 minutes until we see him emerge into the aid station at Robinson Flat. But things, again, are about to get extraordinarily exciting. This is sort of when you don't want to tune out for the rest of the day. We will start to get updates fast and furious from various aid stations along the course as the men and women go through different aid stations almost simultaneously for the duration of the day.
And you have to remember right now, we're just under 4 minutes on the clock. Courtney Dauwalter's 15:29 year, she was 4:04:46 through Duncan Canyon. And we have, our top 12 women at least, maybe 13 through Duncan Canyon right now. That is blazing fast.
Yeah, so the one person who it feels like we are missing who has been a factor to this point is Ho Ha. Haven't seen Ho Ha, but otherwise it feels like we haven't missed anybody based on the ultralive.net splits. Fuzhao Zhang is another athlete, back-to-back runner-up here at Western States, holds the 3rd and 7th fastest times in the 53-year history of the race. As you have mentioned a couple of times here, Corinne, the diesel engine of the Chinese athlete Fuzhao Zhang usually takes the first quarter of the race to warm up before storming through the field. Let's see if Fuzhao comes into the aid station soon.
Yeah, and again, I think they had to manually put in a split for her at the last aid station. It was to the full minute, which is a little bit unusual for these. And so again, we know that her bib came off her early and they were supposed to put a new bib on her at last chance. So not, I think, until after Robinson effectively. So keeping an eye out for the visual through there. And again, we missed a couple of men's bibs at Duncan Canyon, so would not be surprised to see that happen in the women's field as well, including Jeshrin and Zach Miller on the men's side, and very possibly someone like Ho Ha on the women's side, given where they'd been running earlier in the day. We had, 5, 6 women come in all together. iRunFar is not quite updated yet, so I haven't been able to get images of those women coming into the aid station, but it's very likely that Ho Ha in particular is in that mix still, along with Abby Hall, Riley Brady, Hannah Allgood.
Yep.
In that bunch where she has been most of the day.
Right. So I guess kind of the surprise upon exit of Duncan Canyon, Riley Brady.
Yeah.
I mean, not a surprise that they're in that position, but they have clearly bridged up to the front of the pack, super efficient through the aid station, leaving in second place. In very good spot. Riley Brady, who we should mention has had 2 previous starts at Western States, a 14th place finish in 2023, a DNF in 2025. Riley Brady, one of the best long course athletes in the sport, looking to have a proper Riley Brady performance at Western States, which they have not had to this point in their career.
They have not had the day that we know that they can at a race like Western States.
There's Fuzhao.
In pants.
The long pants comes into the aid station.
Braid flying.
The country of China erupts in applause as their superstar athlete and the back-to-back runner-up at Western States is sort of in quintessential Fuzhao territory. Let's actually compare this to her previous splits here.
Yeah, also remembering, I was going to say that's actually a great thing to do because we know that she's been well off the front of the pack at Duncan Canyon in years past. Despite
she's 1 minute behind her split from last year.
Okay, so she's honestly right where we anticipate her being. But on a cold year, that is my concern. Can she still make that up later in the day?
Yeah, because Rod Farvard's prediction that you can't hunt for a top 10. It's going to be a lot harder to run through the field for a win or another podium for Fuzhao.
Oh, taking the pants off. Okay, we finally have warmed up a little bit, which is good. Getting those off over the shoes is going to be challenging.
You know what's interesting, actually, Corinne? I bumped into Adam Campbell from Arc'teryx the other day in the village. I said, hey, buddy, long time no see. What are you doing? He said, oh, I'm going to pace Fuzhao. One of the comments he made in their crew meeting is just how different her nutrition strategy is from what we're used to now in the modern era of trail running, and that, she's having like noodles and potatoes and stuff in her aid station nutrition. It looks like she's chugging a San Pellegrino there. That sounds amazing right now. But my point is that Fuzhao, and what she said in our pre-race interview, is that when she's here in the U.S., she cooks entirely for herself because she just prefers Chinese food, and she has a very distinct nutritional strategy both in training and in racing that includes a lot more real food, where most of the athletes are subsisting off the quick calories of gels and drink mixes and bars and things like that. So Fuzhao, taking her time in the aid station, probably knows she's well back of the lead at this point, but very few women have run the race better than her, especially in the last couple of years, and she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you might think that she is well out of contention, but all of a sudden she'll be on the podium by the time she makes it to the track. It is kind of crazy how well Fu Zhao closes over the back of this race. I think while we're waiting for our men to come into Robinson Flat, we might have a video from Jeff Pelletier from Immigrant Pass earlier this morning where we didn't get a lot of visuals. And there's Eleni coming in.
Eleni Matthews.
We got a runner. Need something. I think it's the white. I think he's in the white. Yeah. White hoodie in the lead. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. If you're just joining us, my name is Dylan Bowman, joined by Corinne Malcolm. Our camera is now in the Robinson Flat aid station. We just saw the men and women leaders go through Duncan Canyon under course record pace here in the 2026 Western States 100. There's our guy Skylar Hall on the ground. We'll get perspective from him just as soon as the athletes go through. Corinne, I've got some cool stats here. I mentioned that 11 of the top 15 fastest splits ever through Duncan Canyon on the men's side. Travis just pulled up the women. Looks like we have 7 of the 15 fastest splits ever through Duncan Canyon on the women's side. Kind of the story so far, Corinne. Hans Troyer out front of the men's race. Meanwhile, on the women's side, a huge pack still in contention through the first quarter of the race.
Yeah. Hans 3 minutes off the front, flying a little bit solo there, hopefully not flying too close to the sun, which we've definitely seen happen here at Western States before. But that women's pack is really bunched up, which is so darn exciting. I think last year...
It looks like people are getting in position here. Somebody's cheering. Is this Hans Troyer 10 minutes?
Jim Walmsley?
There's Jim Walmsley screaming through the Robinson Flat aid station 10 minutes below his own fastest split. from 2016, 10 years ago. Jim Walmsley now through Robinson Flat. He made a definitive move on the climb from the bottom of Duncan Canyon. That means he made up 3 minutes on that climb.
Yeah, 3 minutes on Hans, more time on himself. Looks like we have another runner about to come through.
Hans Troyer. Looks like Hans has been crewed so far. Not sure if Jim has seen his crew yet. Unbelievable.
Holy cow.
4:08 through Michigan Bluff. This is 30 miles into the race.
We've got our
4:08.
next man into aid right there. That looks like Vincent.
Vincent Bouillard getting crewed by his wife, Camila Journet.
I've been hanging out with Nola, their baby, all week. The cutest baby I've ever met.
Dang, he's in great spot too. My goodness,
There's Fran. Holy cow.
Gosh.
1, 2, 3, 4 for Hoka.
We just said at Duncan Canyon, Hans off the front. It's not a pack anymore. The pack has reconsolidated. Jim Walmsley, Hans Troyer, Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi are top 4 through Robinson Flat. Where's Killian? Killian was a little bit back at Duncan Canyon.
Yeah, there was a gap for sure that had opened up back to the 5th place man at Duncan Canyon. Actually, I think, Zach Miller and Ryan Montgomery had moved into 5th and 6th position there. So I think that is probably who we are looking for next.
So, Corinne, what did we just say? I mean, all right, so from here they climb for another, call it 7 to 10 minutes before the downhill half marathon.
13 miles of downhill, fast downhill running.
Which is where the definitive race-defining winning move was made last year. Very interesting to keep our eyes on that. This looks like Hans Troyer maybe leading out of the aid station. Not sure if Jim Walmsley is ahead. Again, we did not see the crew transition for Jim, but we have definitively seen these 4 now through the aid station. And what did we say before? In between Duncan Canyon and Robinson Flat, a very, very important moment of the race where you have that long climb. Clearly, Vincent, Jim, Francesco work together to bridge that gap up to Hans. Very interesting to see. If I'm Hans Troyer, 26 years old, to see 5 Western States victories, 5 UTMB victories, and a CCC victory charging up behind me on the climb.
I believe the timing mat is on the entrance into there based on where we saw Vincent and Francesco. So Jim Walmsley, 4:07:17 elapsed. Hans Troyer, 4:07:21 elapsed. Vincent, 4:07:54 elapsed. Francesco Pupi, 4:07:56 elapsed. 1, 2, 3, 4 up for Hoka, currently sitting in 1, 2, 3, 4.
Unbelievable. 4
Holy
Hoka athletes out in the front.
I told you we were potentially
today.
looking at a sweep.
Unbelievable. Skylar Hall is on the ground. Let's throw it to him now.
Audio's good. Dirty check.
All right, making sure y'all can hear me here at Robinson Flat. That was absolutely insane. So you did see Hans and Jim come in with a 47-second lead on Francesco and Vincent. Notably, Hans did leave the aid station first. You guys did clock that correctly. Jim spotted him about 5 seconds. By the time they were up this hill coming out of the aid station, they were back together in the same way that Vincent and Fran were. Basically, Fran was just drafting off of Vincent. The important thing, Jim took a little bit longer with his crew, and he said this is the most dangerous part of the course. So clearly he knows what's coming in the next 13 miles, just as you all talked about. He knows not to mess this up. Maybe he might be trying to apply a little bit of pressure to Hans here, see if he can get the young and fit kid to do a little bit of a rookie mistake. So we'll keep eyes here on our M5 and beyond, especially as well with this spicy women's race. But from Robinson Flat, Skizzle Fresh, throwing it back to you guys in the studio.
Skizzle Fresh, Skylar Hall, great boots on the ground perspective. This is the most dangerous part of the course from the 4-time champion. A very interesting insight.
I love that. I love the potential pressure being applied to Hans, the kid, right? Interesting, not passing of the torch by any means between those two guys, but to see Jim maybe continuing to play with his food a little bit there, I think that's a very interesting duo at the front.
This is so fascinating to me, Corinne. So they are 10 minutes under Jim Walmsley's own splits from 2016. That is the fastest ever split through Robinson Flat. Jim Walmsley is 36 years old now. 10 years ago, he was 26 years old, the same age as young and fit Hans Troyer, now storming through the first 50K in 4 hours and 7 minutes. Now, to Skylar's point, so interesting now with Hans Troyer, who does have one race here at Western States, therefore does have some experience. Of course, nobody, at least in the field here today, is more experienced than Jim Walmsley. A very interesting dynamic as they enter the quote-unquote most dangerous section of the course, the downhill half marathon, into the canyons of this infamous and very challenging section of the race. And now we've got a big gap back to the rest of the men's pack here.
Yeah, again, I think we're looking for Ryan Montgomery, Zach Miller. We know that Killian's knee has been bothering him more on the downhills than on the uphill, so I wasn't surprised to see him drop back a place or two on that descent into the Duncan Canyon aid station. He'll probably lose a little bit of time all the way down to the creek, but if anything, he might be able to bridge back up to that group on that climb because Killian is the GOAT after all.
Yep. This is Ryan Montgomery in incredible position. Ryan Montgomery coming into the aid station now in 5th place, returning M7, has been training his heart out this spring, living on the East Coast now.
Yeah, just finished up an MBA at the Tuck Business School at Dartmouth.
No big deal.
Not a slacker at all. Works a full-time job as well after finishing up business school. So he is, not only is he smart, but he's wicked fast.
About 7 minutes back of the lead now for Ryan Montgomery. So this is where, as we've said, the gaps get a little bit larger. And running alone, Ryan Montgomery, when you're competing against a pack of those 4 types of athletes who are going to be, by virtue of their proximity, kind of working together and keying off of each other, Ryan Montgomery being a bit in no man's land, even though he is in great position, certainly at a disadvantage by not having anybody in close proximity.
Yeah, really, really excited about this men's race. Also, I guess for Ryan, an interesting thing here too is that he needs to keep applying the pressure because anything can happen in front of him. You've got a bunch of guys absolutely battling it out in front. Might honestly open up an opportunity for him to move up if anything falters in front of him.
Yep. So this is the section of the course that is going to be rerouted with the Granite Chief Wilderness Project that will conclude this summer. So just a programming note, looking ahead to our broadcast next year, Corinne, as we see Zach Miller coming into the aid station now in 6th place. This exit from Robinson Flat will change in 2027. Looks like Zach Miller, it's hard to tell, but it looks like maybe he has received his crew support already. Nope,
there's
wrong.
Jess right there. Yeah, quick stop. Okay, putting ice on. So you've got crew members there in down jackets, but getting ice on Zach Miller.
All right, so Zach Miller now about 9 minutes back of the lead, still in great position. First Western States after a storybook career that has seen him win so many high-profile races around the world. Zach Miller has been such not only a high-performant athlete, but just the exemplification of the ultra-running spirit, always giving his best effort, getting his golden ticket at the Canyons 100K about 8 weeks ago in an incredible performance. Zach Miller, so great to have him here at Western States, still in incredible contention and in great position.
Okay, so we saw Ryan Montgomery come through there, kind of in no man's land, well off of that chase pack of Vincent and Francesco. But
Thomas?
then, about 70 seconds ahead of Zach Miller. There's Thomas Carden in the aid station right now. He came in about 70 seconds back of Zach Miller. Looks like he's stopping in aid. So curious to know.
Not have a crew?
Does he not have crew there? Did they go to Duncan and Dusty maybe?
So noticeably absent right now is Killian Jornet.
Yep, and that is someone that we thought might be able to bridge on that climb, if anything. Again, the man on your screen right now has won basically everything he's entered, including an outstanding run at Chianti by UTMB, the 120K there to get a golden ticket into this race, but he has never run the 100-mile distance.
Yeah, I was looking at his race results recently, Corinne, and he ran another 100K in between Chianti and Western States. So he's got 2 really big race strength building simulations leading into this race as somebody who has been more of a mid-course specialist, stepping up to the 100-miler for the first time. Thomas Carden to much anticipation as we now see Killian Jornet enter the aid station 15 years after winning the Western States 100. He is now a full 10 minutes back of the lead, if not more.
But at the same time, he's through in 4:16:33, which is 2 minutes faster than the guys came through here last year.
Yeah, good point.
So again, what's happening at the very front of the race is insane, but Killian is through here faster than last year.
I mean, never bet against the GOAT. Doesn't seem to be rushing here in the aid station.
No, the easiest way back into Western States is to be top 10 at Western States,
Yeah.
I think.
He's getting doused with water from his crew.
I'm liking this new vest, too. It looks like it has an ice pocket built into the back of it, that big horizontal zippered pocket.
Filling his own bottles there.
A man of the people.
Yep. Killian Jornet out of Robinson Flat. Under 4:19.
Jeshrin.
As we see Jeshrin Small now entering the aid station. His 100-mile debut, and Anthony Costales.
A great place for those two guys to be.
So those three guys, it looks like exiting together. Killian, Jeshrin.
And Anthony Costales.
Yeah, and I think we may have just seen another.
No, that would be a great group. Again, Anthony Costales has been third here before. There is not a better person for Jeshrin Small to be running with right now in his debut 100-mile. It looks like Adam Peterman was probably who we just missed. He came through about 24 seconds behind Anthony across the timing mat.
Okay, so former champion Adam Peterman, 2022, came here, won the race on debut, then struggled to get a 23-hour finish last year back at Western States after winning the Canyons 100K 8 weeks ago to get that golden ticket. Adam Peterman still in great position through Robinson Flat. There he is.
The man on your screen. That is honestly, while I know that they are 10 minutes back of the lead, that is an absolutely stellar group to be working with.
You know, and it's funny, reminiscent of the year that Adam won the race, and he raced like a tactician surgically from behind through Forest Hill. He didn't take the lead until basically the river crossing. So
Dan
Adam
Jones.
Peterman has shown that he can storm through the field. To your point, Corinne, here's Dan Jones and Trayson Knopp into Robinson Flat.
Yeah, coming into their cruise right now. Again, Dan Jones looking for his fourth top 5?
In a row.
Trayson Knopp, a debutante here again in that 100-mile distance.
From Anchorage, Alaska.
But named after the one and only 14-time champion of this race, Ann Trayson.
Yeah. A name we've been talking about all week as a dark horse, Trayson Knopp. A youngster in the sport. He's really been cutting his teeth over the last few years. I think he's 27, and he's really starting to blossom as a long course athlete as he matures in his career. Here's 2022 champion Adam Peterman tiptoeing out of the aid station, up the climb to Little Bald Mountain before the downhill half marathon. So interesting to hear Skylar Hall, and that Jim made the conscious comment to Skylar as he passed him, this is the most dangerous section of the course. So take those words literally from the mouth of the 4-time champion. It could be that we see things really start to shake up between here and the swinging bridge after the Last Chance aid station.
And I'm pretty sure our top 12 men are through, top 13 men are through in approximately the time the leaders came through here last year, just for reference.
Great.
Yeah, Trayson Knopp through in 4:18:46. So that's when we had, I think, our lead pack come through last year. So they are running very, very fast. Can you imagine being like, I'm PRing my time from last year, but somehow I'm in 11th?
Yeah, so noticeably absent at this point, Jeff McGavro.
Yeah, curious to see where Jeff McGavro is. We do anticipate him to be, not far off this group, but, he's got to be thinking, okay, I'm running my splits from last year, but I am not where I want to be.
Yeah. One of the sort of subplot storylines coming into the race this week before we get to Skylar Hall in just a second. Here's the Missoula crew, Adam Peterman, Jeff McGavro, and Jen Lichter. Skylar Hall, what can you share with us, buddy?
All right, so that was absolutely absurd. Is everything that you saw on camera is exactly how it played out in the aid station. Let's get up to speed. You had Ryan Montgomery in 5th. He left the aid station about 5 minutes and 55 seconds back of our leaders, Hans and Jim. Next through was Zach Miller. He left about a little over 8 minutes. He took on ice, had a full sponge down, very conversational with his crew, so seemed to be in good spirits. Head was in the right spot. Next up, you had Tomas stopped at the aid station, did not have a crew here. Very bold move from a professional. 9:12 back, took on water, thanked everybody, ran out. Looked very good from a physical biomechanics as he bounded up. Next up was Killian, who did not look as good. So when he stopped with his crew, he actually got a little bit of a massage gun going on his hip flexor, sort of like glute med area. So not even the knee that we were worried about. He seemed to be working on something else, but he did get out of here after grabbing a banana and some water. 10:34 back of your leaders. Next up were Jesh and Anthony. They left right behind each other. Both took time with their crew. Both topped up on water and basically were just like okay with their position, it seemed, with their conversation with their respective crew. Then you had Peterman. Looked the best in terms of just like sheer biomechanics, looked the absolute best going up the hill, clearly in a great mindset, bouncing. And then you had Dan and Trayson. They both left together, 12:32 back of your leaders. Dan looked a little bit worked. He got the towel thrown over him to help him cool off. Trayson looked like he just got the normal sponge bath and took off. So we'll see if those two can work together to sort of bridge back up to Adam. But as it stands, we got 13 men through. We've got a few more coming through, including, looks like Jeff McGavro coming in right now. So we'll see what he does. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks so much to Skylar, the best guy in the field, always bringing such great insights and intel from the perspective of the athletes here within the aid station. Jeff McGavro now through, the fastest ever Western States debutant with Max Janzik on his heels. Both looking smooth, neither looking flustered here, though they are well back of the lead now by about, 17 minutes to the lead now between Jeff McGavro and the front of the men's race.
I feel like
here through 50K.
Yeah, Jeff, I have to imagine Jeff is surprised that he's this far back, and Max is, I feel like, probably happy to be here.
Yeah.
Kind of like those different experiences of Jeff being our fastest ever men's debut at Western States last year, running an absolutely insane time. And Max, being brand new to this scene after getting that golden ticket at Tarawera back in February.
Yeah, it is his 100-mile debut, too. Here's Jupiter Carrera-Casas.
In aid, the craft athlete, really excited to have him back here. He got a golden ticket at Black Canyon a couple years ago, shocking us because we didn't know enough about him, but we were told by his brother and his coach, he's won everything there is to win in Mexico.
Yep.
Showed up at Black Canyon in a really, really great way, and then is back here now running Western States.
So guess how many men officially below Jim Walmsley's record split from 2016 through Robinson?
Too many.
11.
Stupid.
Unbelievable. 13 of the 15 fastest times in Western States history we just saw through Robinson Flat.
I mean, I think it's super, super interesting. I feel like what stands out to me is that if you look at Jim's 2019 race and you look at Courtney's 2023 race, where they make up all that time really feels like it's in the back half of the race.
Yeah. I don't know. Something tells me, as we see Canyon Woodward coming into the aid station here, also still in a great spot. Canyon Woodward making his Western States debut. He's been trying to get into the race for a long time. He's been so consistent over the last 12 months in the sport, finally getting his golden ticket at Javelina last fall before two other great golden ticket race performances at the Black Canyon 100K and the Canyons 100K this spring. But this group of athletes, the Jesh, Costales, Peterman, Trayson, Hop group.
That's a good group.
I feel like that's a really, really good group to be mixed in with, especially just given Skylar's perspective there within the aid station. He did mention that Dan Jones, maybe of that group, seemed like a little bit more flustered because he's mixed in among them, but he said Peterman looked great.
But that's also just like, it's interesting. Ida Nilsson always looks bad, but somehow runs through everyone. Caleb Olson, I feel like always looks a little bit flustered, was the champion in such a big way last year. So it looks can be a little bit deceiving, but good to hear that Adam Peterman looks really good mechanically, because I think last year mechanics is what got him. His quads blew up early and he had to march it in for a 23-hour finish, which is kind of insane for the 2022 Western States champion. So excited for him to look good. But really, I think I'm most excited, honestly, for Jeshurun to be right in that mix. Such a talented young athlete coming out of that Western Colorado program, been working his way up in distance very methodically over the last 5 years, making his Western States debut here. And I think, honestly, in the perfect position in this field to hopefully, again, secure one of those MBibs to come back next year.
I'm just looking at Adam Peterman's split from the year that he won. Adam Peterman 30 minutes faster to Robinson Flat than 2022, the year that he won.
This sport ages you so fast.
Unbelievable.
There's Jacob Banta. Good to see Jacob Banta in aid again. Banta visuals, usually behind the camera, now on a pro contract, now running Western States for the first time in his 100-mile debut, getting watered down there. So it must be heating up for them. I am still shivering a little bit in studio, but I am happy to see that they do not feel quite as cold as I do.
You can see the clear skies up there at Robinson Flat. It's still mostly cloudy here in Auburn, so cool temperatures prevailing, something that we've been talking about all week and certainly throughout the broadcast here today. Another thing we should remind the audience of, Corinne, because I'm sure there's a lot of people thinking, where is Hayden Hawks at the Duncan Canyon aid station? Hayden sort of came limping in, was pointing at his leg. He did eventually exit the aid station, continue along the course.
Spent a lot of time on the ground in that aid station.
So really, that is the only piece of like attrition evidence we've seen. And then also Will Murray, we really haven't seen much of all day, though he did enter and exit Duncan Canyon very quickly. So let's see if we can't get our eyes on Will Murray here soon. And maybe his strategy is to absolutely lace the back half of the course.
I mean, I got some reports from early in the race, it's just people's perspective out on course that Will looked like his gait was a little bit off. I know nothing to be more supportive of that. I don't believe that he came in with any sort of injury by any means, but interesting to not see the current Javelina champion and course record holder maybe struggling a little bit through this high country section.
Right.
Someone who we definitely thought would be a potential factor, despite having what felt like a hiccup at Canyons 100K back in April.
Yeah, so we'll update the stories of Hayden Hawks and Will Murray. I'm sure they've got a lot of fans in the chat wondering where they are and why they haven't been seen through the Robinson Flat aid station, as we are now 4 hours and 30 minutes elapsed. For those watching at home, the women's race through Duncan Canyon was absolutely ridiculous. We had a huge crop of women within about a minute or 2 minutes of one another, and we will expect to see them roughly around last year's split through Robinson Flat, which was 4 hours and 53 minutes.
And just to confirm, despite us not getting a great split there because there's a pack that came in and not all the bibs read, Ho-Ha did come in with Riley Brady. So they were like, Ho-Ha was in that mix there, despite us not getting her bib has still not registered.
Did one person we didn't see through Duncan Canyon is Emily Hoggett.
Emily Hoggett sitting back in 21st right behind Addie Bracey. So not a spot that we anticipated her being. And she's sitting a couple minutes back of Addie Bracey. So it's not like we're running in a pack back there. She is 3 minutes off the back of Addie Bracey. But effectively, Ho-Ha's split, they've got her actually listed now, but listing her in first through there. We know that she came in with Riley Brady in 5th and 6th position. We did see Riley Brady leave in 2nd, though. So we do believe leaving Duncan Canyon, it was Marianne Hogan, Jennifer Lichter, Martina, Hannah Allgood. We saw Riley Brady up there probably in 2nd leaving. Abby Hall was in that mix. And then again, Ho-Ha. So those were your top 6 in and out of there. I think right back of that group included Tara Dower, Lottie Brinks, Molly Seidel. Came through that. And then bonus outside of Molly Seidel was Hanukkah Akiyama and Ingvild Kaspersen. I guess Ingvild was with Caitlin Fielder, so 11th, 12th, and 13th through there.
Yeah.
But there's almost 7 minutes separating first from 13th in the women's side.
So suffice it to say, the women's race is ridiculous, and we will start to see them streaming into Robinson Flat in about 20 minutes. We're probably going to start getting men's updates from Miller's defeat here any minute, and also just to drive the point home of the pre-race favorites, really the folks who are a little bit off their game in the early phases of the race are Hayden Hawks, Will Murray, and Emily Hawgood at this point. But other than that, we are still seeing all the who's who names still in contention. We see Skylar Hall on the ground there. He may have another update for us. We'll get to him several times throughout the day. Skylar, anything else to share, buddy?
Yeah, just a few updates on those last 5 men who came through. You had Jeff come through. He left the aid station 16 minutes and 45 seconds back of your leaders. He took on a full ice bandana and did a vest change. He was in great spirits. Max left just after him. Hooper actually was down for about a minute and a half. Looked to be doing a significant shoe update. So not exactly sure if that was just a little bit of troubleshooting, but he was able to switch that up, and then we're good. And then Canyon and Jacob Banta coming through. So you have your, 18 men through in 20 minutes and 43 seconds or less. And just for those at home, I did the back of the napkin math. Those lead men coming through on what would be 13:35 pace based on some modeling. So get excited. Hayden's here right here.
Hayden.
Honestly, looking way better than when we saw him at Duncan.
Very wet.
Come on, Hayden Hawks. Never bet against Hayden Hawks. Thank you to Skylar Hall for that great update. 13:35 pace through Robinson Flat. Historic day. We are on, to a historically fast pace, and certainly the conditions are about as perfect as they could possibly be to continue that throughout the rest of the day.
Really excited to see Hayden leave Robinson Flat. When he sat down on the ground to work on what was ever going on at Duncan Canyon, I thought to myself, that's not a good sign. Not only has he made it to Robinson, but he is in and out of this aid station, which is great to see. We'll see if he can loosen things up on that descent on this next 13-mile section through Miller's Defeat, and obviously over to last, I guess that would be Dusty Corners, where he will see his B crew there, is the crew that he saw at Duncan Canyon.
Oh my goodness. Shout out to Hayden Hawks, working through early race adversity, showing no signs of giving up on himself. Quintessential champion's mindset he has been known for throughout his storied career. Stuffing some gels in his pockets, it looks like, as he makes his way up to the top. One of the things that's a little bit challenging, at least psychologically in this race, Corinne, is when you get to Robinson Flat, you think you're done climbing, but as we see here with Hayden and as we've seen with the rest of the men, you still have probably 7 or 10 minutes of climbing before you hit the downhill half marathon. The same thing happens at Michigan Bluff, for example. You've been climbing for a while, you come into the aid station, you think you're at the top, and then you exit and you think, oh no, I still have about 10 minutes to go uphill before you get gravity working in your favor on the descents. But Hayden, no hitch in his giddy up here, looking smooth and strong as he climbs out of the aid.
That's what we want to see. And then I was reflecting back on kind of the splits that we're anticipating for the women again. Courtney DeWalter's 2023 race came through Robinson Flat in 5:07, remembering that there was quite a bit of snow in the first 20 miles that year, and she clawed back a ton of time on the back half of the course to absolutely blow our minds, running that 15:29. Katie Scheid running the fastest split through Robinson Flat in 4:44:59 elapsed. Fu Zhao in 2024 ran 5:09. Abby Hall in 2025 ran 4:53. We anticipate that our women will kind of be around that Abby Hall mark, if not a little bit faster. That's Jordan Bramblett on your screen right now. I think maybe doing a shoe change.
Yep. So just to drive your point home, Corinne, we're probably going to start to see the women come into Robinson Flat here in about 15 minutes or so. Last we saw, as we've mentioned now a couple of times, it was a huge pack exiting Duncan Canyon. As we all know in endurance sports, the packs work together. If you can stay in contact, you have a much better opportunity to, use those booster rockets, to use the Tim Tollefson metaphor, use the strength and momentum of other athletes in the field to support your own momentum along the course. As we see another runner coming into the aid station here.
Justin Grunwald.
Good call, Corinne, from Boulder, Colorado. Justin in a solid spot, 4:36 or so into Robinson Flat, clipping off a clean 50K. And now building momentum as you exit the high country section of the course and enter the canyons. This middle section of the course is where things start to get a little bit more difficult. The fatigue is accumulating, and then all of a sudden you have the highest concentration of vertical climbing and descending all the way to the Forest Hill aid station at about 100K.
We currently have Hans Troyer through Miller's Defeat, 4:35:13 elapsed. Still looking to get Jim Walmsley split through there.
What?
Remembering that Hans...
No, they're through now.
They're through, okay.
Yeah,
What's our split?
So Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley within 7 seconds of each other, all about a minute and 20 seconds behind Hans.
Okay, so Hans has opened it back up a little bit on that downhill.
My goodness.
Hans wants it.
I mean, think about that mindset, right? He had a 2 minute and 50-second gap. The guys bridged back up instead of like kind of getting down on yourself and sitting in with the group.
Attacking.
No, I'm going again. Attacks again. Hans Troyer with a very slight lead over Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, and Jim Walmsley. Ryan Montgomery, maybe the story of the day here in the men's top 5, of course, our returning M7, a very experienced long course athlete, especially for only being 32 years old. He's having the race of his life today.
Yeah, I talked to Ryan the other day and I said, hey, Ryan, no risk is too big this weekend. You got to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no sense. And he is so good at finishing 7th here. I said, there's no reason to do that. Like, no risk is too big. You've got to take some chances this weekend. You're fitter than you've ever been before. Your training has been so good. Like, you got to go for it. And I'm so proud that he is sticking his neck out there a little bit and is currently sitting in 5th position. It's interesting too, like 80 seconds, 75 seconds is nothing right now. And so while Hans continues to make moves off the front, which I think is so cool, you've got 3 very experienced men, Francesco being maybe the least experienced at this distance, obviously, right on your heels.
I mean, terrifying. Be a 26-year-old being chased by 2 UTMB champions and a CCC champion, let alone the 4-time Western States champion in Jim Walmsley. Interestingly, Jim Walmsley's at the back of that 3-man train. Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, and then Jim Walmsley, only separated by 7 seconds. They're probably all just running together.
But that's like reminiscent of the year that he and Rod dueled late into the race, where, he'd lose a little time at every aid station, and then all of a sudden they couldn't shake him.
Yeah.
He kept coming back.
And also, like Skylar said, Jim made the comment, this is the most dangerous section of the course. The fact that he's sitting on the back of the train maybe indicates that he's letting the other guys do the work.
Yeah, it would not surprise me one bit. I think of that group, maybe Francesco is the one where I don't want to say I have any hesitations about Francesco running. He is so exceptionally talented, one of the best 100K runners we've seen in years. I mean, watching him run Canyon's endurance run last year where he turned down a ticket, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Watching him win CCC last year, insane.
Yep.
Obviously stepping up in distance here, and he hasn't had an easy go in 2026. He came over to run Black Canyon, fell early, dislocated his shoulder. Super sad day.
Yep.
And then went home, was training, fell and broke his wrist and had to have it surgically repaired.
Yeah.
So he hasn't had a smooth 2026, but he is so immensely talented.
What's interesting too is Francesco and Jim. I mean, Francesco did the Chianti Marathon.
Yeah, ran super fast.
Jim hasn't raced at all this season, right? And so Vincent has done Chianti. Hans Troyer, as you mentioned, did Black Canyon. It seems like all of them have not raced too much. But like, for example, I mean, Francesco and Jim have barely raced in 2026. And that mix between freshness and rustiness will be something that maybe shows up later on.
Well, it was interesting. There were so many question marks around, I think, Jim and Vincent in particular, because they're like, well, what did they run recently?
Yeah.
What have they done? Some athletes get confidence from training and some athletes get confidence from racing. I know Hans was speaking to that a little bit, where he gets confidence from racing, and he wasn't actually planning to do the 30K at Twisted Fork. He had planned to do another 50K race in this spring build, and needed to start to lean into his training to take confidence from that. Instead, I think he had a really good time training in Flagstaff with a bunch of those guys and getting to do the work all together there. Not only just his teammates, but the Terex boys were there, the TNF boys were there. They had a really good group to go to the canyon and do work with.
Yeah. Vincent Bouillard, just to remind our audience here today, also DNF'd at Western States last year. He is our 2024 UTMB champion, so he's proven he can win on the biggest stages in the world. That would include the Western States 100. He is in great position right now through Miller's defeat in second place. Let's hit a refresh and see if we've got Ryan Montgomery yet. No such luck, but we do expect Ryan Montgomery, who was running in no man's land there in 5th place, about 7 minutes behind the lead through Robinson Flat. He should be through Miller's defeat in probably just a couple of minutes, and then we'll start to see the train of the men that should include Zach Miller, Thomas Carden, Killian Jornet, Jeshrin Small, Anthony Costales, etc., in a moment. So as we mentioned, this is entering the territory where we are going to start getting tons of updates very rapidly, including the women through Robinson Flat that in very short order.
And I think while we're waiting for the women to come through Robinson Flat, we are going to throw to a quick split screen commercial break, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
Play varva.
Go. Come on. Fast, Louis. The gravy is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
At Western States, nothing is given. You earn every mile of it. As you take on 100 miles of dirt and granite, canyons that climb past 110, river crossings, and relentless climbs, this trail demands everything you have. Focus, awareness, resolve. You need to push forward while staying connected to the world around you. With open-ear audio that keeps up with every step, is tough enough for the trail and built to go the distance. The trail never lets up, neither do you, because this is where legends are made.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
And welcome back to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. My name is Dylan Bowman, joined in studio by Corinne Malcolm, who is sprinting back into her seat now. Hey, good morning, everybody. We are here on the track, Placer High School, Auburn, California. Corinne, we're actually on camera as she rushes back into position, taking advantage of the precious few rest moments here in studio as we are now back in the Robinson Flat aid station, only minutes away from seeing the front of the women's race storming through this aid station. That is going to be can't miss material on today's broadcast. As we had last seen, we had several women within a couple minutes of each other. Very, very exciting racing to start off the 2026 race on the women's side. Meanwhile, we've had all the front of the pack in the men's race go through Robinson Flat here, and they're now starting to make their way towards the canyons. The top four men through Miller's Defeat now, mile 34.4.
Yeah, don't mind me. I made it back. Not quite in time, but I tried.
Ryan Montgomery now through. Looks like 8 minutes back of Hans Troyer. Still in a very solid fifth place for Ryan Montgomery through Miller's Defeat. Here's John Kelly now through Robinson Flat. We saw him make a very quick aid transition at Duncan Canyon. He's looking very smooth. I think John Kelly's going to pick some people off in the back half of the race.
Yeah. He mentioned, this isn't exactly my style of racing as of late, really good when conditions are brutal, really good when courses are exceptionally hard. This is a track race for John Kelly, effectively.
Yep. And just to repeat ourselves here, if you're just joining us, the men were 10 minutes under course record pace through Robinson Flat, so it is shaping up to be a historic day in the 53-year history of this storied event.
Yeah, really, really excited to see everyone out there cheering on their respective runners at Robinson Flat. It is such a cool aid station to be at. I truly love it out there. You drive in, then you shuttle in, generally speaking, walk into your spot, find a good place along the ropes effectively, and be ready to crew your runner.
Got the drone in the air. That'll give us good perspective as we start to see the women make their way off the single track and onto the dirt road here. Robinson Flat is a way out there campground in the middle of seemingly nowhere in the California Sierra foothills. A fantastic place to do a little camping trip and a little bit of a training camp on the Western States course.
Ryan is not alone at Miller's Defeat. He is only about 15 seconds up on the one and only Zach Miller. No, actually, no. I'm sorry. That's my bad. He is alone. He is in no man's land, effectively. He's 2 minutes ahead, 2:15 ahead of Zach Miller. So that chase, that front group of 4, a gap back to Ryan Montgomery, and then Ryan again in no man's land, 2 minutes up on Zach Miller.
But how about this? I mean, I'm sure the Zach stands in the chat are so psyched to see him right in the mix in a perfect position, 6th place through 34 miles.
Yeah, in his first ever Western States, long awaited first Western States.
It's still interesting, though, to see Zach Miller 10 minutes back at the lead at mile 34. I mean, Hans Troyer is on the gas. The boys are working together at the front. The rocket boosters, who knows? It's still obviously very too early to tell. But in all likelihood, I mean, there's a very good chance the winner emerges from that top 4 through Miller's defeat. Here on the ground at Robinson Flat, again, we were expecting the women in here in 5 minutes or so based on Abby splits from last year.
Okay, I just want to point out the time. So Hans through there, leading the charge in 4:35 elapsed. Jim Walmsley's 2019 run came through there in 4:55 elapsed. So we're 20 minutes faster than Jim splits from 2019 in a similarly cool year.
And McGavro was through, or Caleb was through 4:48 last year.
Insane. We knew that
unbelievable.
These were setting up to be, there's Colton Gale on your screen, Bend favorite, sitting there kind of rounding out that men's top 20 through Robinson Flat. No, that is incredibly fast running.
14 minutes faster than Caleb Olson through last year. And we talked to Caleb earlier in the week, and he said, I'd be surprised if it was slower than 13:40. As Skylar said, they're on 13:35 pace.
So dumb.
So dumb.
So dumb. It's one of those things where it's incredibly impressive, and I do hope that these cool temps allow them to make up even more time in the back half of the race. That being said, we are seeing athletes ice down. Hiroki Kai.
Is that Jen Lichter? I see orange shorts coming into the aid station on the drone here. Jen Lichter, maybe the best climber in the field, arguably. Maybe took advantage of the climb to Robinson Flat, coming into the aid station alone in the lead.
That looks like it's Jen Lichter's ponytail to me.
Oh my goodness, folks. Last we had seen, there was a big pack of women basically together. This is indeed Jennifer Lichter from Missoula, Montana, coming into Robinson Flat in the lead of the Western States 100 in her debut 100-mile race.
4:48.55 elapsed coming through.
So 5 minutes faster than Abby's time from last year.
That's a great spot to be right now.
My goodness, Jennifer Lichter, one of the most fearsome competitors in the sport. She has been on the heater of heaters. Her last 4 races, a course record at the Broken Arrow 46K, a course record at the Speed Goat 50K, a course record at the Black Canyon 100K, and then a course record at the Gorge Waterfalls 50K. Jennifer Lichter has not lost a race in more than a year.
We had been hoping to see her run at Worlds last fall, but unfortunately in the week preceding the race, she sustained a small injury that took her out of that. We were hoping to see her and Katie Scheid battle it out together. I think that's Lucy May, the ACG team manager, Mike McMonagle getting the shots in there.
In and out. She's iced down. Riley Brady.
ACG going 1-2 into aid right now.
Holy cow.
Riley Brady officially threw the timing mat in 4:50.08.
You know what's interesting is Riley has made the comment, that is Riley.
Yep, it is Riley.
Riley has made the comment to me that they are a better descender than a climber.
The next
Didn't
section,
lose time on that climb. We saw Riley leave Duncan Canyon in second place, now coming into Robinson Flat in second place, less than a minute likely behind Jen Lichter.
Yeah, right over a minute behind.
Just over a minute behind Jen, but in a perfect position. Riley Brady, Jen Lichter, now in the lead of the Western States.
Holy cow.
My goodness. And like we have said a number of times, that climb from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat is where races start to string out. When they left Duncan Canyon, they were all bunched up. Now we see some gaps. Really, for the first time all day on the women's side.
I'm just got a text from Kelly Newland. I may have a heart attack.
Yes.
Yeah, you and me both.
Riley,
Kelly.
in and out. Let's go, Riley Brady. Boulder, Colorado, 2 times here at Western States. This is the 3rd running for one of the best long course athletes in the game. Riley Brady looking to finally have their day here. Coach Hannah Allgood, 3rd place coming to the aid stations. All smiles from Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Love to see it. And
Love
again,
to see it.
Wanted to say something about Riley there. Again, it's taken a few people 3 swings to get Western States right. Riley has finished just outside the top 10 before. Had an unfortunate DNF last year. Sitting in 2nd right now, an experienced 100-mile runner, winning Run Rabbit last fall. Hannah Allgood told me she wanted to run an aggressive race today. She's currently finding herself in podium position, having run a phenomenal Western States debut last year.
Here's Martina Molnarchik coming in. Hannah Allgood did make the comment earlier this week in our interview. She said, we're going for it.
Good.
We're going for it.
Good. And then Martina on your screen again. She is your CCC champion from last year.
Marianne
Hogan.
There's the pack. This was our race leader. Last we had seen the women's pack at Duncan Canyon. Marianne still very much in contact here. So Jen Lichter, Riley Brady, Hannah Allgood, Martina Molnarchik, Marianne Hogan in that order. What is that, 5 or 6?
That is
Abby
5.
Hall now clicks through in 6th.
Yep, right, like basically
Tara
right
Dower.
behind Marianne Hogan. Oh
Ooh,
no, we're having.
Sorry,
there we
here's
go.
Abby Hall, defending champion F1 from Flagstaff, Arizona. She's right on her split from last year.
That's right where she needs to be. They got to take care of themselves for this section. It is heating up for the runners out there, despite the fact that we're still shivering here in studio. Abby Hall getting ice on her there. That's Sarah Scazzaro, her strength coach, crewing her. I think she has Scott Trayer and Callie Vincent.
Tara Dower now coming to her aid transition just behind Abby.
Cordes is in there also crewing. Tara Dower with that hot pink crew all around her, getting soaked down.
These are 2 of the most impressive athletes in the sport. Both were in the top 5 of the Black Canyon 100K to start their seasons in what was one of the most exciting women's races in trail running history.
Okay,
So cool to see
Abby
them
out.
in the aid together.
Tara out.
Together, working together on this climb out of the aid station.
And you know who was
That
there
is our
taking
women's
notes?
top 7?
Skylar.
Oh, I can't wait. Lottie Brinks into the aid station now from Boise, Idaho, by way of the great country of Germany. Lottie Brinks has also been a fantastic long course athlete in the sport, smashing the course record of the Gorge Waterfalls 100K in April in great position, sitting in 8th place, coming in 4:55 a lap. That is a very fast 50K to start a 100-mile race for Lottie Brinks.
Yeah,
Also
really,
very fast in and out.
really
Big smile.
excited. Again, last time Lottie Brinks was here at Western State, she unfortunately found herself sitting in 13th, running alongside her sister-in-law, Kareth Arnold, in 14th, I think virtually finishing together on the track. Lottie Brinks looking to make big improvements on that this year, currently sitting well inside the top 10.
8th place for Lottie, in and out. We're now on Molly Seidel watch. Hinoka Akiyama, Ingvild Kaspersen, Caitlin Fielder. Speaking of which, Molly Seidel now in.
Also looking for Ho Ha, who we know came in that mix to Duncan Canyon.
You know what's going to be interesting here as we see Molly Seidel getting the aid transition.
It's Coach Cliff Pittman there.
Once they get to the top of this climb, they are officially in Molly Seidel territory in terms of her strengths, right? It's going to be very fast and runnable terrain for the next half marathon. Maybe an opportunity for Molly to start clipping off ground on the women in front.
At minimum, get back into that pack.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be in no man's land. If you can bridge back up to Lottie, if you could bridge back up to Tara and Abby, that would be a great place for Molly Seidel to find herself.
Yeah. A great start for Molly Seidel. Probably the least experienced athlete in either professional race here as it relates specifically to trail. Obviously, she is an Olympic marathon medalist.
She knows what pressure is.
Yes, exactly. Knows how to race, knows how to compete. Let's see if she can't bring
Lottie
those skills to bear.
climbing. There's Ho Ha. Good to see Ho Ha make it into this aid. Initially her bib did not register at Duncan Canyon, which threw us all for a loop. We know she came through Duncan Canyon in 6th. She's lost a little bit of of spots, both descending probably out of Duncan Canyon and then climbing up into Robinson Flat. So curious to see how Ho Ha can bounce back maybe on this 13-mile descent after they climb out of Robinson Flat aid station.
Carrying the country of Vietnam on her back, Ho Ha. Again, one of the storylines is the rise of Asia in terms of the professional ranks in trail running. Ho Ha, very representative of that, along with Fu Zhaojiang, who we've mentioned now a number of times. But man, Corinne, this women's race is shaping up to be one for the ages here, as we have now seen how many, I think 11 women through Robinson Flat under 5 hours.
Yeah, super, super fast through here. You got to remember that, you know, Courtney's split again through Robinson Flat in the year that she ran 15:29 was 5:07. We're currently 10 minutes under that, and the whole women's top 10 has come through.
Unbelievable.
We're going to bed early tonight.
Can't wait to hear from Skylar Hall as we are now in Dusty Corners. Oh my, see, this is...
Hans just came through. We just missed.
Oh my goodness. Hans through Dusty Corners already. So just for our audience, we just got word in our earpieces from our director, Billy Yang, that Hans Troyer is now through Dusty Corners. We didn't get it on video. That means that we should have visual on the rest of that men's chase pack here momentarily. That includes Vincent Bouillard, Francesco Pupi, and Jim Walmsley. So do not go anywhere. We are back. Maybe we could split screen if possible. Back in Robinson Flat now for the women's race. So we await to see some of the women between, you know, call it 11th and 20th place coming to the aid station here.
Yeah, I don't know what our service is like at Dusty as part of it. So it might be, it's a tricky spot to get consistent camera coverage out of. So we're going to be relying a little bit on splits there. We definitely have a little bit more of a steady cam at Robinson Flat, but we will do our best to bring you both. It looks like we're split screening right now.
Thank you so much to the production team here. We do also have Skylar Hall on the ground at Robinson Flat. I'm sure he's going to have great stuff for us on the women's race as we look at, I think, Ingvild Kaspersen now coming into frame on the right from Norway.
Smooth.
Looking very good. There's Caitlin Fielder.
Okay, so they've stayed together on this whole section.
Yep. Oh my goodness. I am stressed. Fidgeting in studio. Trying to keep one eye on each side of the screen here. The men on the left at the Dusty Corners aid station, mile 38. Women on the right at Robinson Flat, mile 30.
Yeah, and you can see how hard it is to get images out of Dusty. They are, again, in the middle of nowhere. It takes the crews hours to drive out to Duncan Canyon and Dusty Corners. So truly out, again, in the middle of nowhere.
So if these splits are, you know, exactly accurate, it's now been 2 minutes and 30 seconds since Hans went through Dusty Corners, which means he's putting more time on the men behind him.
Insane.
Unbelievable.
On a section that I think in particular suits Jim Walmsley quite well. You know, that 13-mile downhill has generally been good for him.
But he characterized it as the most dangerous section of the course.
Maybe he's given Hans just enough rope to do damage.
That takes discipline for the four-time champion to just let Hans run away from him. If that is indeed what's happening and Jim is thinking this is the most dangerous section of the course, don't screw this up. Let Hans take the leash and go for it, and I'll try and get him on the climb to Devil's Thumb.
No, I think that is very, very wise, and we'll see if
But you can't let him get that far away.
I know it's a combo, right? It's a combo of like Jim having the confidence to really run his own race, while also giving Hans enough leash to do damage to himself potentially. I think when we think of, you know, who can take on Jim, Jim's biggest enemy is probably Jim out there.
Here they come. Right? They're dropping into Dusty here?
Yes.
Okay, here's the trifecta.
Second place.
That looks like Jim. Second place, just in front of somebody. It must be all three of them together. So Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, and Jim Walmsley together in second through fourth place through Dusty Corners. This would put them 4 minutes back. We'll get the updated split here momentarily. I mean, that would be significant if it was a minute and a half, 3.5 miles up the trail.
Vincent split it first and 5:01:09 elapsed. We're waiting for Fran and
Remember,
Jim's.
this is an important moment for Vincent. This is the aid station where we really started to see him suffer last year. I think he ended up pulling out at Forest Hill, I want to say, a little bit further down.
But it was clear that he was hurting here last year, and you could see it all over his face.
But getting through Dusty Corners cleanly is going to be a huge psychological barrier to break for Vincent Bouillard. And we're looking at somebody exiting the aid station here. It's either Francesco or Jim in all likelihood.
Yeah, and I do believe Vincent Smart taking a little bit of time there to get settled again before he heads off onto this next section, because they will not see crew until Michigan Bluff, which is, a ways down there. I guess, yeah, so they're at Dusty. They will not see crew until Michigan Bluff. They are currently at mile 34.4. 38. They're currently at mile 38, and they will not see crew until mile 55.7. So this is an important moment for them to utilize the crew and what they want from them.
Good point, Corinne. Really hard to tell who we're looking at here. We think it's either Francesco. Oh, here's Jim. Okay, Jim Walmsley now into the aid station behind the guys. They have built a small gap. This is very, very interesting, folks. Potentially a highly, highly significant moment of the race here. Doesn't look like he's in a rush. He doesn't appear to be frazzled or stressed. Also doesn't appear to be super inspired.
Hard saying, not knowing right now for sure. He's not pointing at anything. He is communicating with his crew quite a bit.
The body language isn't great, just by my own interpretation. I would be happy to be wrong on that. Jim Walmsley, of course, the 4-time champion and course record holder, one of the most significant figures in the history of the sport, let alone the history of the Western States 100. Running in 4th place now through Dusty Corners. He's still probably ahead of his own fastest time through this section of the course, if not very close to it. Looks like Jim Walmsley is out of Dusty Corners.
Yeah, but very curious to kind of see what's going on there. His course record year split 5:18 through this section. In 2024, he split 5:20 through this section. 2018, he split 5:23 through this section.
Oh my goodness. So he's now...
His fastest splits through here, I think, is 5:12 from 2021.
He's now 5 minutes and 15 seconds back of Hans through Dusty Corners. He's about 1 minute and 35 seconds back of Vincent and Poopy. So Walmsley now exiting in 4th place overall, still ahead of his own fastest times through this course. Do not count the 4-time champion out. He does look smooth on this dirt road section.
Yeah, super interesting.
I mean, that means that he lost contact with the guys from Miller's defeat, but he made the comment to Skylar Hall, this is the most dangerous section of the course. If he let them run away a little bit and intentionally held back, I would say that's not necessarily in his usual character, but could be based on that comment exactly what happened.
Yeah, it's anything could happen there, right? It could be a moment. He could have gone pee. There's all these little things that happen out there. He also mentioned that this is the most dangerous section of the course. He's still running faster than we've seen him split through here. How much leash are you going to give the guys in front of you? How much confidence do you have in your ability to close on those guys? Because the guys in front of him are not slouches by any means.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's an example of Jim ever being 5 minutes back at Western States. Obviously the year he missed the turn, he still finished, but so interesting. Just every year at this race, things happen.
Yeah.
And
rare moments for sure. I think we might have Skylar while we're waiting for Ryan and Zach to come through this next section. Skylar, what did you see?
All right, so here at Robinson Flat, women's race, absolutely insane. We have 14 women through within 13 minutes of each other. Jen Lichter out front, got ice, said, I'm great. was just vibing with her crew and then took off. Riley just behind her, also with the I'm good, got very wet, switched the vest out, feeling good, left the aid station 53 seconds back. As you got Marcus coming through here. Hannah, all good. I feel good. It's a beautiful day. All smiles, just absolutely vibing. Left 220 back in third place. Martina and Mary Ann were next and fourth and fifth. Basically, at this point, everybody's just like topical cooling. Cool temperatures be damned. Everybody knows what they have to do. Coming after Mary Ann was Abby and Tara. Tara was bloody, per usual, which Chris, last year's M2, Chris Myers, pointed out and was like, you're bloody, so that means it's a good day. And she laughed it off and then kept it moving. She looked a little bit, I'm going to say, intense on the way out as she was chasing Abby. Lottie looked great, 423 back. Molly, so interesting note about Molly. We saw what happened to Black Canyon when she skipped an aid station and got to the 50K and realized that she had messed up. She has learned from her mistakes. She was actively asking for water and nutrition, took a lot of ice, had a full conversation with her coach, and then knew what the task was at hand and took off just 5:21 back of the lead. How hot? Long stop. We're talking 2.5 minutes, full shoe change, got some extra nutrition in, grabbed her poles and headed out, but she looked like she's not in as good of a spot as she was at this point last year, let's put it that way. Hanoka was back 6:45, and then Ingvild and Caitlin came in together. The two Terex teammates hit the exact same tent together, both got iced up, got full vest changes, and then worked together on the way out. So I think there might be a little team tactics at play as they try to bridge up to Hao and Hanoka. And then lastly, Fiona came in, said, sweet. She got so much ice on her, she was literally shivering and like was screaming at her crew like, hey, I'm a little too cold. So I think they know what is coming ahead with these 13 miles, but you got 14 women within 13 minutes. You have, 8 that are within 5 minutes as they left the aid station. So absolutely insane. If you thought the men's race was ridiculous, this women's race is only going to be more absurd. So stay tuned, stay on the live stream, hit that like button, hit subscribe, stay with us all day. I'll be here at Robinson Flat for a little bit, but back to you guys in the studio.
Skylar Hall, Skizzle Fress, the best guy in the world at that job. We just saw Ryan Montgomery through Dusty Corners, and we do have some updates from the men's race. Corinne, Kilian Jornet falling back in the field. He was 8th place, down 11 minutes to first at Robinson Flat, now down 17 minutes to first in 13th place at Miller's Defeat. We might be starting to see vulnerability in the great Kilian Jornet.
But I also believe that his knee issue is giving him the most strife on the downhill, and this is notably one of the worst downhill sections, if that is your big issue.
Yeah. Zach Miller, Tomac Carden, Anthony Costales, Adam Peterman, Jeshrin Small. That's the rest of the men's top 10 through Miller's Defeat. We did just see, and we are seeing Ryan Montgomery exiting Dusty Corners right now. So probably in all likelihood, we should see Zach Miller in the next 2.5 minutes into Dusty Corners, followed by Tomac Carden, Anthony Costales, Peterman, Jeshrin Small to round out the top 10. But of course, they're getting chased from behind by a great group of other contenders.
Yeah, that men rounding out the back half of the top 10 is a really strong group of guys. So excited to see kind of what type of movement they can pull on this section. Zach Miller was about 2.5 minutes down on Ryan Montgomery at Miller's Defeat. So curious to see if he could bridge that at all. Ryan's official split through Dusty Corners was 5:08.12 elapsed. So still sitting back of that men's chase group. So really what that means, I mean, Ryan's split, I think, between Miller's Defeat and Dusty Corners kind of mirrors Jim there. They didn't, like, Ryan did not lose time on that section, but the three men out front definitely have extended their lead. So who's pushing here seems to be the question.
Yep. And it is still early to push, you know? Like, all the hype coming into the race, all the expectations, the fact that it's a super cool year, it could be that Hans Troyer is miscalculating right now. Obviously, he is out front. I am not rooting for that in any way, but we still have a long way to go, is my point. Do not write off any of the men in the field at this point, including Kilian Jornet, whose splits I was just interpreting. And here is Eleni Matarese in Robinson Flat.
Eleni's first 100-mile race.
Zach Miller, Miller's Defeat. Excuse me, Dusty Corners. Zach Miller is at Dusty Corners.
It's Caitlin Gerben there. I believe.
Toma
teammate.
Carden.
And again, Toma did not have crew at Robinson Flat, but does have crew here. I do feel like there's a number of Europeans who have come over for the first time, and they send their crew to Duncan and Dusty, and I'm not exactly sure why. I do think maybe it helps with that spread between Dusty and Michigan Bluff, right? If you see your crew at Robinson Flat and then you don't see them again until Michigan Bluff, that is a bigger gap for sure, but definitely not the easiest aid stations to get to.
Yep. Toma Carden in a great spot here, sitting in 7th place through Duncan Canyon, about 5 hours, 12 minutes elapsed. That red hat is maybe Anthony Costales. Could be that he's through already. Yeah, it looks like Anthony Costales is maybe through Dusty Corners ahead of Toma Carden. So, yes, it looks like he was behind Zach Miller, then Toma Carden sitting in 8th. So eyes right now are on Anthony Costales, a previous podium finisher here at Western States, running strong in 7th position.
Yeah, looks like he came through that aid station quicker than both Zach Miller and Toma. So I think maybe even leaving as high as 6th position if he got out of there ahead of Zach Miller, which would be a great spot for Anthony to be bridging up a little bit further. Question is, Jeshrin and Adam Peterman were not that far back of Anthony Costales, virtually with him at Robinson Flat when we saw them. A little bit of a gap opening up at Miller's defeat.
Speaking of which, here's Adam Peterman entering the aid station here, 2022 champion of the race.
Got a golden ticket by winning the Canyons 100K back in April. And a performance that I think made us all say, okay, Adam Peterman's back.
Extremely back. A statement victory, beating Zach Miller narrowly, followed closely by Hayden Hawks. Of course, the three of them, absolute legends of the history of the sport. Adam Peterman, the youngest among them. Still only 30 years old, Adam Peterman. Won Western States on his debut in a surgically executed, beautiful race in a hot, challenging year when he was still in the early phases of his career. It seems like he's executing very well again here today, not being overly aggressive, coming through dusty corners a full 15 minutes back of the lead. He knows he could run, with Hans Troyer through a 38-mile race, but he knows this one's 100 miles, so clearly executing a plan here, not getting flustered by the fact that he is not in the mix at the front of the race. Let's see if he can't run his way through here in the canyon section of the course. For those watching at home, once you leave Dusty Canyons, you continue along a very runnable trail onto the Pucker Point segment, which is a nice single track. They take a hard right-hand turn off this dirt road, eventually re-intersect with this very same dirt road a few miles down the trail, and then drop precipitously towards the Last Chance aid station, and then drop very precipitously into the first of 3 consecutive canyons. And that's where things really start to get interesting. So you're not going to want to go anywhere. We should start to see the women coming through Miller's defeat now any second.
It's the constant refreshing of all of the tabs, basically.
So it has now been 26 minutes since Jennifer Lichter went through Robinson Flat in the lead of the race. That is a 4-mile section between Robinson Flat and Miller's defeat. So Jennifer Lichter probably to Miller's defeat in the next, call it 7 to 10, I would guess.
Yeah, we can look at fastest splits through there. So fastest splits through Miller's defeat looks like Katie Scheid in 5:15:07. Again, that was the year that she won in 2024. Courtney DeWalter through there 5:38. Abby Hall last year 5:27:55, and I do believe Jen Lichter was running just ahead of those splits. That is Sarah Humble on your screen
Sarah
right now.
Humble and Lauren Peretz going through Robinson.
Again, Sarah Humble got one of those golden tickets at Canyons back in April. A Utah athlete.
Coached by Jimmy Elam.
A Bear 100-mile champion. A great person, and super excited to see her make her Western States debut. That's Dan Jones coming through Dusty.
Jones. So that puts Dan Jones. Okay, these guys are probably right on the 10th place bubble here. Either just inside or just outside the top 10. Both of them very strong athletes. Jeshrin making his 100-mile debut. Meanwhile, Dan Jones going for his 4th consecutive top 5.
They're 10th and 11th.
Great.
And then Trayson Knopp and Killian should be the next 2 through.
Okay, this will be an interesting opportunity for us to gauge how Killian's doing. There's Trayson Knopp. I think that's Patty O'Leary on the crew train.
It looked like...
Does that seem right? Yeah, there's Patty dumping water on his head. A fan favorite from the Bay Area. North Face team member of Trayson Knopp. So Trayson's sitting right now in 12th place overall, 5 hours, 17 minutes into the Western States 100. Mile 38 here at Dusty Corners. Very important moment of the race for the Alaskan, Trayson Knopp, in and out. He's only 27 years old, still in the early phases of his career, certainly still cutting his teeth in the longer distance, this being his 100-mile debut. He's in a great spot.
Yeah, he's sitting in a good spot again. I think you've got guys that are racing for the win, and you've got guys, and true in the women's race too, you've got people racing for the win, and you've got people racing to be top 10, and those are two decidedly different tactics.
100%. 100%. And you kind of need to make a decision as to which tactics you're going to employ and which is going to be your goal here at Western States.
One involves taking a lot more risks, and we have heard from those athletes, I think, for the most part, who are willing to take those risks this year, including folks like Riley Brady and Hannah Allgood on the women's side. And clearly, you know, the Vincent, Jim Walmsley, Francesco Pupi, Hans Troyer trainer definitely in that mix as well.
So it has been now 21 minutes since Hans Troyer went through Dusty Corners. The next update we'll get on race leader on the men's side will be at Last Chance. That's mile 43.3. So that would be 5.3 miles from Dusty Corners. So call it another 15 or 20 until we get our next update from the front of the men's race. Meanwhile, we're hitting refresh on Miller's defeat, waiting for Jennifer Lichter to come through there.
Yeah, my guess is we're probably in the next 10 minutes. That's Holly Ransom there talking to folks.
A pro athlete using the poles. Holly Ransom got her golden ticket at the Tarawera 100K back in February.
There's a long discussion going on here, which is always a little bit worrying. Okay, we're getting a pep talk. We're getting a pep talk for Holly there. Okay, she's going to get out of there.
She's smiling.
I do love that moment, that handhold. It's always good to see those volunteers. Again, 1,500 volunteers out there to bring those runners from Olympic Valley to the Placer track here in Auburn, all of them equally important.
Holly looking strong, making the Kiwis proud in the chat, I'm sure. I haven't checked myself, but Holly Ransom.
I think she's an Aussie. She got her ticket at Tarawera, but I think she's an Aussie.
Okay, well, excuse me. I
someone
know there's a rivalry between those countries.
We're going to be vastly wrong in one direction.
I got to look it up to make sure. Oh, there's Laura Hansen now in from Marin County. Laura Hansen, a very strong runner.
Just finished, what, 5th or 6th at Dipsy?
Yep. Holly Ransom's Australian, so excuse me to the country and continent of Australia. Didn't mean to mischaracterize, but Holly Ransom did get her golden ticket, as we said, in New Zealand at the Tarawera 100K. So carrying the country of Australia on her back.
Yeah, fighting words. You got to be careful.
Yep, excuse me.
At least this isn't rugby. Then you'd be in real trouble.
Yeah. All right. So Jen Lichter exited Robinson Flats 31 minutes ago. She had
she's
a minute and 15 seconds on Riley.
I mean, the fastest delta, I think, between Robinson and Miller is honestly, I think, Courtney's time, 30 minutes, 46 seconds.
Yeah.
But Abby, Fujao, Esther Chilog, we're looking at 33, 34 minutes between the two.
I think that's Canyon Woodward leaving Dusty Corners now. Here we go. Oh, that's Hiroki Kai. Excuse me. I thought that was Jen Lichter for a second.
So close. The orange shorts are going to get us every time. But that does mean that we should be keeping our eyes out for Jen Lichter.
You know what's going to be interesting?
That is Jen. We're getting word that is Jen in our ears.
Really?
That looks like
Okay, so according to Billy Yang, this is Jennifer Lichter after the Miller's Defeat aid station, hitting refresh.
No, they're not sure.
Yeah.
That looked like Hiroki Kai.
I think
to
that
me.
was Hiroki Kai. But one thing what I was going to say, Corinne, is so we've got Jen Lichter, Riley Brady. We saw through Robinson Flat, was separated only by 1 minute and 15 seconds. Riley thinks of themselves as a better downhill runner, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Jen Lichter more as a climber, I believe. But Jen, as we'll remember from Black Canyon, running just in front of Ann Flower the whole time.
She loves it.
Like, will Jen allow Riley to bridge that gap on the descent, which is admittedly Riley's strength? And if they do
Hiroki.
reconnect...
You can see the camera on his bill. That's definitely Hiroki Kai, Japanese ACG athlete in the men's field.
Hiroki Kai has been just in front of the women's field, so we should see the women here any minute. I'm continuing to hit refresh. My point is, if Jen Lichter and Riley come back into contact with each other, maybe that would be a dangerous duo off the front of the race.
It'd be a very, very dangerous duo and something that I would be super stoked to see. I do think that they both are very aggressive runners. We've seen Riley go off the front in a big way at races like Javelina and Black Canyon, so would not be surprised there. That, I think, might be Jen Lichter now.
Let's go.
Oh, no, I think that's still Hiroki Kai. So close.
Yeah. I think Jen was wearing a pack.
Yep. Yeah, that's still Hiroki Kai again. So keeping our eyes out for Jen Lichter. Looking back at those historic fastest times again to Miller's. They've been running on Abby Hall's splits, I believe, from last year. She came through Miller's in 5:27.55 elapsed. So for reference, we're looking at probably the next 3 or so minutes for Jen Lichter and likely Riley Brady.
Yeah. Just to revisit some stats that I talked about earlier, 13 of the 15 fastest ever splits through Robinson Flat on the men's side today. Meanwhile, on the women's side, 10 of the 15 fastest splits ever are today.
Remember how Ellie Greenwood said that her time, her course record, her former league course record time, which has been holding on to, I think, 8th fastest ever. She's like, I think it's be gone after this year.
Ellie Greenwood, a giant of Western States history, back-to-back champion, 2011 and 2012, held that course record for 11 years until Courtney Dauwalter broke it by 80 minutes in 2023, and one of the most ridiculous and memorable performances, at least in my career in the sport. Let's see if anybody can challenge Courtney Dauwalter's record here today.
And we do have Riley Brady and Jen Lichter have split through Miller's defeat. Riley Brady splitting through first in 5:22.27, and Jen Lichter splitting in 5:22.47.
Addie Bracey coming into Robinson Flat here. I mean, that's a big move. So Riley made up
the bridge.
Yeah, Riley made up 1 minute and 40 seconds in 4 miles.
Yeah, so I wonder if we'll be able to get the camera on the ground there. Because the camera's at Dusty's, so we don't have a camera at Miller's. So that's good to know. We will see our lead ladies through Dusty Corners. I think we have Skylar on the ground for an update.
Yep, here at Robinson Flat, bringing you, I guess now through the top 21 women. As I mentioned, Fiona was sitting in 14th. Next up was Eleni. She got served up by the Roche crew, and David was very clear to say, this is the place where you can make a move. So he was very settling that she was still in a good spot, even though she left the aid station about 21 minutes down on Jen Lichter. Next up was Fu Zhao. I'm going to be real. This is not the best she's looked as she's come through this aid station. Of the 3 times she's come through, this has definitely been the worst. She got a massage gun to the hamstring and the quad on her right side, made an effort to take a banana, potatoes, bread, and it seemed like everyone was a bit exasperated in her aid station crew. So we'll see if she can rebound and if that diesel truck can sort of keep firing. Then you had Sarah and Lauren coming through about 1.5 minutes. You got Emily Hoggood coming through. This is going to be your 22nd woman into Robinson Flat. She is about 10 minutes back of Lauren Peretz. So kind of a no man's land situation of every 2 minutes you've got another woman. So that brings us through 22 women here at Robinson Flat. I think we're going to pack up and get down to the next spot because it sounds like the action is getting absolutely insane down there. So, hey, make sure you guys stay locked in. Keep us up to date on what is happening, and I will see you guys at Forest Hill. But, hey, Debo, Corinne, hold it down in the studio.
Skylar, great start today, buddy. Thank you so much for that perspective from Robinson Flat. Excited to see you further down the course. Meanwhile, an update on the women's side through Miller's defeat. Riley Brady was in front, 5 hours, 22 minutes, 27 seconds, giving them a 20-second gap ahead of Jen Lichter. And then Coach Hannah Allgood in third place, 2 minutes, 20 seconds back. So Riley Brady, Jen Lichter, Hannah Allgood in the lead through 34.4.
5:22, you said elapsed? That's 5 minutes up on Abby's split from last year. And remember, Courtney's time through Miller's in 2023 was 5:38.
Yeah, my brother is texting me right now. Also, more women's updates, but my brother is texting me right now. Still no Killian through Dusty Corners.
Not a good sign.
Meanwhile, back to the women's race. So Riley Brady, Jen Lichter, Hannah Allgood, 1 through 3. It looks like only 8 seconds behind Hannah Allgood is Martina Milnarchik in fourth place, and only 5 seconds behind Martina is Marianne Hogan. So that trifecta, Hannah Allgood, Martina Milnarchik, Marianne Hogan, basically running together within 13 seconds.
Lottie Brinks, 5:26.30. Abby Hall, 5:26.36.
Dude!
Tara Dower, 5:26.56. So your top 8 women are separated by, 3 minutes or so?
So third through 8th separated by 1 minute 50 seconds.
Okay, so we got a lot of trash talk in the chat about the women's race, about them not being near record pace, about them.
This is Riley, it looks like on screen here.
Yeah.
Riley Brady in front of the women's field.
And so I just want to say the women's pack is so darn tight. They're running faster than Abby Hall splits from last year. They're well under Courtney's splits from 2023. And the only person that's ever run faster through those sections is Katie Scheid from her win in 2024.
Oh, man.
They're running so fast.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, this is Riley Brady on screen here. Boulder, Colorado. Riley wants it here at Western States, finding themselves at the front of the field here, making their way towards the Dusty Corner aid station, mile 38. That's going to be an important crew resupply moment. As Corinne mentioned, after Dusty Corners, you have a long 17-mile stretch without crew all the way to Michigan Bluff. So Riley Brady absolutely crushing it. Has never run to their potential here at Western States in 2 previous attempts, a 13th place finish in 2023 and a DNF last year. Riley,
looking
right
to
where
make
they need
good.
to be.
Looking to make good on their potential.
Yep.
In a big way. We got a good omen for Riley this morning. There was a truck spotted on the road with Riley and a cougar on it.
Unbelievable.
Manifest a little bit there.
Yeah, that's from Kelly Newland in the text chains here. So coming back to the men's race, we did see Dan Jones, Trayson Knopp, Canyon Woodward through Dusty Corners. In 14th, we have Max Yenzik. 15th, Jeff McGavro. 16th, Jupiter Carrera Casas. Refreshing.
Molly Seidel
Still
now through
no
as well.
Killian.
Molly Seidel through Miller's defeat, sitting in 9th place for the women, 5:27.41 elapsed. About 50 seconds back of Tara Dower.
Good grief.
Wow, the women's race is on fire.
Here for the women's race, Corinne.
Here for it. Hans, though, continuing to try to sprint ahead of any camera action out on course.
Yeah. Jacob Banta through Dusty.
Yeah, really, really good action at the front of both these races right now.
Still legitimately cold on the track here.
Yeah, I'm no longer shivering, but my fleece is zipped up to the chin.
We've never had fleece and long pants on at 10:30 a.m. at Western States on the track.
I'm a little bummed that I'm not in pants, to be completely honest. I would take a down blankie for sure.
A little bit of a breeze too, contributing to the brisk feeling. In Auburn, they were expecting winds up to 20 miles an hour in Forest Hill.
Hans Troyer through last chance, 5:29.02 elapsed. Things just got real in studio.
Yeah.
Dylan's sitting down again. It's a whole thing.
This This could be a very significant moment here. And if the gap continues to grow between he and the chasing Europeans of Vincent Bouillard and Francesco Pupi, who had a little window back to Jim, it could be that young and fit Hans Troyer is trying to run away with it as he enters the canyons.
Yeah, so Chris Myers came through here last year in 5:46. Caleb Olson threw in 5:47. Last year, Jim Walmsley's 2019 record year, 5:55.
So he's 17 minutes ahead of the front of the race from last year.
Yes.
That is disgusting.
Younger and fitter by the day.
Caleb ran 14:11 last year.
Yeah, and it only came off the record, I feel like, from pointed rocks to the finish. Like, there was nothing he could do, really, is what it sounded like. And he kind of just took it in from every point to the finish in a big way.
Yep.
But he was on or under course record for much of the day.
Yep.
But I remember having Jim Walmsley in studio around this time last year, and he was kind of being critical of the men's field, being like, wow, they're running really fast. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
They're running even faster this year.
Right. Much cooler conditions, much more conducive to fast running. Jacob Banta had a little bit of a confusing moment here in the Dusty Corners aid station, kind of going back and forth.
Just taking more time with the crew, getting what he needs. Again, they do not see crew again until Michigan Bluff, which is a ways away from this aid station.
So he didn't want to leave until he was properly resupplied there. Probably a smart move from Mill Valley Zone. Jacob Banta looking smooth on the road section here. You know, obviously Hans Troyer has become one of the fan favorites in the sport. He's very gifted with sharing his story. He loves putting on a show. He is clearly doing that through the first half of the race here today. Obviously, still a long way to go, and taking risks at the front of the race is something that you probably need to do in order to win here, but certainly not a sure thing that you can hang on for the duration. A further 57 miles in front of young and fit Hans Troyer from Boulder, Colorado, by way of Noonan, Georgia. Been on an absolute heater recently, coming in as one of the favorites with tons of momentum, thriving in that circumstance.
So people are a little bit concerned as to where is Hans Troyer? How do we miss him at last chance? Our next good camera opportunity on this course is because there's a Starlink up at Devil's Thumb.
Yeah.
And that is the next place we'll get them, both on a drone shot there and on a Steadicam in aid. So got to be a little bit patient. Again, they are truly very, very remote on this section of the course. Long drives in, no service whatsoever. Yeah. We're satellite texting people out there right now.
We've never had a camera at last chance. So the next time we'll lay our eyes on Hans is likely from a drone as he climbs up to
the first time we ever got that kind of shot was, I think, the year Ruth Croft won, and we saw her lead, I think, with Keeley, shoulder to shoulder with Emily Hoggood coming into that aid station, and we were blown away that we'd gotten a shot at all from that aid station. And actually, since the Mosquito Creek fire a couple of years ago, that I feel like has been our elevation somehow, and being able to get coverage from that part of the course, because it's now very wide open because so much burned in that section.
Here's Riley Brady on our screen, lead of the women's race here. No Jen Lichter in sight at this point. They were separated only by 20 seconds at Miller's defeat. A couple miles back on the course. Meanwhile, I'm smashing the refresh button to see.
Well, we will have men's splits in a second. I will say that we do have Ho-Ha through in 10th at Miller's defeat. Hanukkah Akiyama through in 11th. Ingvild Kaspersen through in 12th. Caitlin Fielder through in 13th, rounding out our coverage for that group of women at Miller's defeat.
Great.
I do feel like we should have men's splits in that gap.
It's been a full 6 minutes since Hans has gone through last chance.
Our splits are a little bit delayed, generally speaking, but he probably has at least a 4 or 5 minute lead.
I mean, especially to take that gap in that section of the course, you have to be deliberately running very hard. You have to be deliberately trying to run away from the field, I feel like, on that type of terrain, which is a trending downhill trajectory against a UTMB champion and a CCC champion. For Hans to be putting a gap into those guys at this stage of the race and on that terrain, I think it portends, or it suggests, that the kid is trying to get away. He's trying to make the winning move right now.
Yeah, and again, 17 minutes faster than Caleb's split here from last year. which is wild. So again, continuing to follow along.
Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard now through last chance. 6 minutes, 21 seconds, and 6 minutes, 7 seconds behind Hans Troyer. So he just got another 3 minutes, I believe, since Dusty Corners. He got 3 minutes and 5 miles just now.
That's insane.
Okay, Hans Troyer is trying to make the winning move here in the middle section of the course, descending into the first canyon of the day. He is likely probably around Swinging Bridge right now before the critical climb to the Devil's Thumb aid station, roughly mile 47, kind of the symbolic halfway point of the race. A very, very consequential moment in the race here. As we saw, Hans did have a small gap at Duncan Canyon before that gap was swallowed by the guys behind him.
We got a down jacket on Killian in Dusty.
Okay, that's not a good indication. Killian Jornet unequivocally
having a hard time, it would appear today.
2011 champion of the race. One of, if not the greatest athletes of all time. Not having his day here at Western States, in all likelihood now outside of the top 20. Here's Hayden Hawks, also hands on knees, not looking great. Pointing at that same part of his leg.
That we saw him pointing at Duncan.
Yep. So kind of to just finish my thought here, when we saw the guys get the, close the gap to Hans was on the climb from Duncan Canyon to Robinson Flat. Therefore, it will be very interesting to see if they're able to close any of that gap on the climb to Devil's Thumb. Very, very important moment of the race now.
Yeah, Jim Walmsley through last chance, but just under a minute back of Vincent right now. Again, I will be very curious to see what the splits are at the top of Devil's Thumb, because that I think will be our biggest indicator of how Jim is and what's happening. Like, is this very intentional right now? Maybe.
Yep.
And if he pulls back time on that climb, I think we got a race on our hands.
You remember the last time Jim ran here, it was 2024, won the race for the 4th time. And we'll remember he was in that group of Dan Jones, Hayden Hawks, Rod Farvard at the bottom of Swinging Bridge, and then got his gap on the climb to Devil's Thumb. So do not count out Jim Walmsley quite yet. Obviously, 7 minutes and 38 seconds behind the lead, 43.3 miles. He is losing time to the front, but just to refresh everybody's memory, Skylar Hall said that Jim Walmsley made the explicit, and it feels like intentional comment at Robinson Flat. This is the most dangerous section of the course. Maybe a suggestion that Jim was going to be conservative in the downhill half marathon. It appears to be the case just based off observing the splits here. Jim Walmsley in 4th place through last chance.
With Hiroki Kai coming through Dusty Corners, that does mean that we should be on our women's leader watch.
Riley watch.
Yeah, because they were sitting not all that far behind this group of men at Miller's defeat. So I do believe we are on Riley Brady, Jennifer Lichter, Hannah Allgood watch, who were separated by, only 2.5 minutes or so, which is a tight battle for our women's podium at present. Though, actually, Martina was just behind Hannah there as well, only about less than 10 seconds back. So that is actually a great duo.
Yeah.
I would be that, if
Incredible.
I was Hannah, that's a good person to work with on this section.
Absolutely. It's a great point. Just got another text from my brother who's watching. He said Killian lost 30 minutes and 11 places between Robinson Flat and Dusty Corners in 8 miles. Not a good indication for the GOAT. Killian Jornet, don't count him out. We did not, I believe, see him get up and leave the aid station.
There's Hayden still in aid.
Still in the aid.
Not what you want to see. But again, we are on watch for our women's leaders. Riley Brady having a great run. Jennifer Lichter not far behind, 20 seconds at the last
there's Killian.
spot.
Looks like Killian walking the opposite direction.
Pack is not back on. Not a good sign. We might be cutting a wristband off, which is the saddest way to be pulled from a race.
Yep.
Getting that wristband clipped hurts pretty bad.
It's hard to overstate the significance of Kilian Jornet in the history. Here's Will Murray.
Okay, so truly we are on Riley Brady and Jennifer Lichter watch for sure.
A bummer to see, obviously, even the greatest of all time. They deal with injuries too. Kilian had a disappointing 40th something position finish at Zagama last month. Was targeting Western States here as an all in UTMB. If he indeed does pull out, kind of throws the whole season into question here as we enter the summer months. Will Murray still seeming determined. Icing up here at Dusty Corners. Will Murray, as we've mentioned, the course record holder at the Javelina 100, executed a beautiful, flawless 100-mile race there last fall where he broke the course record by 30 minutes. Still determined and moving down the course outside the top 20 at this point. Very interested to hear about this strategy or about what's going on with Will.
Yeah, sometimes we just don't have our days line up. And it is awful when that happens, but it is the reality. We are asking these athletes to perform an exceptional feat during one very specific 24-hour window.
Yep.
And that is almost unfair.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, right? Just like it's heartbreaking, right? If it doesn't go your way, you've been thinking about this for months in most situations. You've been devoting your entire life to it for months. You've been making tons of sacrifices and working your tail off to be prepared to meet the moment. And sometimes it just doesn't come together on the day for whatever reason. I'm not sure who this athlete is. We've seen him a bunch.
He's been running kind of right at the front of the women's field effectively.
All right, we are on Riley Brady watch here at Dusty Corners, mile 38.
I believe it's Isaac Frank that we're seeing.
Shout out to Isaac.
Right behind Will Murray, right ahead of John Kelly, and right behind John Kelly should be Riley Brady and Jennifer Lichter.
Let's go. So we approach 6 hours elapsed into the 2026 Western States 100. Shannon Weil is on the track right now, one of the founders of the Western States and the author of Buckle Fever. Go grab a copy now. In fact, Free Trail and Hoka sponsored every single runner to get a copy of Shannon Weil's book this year at Western States.
Yeah, saw that be given out yesterday at Pack a Pickup. It was quite special.
Yeah.
So again, splits to Dusty Corners for women. Historically, they were about 5 minutes up on Abby's split at Miller's Defeat, which was so putting that at Dusty Corners, we'd expect the women to come through in around 5:50 or so. They're 5 minutes up on Abby's splits from last year. 5:50 is what we're looking for here. Remember, Courtney Dauwalter ran 6:06 to Dusty Corners in 2023, so we're still well up on Courtney's splits. We're behind Katie Scheide's splits, ahead of Abby Hall's splits, ahead of Courtney Dauwalter's splits.
Stats update from Travis Longcar just sent me a text. Hans Troyer ran 5:56 a mile pace between Dusty Corners and Last Chance.
That's so fast.
He's trying to break the elastic.
He should. Yeah.
Let's see if we've got Ryan Montgomery yet through Last Chance. Not quite yet. So Walmsley does have a bit of a window back to 5th place.
Yeah, again, reminding you how fast the women's field is running right now. Top 8 women through Miller's Defeat, the last aid station, our fastest ever behind Katie Scheide's 2023 run.
Nice.
Which is where Katie actually led Courtney before ultimately fading back. There was a moment where we thought Katie was going to break Courtney there. Break Courtney, break the elastic, break the record, and then the tides turned pretty quickly on the section after this.
Yeah. And then Courtney put together the best back half of the race we've ever seen. Something that will be etched in my memory forever. But every year, something historic happens at Western States. Course records or not, as we see, I think Kilian Jornet walking back towards the support
crew.
vehicle. It looks like Kilian Jornet officially out of the 2026 Western States 100. Kiki, thank you for everything you have done. We are sorry this is not your day. Absolute undisputed GOAT and legend of the sport.
Struggling.
2011 champ.
Struggling with that knee injury that he was public about in the last couple of weeks. We were hoping that it wouldn't give him too hard of a time here today, but clearly too much for the knee to handle.
And could this be an interesting moment here as we see Kilian walk off the course? Nope, that is not.
Is that John Kelly?
Yeah, it looks like John Kelly.
And so right behind John Kelly, though, should be our women's race leaders.
Yep.
And John Kelly was a couple minutes ahead of them at the last aid station. So there should be a little bit of a gap between John and Riley Brady and Jennifer Lichter.
Will be fascinating to see whether Riley trying to build a gap on this trending downhill section of the course.
A section where Riley feels particularly strong.
Very, yeah. And that could be an interesting sub story for this next middle section of the course, with Riley being a very strong descender, Jen being a very strong climber.
That's where I think Jeff McGavro and Kilian went back and forth so much of last year's race. And so, again, they could be leapfrogging between every single section. Long descent, long climb, long descent, long climb.
Good grief.
Yeah, a really interesting battle at the front of the women's race right now. Waiting for them to come through Dusty Corners, which is where our camera currently is at. And then we'll be bouncing ahead from there, also looking for our men coming up to Devil's Thumb.
Eyes on somebody here. Looking for that orange hat and maroon half tights on Riley.
Or the orange shorts and white top on Jen.
That's Riley, I think.
Yes, that is Riley Brady.
Riley Brady, women's leader into the Dusty Corners aid station, mile 38 out of 100, 62 miles to go, a clean 100K left, but Riley Brady off to a great start here at the front of the women's race.
Looking so strong coming in to meet their crew right now.
And you know who Riley has on their crew? Claire Gallagher, the 2019 champion of the Western States.
You like to have a Western States champion on your crew.
Yes, you do. So now we are on Jen Lichter watch. Last we had seen, I think it was 1 minute and 15 seconds from memory at Last Chance. Or no, it was only 20 seconds. It was only 20 seconds at Last Chance.
Yeah, and then it's a slightly bigger gap back to Hannah Allgood.
Yeah. Okay. So
and Martina, who are together.
It could be Riley in and out. My goodness. Very good indication to see a crew transition that efficient from Riley Brady. Probably feeling the pressure, knowing that Jen is coming from behind here and knowing that there is a big pack of women just behind Jen. Riley not wasting any time in the aid stations. And that's kind of been a trend in the professional ranks right now. It's like really minimize that stoppage time.
If you can, right? Yeah. Also, if I'm Riley, I don't want Jen to see me. I want to be in and out. I want Jen to come into aid and there to be not a trace of my existence, because that is such a way to break that elastic, to not allow that line of sight, to make sure that Jen gets in there and thinks that Riley is gone.
It's so true. You know, keep the pressure on. Jen Lichter now in the aid station from Missoula, Montana. Again, we've mentioned this, but no athlete has had more momentum than Jen Lichter in the last 12 months. Hasn't lost a race in more than a year. Moving up to long distance for the first time here in 2026, and in her first ever 100K, put together one of the best 100Ks in trail running history, breaking the course record at Black Canyon in February. That's where she got her golden ticket.
Riley Brady is now 7 minutes up on Abby Hall splits from last year.
Good grief. So Jen taking a little bit more time than Riley here. That is not a negative indication by any means.
No, again,
Jen looking very solid, and she's quick.
There is a long gap between now and when Jen will see her crew next.
Yep.
And so taking that time to make sure she has absolutely everything is really important.
Okay, so Jen Lichter also in and out. We'll get an official split.
Split is almost 80 seconds.
80 seconds. So Riley put a minute into Jen over the last 4 miles. Not surprising, of course, because it is a trending downhill section of the course. Riley maybe try and increase that lead down to the swinging bridge, and then we'll see if Jen can't gobble it up on the climb to Devil's Thumb. But we are now officially on Hannah Allgood watch. Actually, we're on the officially in. I better sit down again because it's about to get crazy.
It's about to get crazy. We are going to have all of our women absolutely blitzing through dusty corners, and then we're going to have our men ascending up to Devil's Thumb. Things are about to get a little bit spicy in studio and in this race.
So if you're just joining us, we are having one of the most exciting women's races in Western States history through the first 40 miles. Riley Brady, Jen Lichter now through dusty corners, separated by just a little over a minute. Now we're expecting Hannah Allgood, Martina Molnarchik, Marianne Hogan, Lottie Brinks, Abby Hall, Tara Dower, Molly Seidel, etc., etc. So we are officially again in no blink territory. Drink.
Yeah, every time Dylan says we're no blink territory, that is when you take a drink at home. And people in the chat are saying this too, and I do believe it. This is Riley's section to try to make a move on because it is a great net downhill, 13 miles of fast running. That is their strength. Jen is an excellent climber. This course has a lot of ascending and a lot of descending, more descending for sure. But as we move, Hannah Allgood watch.
Coach Allgood. Okay.
No blink territory, you're right.
Hannah Allgood from Colorado Springs, Colorado, F7 from last year in her Western States debut. This is only her third attempt at the distance. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, she made the comment in our interview this week, we're going for it, swinging for the fences, in great position through mile 38, under the winning splits from last year, where Abby Hall ran the fourth fastest time ever in Western States history.
Yeah, let's see if Hannah was able to make any distance between herself and Martina. But what I was saying was that we will likely have this scenario between now and Forest Hill in which Riley creates distance on every downhill and Jen closes on every uphill.
Yeah.
And we see this yo-yo effect between the two of them.
Allgood out.
Love it.
Quickly.
Oh, Marianne Hogan was in that mix, actually. So Marianne Hogan splits ahead of Hannah Allgood and Martina. So
we're not sure who this is that we're looking at.
Marianne Hogan splits 5:52.11. Hannah Allgood splits 5:52.12. So out together, I believe. Martina 5:52.27 on the clock.
Okay, so Marianne and Hannah
battle.
basically together just ahead of Martina Molnarchik. That is a freaking deadly trifecta there.
Truly.
Okay, so
Abby Hall.
Oh, jeez, man.
Sixth. Abby Hall in sixth place right now. So Marianne
Defending
making the biggest move.
Defending champ Abby Hall in. We should see Lottie Brinks any second. Here's Tara Dower.
Oh my gosh.
My gosh.
Is Lottie Brinks just not in there with them right now?
So we've been seeing this very exciting pack all morning here if you're just joining us. And typically, obviously, the further you get along the course, the more the pack spreads out. We have yet to see really any spread in the women's race. Obviously, Riley and Jen just ahead, but this pack still very much in contention to win the race. Any woman could take it from
We're
here.
talking 2 minutes at most, 3 minutes at most, separating our top six. That is insane.
Unbelievable.
We love to see it. Yeah, so official 8 through, including Lottie Brinks. I was wondering about that. So Hannah Allgood in 4, Martina in 5, Lottie Brinks about 30 seconds back of Martina in 5:53.08 elapsed. Abby Hall 5:53.41.
Look at this. I mean, this is the women. There's Molly.
Tara Dower 5:53.45. Molly Seidel sitting in 9th, just behind them.
Dude, they're going to be ripping the Pucker Point section of the trail all together. Unbelievable.
And they are all under Abby's splits from last year.
Unbelievable.
And all well under Courtney's splits from 2023.
Just a couple comments from me. Number one, F1 still very much in the mix to defend. That's Abby Hall. F3, Marianne Hogan, man. 3rd place right now. 2 times on the podium of Western States. 2 times on the podium of UTMB. When the stakes are at their highest, Marianne Hogan always steps up in 3rd position through dusty corners right now.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
I wonder if Molly did indeed close a little bit on that runnable section.
It would make sense.
It feels like she is now stapled to the back of this big pack.
She's about a minute back of that trio, that quartet that are really pretty darn close together.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like she's 2.5 minutes back from Marianne upon entrance to the aid station.
That's
Still very close.
Stupid.
Yeah.
That is so tight. So again, what's the gap between Hans and the chasing men?
Let's actually do an update on the men's side because, yeah, okay, now we've got 12 through last chance.
Sweet.
All right, we're going to come back to the women in just a second. We'll keep the cameras on the women. But updating from the men, last we had seen Jim Walmsley was through last chance, mile 43.3, 5:36.40 elapsed. Looks like Ryan Montgomery is 6.5 minutes behind Jim Walmsley. Zach Miller, 1.5 minutes behind Ryan Montgomery. Anthony Costales, only 3 seconds behind Zach. Tomas Carden, about 1.5 minutes behind Anthony. Adam Peterman in 9th, about 1:20 behind Tomas. Jeshurun Small rounding out the top 10. Looks like there's the gap there of about 7 minutes back to between Adam and Jeshurun. Meanwhile, Canyon Woodward now moving through the field. He's in 11th place right now through last chance. And then Max Janzik in 12th. So noticeably absent guys like Dan Jones, Trayson Knopp, Jeff McGavro right now, but they should be next.
Yeah, then same stat again for the women through Dusty. F1 through F8 are all fastest ever behind Katie's splits in 2023. We're looking at historic performances here today. They may or may not get under Courtney's time from 2023. That 15:29 is insane.
Yep.
But they are currently resetting the record books.
Yep. So I believe we're looking down on the women on the Pucker Point segment here. They take a hard right-hand turn off that dirt road we just saw them on, onto the single track. It's probably 2 miles on this single track before it dumps them back onto the dirt road and you drop down into last chance. So now we have officially 9 women through Dusty. Waiting now on Ho Ha in 10th. But it won't be long. So what is that? It's a 5.3 mile segment between Dusty Corners and Last Chance. It has now been 10 minutes since Riley and Jen went through. So 35 minutes until Last Chance. And if Riley's able to extend, I bet Riley's going to try and extend a little bit of a gap on Jen if they can between here and Last Chance.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing.
Yep.
In a big way. I think
so exciting.
Get every bit of spread you can. Precision crewing Ingvild here.
We may have missed Ho Ha, but here's Ingvild still in really great position. Ingvild Kaspersen from Norway ran the fastest ever Western States debut in 2023. This looks like Caitlin Fielder now. Again, we're not sure if we missed Ho Ha. This could be 10th and 11th, or it could be 11th and 12th. Either way, they're both in great position. 11 minutes back of the lead. So top 10 women within 10 minutes of each other through 38 miles.
That's racing.
Ingvild and Caitlin have been, seems like, working together all morning here.
Yeah, either intentionally or unintentionally, but it's a good spot to have a teammate that you're so familiar with. Definitely makes those miles a little bit more comfortable.
And we are now officially 6 hours into the 2026 Western States 100 here at the 38-mile aid station at Dusty Corners. If you're just joining us, we did see Killian Jornet walk off the race course, our sort of first official high-profile DNF. We also saw Hayden Hawks dealing with a leg issue. Didn't look promising for him either. So the attrition is starting to happen. Here's Ho Ha. It looks like, I think, in 12th place in the women's race. Ho Ha F6 from last year. Fantastic Vietnamese athlete. Six hours elapsed here, Western States. Again, it should be very soon, actually, where we start to get the drone visual of race leader Hans Troyer climbing towards the Devil's Thumb aid station. The last time we had seen Hans lose time on the men behind him was on the climb to Robinson Flat. So it could be that Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, Jim Walmsley are able to scratch back some of the 6-minute gap that they are currently at a disadvantage of towards race leader Hans Troyer on that climb towards Devil's Thumb. If they have not, it could be Young and Fit's opportunity to run away with it here.
It 1,000% could. I do think that that split at the top of Devil's Thumb is going to tell us so much about what's happening in the race. Obviously, anything can happen. The race is not over until they hit the finish line behind us. They've got to make it to the track to win the race. But that being said, things are setting up really, really nicely for Hans Troyer as we speak.
Yep. There's just a big psychological difference if you're sitting in the mix in the men's race and the gap's 5 minutes. If it becomes 10,
that's pretty scary.
That becomes scary. And then it's just easier to be psychologically deflated and start to give up on the opportunity to win. Of course, these guys are the champions of champions. Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, Jim Walmsley sitting in 2nd through 4th. A little bit of a gap back to Ryan Montgomery, who's been running kind of in no man's land all morning in 5th. Having the race of his life at this point, so we'll see if Ryan Montgomery can't make up some time as well. Here's Luke J. coming into the aid station at Dusty Corners.
Yeah, super interesting. Ho-Ha officially actually down to 12th now. Ingvild Kaspersen and Caitlin Fielder moving up a spot each on that last section. So Ingvild Kaspersen officially in 10th, Caitlin Fielder in 11th, Ho-Ha in 12th at Dusty Corners. All through in 6 hours or under. So again, that is still 6 minutes faster than Courtney Dauwalter's split in 2023.
Good grief. History here. 2026. Where will it sit in the 53 years of this legendary event? Time will tell. And we will be in the seats to tell the entire story, not just Corinne and myself, but through the entirety of this 30-hour race. Of course, we devote most of our energy and attention through this afternoon and this evening towards the professional race, but rest assured there are 369 stories to tell on the race course today, and we will have people in these chairs to help shine a light on all of the heroic athletes here at Western States, front, middle, and back of the pack. We're going to take a quick break while we have a window of opportunity here, and we'll be back to see the lead men through Devil's Thumb any minute.
Play varva.
Go. Come on. Fast as we. The grade is so nice. Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Introducing TrailCon, the new trail running conference and festival celebrating its inaugural year in 2025. A 2-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States. Packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations, TrailCon hopes to become an important annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It's all about community. After a successful debut this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2026. And we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event and stay tuned for announcements about the second edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life. Okay, we are back at the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. If you're just joining us, my name is Dylan Bowman, joined in studio by Corinne Malcolm. We are now 6 hours, 6 minutes elapsed into what has been an incredibly exciting morning here. The lead athletes are now through the Dusty Corners aid station, and we do expect to start seeing the lead men coming towards Devil's Thumb here in just a little bit.
Yeah, we keep refreshing over and over again, just like you guys. And again, if you need to find a specific person or you're interested in following along at the front of the race as well, the live results are pinned by the Western States account in this chat. So very easy to find.
Okay, so fastest split through Devil's Thumb last year. It's Caleb Olson and Chris Myers running together, 6:32. So last we had seen Hans had 17 minutes, I think, up on last year's splits, which would put it at, call it 6:15 or so. 6:18-ish, which means it could be about 10 minutes until Hans Troyer gets the Devil's Thumb.
Yeah, it's anyone's game, but I do think, again, we are looking to see what that gap is to Hans at the top of the Devil's Thumb climb, because that, I think, will give us a critical picture of what is happening to that men's group behind him. Vincent, Francesco, they had created a little bit of separation on Jim Walmsley. Was Jim Walmsley playing the game of being careful on that section, hoping to pull things back on the upcoming climbs? We saw him pull things back on the climb into Robinson Flat. Could we see the same thing at Devil's Thumb, where we will have a drone, we will have a static cam, and I think you and I both have several friends that are hanging out there that will get intel from the field.
Yeah. Send a couple proactive texts to the people I believe are at Devil's Thumb. And it could be, I'm pretty sure either MK or Skylar were going to be going there too, so we should have a on-course correspondent from Devil's Thumb as well.
Yeah, so they're not quite yet to Devil's Thumb, but we will have a drone generally in the sky there as they make their way up that climb. And after the Mosquito Fire, we do actually have pretty good visuals of that entire climb up from Swinging Bridge.
We're looking at the men's top 10 here through Last Chance on the left-hand side of your screen. Aerial drone footage. I believe still at Dusty Corners. Mile 38. The lead men have been through here by a long shot. The lead women now also through at least probably 15 deep at this point. 14 deep. It looks like we had Hanukkah Akiyama and Fiona Pascal through Dusty Corners also as of about 4 minutes ago. It's Fiona Pascal. So Eleni Mataris should be rounding out the top 15. Fuzhou Zhang still in the mix there, though Skylar reported from Robinson Flat that Fuzhou wasn't necessarily looking in prime condition through 50K. We'll see if Fuzhou can't rally.
Yeah, I think Skylar's call at Robinson Flat was that he has seen Fuzhou come through Robinson Flat 3 times now in her 3 Western States, and that this was maybe the least comfortable she had ever looked.
Yep. For those who don't know, Fuzhou, the back-to-back runner-up here at Western States. A huge, huge moment to be on the podium of Western States once. To do it 2 years in a row indicates that you are world-class. But, of course, hard to keep that streak going. Looks like Fuzhou has got her work cut out for herself to rally back in the top 10 here today.
Yeah, again, our eye in the sky is going to be starting to look for our men on their way up into Devil's Thumb. A real key moment of the race, again, as we look to see what those gaps are between our M1 and M4. And to see, too, if Ryan Montgomery, who is sitting in the M5 position, has made any moves on that climb.
Yeah, to me, Ryan Montgomery, again, I've said this already today, but it feels like he's on one. He's maybe having the race of his life here. M7 from last year. extremely experienced as an athlete, still only 32 years old, kind of a deadly combination, sort of rounding into your prime as a long course athlete, just in terms of age, but also having tons of experience to draw from, not only just here at Western States, but in the 100-mile and beyond distance. Ryan Montgomery has been in the game for a long time, and he has clicked off a lot of races, and it looks like everything is coming together for him here in the first half of Western States. Be amazing to see if he couldn't bridge back up to that trio of Francesco, Vincent, and Jim.
Yeah, just behind Ryan, you've got Zach Miller, Anthony Costales, Tomas Carden, Adam Peterman, Jeshurun Small, all, looking really, really good coming through Last Chance. Actually, Canyon Woodward maybe making the most moves. He'd been sitting at the back part on the men's top 20. He's now sitting up in 11th at Last Chance. Max Janzik sitting in 12th. Jeff McGavro in 13th. And I feel like Jeff, Hayden, those are kind of our surprises, sitting a little bit further back in the field than we would have anticipated at this point. Hayden sitting all the way back in 19th at Dusty Corners, just ahead of Hiroki Kai and Will Murray, too. I think another surprise right now, sitting back in 21st at Dusty Corners.
Update from the production team here. We are attempting to get a live shot from Devil's Thumb, trying to get that feed going. Again, just kind of doing the back of the envelope math. I would guess, just based on Hans Troyer's early pace, it looks like we got it. Okay. Drone in the air at Devil's Thumb. Let's just try and get our bearings here and understand what we're looking at. Devil's Thumb, a very, very important climb on the course. Probably the steepest and toughest climb of the day. It's not super long, but it definitely, it just like thwarts your momentum. It's a rude awakening after 13 very fast downhill miles to switch back into climbing mode, especially as you make your way into the middle part of the race as the fatigue starts to accumulate. Now we are looking at the trail at the very tip top of the climb. So this should be a great perspective for us to see race leader Hans Troyer coming up this climb, if he is indeed still in front of that pack that included Francesco Puppi, Vincent Bouillard, and then a little ways back to four-time champion Jim Walmsley.
We're scouring that climb.
There's a body.
Oh, my goodness.
Hans Troyer making his way towards that switchback. You can see the white kit alone at the front of the Western States 100, the pride of Noonan, Georgia, now living in Boulder, Colorado, 26 years old. The gravity of this moment for Hans Troyer is enormous. Getting up over the top of Devil's Thumb alone in the lead and with nobody within visual sight, a huge, huge psychological lift in all likelihood for Hans Troyer, and he looks good.
He looks really, really good right now, making light work of this climb. This climb has always been a hot one, but has only gotten hotter now that there is no tree coverage on the entirety of it, which is a big change over the last couple of years.
So in direct sunlight on typical years, this absolutely bakes. It is oppressively hot as you make your way up towards the top of Devil's Thumb. Not this year in 2026, the third coolest year in Western States history. Hans Troyer thanking his lucky stars for those environmental circumstances here. 47 miles into this 100-mile course, and Hans Troyer only in his second 100-mile race after an 8th place finish here at Western States, looking like an absolute veteran at the front of the field here today, running away from some of the sport's best.
Yeah, a truly great performance right now from Hans Troyer. And the question is, what kind of daylight will he have between him? Because is that a camera runner?
Yeah, it must be.
That or something really crazy is about to happen.
It has to be a camera runner.
Yeah, there's a camera on the inside. There's a camera on the outside.
Yep. All right, so he's coming into the aid station.
Crew. Holy cow.
All right, Hans coming into the aid station at Devil's Thumb. The climb is officially done for him now. Let's all lay our eyes on the clock in the top right corner from Sunto. And then we can get at least a rudimentary, unofficial split back to the Europeans, Vincent Bouillard and Francesco Puppi.
Aid station volunteers running him in, asking what he needs. Again, these volunteers are pros. We did
Kim
just get
Gaylord
word.
on the ground saying there's still a nice breeze here. She is there at Robinson Flat.
Normally they have
Hans cooling off.
Otter pops here too, which is always kind of critical. Okay. Get out. Getting sponged down. We did get word that Fu Zhao is now also through Dusty.
Great.
So sitting just outside the top 10. I'd imagine in like 13th position.
So 2 bottles for Hans, ice around the neck, 3 bottles. 3 bottles for Hans. Smart move for the youngster. Out of the aid station, 11:16:40.
Yeah, 6:16 elapsed there.
Okay, so according to Liam Tryon, aid station Fireball, Jim's course record split 6:32 from 2019. That puts Hans Troyer 16 minutes up on 2019 split. As we look down, it looks like 2 athletes climbing. This is likely Vincent Bouillard and Francesco Pupi working together. Hard to tell. They are on the upper flanks, but I think they still have a couple switchbacks to go. So if they made up ground, yep. Oh, that's Jim. That's Francesco and Jim Walmsley together in 2nd and 3rd place on the climb. I'm nearly certain that's Jim on the back, right?
I think that's Jim. Francesco's wearing that that blue Hoka top. That's Jim, I believe, in the pack that he was in down at Dusty Corners. And just to put this into perspective, Jim's splits historically through Devil's Thumb are 6:42 elapsed, 6:44 elapsed, 6:52 elapsed, 6:32 elapsed. So we are well under that right now at Devil's Thumb. And Caleb Olson last year split through here in 6:32:22 elapsed. So we are running hot right now.
Corinne,
this is insane.
This is absolutely remarkable. Here we see Jim Walmsley in 3rd place here at the race that he has owned for the last decade. Working with friend and teammate Francesco Pupi, running in 2nd place as they try and chase down fellow Hoka teammate Hans Troyer off the front.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 right now.
But Jim
Pretty good
Walmsley,
place to be.
his fastest split through Devil's Thumb in all likelihood by the time they get to the top by a significant margin, and he'll only be sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to be running maybe your best ever Western States and be sitting in 3rd. Honestly, Tropical John Mettinger's prediction of someone running 13:50 and taking 2nd is looking better and better.
Absolutely. So again, this is a burn scar. The green vegetation has come back in a healthy way after the mosquito fire a couple of years ago. Typically, as I said, when Hans was in the picture frame, this is a very difficult section. It's much steeper than it appears with our drone footage here. The fact that they maintain a running cadence is just testament to the athleticism and fitness of these athletes. And it looks like they're rounding this final switchback before the aid station. Francesco Pupi from Italy, the 2025 CCC champion, making his 100-mile debut. Just in front of the 4-time champion and course record holder, Jim Walmsley. Looks like Francesco's getting a bit of a gap here on Jim. Maybe trying to get to the aid station with a little bit of a breathing room so that he can get a clean transition. This is not a crew-supported aid station, as we saw with Hans Troyer. So they're going to be coming into the aid at about 1:20. What did we say it was for Hans? Like 1:16:40 out?
1:15 at the front of the aid. Our timing mat is when they enter.
Okay, so I think it was 1:16:40 out for Hans.
And it was 1:15 and change in.
Okay.
I mean, these aid station volunteers are so good. They are running these athletes in. They are making sure they've got them covered, and then they are getting them out of there as fast as possible.
So, of course, who we're missing right now is Frenchman Vincent Bouillard, the 2024 UTMB champion who had been running with Francesco Pupi. In all likelihood, he is not far in arrears of Francesco and Jim. Francesco enters the aid with a little bit of a gap on Jim. Let's see if we can't get any on-the-ground visual to judge any body language. Thank you so much to our production team. Francesco Pupi waving. He looks very good. Seems to be in good spirits. This would put them, depending on exit timing, roughly 4 minutes back of Hans Troyer. So if anything, the gap has shrank. I think it was 5.5 or 6 minutes at last chance.
Yeah, which we thought we might see here, right? And the question was if that gap came down, I think that makes us feel a little bit better about the position that Jim is in, us being obsessed fans and spectators, thinking that maybe it's not.
There's another body. So this must be Vincent Bouillard here.
Should be.
Which means Vincent has lost a couple minutes to his guys. Jim Walmsley still with the long sleeve on, getting iced down in the aid station here.
Taking time. Got ice, got bottles.
So Jim is 11 minutes faster than his course record splits.
That's insane.
Devil's thumb. And he looks smooth.
He looks good.
In all likelihood, Francesco is out too. Yep. Looks like Francesco is out too. Vincent Bouillard now in our screen, 4th place from France.
But that gap is still 5 minutes. Effectively, on entry to the aid station, the gap is 5 minutes.
Yep.
Basically, almost exactly. There's Vincent making his way up the climb.
Breaking into a hike, the first time we've seen this. Still looking strong. Yeah. Breaking back into the jog. Vincent Bouillard, man. He's having a good one, too, even if he's lost a little bit of a contact on the guys in front of him. We still have Hoka top 4 on the men's side, which is incredible. Vincent Bouillard, I just mentioned, of course, 2024 UTMB champion, where he came out of nowhere to shock the world. An employee at Hoka at the time, where he still holds at least a part-time job in addition to his duties as a professional athlete. What a story it was. He's continued that momentum with 2 golden tickets secured at the Chianti by UTMB race the last 2 springs. Here he is running in 4th place, also under course record pace, 47 miles into Western States.
Yeah, okay, and I just want to, point something out here. When we're saying, wow, this is insane. Yes, it is cool, but it's not that much cooler than 2019 when Jim set the course record. So it's not like I'm comparing what they're doing now to a year when it was 102.
Yeah.
Right? I'm comparing it to Jim's course record year, which is honestly only a couple degrees different, but still considerably cooler than almost every other year.
Yep.
So it is insane. We are allowed to be impressed with what they're doing.
Yep. I mean, it's officially midday here on the track. I still have long sleeves on. I still have long pants on and a fleece. Feeling like I need extra layers.
I'm finally not shivering anymore, so that is a good sign. But it is finally, the clouds are breaking up here in Auburn. It's finally starting to be a little bit sunny, which is, I think, good for everyone hanging out.
Texting the Gaylords in the field to see if they have any boots on the ground color to add to the broadcast here. Vincent Bouillard has definitely lost some time to the guys ahead. Could have been a bathroom break. Could have been a shoe retie. Yeah, he's not like he looks bad.
He's not zigzagging up this climb, which we have seen from people before.
Yep.
I remember a couple years ago. It's happened to the best of us. But I remember, for example, seeing Hayden kind of explode on this section a couple years ago and come into this aid station, spend a long time there with the knee. But it does sound like we have MK in the field at Devil's Thumb.
Tim Tollefson just texted Francesco Pupi in and out of the thumb the quickest. MK Sullivan on the ground. Go ahead, MK.
Hey, guys. We just had Hans Troyer. Well, we didn't just have him come through. Hans Troyer came through like 8 minutes ago. And I'm here with Katie Scheid, former Western States champion. How did you think that Hans looked coming through this aid station?
He looked good. He looked pretty chill.
Yeah, I thought this thing, he added some water, some cooling, got in and out pretty fast. And his quote from Zev was, "This is sick." And also, I don't know if I just have this wrong, you guys, but I think that Jim's course record time to here was 11:42 a.m. And they came through like almost 25 minutes ahead of that. So that would put Hans at like almost 30 minutes ahead. Your thoughts?
I have no thoughts. I'm just excited to watch the rest of the race.
Thanks for joining us, Katie.
Thanks.
MK, look alive. Vincent Bouillard is going to be there any second now, coming into the aid station. Thank you so much for that update, MK and Katie Scheid. So just to clarify, I'm pretty sure it's 6:32 into the aid station, not 6:42. So they are well under course record pace, but not quite as much as MK suspected. So reports from the field are that Francesco looked the best.
Jim's splits from 2019 is 6:42 elapsed. Caleb Olson was 6:32 elapsed. So
good note.
Fast.
So MK was right. Thank you so much, MK. Vincent Bouillard in the aid station.
I love that Katie's like, no notes. This is amazing.
Yeah. Come on, Vincent. Just a quiet, stoic competitor. An extremely talented athlete. Races rarely. He's also in and out. Vincent looking solid. So, top 4 men, Hans Troyer, Francesco Pupi, Jim Walmsley, Vincent Bouillard, now through Devil's Thumb as we now look down on who I believe to be Ryan Montgomery, tiptoeing up this climb here. Ryan Montgomery has been having an absolutely phenomenal day. Yeah, that's Ryan. Refreshing here as we wait for Ryan to make his way up the hill. It looks like officially upon entrance to the aid station, Hans Troyer had 4 minutes and 50 seconds on Francesco Pupi. Francesco had about 15 seconds on Jim, so call it they're all separated by 5 minutes halfway through the race.
But it's a huge gap back to Vincent. We're talking 15 minutes. From
I think you're no, it still has an update.
It still has an update.
So
okay.
now it just did. So 6 minutes.
Okay. I was like, that seems like a lot of time.
5:15, excuse me.
Okay.
So Hans, Francesco, Jim, all separated by about 5 minutes, and then it's 5 minutes back to Vincent. So Vincent clearly has lost a little bit of time. Vincent, a full 10 minutes and 25 seconds behind Hans Troyer. Still obviously in great position, still obviously on course record pace, but clearly Vincent has lost some time to Francesco and Jim, and obviously to Hans Troyer as well. But here, Ryan Montgomery continues to have a very strong day, breaking into the power hike mode as he makes his way up towards the top of the climb. Ryan Montgomery living on the East Coast as he just finished up business school at Dartmouth. No big deal. Just an Ivy Leaguer out here taking a swing at Western States, following up his M7 from last year. I've heard he's just been lacing his training the last couple of months.
Ryan on his way up. We do have our top 2 women through Last Chance. Want to see if Marianne's there yet. Nope. So Riley Brady through Last Chance, 6:24:52 elapsed. Jennifer Lichter still sitting in second, 6:26 elapsed on the dot. So we're looking at about 70 seconds. So staying very similar so far. The question is, again, I do think that gap could come down a little bit on this Devil's Thumb climb in particular, knowing how strong of a climber Jen is and knowing how strong of a descender Riley is.
Yep.
We won't see our women on camera until they get to where Ryan Montgomery is right now. There are no cameras between Dusty Corners and Devil's Thumb, and so we're kind of in no man's land, literally.
And it could be the most exciting women's Devil's Thumb.
People in the chat are saying there are going to be a lot of bodies on that climb, Dylan.
Goodness. Well, and we will remember, as you commented on earlier on in our broadcast, when Ruth Croft and Emily Hoggood came into the aid station together, and then all of a sudden there's Keely Henninger, and we said there's never been 3 women at Devil's Thumb at the same time. Could it be that there's 8 women at Devil's Thumb at the same time this year?
I think it's going to be really, really tight, which is exceptionally exciting. The battle back at Dusty Corners was exceptionally tight. I think we're still waiting for Marianne Hogan, Hannah Allgood, Martina Menarchik, Lottie Brinks, Abby Hall, Tara Dower, all to split through Last Chance. And then just behind them should be Molly Seidel, Ingvild Kaspersen, Caitlin Fielder, and Ho Ha rounding out that top 12. Molly, the one sitting kind of in no man's land in that group, and then Ingvild and Caitlin moving up in the field a little bit. Yeah.
So how about this, Corinne? Ryan Montgomery now entering the Devil's Thumb aid station, just about 6:30 elapsed. That puts him ahead of Caleb Olson's 14:11 splits from last year and ahead of Jim Walmsley's course record splits from 2019. Ryan Montgomery very solidly in 5th place.
Very possibly having the race of his life and might still not make the podium. Lots of racing left. Obviously, we're not even to the halfway mark, but it is kind of, again, I'm going to keep saying it's insane. I know it's a cool year, but again, it's not that much cooler than 2019, and they are putting those splits to shame right now.
And less than 5 minutes back of Vincent upon entry, so it could be that he's making up a bit of time on Vincent.
Love to see it. I want the excitement.
2 Europeans in the top 5 right now. Also very interesting with Francesco Puppi and Vincent Bouillard. Ryan Montgomery looking solid. We do have MK Sullivan on the ground, so we'll get her comments from the field here in just a couple of minutes. Behind Ryan Montgomery, we had Zach Miller, Anthony Costales, Tomac Harden, Adam Peterman, Jeshurun Small, sort of in quick succession. So in all likelihood, the drone. Zach Miller on our screen here. Zach Miller, one of the all-time legends of the game, his first Western States, climbing strongly in 6th place.
And we have 7 women through last chance. So again, now Lottie Brink sitting in 3rd, but only 3 seconds ahead of Marianne Hogan. They are just over 3 minutes back of Jen Lichter. They're in 6:29.16 and 6:29.19 elapsed. Hannah Allgood back in 5th position, 6:29.58 elapsed. 20 seconds back of her is Tara Dower sitting in 6th, 6:30.19 elapsed. And then roughly 30 seconds back of Tara Dower is Abby Hall, your F1 from last year, 6:30.49 elapsed. So again, there is 7-ish minutes, 6-ish minutes separating 1st through 7th in the women's field right now. Still waiting for Martina Menarchik to split through there as well, which is actually interesting. I feel like Martina should have been up in that group a little bit. Abby Hall moving down a little bit. Maybe Martina got missed at last chance. We'll keep refreshing there.
I want to give a big shout out to our drone operator, whoever this is, flying the bird above Devil's Thumb. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It has only been in the last couple of years that we've gotten visuals like this. Billy, say that name again for me. Mitch, thank you, buddy. Zach Miller making his way up towards the top of the climb. His first ever Western States, one of the most storied athletes in trail running history, a fan favorite, known for being the personification of perseverance and toughness. Looking very strong on this climb here. Zach Miller in 6th place, not far back of Ryan Montgomery. Maybe 3 minutes by the time he gets through the aid station, we'll get that split going. But he appears to be in good spirits here, giving high fives to his fans along the trail.
Yeah, Kim Gaylord reported from the field here that there was still a nice breeze on this section, which is hopefully aiding all of these fast times on a cool year into Devil's Thumb.
So, I mean, there's got to be a bunch of dudes on these switchbacks too. So Mitch, I'm sure, is going to show us in just a second, because Costales, Tomac Harden, Adam Peterman, they were all like basically together at Dusty Corners. So it could be that we start to see a stream of men pour into the aid station here. And man, it is still really anybody's ball game. Obviously, Hans Troyer has control of the race right now. Roughly a 5-minute margin back to the duo that included Francesco Puppi and Jim Walmsley. Zach Miller through the aid station, maybe quicker than anybody here. We can barely see him through the trees there, making his way down the course. Zach Miller, it looks like trying to bridge back up to Ryan Montgomery. Meanwhile, we're looking down. We see somebody there. Well, we see 3 on the trail. So this has got to be Costales, Carden, and Peterman, or some combination thereof. Maybe also Jeshurun Small in the mix. It looks like we've got 2 groups of 2, unless one of those is a camera runner.
So that would, be Anthony Costales, Tomac Harden, Adam Peterman, Jeshurun Small. That we're looking for our 7, 8, 9, and 10 in that group. And then about 75 seconds back from Jeshurun should be Canyon Woodward.
Mitch, you hero. Thank you for this.
An absolute ace of a drone pilot.
Ace of a drone pilot. Thank you to the entire team that brings this story together for us here on race day. Corinne and I, best jobs in the world. Halfway through the Western States 100, it is still anybody's race here at the front of the 2026 Western States 100. We'll start to get IDs on these athletes coming into the aid stations just to confirm what we suspect. But this should be basically the rest of the men's top 10 coming in. Again, just to remind everybody, Caleb Olson, Chris Myers came through at roughly 6:32 a lap. So this could be that the entire men's top 10 comes through within 3 minutes of last year's winning splits. Also ahead of Jim Walmsley's 2019 splits. Try and transition to the aid station camera if possible.
Yeah, oftentimes it's either we're A, looking back,
Thank
or
you
B,
so much.
having...
Thomas Carden right here. Adam Peterman on the right. Costales, I believe, behind the blue shirt. Yeah, there's Costales right there.
Oh, looking good in the radical airflow.
Dude. 3 guys in the aid station together right now.
I think there's a fourth in there, too.
So who would we be missing? Jeshrin Small?
Yeah, I think that's the person that we're not seeing on our screen right now because there was Adam.
Peterman's got some smiles on, too.
We heard that Peterman looked the best out of everyone at Robinson Flat, and he is all smiles at present.
So they are now officially still 20 minutes behind Hans.
That is insane.
Gosh.
Which is my most used word of the day, I know, but here we are. Oh, we're drinking out of that pitcher on a knee.
Love to see it. Man, all 3 of those guys look solid.
Yeah, look really,
So
really good.
We didn't lay our eyes on Jeshrin.
I know, was one of those a camera?
It could have been one of the runners we saw was a camera guy. We do have MK on the ground here. Let's see if we can't.
We don't have a Jeshrin split yet on the screen, just Anthony, Thomas, and Adam through in 7, 8, and 9. They are just behind, I want to say, Caleb Olson's time splits from last year, but well ahead of Jim Walmsley's course record splits.
Hey, MK, can you hear us?
Yeah.
What can you tell us? That looked like a great pack there.
So we just saw Costales, Peterman, and Thomas come through together. All of them.
Bear with us, folks. Tough cell coverage out there at Devil's Thumb. We'll come back to MK as soon as we can. Back at Dusty Corners right now. Any Martina Milnarchik yet through last chance?
Let's get an update. Hold on.
I'll pull it up.
Yes, she is through about almost 30 seconds back of Molly Seidel, so Molly Seidel in 8th position, but they are just under 4 minutes back of Abby Hall. So Molly
Martina's fallen back.
She has on this section. So Molly Seidel in 8th position, 6:34.32 elapsed. Martina Milnarchik sitting in 6:40 or 6:34.58 elapsed, but back into F9 position. Still waiting for Ingvild Kaspersen and Caitlin Fielder to split through last chance as we speak. They would be sitting in positions 10 and 11.
How about Lottie Brinks moving up into 3rd through last chance?
A great spot to be running with Marianne Hogan. They're sitting, a whole 3 seconds apart at the aid station split.
And still only 40 seconds ahead of Hannah Allgood. It sounds like we've got MK back in the field. MK, start over. We sort of lost you there.
Okay.
Okay, having a bit of an issue there on the ground at Devil's Thumb. Again, for anybody who's been out there, you know just how remote it is. I did just get a text from the field. Topher Gaylord, who is there at Devil's Thumb, said Zach was asking how far ahead is Ryan ... He's hunting at Devil's Thumb. Thank you, Topher, for that perspective. Not surprising, Zach Miller. How far ahead? How far ahead? Anybody who has watched Zach Miller race, he says that quite a lot. Remember at Hard Rock, even when it wasn't really going his way, he was not asking who's behind.
We've
he was
got
asking
a
how
text
far ahead.
from MK, and this is what happened. I think Kat Bradley was our field reporter from this location last year, and it was really hard to get stuff out there, but gave us great text updates. MK text just came through. Zach through the fastest, hands down so far.
Thank you, MK.
On a mission.
So still very, very exciting action here. So the women through last chance as of 16 minutes ago, say in all likelihood, the lead women are likely going to be crossing the swinging bridge right now or soon. As we look at, I believe, Dan Jones on our screen here, climbing up towards Devil's Thumb. I think this would put Dan Jones in about 10th place overall. We have not seen Jeshrin Small yet, to my knowledge. Is that Dan Jones? I believe it is. Yeah, it looks like we didn't get a Dan Jones accurate split from Last Chance. But this appears to be the Kiwi on our screen here. As we've mentioned many times throughout the course of race week, Dan Jones, 3 consecutive top 5 finishes here. 5th place, 4th place, 5th place, the last 3 runnings. I believe this puts him in 10th place overall because we still do not have a split from Jeshrin Small through Devil's Thumb. So the country of New Zealand cheering loudly for their champion athlete, Dan Jones. Fellow Kiwi Ruth Croft, of course, has won this race, the only New Zealander to win Western States. She did so in 2022, I believe it was. So Dan Jones, probably his fastest ever split up to Devil's Thumb and probably his lowest ever position through Devil's Thumb. The irony. As Corinne rushes back to the studio here. I got another text from Topher Gaylord saying that Hans was spry in his final strides up to Devil's Thumb. Eye of the Tiger. So again, the gravity of the moment for young and fit Hans Troyer, only 26 years old, from Georgia, running in the lead of the Western States. I'm trying to remember the last time somebody of that age won the event. I believe Jim was 28 the first year he won Western States. Killian Jornet was 23, I believe, when he won the race. Hans Troyer, only 26 years old, hopefully appreciating and staying present for the gravity of the situation he's in now. He is a competitor. He's got some of the best athletes in the world breathing down his neck, including the 4-time champion and course record holder.
Adam Peterman was 26 when he won in 2022.
Great. Thank you.
I was like, he's pretty young.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
So there's a history
there is
there.
recent precedent. Yeah.
At the same time, I believe right now, everyone in the women's top 10 is in their 30s. Because Jen Lichter and Lottie Brinks are both 30.
Yeah.
So, got some young guns on the men's side right now.
Yeah. So, Kareem, while you were away, we were watching Dan Jones coming to the aid station. Still no sign of Jeshrin Small yet. Could be that he is very close also. But we did not get a split from Dan Jones through Last Chance. So, good to see Dan in the aid station. I believe he's rounding out our men's top 10 through Devil's Thumb. Also in and out really quickly.
Yeah, good to see the back part of our men's top 10 make it through Devil's Thumb. Dan Jones, yes, sitting in M10 at present, with a pretty good gap back from Adam Peterman. I guess the question mark is, where is Jeshrin?
Yep.
The other 20-something.
As we know and as we've said, those climbs are usually where separation is made, and if you have miscalculated at all, that's usually where the consequences start to show up. As we've mentioned, that climb from Devil's Thumb is steep and oppressive. It's very difficult, even if it isn't super long. So if you're not moving well, or if you have mispaced the early sections of the race course, it really can come back to bite you in this section in particular.
I guess the other young winner was remembering back to Andrew Miller.
Yep.
Like super, super young champion here.
Okay, looks like we've got, I think, 2 on our screen here. Nice zoom in. There's Jeshrin.
Okay.
So Jeshrin sitting in 11th right now. Jeshrin Small, living in Alaska right now. Won the Gorge Waterfalls 100K back in April. His 100-mile debut here today He's been top 5 at both OCC and CCC in his career. A very, very strong athlete. Maybe losing a little bit of time here, but still in great position.
Yeah, again, making his 100-mile debut. A really strong start for Jeshurun Small. Working his way up the climb. He doesn't, I'd be worried, given that he's fallen back a little bit in this field, if he was zigzagging, if he was hiking, if there was a clear change in his demeanor and energy, but he is running up into the Devil's Thumb aid station right now. That's exactly what we want to see. They're currently erecting the, which is probably a bad word to say on the live broadcast. They're currently setting up the finish line behind us in the studio as we speak, which is always one of my favorite parts of our morning on the live broadcast here at the Placer High School track.
Here comes Jeshurun Small into the aid station.
Open arms welcoming him in there. Yeah, MK said that everyone was really calm coming in, definitely thirsty, looking for water, but no big shakeups as far as like energy being displayed out there. And then from aid station Fireball, Mr. Liam Tryon, M1 through M9, all under Jim's 2019 split at Devil's Thumb.
Unbelievable.
Which is a very similar stat to what's happening in the women's field, where F1 through 8 have all been under course record splits behind Katie Scheide's really, really fast 20-24 split.
Yep. So again, we've been talking about it all week. Course records in danger today. Right now, the men are putting heavy pressure on that 14:09. The other thing we've been talking about for a few years now is when will the 14-hour barrier finally be broken here at Western States? We mentioned earlier that Tropical John's prediction was that somebody would run 13:50 today and finish second place. In other words, multiple people would break the barrier. We'll see if Tropical John's prediction is accurate as we see 2 more athletes climbing up. It looks like maybe a Jeff McGavro figure on our screen. Hard to tell. Canyon Woodward maybe also. Yeah, there's Jeff. Jeff McGavro, M4 from last year, fastest debutant. It'll be interesting to compare his split here from last year.
Yeah, we can. So his split through here last year, he's behind his split. His split last year was 6:40.23 elapsed.
Wow.
But he's still running well. Again, what really scares me is when we see our runners really start to have to hike a bunch of this. They're zigzagging, they're stopping and kind of standing more upright to catch their breath. We've definitely seen that before on this climb when things are really falling apart. They don't look like they're falling apart.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, getting to the top of Devil's Thumb in 6:50 is still incredibly fast. Trayson Knopp, I think now sitting in, what would this be, 12th or 13th position, I think it is, for the youngster from Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah, this group
still
of guys
in a very good position. Speaking of Tropical John's prediction, Rod Farvard's prediction today was that you're not going to be able to hunt for a top 10.
Oh, we missed Canyon through there.
Okay.
So Jeshurun 11th, Canyon 12th, Jeff McGavro will be 13th, Trayson 14th, unless we missed Max Janzik. He's the other one that we anticipate to come through right around now as well.
You know what's going to be crazy is if the entire top 10 is like 14:30 or lower.
We're gonna get to go to bed so early. I am so excited. Not all of us went to bed at 6:30 p.m. last night, so I'm looking forward to very fast times here.
Here's
today.
Max Janzik, the Kiwi. So we've had 2 Kiwis on our screen here in the last couple of minutes. Dan Jones sitting in 10th place. Here's Max Janzik in 15th, I believe it is.
Too strong.
I love it. We can hear the cheering in the aid station from MK and crew.
Topher Gaylord just texted that Trayson let out a big sigh as he came up over the top of Devil's Thumb, probably indicating he was very glad to have that climb behind him. For those watching at home, once they're through Devil's Thumb, they have a sort of a flatter rolling section along the top of the ridge before they begin a very long and fast descent down to El Dorado Creek. And then they climb up to Michigan Bluff where they see their crews again. So this is a very consequential moment of the race.
That just freaked me out a little bit.
My voice was just projected very loudly in the stadium. Max Janzik now into the aid station himself. Topher texting Max Janzik made the comment that he's in the hurt locker. Thank you for the boots on the ground reporting from the Gaylords. Topher Gaylord, of course, the president of the board
thank you.
of the Western States 100. His wife, Kim, also an iconic character in the scene.
Yeah.
Two of the people who have really shaped the modern era of the sport in a lot of ways.
Mac Janzik is also the youngest in the men's field. Also 23, just like Eleni.
He's only 23 years old?
Yeah, he's a young guy.
Wow.
Yeah, the youngest in the men's field.
Yeah, he sent me a DM earlier this week sharing that it was also his 100-mile debut. Here's Jupiter Carrera Casas from Mexico. Jupiter Carrera Casas looking strong. I think in 16th place, climbing up the hill here. Topher clarifying in our text exchange here that Max made the hurt locker comment with a smile on his face. So
love it.
That probably means that it's not the desperation hurt locker. It's the good kind of hurt locker.
Yeah, it's right where you want to be. And again, kind of confirming for people where folks are. We're watching our men ascend the absolutely insanely hard Devil's Thumb climb, a climb that has broken so many runners during this race over the years. We do not get a split between Last Chance and this location. So we're waiting for our women to come through here as well. We have been reporting on that top 10 to 15 split through Last Chance, the previous aid station, before they descend down to Swinging Bridge and then ascend to where we are currently watching on our screens. We've had, I think, 14 or 15 now through the Last Chance aid station. Again, Riley Brady continues to lead the women's race, followed by Jen Lichter. Lottie Brinks moving up into third, but just ahead of Marianne Hogan. Hannah Allgood in fifth. Tara Dower in sixth. Abby Hall in seventh. The spread between those women is actually quite tight. Small gap back to Molly Seidel, and then Martina Minarchik following back the most in that women's top 10 group at Last Chance. Caitlin Fielder and Ingvild Casperson still sitting in 10th and 11th running together.
I'm just looking at our splits here. We should probably have Hans through El Dorado. Hans is through El Dorado. As of 1 minute ago, the spirit of the universe just compelled me to look at this. Hans Troyer, your men's leader, now through El Dorado Creek, now beginning the climb to Michigan Bluff. Moment of truth, 6:53. This is usually one of the splits that goes to the round number.
Yes, because it's, again, being reported out of there. Just for reference, Caleb Olson, Chris Myers through there last year in 7:08.
So he's 15 minutes ahead of last year.
And then Jim splits from 2019, 7:16.
Yeah. So, Hans Troyer out front, moment of truth. What is the gap to Poopy and Walmsley?
We'll find out.
What is the gap to Poopy and Walmsley? Hans Troyer still in the lead, now officially through the halfway point, now 53 miles into the 100-mile course as we approach the 7-hour mark of our broadcast here today. I guess the 7.5-hour mark of our broadcast, the 7-hour mark of the race here today. Corinne, it goes faster and faster every year. I can't believe we're already halfway done. I'm just getting warmed up.
I feel like we just started, to be completely honest. So we're doing it. We're here in studio. Dylan is actively stretching his hamstrings so that he doesn't cramp up. 13 days to Hard Rock. Gotta stay limber.
Gotta stay limber. This is a 0 day that I'm happy to take during a critical training time for me. Just kidding. But this is where things are going to start getting extraordinarily exciting if they haven't been already. We will start to see the women climbing up towards Devil's Thumb here pretty soon, and we're going to start getting fast splits down at El Dorado Creek for the men. By the time the women go through Devil's Thumb, the men are going to be going through Michigan Bluff, et cetera, et cetera.
And I think we'll have a field reporter in Michigan Bluff, generally speaking. So that is also very exciting.
So shout out to the whole team. This is one of those moments during the race where you're going to want to stay locked and loaded. In fact, really the rest of this afternoon and into the evening, you are not going to want to leave the comfort of your couch.
Hopefully you got your long runs in already.
Put your earbuds in.
Yeah, hoping you all got your long runs in before it was too late, because I'm sorry, you can't go anywhere now.
Still no update from Poopy or Walmsley through El Dorado Creek. It has now been just 3 minutes since Hans has been through. Maybe approaching 4. Again, it was just under 5 minute gap between Hans and Francesco at Devil's Thumb. Francesco in his 100-mile debut, approaching unknown territory for him. The longest he's ever gone is 100K, which he's done only twice at the Canyons 100K and at CCC. Both races he won in spectacular fashion in 2025. Francesco putting together a very impressive performance so far through the halfway point of Western States. Has dealt with multiple injuries in the spring, potentially peaking at exactly the right moment. The Italian, last we saw running with Jim Walmsley, climbing up to the Devil's Thumb. Let's see if they're still together at the bottom of El Dorado Creek. Walmsley was still wearing that long sleeve shirt through Devil's Thumb.
I wonder if we see a change at Forest Hill.
Yeah.
Though it might, I mean, it's been pretty chilly all day.
Speaking of which, you mentioned Forest Hill. It comes up on our screen for the first time all day. The iconic aid station 100 kilometers into the race. It's going to be a little bit until we see the leaders run through here, but the action looks like it's already started.
It is the place to be. It is also a lot of chaos. Last year, it looked a little bit overwhelming, if I'm being completely honest, for those lead runners coming through there. And I was wondering if any changes would be made to the flow of the aid station to make sure that the runners could make it through there safely. The biggest change actually over the last couple of years is that you used to be able to start crewing your runner at the bottom of Bath Road and crew them all the way until they turned off at Cal Street. That has since changed. Now you can run in a runner, but you cannot crew them except for in one location on Cal Street.
Right.
I.e., you can't do a running aid station for the entire mile anymore, which I think does change race tactics ever so slightly through Forest Hill.
Good point, Corinne. Forest Hill, the iconic aid station, mile 62 on the Western States course. One of the few moments where you're actually running on pavement for about a mile before you dip onto the Cal Street section of the course and make your way towards the iconic Rucky Chucky River crossing. Still a lot of room to run here on the race course.
We got actually a report out of El Dorado from Scott Vosberg, Ethan Vosberg's dad. Quote, moved so quick through the aid station, filled one water bottle, sponged him down, and off he went. He was all smiles and looked superhuman. We had barely finished setting up the aid station.
Oh my goodness, Scott Vosberg.
And again, they hike everything into that aid station. So really, Hans almost beat them there.
I'm smashing refresh faster than my computer can tolerate at this point.
At least our internet isn't melting down like it historically does in years past when we get super hot on the track, but I am instead still shivering ever so slightly, but still have not yet got that split from Francesco or Jim. They're going to be to the whole minute, though, here, as we've mentioned, in part because they are in the bottom of a pit down in El Dorado Canyon before they climb up to Michigan Bluff, a climb that used to be a lot of manzanita, had a little bit of shade, was quite warm, emanating from the ground as it retained a lot of heat. Now that all that manzanita is out and it's very open, I wonder if they get a breeze that whole section, if that will feel actually pretty okay today. Yeah. Lots of sun exposure on that section, but if it is continuing to be very breezy through there, that might actually be a huge benefit this year.
Absolutely. Great stat texted to me by Travis Longcar here. Hans, 28 minutes, 48 seconds ahead of his own split from last year.
Crazy.
2026 Hans making 2025 Hans look old and slow. This year, young and fit. Hans Troyer leads through 53 miles, climbing up towards Michigan Bluffs. Francesco Pupi now through 6 minutes, 48 seconds behind Hans Troyer. Hans just put a minute and a half into Francesco, if not slightly more, on the descent.
That's a good sign for Hans, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, really, kind of the story is he's made up time on the flats and downs. He's lost a little bit of time on the climbs. So Francesco, of course, a fantastic climber. Let's see if he can't make up a little ground. This is really the longest remaining climb of the day, the biggest canyon climb. I think it's probably about a 30-minute climb up to Michigan Bluff.
And then looking back on kind of women's historic times to Devil's Thumb, Katie Scheid is the fastest ever split through there in 7:09:10, at least in recent history. Abby Hall from last year, 7:31:28. Courtney's course record pace, 7:36:33. They've been running 7-ish minutes ahead at the last mark of Abby Hall from last year. So I believe we're probably anticipating in there, let's say around 7:20, 7:22 or so. So we've got a little bit of time before we start to see our men at the top of the Devil's Thumb climb, though we will start to be able to pick them up on that drone footage over there.
Yep. Still no sign of Jim Walmsley through the El Dorado Creek. It does look like we're getting exact splits, not just rounded to the minute, though. Hans was 6:53 flat. Francesco Pupi 6:59:48. So, of course, we're counting the seconds here. Now the camera in Michigan Bluff for the first time. It's been 9 minutes since Hans clicked through El Dorado Creek. Again, I think it's about a 30-minute climb. Oh, camera! Who is that?
That's Hiroki Kai.
Yeah, and Will Murray.
That's Will Murray and Hiroki Kai climbing into Devil's Thumb. We get really excited whenever we see the orange shorts, but that is not our leading ladies. So again, looking for Riley Brady, who will have an orange cap and the maroon shorts. They will be followed, pursued, maybe even passed on this climb by Jen Lichter, who is known as the stronger climber of the two, I would say. But again, Jen in her debut 100-mile race here. So we're going to be alternating between Michigan Bluff and the Devil's Thumb climb. And we're going to try to catch the men coming through Michigan Bluff and the women ascending into Devil's Thumb.
Yeah, and it should still be a little bit until Hans makes his way to Michigan Bluff. So, hard to predict, but I would guess we would see the Jen Riley duo to Devil's Thumb first. But either way, we are likely entering split screen, don't blink territory.
Don't blink territory for sure. Yeah, it looks like climbs up into Michigan Bluff, we're looking at 33 minutes, maybe 34 minutes. As fast as Jim has done it, at least as fast as 31 minutes, which is also crazy because...
Feels like Mitch may be onto something here.
Mitch,
Mitch,
legend.
What are you up to, buddy? Flying the drone above the burn scar here. Oh, false alarm. But to your point, Corinne, and just to repeat for the audience, it will be very interesting to see the Riley Jen split at Devil's Thumb, whether they're like together, whether Jen's able to make up some ground on the climb. And because we've talked about their contrasting skill sets, Riley being a very strong descender, Jen maybe being the stronger climber.
Jim Walmsley through El Dorado Creek, 7:03:56 a lap. So a gap has opened up between Francesco Pupi and Jim Walmsley.
Yikes. Quite a large one. They were together at Devil's Thumb. Francesco now 4 minutes ahead at the bottom.
Yeah, 7:03 is, ever so slightly 5 minutes faster of Caleb Olson from last year, but moving really, really fast. But Francesco cementing his spot right now in second.
Oh, stress. Incredible moment here as we start to see gaps open up a little bit. Hans Troyer, who has been in front, put a couple of minutes into Francesco Pupi on that long descent into El Dorado Creek. Now he's got a 33-minute climb to Michigan Bluff. Meanwhile, Francesco Pupi puts 4 minutes into his teammate Jim Walmsley on that same descent. It could be that we're starting to see the separation start to establish itself a little bit more, at least among these top three. The next up, we would expect Vincent Bouillard, who I think was about 5 minutes back of Francesco Pupi and Jim Walmsley at Devil's Thumb. See if Vincent can't keep that gap roughly the same at the bottom. So we see somebody coming into Devil's Thumb here on the right. Jacob Banta. All right. All right, so what was Abby's split through Devil's Thumb last year?
Abby's split through Devil's Thumb last year was 7:31.
So we still have a bit of time.
Yeah, I was thinking they've been moving up on the splits from last year ever so slightly to like 1 to 2 minutes at every aid station for the last couple aid stations. So I've got to imagine that we're looking. No, that's Hiroki Kai.
Hiroki. Panic.
It's okay. It's okay. The ACG shorts are going to get us every single time.
Every single time. Is it Hiroki or Jen? The game we've been playing all morning.
And actually, I feel like that same thing was happening during Gorge between Hiroki and Shea Aquilano early in the race. And we were like, orange shorts, not the right person.
So we are now officially over 7 hours elapsed into the 2026 Western States 100. It's been a historic day.
Vincent through Eldorado as well, 7:05:27. According to Scott, looking really great, quote, especially compared to last year.
Incredible. So that puts him only a minute and a half behind Jim Walmsley.
So he's closed on Jim in that last section.
Significantly.
He had lost a lot of time up that Devil's Thumb climb, but he's gained most of it back on this last section. Interesting to see if those two guys can work together. But yeah, again, Mitch, our amazing drone pilot over at Devil's Thumb, is going to keep the eye in the sky as we look for Jen Lichter and Riley Brady. Will Murray.
Will Murray into the aid. Come on, Will. It's bizarre to me. Like, he's never looked bad, but he's
Great job,
surprisingly
Justin.
far back relative to expectations, right?
Yeah, there's something up, right? I think knowing what Will did at Javelina, there's no reason why there's Justin Grunwald that Will couldn't be up in that lead men's pack. This feels a lot like the Canyons 100K to me, where he got it done, he finished it, but it was kind of off the whole time.
Yeah. It's quick in and out. Like, he seems like he's still got a lot of determination in him. Every time he comes onto our screen, every time the camera lands on Will Murray, it's not like looks like he's moving slowly. Grunwald looks solid too. Both those guys in and out. If Rod Farvard's prediction is inaccurate and that there is opportunity to hunt, maybe a window of opportunity opens for Will Murray and Justin Grunwald. But right now, what are they sitting in? Let's see. Yeah, I think 19th and 20th positions right now.
Yeah, not, I think, where we would have anticipated seeing Will Murray today.
Here's Hiroki Kai entering the aid station.
Yep, getting that ice bandana taken care of.
Yeah. Oh, he had like a kimono? Oh, sick.
Yeah, they were during the athlete meeting yesterday. ACG has made Hiroki a radical air kimono that he showed up to for the athlete meeting for the top returning 10 in the golden ticket presentation. It was pretty sick.
Yeah. Hiroki Kai from Japan.
Oh, Koken and Liam are his pacers today.
No way.
Later in the day.
Look, that's Jen Lichter. Jen Lichter. If it's not Jen Lichter.
That's Jen Lichter. It's Jen Lichter. It's Jen Lichter.
It has to be.
It is Jen Lichter.
Okay, so we officially have a bit of a lead change here. Of course, Riley Brady, Jen Lichter have been within sort of spitting distance of each other for the last couple of hours. It looks like definitively Jen Lichter has made a move on the climb to Devil's Thumb, something that we sort of predicted might be the case. Jen Lichter, one of the best climbers in the sport from Missoula, Montana, making her 100-mile debut here at Western States. It looks like alone at the front of the race, and Mitch had the eye in the sky here. Our drone pilot will be able to get us a visual of Riley Brady as soon as they enter this upper stretch of the climb, so we should get some sort of an indication as to how big the gap will be. Obviously, once they get through the aid station, we'll get an actual split, but it looks like Jen Lichter is alone at the front of the race.
That is exceptional. We also know how strong of a climber Jen Lichter is. And so if she was going to make a move, I figured it might be on this climb up to Devil's Thumb, knowing how strong of a descender Riley is behind them. And so we're going to be paying attention to that. It does seem like we've gotten reports of Ryan Montgomery through El Dorado as well. So just an update there. Ryan Montgomery still sitting in 5th position, but only 3 minutes back of Vincent right now. Ryan's in a great place.
And what did Topher text? Zach Miller is hunting Ryan.
We got a race.
On the men's side, meanwhile, Jennifer Lichter.
Opening up the first real gap we've seen in this women's race all day.
Yep. And still hard to understand what that gap might be, how large it is back to Riley Brady and the rest of the Chase pack, which was all bunched up together and likely remains the case. But this climb often does produce some significant separation. We're split screening here. I believe we have Hans Troyer on the right climbing to Michigan Bluff and Jen Lichter on the left climbing to Devil's Thumb. I just received confirmation in my ear. That is what we are looking at. Both are race leaders, clearly visible on your screen now. Shout out to the team who's putting this production together. Hans Troyer, young and fit, 26 years old, from Boulder, Colorado, by way of Cartersville, Georgia, looking very strong on this gradual runnable climb up to Michigan Bluff. Meanwhile, on your left, 30 years old, from Missoula, Montana, making a 100-mile debut here at Western States. These two athletes may be the hottest in the sport right now, with so much momentum, both undefeated for probably about a year. Could it be that they can extend that streak here at Western States?
Yeah, Jen's only hiccup was getting injured right before Worlds last year, but otherwise has been virtually untouchable in anything she does.
Hans, similar. JFK last fall, Black Canyon in the spring, then the Twisted Fork 30K. You can get a sense of the mosquito fire here. You're starting to see the foliage regrow on the right-hand side of the screen, but this used to be a heavily wooded climb from El Dorado Creek up to Michigan Bluff. You can see how much more exposed it is now. Luckily, it is a cool day for Hans Troyer as he makes his way towards the 55-mile aid station at Michigan Bluff. Meanwhile, Jen Lichter running every single step of this climb on the left-hand side of your screen. We've even seen Francesca Pupi, and there she breaks into a hike, so she is a human being after all.
Jen is human, but making swift work of this climb. Again, we've been paying attention to those infamous splits up to Devil's Thumb. Again, Katie Scheids, the fastest split ever, 7:09:10. Jen is not that far off it, all things considered. Katie ran absolutely out of her mind for much of that 2024 race. It was incredibly impressive. Courtney splits through there in 2023 were 7:36. Abby Hall splits from last year, 7:31. Jen's looking strong.
Very strong and determined. I feel like she's raced a really intelligent 100-mile debut here. We know that she likes to be a front runner. If she waited until the climb to Devil's Thumb to really assert herself, that could be an indication that she understands the magnitude of the 100-mile distance and she's saving it for the critical moments here in the middle part of the race rather than trying to go hard off the front. Again, we haven't seen a visual of Riley Brady, but last we had seen Jen was about 1 minute and 10 seconds behind Riley Brady. So in all likelihood, Riley is not far behind, but Jen is now in the closing stretch to the aid station.
It feels like Hans is sprinting on the right-hand side of our screen. Is that just me?
He is absolutely moving. I think this is the first time we've ever had a drone visual of the climb to Michigan Bluff like this.
Nice that all the Manzanita burnt down, you know. Actually, that fire was horrendous, and it devastated the town of Michigan Bluff. It's not something that we're going to be super light about, but
they did manage to save all the homes.
They saved all the structures. It was pretty crazy.
Jen Lichter into Devil's Thumb. My goodness, folks. 12:15, 7:15 elapsed. Text from Topher Gaylord. Jen is, quote, feeling great on the climb to Devil's Thumb. Thank you, Topher.
That's so scary.
That is scary.
7:16 on the clock. That is...
She's getting nice and wet.
So darn fast. We are way, way up. Remember how I thought she'd be 7 minutes or so, 8 minutes or so under Abby Hall split from last year? We are 15 minutes under that now.
Another text from Kim Gaylord saying the biggest smile we have seen so far. So Jen Lichter clearly feeling it, judging from both the I'm feeling great quotes and the body language. Here we see Riley Brady on our screen now. Shout out to Mitch, our drone operator. Riley Brady from Boulder, Colorado, also marching up the climb. Jen was jogging this section. Riley in power hike mode. Again, Jen, one of the best climbers in the world, making her move and playing to her strengths. Let's see if Riley can't get up into that aid station in short order. It'll be very interesting to judge what the gap is here at the top of the climb.
Yeah, we'll get an official split up there. We'll also get an input from Kim and Topher on the ground, from MK on the ground, from Tim on the ground. We've got a lot of field correspondents out there with their own personal takes for sure.
Riley breaking back into the jog. Man, this is so exciting. And just to remind the audience here, behind Jen and Riley is an enormous chase pack climbing up also. We do have MK on the ground in the aid station. So as we wait for Riley, maybe MK could give us a little bit of an update as to what she saw with Jen. Bear with us, folks. All right, we're back to our drone here on Riley, trying to figure out that connection with MK, so bear with us, folks. But clearly this gap is open, Corinne. Riley making their way up to the final couple switchbacks. Hey, MK, do you have a read on us here?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. What'd you see with Jen?
Okay. I mean, she came up to the top of that climb looking like she hadn't just finished a climb, but that's not really that surprising who Jennifer Lichter is. She came through, again, looking calm. Nobody has come through here looking very, panicked. She asked for a little bit of ice, a little bit of water. She actually said that's too much, it's too cold, and she was probably in and out of here in 20 seconds.
Incredible. Thank you so much, MK. Look alive, because Riley is rounding one of the final bends here. MK, we'll hear more from you in just a minute. Riley looking very strong in power hike mode here. Though there is now a gap between Jen and Riley. Riley has to be very happy with how the race is evolving so far, especially relative to their previous two runnings here at Western States. And just to build off what I mentioned a second ago, Corinne, the rest of this women's chase pack is probably going to be in drone visual very shortly here.
Yeah, as you've been claiming, there's bodies on this climb. There are going to be a lot more bodies moving up this climb very, very quickly. Seemingly Riley Brady in good spirits. We'll have to get the read from the aid station as they make their way up. But losing time to Jen Lichter on this climb isn't that surprising. Jen is one of the best uphillers in the world, particularly over the ultra distance. And so Riley opening up a gap on the 13-mile gradual downhill, very expected. Jen Lichter closing it down and making a move on Devil's Thumb, also very expected.
Yeah, but is it expected? Because it just clicked over 4 minutes, the gap.
That is a lot of time. That is a lot of time.
That means it's a 5-minute swing since last chance. That's 4 miles.
It is. It's a big climb.
Clearly, Jen, it could have been like, this is my plan. Get to Devil's Thumb and start to rip uphill. Riley could be, they're going through a little bit of a low patch. Could be just maintaining homeostasis and not trying to do anything that's unintelligent. But Riley still on very, very strong, fast pace through Devil's Thumb, though now 4 minutes back of race leader Jen Lichter. And we'll get more of that body language interpretation from our friends on the ground there, including MK, the Gaylords, Tim Tollefson, etc.
Yeah, looks
Riley
like
icing up.
They're moving really efficiently. getting exactly what they need and getting
Very
out.
quick. No sign of distress there from Riley Brady in second place. Now Mitch, the eye in the sky. See some poles there?
That looks like
Maybe a
John
man.
Kelly and someone else. I don't think anyone in our leads women pack is using poles.
Okay.
So this would be an okay place to have them. That has
Is
to
that
be.
Abby?
Is that Abby
It
Hall?
looks like a Terex kit.
It could be Abby Hall and Hannah Allgood. I'm going to make really non-committal.
Oh, that does look
reads.
like two women.
Yep, this is Isaac coming into the aid, who's been running kind of up with our
This is-
front women.
Yeah. I think the ponytail may have deceived our production team there. If we could get back the eye in the sky. Here we go. Is that two women climbing together?
That looks like Abby Hall in
Hands on hips.
Is it Abby Hall and Hannah Allgood? Is that or
It
Abby
could be.
Hall and Lottie Brinks, or Abby Hall?
I don't
and
think it's
Maria Hogan?
Lottie because Lottie had kind of the white, sort of like long sleeve, the short long sleeve.
Oh yeah. She's wearing like the half tights and the white. Long
That's
sleeve.
two women.
That's Abby Hall in front for sure. She's got the little wings. Is that Marianne Hogan?
Tara Dower.
Wow,
maybe?
we just named a bunch of names, you guys.
It's not Marianne because Marianne had the bucket hat.
Or she's got the capey hat.
Yeah. So that is Abby Hall in third, and Tara Dower. Abby and Tara working together on the climb to Devil's Thumbs.
Yeah,
right? It took
Cordis
us a minute there,
just
folks.
confirmed that too. I like that we
Yeah.
were 100% certain it was Abby, and that's all we knew.
Yeah. All right. So Abby Hall, Tara Dower now sitting in third and fourth in great position on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, back on the right-hand side, men's leader Hans Troyer making his way towards Michigan Bluff, mile 55. The action is coming hot and heavy here in the middle section of the course. Abby Hall, F1, our defending champion. You see leading Tara Dower, one of the best athletes in the sport. Tara Dower earlier in the week said, if there's anything in my wheelhouse, it's Western States, the faster runnable 100-milers. There's not much Tara Dower can't do. The FKT holder on the entire Appalachian Trail. She can rip fast 50Ks. The fact that she is sitting strongly here in fourth place of Western States, just behind the defending champion, a great indication that Tara Dower is on one today. And Abby Hall looking very strong, hiking uphill, hands on hips a little bit. And we'll get an accurate split here. My guess is it'll be roughly 10 minutes to the lead by the time they get into the aid station.
But that's a great duo.
Yeah.
That's a really, really strong duo.
And Abby must be, close to her splits from last year.
Yeah, we're under them, I'm pretty sure, by a healthy margin, actually. I think she came through in 7:30 something. Let's see. She came through Devil's Thumb last year in 7:31. So they're currently 7 minutes up on her split. So they're going to come in under it by a smidge.
All right, meanwhile, we just saw young and fit Hans Troyer on the right, bending a couple of these switchbacks. He should be in the closing stretches. Oh, wait, is that Francesco? This might be second place here.
On the right-hand side of the screen.
I believe that's Francesco running alone. Does that mean that we've got Hans?
I don't have Hans through Michigan Bluff yet.
Okay. That looks more like Francesco to me. I think I caught glimpse more of a blue shirt.
Yeah, they're all wearing white hats, which makes my job so much more difficult. Oh, Tara taking a tumble. Did Skylar say that Tara already had blood on her, which seems like she's on for a good run?
Yep.
Okay, Abby Hall.
Wait.
Marianne Hogan is just ahead of them with the poles.
So that was her with the poles on the climb.
Okay, so third into the aid is Marianne Hogan.
121.30.
Yeah.
Ran it dead even. Ran 243 flat.
Kim Gaylord just texting me. Marianne Hogan charging into the aid station with
Lottie
her
Brinks
poles
was there
and a
too. We
big
missed
smile.
Lottie.
Oh my goodness. Lottie Brinks was in third. We just got confirmation that Marianne Hogan in fourth. That puts Abby Hall in fifth with Tara Dower in sixth.
So the person missing is Hannah Allgood then.
Okay.
No. I mean, I might, but not.
That's incredibly exciting.
Okay.
We were wondering he was using poles, but I didn't see a quiver on Marianne, but it's because it's probably tucked into her belt.
Yeah. Okay. So there's John Kelly. So that means we likely did not miss Hannah.
Here's Abby
Abby
Hall,
Hall.
and Tara Dower. So Hannah is somewhere. That is who we're waiting on still.
Meanwhile, it has been now 34 minutes since Hans crossed El Dorado Creek. So we should have Hans into Michigan Bluff any minute now.
And just to put this into perspective, Abby Hall is running 5 minutes under her splits to this location from last year.
Okay, great. Look at the action in the aid station right now. What do we have? Maybe 4 women in the Michigan Bluff aid station simultaneously.
Yeah.
And this is shaping up to be one of the best women's races of all time. Defending champ Abby Hall now out, we believe, in 5th place.
Yes. And then they are 20 minutes under Fu Zhao's splits here from 2024. They're 10 minutes under Courtney's splits from 2023. The only person who's ever gone faster than any of these women here is Katie Scheid from 2024. So they're running incredibly fast. But a big shakeup on the women's side. Jen Lichter really making a move, separating themselves from Riley Brady, who is solidly in 2nd place, but there's an almost 5-minute gap between the two of them. And then there's a pretty good gap back to Lottie Brinks, who is still sitting in 3rd position. Almost, I guess it's just over 3 minutes, like about 3:20 between Riley Brady and Lottie Brinks. So Lottie closed down maybe a little bit of time there.
There's Hannah.
Good to see.
So Hans Troyer is going to be coming into Michigan Bluff any second now as we see F7, Hannah Allgood in 7th position again here in 2026. I believe that's Francesco Pupi on the right-hand side, sitting in 2nd place in the men's race. Last we had seen, he was about 6.5 minutes back of Hans Troyer at the bottom of El Dorado Creek. Hans Troyer into Michigan Bluff, everybody. Race leader, 26-year-old Hans Troyer, living in Boulder, Colorado, from Cartersville, Georgia. Put the baguettes in the chat, for goodness sakes. Hans Troyer continues his incredible running here at Western States. 8th place here last year, has been solidly in the lead for several hours now, showing no sign of fatigue. In fact, growing his gap at the last report down there at El Dorado Creek. So now, roughly 7.5 hours into the Western States 100, we have covered 55 miles. Let's see where Francesco Pupi sits relative to race leader Hans Troyer through Michigan Bluff.
Yeah, Hannah Allgood making quick work of this aid station. She is out.
Yes.
Great work. Hannah Allgood, 7th place right now. Truly, all these women still very much in podium contention.
Yep. Jen's made a really good move off the front, but so much left to be determined. We're waiting for your 2nd place in the men's race, Francesco Pupi, to come through into Michigan Bluff. The official split for Hans through Michigan Bluff is 7:27:39 elapsed. And just want to put that into some context again. Last year, Caleb Olson split through Michigan Bluff in 7:41. Jim Walmsley's course record split is 7:50. We are seeing historically fast times run in a historically cool year. But again, 2019 was also similarly very cool.
Skylar Hall just texting that the prediction model is saying 13:35 pace.
So that's holding.
God.
Because 13:35 was the projected pace at Robinson.
To put that in perspective, folks, when I was coming into the game, Jeff Rose ran 15:07 here, and they said the film was titled Unbreakable for many reasons, including just how fast Jeff Rose ran that year. But the fact that we are now looking at a pace that could be 90 minutes faster 16 years later, absolutely unbelievable. I think we've got G.I. Jane, a.k.a. Molly Seidel, in sight here, climbing up to the top of Devil's Thumb. We do have another update from M.K. Sullivan. Let's toss it to her in the field.
Here. Oh, no, that's not Molly. But I think she's coming up the switchbacks. Great job.
So this, I think, this could be our Ingvild Kaspersen, Caitlin Fielder duo that have been working together for several hours at this point.
Yeah, people coming in looking a little warm
noticeably
at this
absent again, Martina Milnarczyk. This is where her race came unraveled in 2025.
Yeah, in a big way, particularly between Devil's Thumb and Michigan Bluff.
Yeah.
came completely unglued on that section effectively.
Certainly not counting her out yet. The 2025 CCC champion, last we had seen, she was sitting in 9th place at Last Chance. It does appear that Caitlin Fielder and Ingvild Kaspersen have overtaken Polish athlete Martina Milnarczyk. Now we're in the aid station. Francesco Pupi into Michigan Bluff. That means the gap is definitely closed.
That's Rita there crewing.
So Hans Troyer clicked through, likely upon entrance to the aid station, 7:27:39. Trying to get an update here. Hitting refresh. The great Italian champion Francesco Pupi in his 100-mile debut. He's only run 100K twice in his career. They happen to have been two of the best 100Ks ever run, including at the Canyons 100K along these trails. So the rest of the course here today, very much in Francesco Pupi's comfort zone. Now we look further back on the course to see if we can find 4-time champion Jim Walmsley. Okay, official split. Into the aid station, 3 minutes and 5 seconds separate Hans Troyer and Francesco Pupi. And we'll remember, as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast, you continue climbing out of the aid station at Michigan Bluff. Francesco made up time on the climb. In fact, maybe up to 3 minutes on the climb.
That'd be huge.
If he could bridge another minute and a half or 2 minutes before they drop into Volcano Canyon, it could be that we see them very close together by Forest Hill.
Which would be very reminiscent of like Dakota Jones and Tom Evans in that absolutely epic battle that went well through Forest Hill before Dakota ultimately faltered on the Cal Street section. But that is Ingvild Kaspersen and Caitlin Fielder. And I don't believe we've actually seen Martina or Molly yet. So have these two moved up all of a sudden to 8th and 9th position?
Yep. No, we did see Molly. I saw Molly from Mitch's drone.
Okay,
just
we
ahead
don't
of these
have
two.
a split at all. So
I think she's like 10, 15 seconds ahead of these two.
Okay, sweet. So basically the three of them are coming in together. Yeah. Excellent.
All right, so just to reset here, the left-hand side of your screen, the women climbing to Devil's Thumb. The right-hand side of your screen, the men coming in to Michigan Bluff. That is miles 47 on the left, 55 on the right. MK Sullivan in the field. MK, what can you tell us?
All right. I mean, all of the women. Oh, sorry. Molly's coming in right now, so I'm going to let him follow him in. All right, Molly. Great job. I'll come back to you guys soon.
I just love the gangster buzz haircut from Molly Seidel, putting the game face on ahead of Western States. Topher Gaylord texts, big smile on Molly's face, said she's feeling okay, running up the Devil's Thumb climb.
Love to see it.
I think they're a little bit below the top.
Yeah, but that Ingvild Kaspersen and Caitlin Fielder are right there.
All right, so this is going to be we do expect Jim Walmsley to be the next male into Michigan Bluff. We heard from Scott Vosberg that maybe Jim wasn't looking as good as the guys ahead at El Dorado Creek. Of course, he's been on the ropes here at Western States just once, again, that battle with Rod Farvard. Looks like there's Ingvild coming into the aid, followed just behind by Caitlin Fielder, Norwegian and Kiwi, respectively.
Yeah, working together, these two have been almost inseparable today.
Quick updates from Travis here on the stat side. 8 of the top 15 fastest times ever through El Dorado Creek, including the 4 fastest of all time.
And there are men moving well behind that duo of Jim Walmsley and Vincent. Ryan Montgomery had made up a ton of time on that last section. Could we see Ryan all of a sudden at Michigan Bluff next? Moving into a podium position would be incredibly exciting.
Topher texts, Caitlin and Ingvild both working together over the top of Devil's Thumb. Both said they're feeling good. Thank you, Toph, for the continued real-time feedback. Ho-Ha now pulls out, blasting up the climb. So Ho-Ha, I think, just outside the top 10.
Well, yeah. Should be sitting in 11th position, but again, where is Martina?
Yep.
Very reminiscent of what happened last year on a much cooler day. Martina is so incredibly talented.
Yeah.
Her victory at CCC last year was second to none, but seeming to struggle on this section of the Western States course.
Hey, Billy, hang tight 1 second. Sorry, I think we're going to have Jim into Michigan Bluff any minute. Yeah, we've got a watch party on the ground at Forest Hill. FYI, everybody who's there, shout out to Hoka for making it possible. It's mile 62, probably the most iconic race course, one of the most iconic aid stations on one of the most iconic race courses in Global Trail. Sorry, everybody. Messing with my mute buttons here. Just want to give a shout out to this Hoka watch party at Forest Hill Aid Station, one of the most iconic aid stations on one of the most iconic race courses globally. If you're in Forest Hill, go check out the watch party there in Forest Hill. All right, we're back to Michigan Bluff now on the right-hand side. Devil's Thumb on the left-hand side. Where is Jim? It's now been 10 minutes since Hans came into the aid station.
There's Martina making her way up.
This is, I think, likely. It's hard to tell what we're looking at here. Probably Jim making his way into Michigan Bluff, I would guess. No, I think that's Vincent.
So this is actually Hanukkah,
yeah,
the Japanese athlete on the left-hand side of your screen, making her way up into the Devil's Thumb aid station.
I think this is Vincent Bouillard. I don't see the black vest on this runner, which would mean that Vincent has overtaken Jim Walmsley in third place of the race this year. Very interesting development. If I am indeed correct in this interpretation.
We did also on our screen see Martina and Hayden Hawks together making their way into Devil's Thumb.
This is Vincent Bouillard, third place into Robinson Flat, 11 minutes back of Hans Troyer. That would put him probably 7 or 8 minutes back of Francesco Pupi. 2 Europeans in the top 3. On his left-hand side, that's Mario Fraioli, his coach in the blue shirt, probably giving him the updated splits and information that he needs. Shepherd him to the crew resupply zone where Camila Jornet, his wife, is going to be there to help him out. So, to drive the point home, Corinne, no Jim Walmsley. What does this mean?
It's a great question. Don't know what happened down in the bottom of El Dorado, but we will get a sense for what's going on when he does make his way into Michigan Bluff. But that is scary news.
So if you're just joining us, Kilian Jornet, DNF at Dusty Corners, mile 38. We are still, under course record pace, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions, but certainly it is very rare to see Jim Walmsley passed by anybody in the middle of a race, and we have just seen Vincent Bouillard overtake Jim Walmsley on the climb from El Dorado Creek. Vincent looking very strong in third place here today. So if you're just joining us, Hans Troyer, your men's leader through 55 miles, followed by about 3 minutes and 5 seconds to Francesco Pupi. And then we'll get an accurate split back to Vincent, but it's probably about 7 or 8 minutes back to Vincent Bouillard in third place into Michigan Bluff.
Yeah, things have really opened up there. And again, we had those brief glimpses of the Devil's Thumb climb. We saw Martina and Hayden actually coming up the climb together. We saw Akiyama moving quite well on that section.
Wow,
Martina losing several spots in that last climb.
Bucket hat, black vest. Still looks like he's moving. That easily identifiable stride on one of the greatest to ever do it.
He's moving well. Did you notice that actually he's got big armpit cutouts in that long sleeve? Not dissimilar from the ACG Radical Airflow shirts.
Well, remember Jim's debut here 10 years ago with his modified shirt with the ventilation. Something pioneered by the great Scott Jurek. All right, this is going to be very interesting. Look at this, the crowd gathers around the 4-time champion. Silence in the studio here. You're feeling the gravity of the moment. We've only seen Jim challenged here really only once by Rod Farvard in 2024.
Yeah, it just always makes you wonder what's going on.
This is still likely his fastest ever split through Michigan Bluff.
He's well under 14-hour pace still, despite falling off on this section. But this is taking a considerable amount of time. The other men really did come in and out of this section very quickly.
Ryan Montgomery in the aid station with Jim Walmsley. Oh my goodness, folks. Ryan Montgomery having the race of his life, M7 last year. Jim going to sit in the shade. Bad indication.
Not a good sign. Ryan's going to get out of here, leaving in 4th position.
Wow. Ryan Montgomery now officially in 4th place of the 2026 Western States 100. That means Hans Troyer, Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard, Ryan Montgomery in that order upon exit. The gravity of the moment, you can feel it, at least certainly I can. Here, the drone now looking down on Jim.
Yeah, trying to give him some space there while he works out what's going on, meeting with his crew. It's never, we never want to see this, right? We never want to see an athlete needing to lay down. We've had a lot of heartbreak at aid stations, particularly like Michigan Bluff over the years. I remember when Keely tried to leave there after getting her ankle taped up and ultimately couldn't. I think I cried in studio when that happened. Hayden Hawks at Devil's Thumb a couple of years ago also dealing with that knee injury.
Look, he's got the Hyper Ice or the Theragun or whatever.
Trying to loosen up that quad, probably feeling a lot of knee tension. A knee that he has struggled with a lot over the last couple of years.
Yeah. One of the most fearsome competitors and most talented athletes we've ever seen in the sport. He has pushed things to a new level himself. Personally, he has fundamentally changed the way people race Western States and approach the sport, period. Here we see Jim Walmsley in a rare, vulnerable moment.
Yeah, Ryan Montgomery taking advantage of that time, getting out in 4th position. And the question is, where is Zach Miller? We know he was hunting, wanted to know exactly how far ahead Ryan was. So I do anticipate that we should be seeing Zach split through Michigan Bluff in the next couple of minutes.
Wow.
But Ryan made really good time up from El Dorado Creek.
Update from Topher Gaylord at Devil's Thumb that Martina Milnarchik was crawling, to use his words, up to Devil's Thumb. Not literally, metaphorically, obviously, but being helped out in spirit, just with encouragement by Hayden Hawks, who continues his way down the Western States course. So Hayden Hawks still on his feet, still making his way through Western States. But as we are seeing right now, even the best in our sport get challenged to their limits here at Western States so far today. Killian Jornet, Jim Walmsley, Hayden Hawks, and Martina Milnarchik all falling victim to one degree or another to the challenges of this particular race.
Doing a lot of stretching now in aid, doing everything he can to get back out on course, something that we want to see from the 4-time champion and current course record holder, Jim Walmsley.
Meanwhile, we should probably start to see some El Dorado splits from the women. That's probably going to be a minute, but let's just check while we're keeping our eyes on Jim here. El Dorado women last year's split, or fastest ever split to El Dorado was 7:51. Katie Scheid, that would be 5 minutes from now. But last year, Abby Hall was 8:17. So I would guess maybe 15 minutes till we get an El Dorado split for the women. Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Looks like we're going to do a sock and shoe change. So in my mind, that's promising. You don't do that if you think you're not getting out of there.
Yeah.
So we hate to see Jim needing to take all this time in the aid, but if they can do anything to keep him moving, that's what I want to see.
Yep. And, you know, goes without saying, but Jim has nothing to prove to any of us. So the fact that things are deteriorating for him and he's still trying to find a solution is indicative of just his champion spirit. I think that's his wife, Jess, kneeling on the left-hand side in the black shirt. Not sure who's on the right, but clearly they're taking very good care of him.
Yeah, Jess is that all-star crew person for Jim, and I'm really happy to see that she's there putting him back together.
So now, still in Michigan Bluff, back to our other camera on the ground. We are going to start to see, in all likelihood, the likes of Zach Miller, Adam Peterman, Tomas Carden, Anthony Costales round the bend here soon. It could be that they're all very, very close to one another. Speaking of the devil, I think this might be happening right now.
Is this Zach Miller?
Could be a couple of them.
We'd love to see it. I want to race. That's Zach Miller.
Zach Miller, and yeah, it looks like just a bunch of cameras alongside Zach Miller, Colorado Springs. If anybody can encourage Jim to get off the ground and back on the race course, it's someone like Zach Miller, a longtime friend and competitor. Zach Miller still looking very strong, now moving into 5th place himself. Let's see, Ryan Montgomery went through here 7 minutes ago, came into the aid station. So Ryan Montgomery probably putting a little bit of time into Zach.
Yeah, like moving up the field, definitely putting time into Zach on that last section.
Montgomery, sort of the story of the day, I feel like right now, or just in terms of,
there were a lot of expectations, I think, for someone like Hans Troyer to have an absolutely world-class day here. Same with Francesco, right? The CCC champion, Canyons 100K champion.
Here's Peter God.
Oh, my
Zach
goodness.
Miller and Adam Peterman into Michigan Bluff together.
Moving up.
He's smiling still, too. Missoula's finest, 2022 champion.
This is where we want to see him. Making his way up, looking good. We've been told from the course over and over again that he looks the calmest.
Yeah, that's his dad putting the ice around his neck. Shout out Papa Peterman, his buddy Evan there with the blue hat on. They always crew for Adam at his races. They were here just 8 weeks ago when Adam won the Canyons 100K. Racing like a veteran again. Still only 30 years old.
Yeah, just super, super talented. And he is owed so much good karma for marching in that finish last year. His legs went so darn early. He tried to drop out at one point. He thought the medical team would cut him for sure, and sure enough, they did not.
Is that Jim running out?
I think Jim has left the aid station.
I believe that's Jim, black vest, white bucket hat.
Whoop, going around the school bus shuttle. But I think Jim is the second runner departing.
Yeah, so who's that?
Who got
is that Toma? Did we miss Toma coming in?
It's very possible.
Maybe.
Let's give a refresh. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so Toma Carden, it looks like, followed by Jim Walmsley on the dirt road.
Did Zach Miller make it out yet?
My guess is yes.
Okay. So we've got probably a bunch there, and they are going to officially be your 5th, 6th, and 7th, and then Adam is going to be in 8th. We're still waiting on Anthony Costales, Dan Jones, Canyon Woodward, Jeff McGavro.
And look at Jim, just effortlessly bridges back up.
I mean, he is one of the most talented runners, if not the most talented runner in this field. Dealing with some stuff clearly. It seems like that knee might be bothering him. He's spent a lot of time there stretching it out, including using the Theragun, changed socks and shoes. By far spent the most time in that aid station of anyone we've seen thus far, but bridging right to Thomas' shoulder and looking really smooth.
Yeah. Probably talking French to Thomas Carden.
Yeah, we're definitely having a chit-chat right now.
Yeah, the bucket hats are out. I mean, look at Jim. He's still got the classic loping Jim Walmsley stride. There's still hope. Let's go, Jim. Cranking his way through Michigan Bluff after a little bit of a regroup period. Shout out to his crew for getting him out of there in one piece. Now shoulder to shoulder with Thomas Carden. Let's see if they can't work together to bridge up towards Zach Miller. There's still a long way to run here, folks.
Yeah,
45 miles to be exact.
And okay, so side by side, right? You've got Thomas Carden, who has won basically everything he's ever raced in the trail scene. He ran an exceptionally good 120K at Chianti, running faster than Jim there, but has never run a 100-mile race. The best thing the two of these guys can do right now is use each other for excellent company on the way to Forest Hill. See if Jim can reset some stuff, and that's a great place for Thomas Carden to be in his debut 100-mile race. In my mind, that is very exciting and a great place for both of them to be. Not where Jim wants to be for sure. Thomas is slowly running into uncharted territory here as he gets later and later into this race. And so
here's Zach. So Zach is, I think, still just ahead of those guys.
I think he's just up the road effectively.
Yeah.
And then I think Adam Peterman is just behind.
Drama through Michigan Bluff in the men's race. We're missing Anthony Costales right now, but in all likelihood, he's probably in the aid station or close to it. Let's see.
And then we're going to start to split screen again, where we're going to be looking for our women to be coming into Michigan Bluff. We'll be getting splits from El Dorado Creek, and then we'll be waiting for our men to enter Forest Hill, which is just a chaos factory.
So this is also an area of the course that was significantly impacted by the mosquito fire. You can see that on the right-hand side. The green foliage along the ground is starting to come back. Luckily, thanks to the heroic actions of California firefighters, they preserved and protected every single home in both Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. I don't think a single structure went down, which was an absolute miracle. But Zach Miller now getting chased down by Thomas Carden and Jim Walmsley. Be a really interesting trio if they could start to work together through Volcano Canyon.
That would be a great group to make their way to Forest Hill with, and then from there it's a race down Cal Street for sure. This zone, including the Cal Street section that we'll see, I think we'll have camera runners on the Cal Street section like last year, which is an absolute treat to have. But there's been so much work done between the Placer Resource Conservation District and Western States to take care of this zone and the whole Cal Street zone post Mosquito Creek fire.
So, as we've mentioned now a couple of times, this is a gently uphill trajectory for the athletes out of Michigan Bluff. They've probably got another 5, maybe 7 minutes to climb to go from here. Then they take a sharp left-hand turn back onto the single track, descend into Volcano Canyon, the third and final canyon.
Sorry, there's a train. It seems like we might, while we have a moment, throw to a quick commercial break while we wait for runners to make it to Forest Hill and Michigan Bluff, respectively.
Play varva.
Go. Come on. Ça, c'est Louis. The group is so nice.
Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
At Western States, nothing is given. You earn every mile of it. As you take on 100 miles of dirt and granite, canyons that climb past 110, river crossings, and relentless climbs. This trail demands everything you have. Focus, awareness, resolve. You need to push forward while staying connected to the world around you. with open-ear audio that keeps up with every step, is tough enough for the trail and built to go the distance. The trail never lets up. Neither do you, because this is where legends are made.
When Finnish engineer and orienteer Thomas Volonen invented the mass production method for the liquid-filled field compass in 1936, Suunto was born.
All right, we are back in studio, and our eye in the sky once again is looking at Zach Miller running out of the left-hand side of the screen. On the right-hand side of your screen is the super talented French athlete Thomas Cardin and Jim Walmsley. Jim taking a lot of time back at Michigan Bluff to sort out what appears to be a little bit of a knee issue. Also changed socks and shoes there, leaving the aid station with Thomas, which we love to see. Curious to see if they can bridge to Zach on this section and run through Volcano Creek together on their way uphill off Bath Road and into the town of Forest Hill, where they will be greeted by basically every single spectator that is out watching Western States, which will be a total zoo. We are now, I think, needing to do a little refresh to see if we have Anthony Costales into Michigan Bluff yet, but I do not yet have a split for him there. He was currently sitting in 9th position, trying to get an update. Also trying to get an update on our women as they descend down into El Dorado Canyon, wondering if Riley Brady can close any of that distance lost to Jen Lichter, while they're all being pursued by Lottie Brinks, Marianne Hogan, Abby Hall, Tara Dower, Hannah Allgood. It's a race, Dylan.
It's a race as we look at three iconic athletes here. Zach Miller on the front, Thomas Cardin in the middle, Jim Walmsley on the back. It sounds like we've got Hella Sidibe in the field. Hella, how's it going, buddy?
All right, y'all. I am feeling young and fit. Are you kidding me? We got Hans Schreier doing what he does best. He likes to push his limit. He does not hold back. And I think this is something that's going to work in his favor, because maybe he might get a little message from somebody, from his crew, from anybody, say, hey, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing because you have people chasing you and you are setting the tone for the race. So at Forest Hill, it is beautiful. Western State 100, mile 62. If you are here, you feel the energy, and if you're not, at least you get to watch it live. We're reporting from the studio. We got Corinne, we got Dylan, and we got all of us out here in the field. So I hope you guys are having a beautiful time. And again, come on. Young and fit. I may not be as young as him, may not be as fit as him, but I do feel the energy, so it is a win at the end of the day.
To be 26 again, right, Corinne?
To be 26 again. 26 is when I got into ultra running. I ran my first 100K.
Jen Lichter through El Dorado Creek.
Yep, got that update through in 7:56:17 elapsed. An absolutely blazing quick time into El Dorado. Wondering if we're going to get an update
her
from
about
Scott.
20 minutes. Is that 20 minutes ahead of Abby's split from last year?
You know what? She's only 5 minutes off of Katie Scheid's split as well.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so Abby Hall last year threw there an 8:17. Courtney DeWalter in 2023 threw an 8:16. Fu Zhao.
Here's Costales into Michigan Bluff.
Jen
Looks
is-
like he may have had a little bit of a rough patch.
Jen is running really fast.
Yep. So right now, if you're following from home, men under course record pace. Meanwhile, the women slightly behind course record pace, but it looks like Jen could be closing in some of that time. Although Jen has got to be ahead of Courtney's course record pace.
By quite a lot.
Yeah.
No, so remember, Courtney split through here in 8:16.
Okay.
Katie Scheid split through there
So
in
by-
7:51.
Okay. So significantly ahead of 2023 splits.
Just behind, though.
Yeah.
She's actually gaining time back on Katie's time.
Yeah.
Which is
So
incredibly
we're
impressive.
definitely on course record watch in both races, for sure. So Anthony Costales comes through, I think, rounding out the top 10 into Michigan Bluff on the men's side here. Meanwhile, hitting refresh for the women, it'll be Riley Brady next through El Dorado Creek. Jen Lichter went through there about 4 minutes ago Last we had seen, the gap was about 4 minutes. Riley Brady, as we've mentioned, a little bit stronger on the descents. Jen Lichter a little bit stronger on the climbs. And it looks like, or I guess what time will tell whether Riley used that strength to their advantage on the long descent into El Dorado Creek. See if they were able to make up any of that time back that they lost on the climb to Devil's Thumb. But Jen Lichter solidly in the lead of the women's race through 53 miles here in her first 100-mile race at the Western States 100. We're back on the ground here in Forest Hill. We will likely see young and fit Hans Troyer coming through here. It'll probably still be 15 or 20 minutes. I think on a quick day, it's 50-minute split, right, between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill for the men. I'll pull it up.
We can look at the deltas there. Though we'll get a hard time. We'll get given a hard time for using the word delta, I'm sure, as we did last year. Math terms, man. We do a lot of public math on this show, it turns out. But
yeah,
I will say
50-minute splits are fast for the men.
Okay, so we should be seeing him shortly.
Caleb did 51.
Okay. So that'll actually be a great indicator, maybe how Hans is feeling at this point. Is he taking a little bit longer between those 8, or is he staying where we anticipate him to be? Again, we're looking for the split between Jen Lichter and Riley Brady at El Dorado, and looking to see the very end of our men's top 10, I believe, come through Michigan Bluff, and then we will get. Don't worry, we will get a Hans Troyer cam as he comes into Forest Hill, and then as he leaves and goes down Cal Street, we will have a camera runner. He'll be joined by the one and only Cade Michael for, I think, the final 38 miles of the race.
Good grief if Cade Michael hops on at Forest Hill for that full 38. He will have a front row seat to what could be history, looking at Anthony Costales exiting Michigan Bluff now. If Hans Troyer is able to run roughly a 51-minute split like Caleb did last year, that would mean he would come into Forest Hill at about 8:18 elapsed. So that would be about 16 minutes from now, though we would likely have a camera on him for a few minutes before that. In fact, I think we have a bicycle at the bottom of Bath Road.
That will take him up into Forest Hill, and then I think we have a camera runner.
That would mean we would see Hans very soon, because from the bottom of Bath Road into the aid station itself, it's probably, 10 minutes?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Additional ad here, Riley Brady is now through El Dorado Creek. That gap is about 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Okay, so about the same. Dan Jones now into Michigan Bluff. I think at 11th position overall. Nope, 10th, 11th.
Okay.
No, 10th, excuse me. Still in 10th position.
We're doing a lot of math today, guys.
I'm toggling between several tabs open. Canyon Woodward into the aid station now in 11th place.
Moving up all day. He was back as far as like 17th, 18th early on. Looking to finish top 10 here today. Yeah, okay. We are toggling between a lot of things. That is Anthony Costales running out of the burn scar of Michigan Bluff, making his way towards Volcano Creek Canyon to Bath Road. They'll climb up Bath Road and then run along the buttery smooth dirt into Forest Hill. Pick up a pacer for most of these guys.
No, Yeah, Anthony Costales. This is Anthony.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I'm panicking here a little bit. Although they are wearing, we heard in our ear that they're trying to see if Riley was making their way to Michigan Bluff, but they both got that orange hat on, the darker half tights, and the long sleeve white shirt. But that is Anthony still on his way out of Michigan Bluff.
So very good indication that the gap is not continuing to open between Jen and Riley. So Riley sort of being able to triage the time and damage that was taken on during the climb to Devil's Thumb, using their strengths on the descents to keep the gap manageable.
Maybe stemming a little bit of it, stemming the blood flow, getting ever so slightly a little bit of time back, I think, on that descent. But again, if Jen could put 4+ minutes in on the climb up Devil's Thumb, what is Jen going to do on the climb up to Michigan Bluff?
Which is a longer, steadier climb.
And it is heating up out there.
Yep. It's a really good point. So Riley able to stem the extension of the gap, as you said, Corinne, but it could be that Jen is able to open it up a little bit more on this long gradual climb to Michigan Bluff. Going to be very interesting to see once they enter the aid station for the women. Let me just pull up what that usual split is. between El Dorado Creek and Michigan Bluff. Let's just look at Katie. Katie Scheid ran 37.50 on that climb. Comparing that to Abby Hall, Abby ran 41.11. So somewhere between, call it 37 and 42 would be a good split for Jen. So if you look at where she went through El Dorado Creek, that would say 8:35, 8:40 is when we would expect to see her into Michigan Bluff. So we got, a half hour or so till we see the women's leaders coming into the aid station. Still eyes on Anthony Costales on the dirt road between Michigan Bluff and Volcano Canyon. It seems like Anthony may have had a bit of a rough stretch on that climb up to Michigan Bluff. He has definitely been, or lost some time on that group of Zach Tomac-Carden. Here's Jeff McGavro.
Running really fast.
Yeah. My goodness. I mean, M4 and the fastest debutante in Western States history, sitting in 12th place and looking good. Testament to the type of day we're watching on the live broadcast in 2026. And, McGavro is the type of guy who's going to keep his nose in the fight as long as he possibly can. He's not going to give up. And we'll see if Rod Farvard's prediction comes true, that it's going to be very hard to hunt your way back into a top 10 position if you're not in that mix by this point of the race.
Yeah, again, we did see Dan Jones come in there briefly. He was under a towel. We didn't see him leave the aid station. I'm assuming that he got out of there as we followed Anthony Costales on his way out. Again.
Ooh, 3 more women through El Dorado Creek. Tara Dower, 3rd place, 8:05.46. Marianne Hogan, 4th place, 45 seconds back. Lottie Brinks, 5th place.
Okay.
22 seconds back of Marianne. So Jen Lichter, Riley Brady, Tara Dower, Marianne Hogan, Lottie Brinks, your top 5 through El Dorado Creek.
Okay,
We're looking for Abby Hall, Hannah Allgood, Molly Seidel, Ingvild Kasperson, Caitlin Fielder.
Yeah, where are our 4 Terex women in that bunch? And where is Molly Seidel in that mix as well? Tara Dower, it was reported that she was looking a little frustrated coming into Michigan Bluff, into Devil's Thumb. So hopefully she's been working off a little bit of that frustration on that section, seemingly descending really well into El Dorado.
Because Tara was sitting behind Abby Hall.
They came in together.
Together. But they were behind Marianne and they were all very close. But I guess, so Tara
has bridged, has moved ahead.
Yep.
So has made a little bit of a move, but those 4 women virtually came through Devil's Thumb together. But Marianne Hogan and Lottie Brinks were ahead of them.
Here's Jeshrin Small into Michigan Bluff, I think in 13th place. I'll double check that in a second. So that means we've got 1 through 5 through El Dorado Creek separated by 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know that we've seen Trayson Knopp yet. So Jeshrin either 13th or 14th. Trayson should be one of the next guys into this aid station if he's not yet come through.
I'll rely on Travis here's Hans Troyer, the bottom of Bath Road, your men's leader. Coming up out of Volcano Canyon, you hit this paved road here. It's called Bath Road. Just on, I guess it's the east side of town in Forest Hill. You climb this paved road for probably 6 or 7 minutes up to Forest Hill Road. You take a left-hand turn, and then you start making your way to the extremely rambunctious aid station of Forest Hill, where Hans Troyer will be greeted to the enthusiasm of thousands of adoring spectators. Hans Troyer, Cartersville, Georgia, in the house. An absolute dog, 26 years old, going toe-to-toe against some of the best who have ever done it. Tiptoeing up this climb. Seems solid.
Yeah, again, this is just a steady climb up to the Forest Hill Road. You used to be able to crew down here, so... Yeah. In both the years, all the years that you and I have run this race, it changed last year. You used to have a crew person meet you all the way down to the bottom of Bath Road, and they could bring you stuff. They could bring you an ice down towel. They could bring you a beverage. They could bring you an ice vest in recent years, which is like maybe the most extreme thing we saw. That rule has since changed to make crewing more accessible to more people in this race, particularly if you're running a smaller crew. So they can be met at the top of Bath Road by someone from their team. They cannot be crewed there. They must stop at one location on Cal Street to receive aid from their crew people.
Hans Troyer, guys, he has been in the lead alone for hours. I'm sure he feels the presence of Francesco Pupi running in second place. Last we had seen, Francesco was only 3 minutes back. Now we've got Trayson Knopp on our screen, we believe, in 14th place in the men's race. What I was going to say publicly here, soliciting our statisticians in the audience, a.k.a. Travis and Liam, 5 women within 10 minutes at El Dorado Creek. Have we ever seen that?
No, this is definitely the tightest women's race we've ever had, besides maybe the duel between Katie and Courtney in 2023. Yeah. But I do not think we've seen this many women this close together this late in the race. Yeah. We have seen a number of women in the back half of the top 10 all in Forest Hill together. Yep. But generally the front of the race has broken up more by that point. We've seen, 4 or 5 women in Forest Hill together making their way to the river, but that's always been in the 5th, 6th, 7th positions type of thing.
Yep. Split screen in here. Trayson Knopp on the right, Hans Troyer on the left. So it will be very interesting to see Hans's split between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. Things that would be on my mind is if he's slower than Caleb's split from last year, does that mean he starts losing time on the course record? He has clearly a big cushion on it right now on an absolutely perfect day for racing fast here through the Northern California foothills. Hans Troyer looking strong on this climb.
Yeah, clearly, I think looking very, very comfortable. I guess the biggest question will be, looking at how long his approach to Forest Hill has taken in comparison to someone like Caleb Olson from last year. Yeah. In a cooler year, although we have heard reports from the field that it is feeling a little bit warmer out there now, a little bit more out of the wind. The sun is definitely shining. Also, when you've been running for 60 miles, you're just hot.
Yep. So Hans is doing the handheld bottle waist belt strategy. You see the ice bandana around his neck. So he's been taking care of himself. Francesco Pupi on the road. The gap is closing, folks.
Oh, Dylan is on his feet.
He's got Hans in his sights right now.
He can see him. The gap is going to be 0 when they come to Forest Hill.
We might see a lead change on Bath Road. Francesco Pupi storming through the canyon section of the course, making up significant time here between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. The blue shirt of the Italian champion, CCC champion from 2025, Francesco Pupi. Could he take the lead of the Western States here in his 100-mile debut?
He very well could. And again, outside of Adam Peterman's win in 2022 and his debut 100, it's very rarely happened in the men's field. I think it was back in the 80s the last time it happened before that. So looking very steady. Fran is looking really, really good, though, and that gap is closing.
That is definitely Hans right there. Hans is not looking behind him, but you've got to believe he knows Fran is right there.
Yeah, this is about to be...
Oh, my goodness. Francesco just made up 3 minutes in 6 miles.
Yep.
I was going to say, Hans does not look like he's got too much pep in his step. Clearly Pupi on the screen right now has a little bit more of that spryness.
But also, Francesco's been watching the gap close. He is, though, I don't know that Hans even knows that Francesco's there. Will Hans respond to this is the question.
Yeah.
Or is Fran going to blow right by?
My son right now must be losing his mind. He loves Francesco.
I think we're going to get a fist bump.
Let's go. Love it, boys. Love it. Sportsmanship, teammates, friendship, competition. Francesco Pupi, now your leader of the 2026 Western States 100 in his 100-mile debut. Absolutely incredible. And great camera work. Shout out to the production team for giving us all a front row seat to this action.
We have Abby Hall, and Hannah Allgood through El Dorado as well. 8:08:18, 8:09:12 elapsed there, F6 and F7 there. We did get a report from El Dorado from Mr. Scott Vosberg. Everyone moved through there really quickly. Marianne had maybe the freshest look, exchanged a ton of high fives, and he said Jen looked fabulous.
Incredible. All right.
And then we're probably gonna end up split screening between Forest Hill and the drone climbing out of Michigan Bluff because we are on Jen Lichter watch now.
Yes, we are. So again, this is the type of action where you put any other priority you have today on the back burner. Forest Hill, one of the most iconic moments in trail running every single year. We are about to see two men enter the aid station basically together. Meanwhile, Jennifer Lichter, Riley Brady engaged in a great battle at the front of the women's race. And then through the rest of the top 10 on the women's side, we have never seen so much depth and concentration through those top 10 positions. Francesco Pupi nearing the top here. He's going to hang a hard left-hand turn onto Forest Hill Road, and then it's a very gradual descent for about 3/4 of a mile until he enters the aid station. But you're about to see thousands of fans to greet these two Hoka athletes making their way to the 100-kilometer mark of the Western States 100. There's Coach David Roche and pacer Cade Michael at the top of Bath Road to greet Hans Troyer.
So interestingly, kind of in Jim's 2v1 scenario, I do not believe that Francesco is picking up a pacer. My understanding is that Fran does not have any pacers and that Cade Michael will be joining Hans for the final 38 miles of the race.
Yep. So just to put this on the table, it's obvious, but it's worth saying. Hans clearly probably went through a little bit of a low patch there between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. In fact, he lost a little time on that climb before Michigan Bluff as well. Very, very well could happen that young and fit Hans Troyer, just working through a bit of a bad patch, will refuel, resupply. The energy of his coach and pacer could springboard him, reattach yourself to the back of Francesco Pupi.
There's so much running left.
Yeah.
There's so much running left for both of these guys. Again, Hans has a finish here at Western States, finishing 8th last year. Francesco is about to run into uncharted territory.
Yeah.
He's never raced longer than 100 kilometers. What happens when you leave Forest Hill?
And also, what do you do if you're Francesco? You just caught and passed Hans. Do you try and hit the gas right now and make the winning move? I mean, these are the types of decisions that you need to make in this moment.
And the one thing I will say is that while Francesco has not run Western States 100 before, he does have the fastest time on the Canyons 100K course, which he's finally on, right? This is what he knows. He knows this portion of the course, and he's run it better than anyone else.
Yep. Absolutely incredible. Italian athlete Francesco Pupi, now officially in the lead of the race, but only by a couple of meters in front of Hans Troyer. They're basically together into the Forest Hill aid station. A drone looking down at what looks like to be a crewing zone where they're both getting resupplied, it could be.
Yeah, Hoka set up a crewing zone for their athletes. They're both Hoka athletes. I am sure they're both getting crewed there.
Thanks, Corinne. Didn't know that. So also interesting, the fact that they're probably going to be able to feel each other's energy in this aid station transition. This is the one aid station along the course where athletes can be crewed for basically an entire half-mile stretch of the road.
They can't anymore.
Yes, they can.
They reversed their...
That didn't happen this year.
Okay, so that was only for last year thing. They were like one and done. Last year they instigated a new rule.
The rule is that you can be crewed anywhere between Bath Road and Cal Street, but you can only be crewed
in
once.
one spot.
Right.
Yeah. So it's a very long aid station, but you can't do a running aid station
exactly.
anymore.
Yeah. So we're saying the same thing.
Okay,
but
cool.
Those are the rules for
very confused
in case it's confusing for people. But I do think it's interesting, right? In most situations when pro athletes come into Forest Hill, they're being crewed in very different locations. These two are being crewed in the same spot, which means they can feel each other's energy and assess each other's strengths and weakness relative in the moment, right?
Yes, but these are two guys that have also gotten to spend quite a bit of time together, I feel like, and have gotten to know each other, which I think is great. I feel like a lot of these guys, they are competitors, obviously, at the end of the day, but they are also teammates and friends. These two have been the Bear Watch boys of the last week. They've been hanging out on the same rock every single night, waiting for the bear to come crawling to the dumpster.
They're my neighbors in Palisades, Tahoe. You know what's coming into my mind right now, too, is the Black Canyon 100K. Hans Troyer was our champion and course record holder this year, and he told me earlier this year that he was right behind Francesco Pupi when Francesco took that big fall in the early phases of the race. So these guys do have a history together. They do have a friendship and a relationship that exists beyond their shared sponsorship. And here they are getting crewed together, both taking a bit of time here in the aid station.
It's critical because they don't see aid for another 20 miles, basically, from their crew anyway.
Yeah. I mean, again, coming back to what I just said, I think it's interesting. If you're Francesco Pupi, I mean, it'd be hard not to feel like this is my moment. You know, I need to take advantage of right now. If you feel any vulnerability from Hans to strike while that iron is hot, don't allow him to get the rally cap on and refuel the carbohydrates, but instead make your move when you have the chance. Because if you don't, it could be that it's a mano-a-mano match.
It's kind of smart, though, right? In one sense, too, they're also fighting against the men that could be trying to close on them. I don't know exactly where Vincent is right now. Obviously, Jim faded back a little bit, but Ryan Montgomery was moving really, really well. This is their opportunity to take a little extra time, maybe, to really set themselves up for success as they move into the Cal Street section of the course. And if they're going to do that together, great.
All right, folks, here we go. Hans out. Is that Hans out first?
Hans out first. With
Kate Michael in the red.
So they're crewing. The Hoka setup is ahead of the aid station. You can crew from there to a good ways down Cal Street in one location.
See, this is where this is the type of stuff that Hans thrives off of. You know?
He loves
being
it.
back in the mix, putting on a show for the crowd. That's why I feel like Francesco can't let him go. You know.
Is he good?
Look at the crowds here, the Forest Hill aid station, one of those most iconic moments, something that all trail runners look forward to experiencing at one point during their careers, running at the front of the Western States 100 through Forest Hill, an absolutely bucket list moment for Hans Troyer. Let's see where Francesco sits. It looks like he is just behind.
Little chaotic through here. There's no real crowd control besides maybe the benefit of having a pacer to say, hey, don't trip my runner. Hans, arms overhead, hyping up the crowd. He is a showman.
Yeah. See, that's what I mean. Like, he just got the momentum back, it feels like.
But let's hang out in the
And there's
shade.
Francesco through that white igloo thing. Francesco pacerless. Meanwhile, we've got Cade Michael, David Roche, and abundance of cameras around Hans. Francesco's
stylistically two very different runners. We do have our top 10 women through El Dorado. Caitlin Fielder moving up to 7th. Hannah Allgood in 8th. Molly Seidel in 9th. Ingvild Kaspersen in 10th. With a little bit of a gap now really forming it between that 8, 9, 10 spot. Hannah not that far off of Caitlin and Abby, but then it really starts to open up behind them a little bit more. Molly's still hanging in there, but then a gap back to Ingvild.
All right, so Hans is going to be taking a hard left-hand turn onto California Street. Francesco Pupi running pacerless, maybe 15, 20 seconds behind. This next section of the course they call Cal Street. It's probably, I think, 16 miles from Forest Hill to the river. Fastest ever split is 2:03 from Rob Krar back in 2014. If anybody's going to challenge that split, today is the day. Often a very difficult and hot stretch of the course. They are now officially through the canyon, so the remaining 38 miles are very fast relative to the first 100 kilometers. Plays into the strengths of both the athletes. Both Hans and Francesco have wheels to spare. But very interesting to see Francesco catch and pass Hans, and then for Hans to exit the aid station first. And even though he's only got a slight lead, you can clearly see he's got a much bigger pep in his step.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys look so good personally.
Yeah.
I think Hans is very much invigorated by that section A lot can happen on their way down to the Rucky Chucky River crossing. At the same time, Hans now has the great company of a good buddy in Cade Michael, another very talented runner himself.
Yeah. Cade broke the short shorts out for this responsibility today.
Gotta be ready.
Let's go.
Gotta be ready to rip with your buddy.
Cade Michael, a very young and talented athlete in the sport himself. Boulder, Colorado. Went running with him in New Mexico about a month and a half ago. Somebody that the Boulder scene really thinks highly of. Now Hans Troyer's pacer at the front of the race. As we look at Francesco Pupi here, we can throw it back to Hella Sidibe for a quick update at the Forest Hill aid station.
Oh man, here at Forest Hill. Okay, if you guys look a little closer, you see that little bloody lip I just got right there? That's how wild they got. Everybody sprinting when Hans came in with the energy. He's pumping his arm up. He's doing this. Next thing you know, I'm finding myself sprinting for dear life. And the crazy thing is he has 62 miles under his leg, and I just started running. He has energy. You can feel it. He's ambitious. He's ready to go. And then within seconds later, guess what happens? We see Francesco behind. And he had this like menacing looking. He had this serious face. I think he's thinking, hey, you might think that you got this, but I'm behind you. I'm hunting you. It's beautiful. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to the aid station. I know we got the crews here at Forest Hill, but the aid station is pretty nice because if they want to stop real quick, grab that watermelon, grab that quick fruit, get that quick little drink that they need, they're here to support that as well. I'm hyped. I'm shaking. I have a lot of energy. Now I want to go run Westminster 100 with a bloody lip. Look at that. Come on now. Let's go. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hella Sidibe, everybody. Hella good on Instagram. A great, great ambassador in the sport of running. Francesco Pupi, the Italian, descending onto the Cal Street section of the course. It is very quick work between the Forest Hill aid station and Cal 1. Mostly downhill trajectory, a little bit more challenging between Cal 1 and Cal 2 with several rollers, but this next 16 miles of the course is really fast and enjoyable running, something that fits, like I said, both Hans and Francesco's styles.
Yeah, this is a section that we've got great footage of, actually, I think from Ryan Thrower running in a very, very wet, very rainy Canyons 100K from 2 years ago. Decidedly different conditions
I was
today.
carrying that camera.
That was you, okay. Ripping on that section. You ripped on that section again this year with the boys as well. Really cool footage. Very different vibes than what we're seeing here today at Western States. The sun is out. It is heating up, though. I will say, while the men have been getting sponged down, these two guys out front, Hans is wearing an ice bandana. Francesco not icing down.
Really good point, Corinne. I've got a cookie in my mouth.
Yeah, we'll allow it. We'll allow a little bit of mumbling in here. And again, we're trying to get our drone in the sky. We're looking for Jen Lichter climbing out of El Dorado Creek into Michigan Bluff. We'll be going back and forth. We're also going to be waiting for Vincent and Ryan Montgomery, actually, to be the next two into Forest Hill, which is incredibly exciting.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not sure if the bikes double back to Bath Road, but if they did, in all likelihood, we would see them pretty soon.
I believe it's a runner with, I thought it was supposed to be a runner down Cal Street, and so our bikes were just doing the Bath Road Forest Hill section.
That's what I mean.
Yes, they should be.
Yeah. And then, good grief. I was just going to say we should see Jen Lichter any second here from the drone coming up to Michigan Bluff.
Yeah, that's Jen Lichter, and she's...
It looks like maybe in front of Hiroki Kai now?
Yes. I was about to say, I believe that is the individual 2 spots behind Jen Lichter on your screen. Jen making light work of this climb. Looks very similar to that Devil's Thumb climb, grinding it out.
Update from Travis Longcar on the stats. 10 of the 15 fastest times ever on the women's side through El Dorado Creek, including 9 of the top 10. Only Katie Scheid's split from 2024 is faster than the next 9 women through El Dorado Creek.
So very similar to the men's field where 9 of our top men are putting down the fastest times ever.
So Jennifer Lichter breaking into a bit of a hike here in the exposed upper sections of the climb to Michigan Bluff. Again, Jen Lichter. Oh, is that? I think she's maybe with Justin Grunwald there.
I think that's who that is. I think that's Justin Grunwald and then Hiroki Kai.
So Jen Lichter starting to gobble up some of the men in front of her here. One of the best climbers in the world, as we've said now about 1,000 times. Has specialized, especially in sort of like the 50K mountain races, things like Broken Arrow, which she's won a couple of times. Speed Goat, she broke the course record at last year. She's finished 4th at the Mountain Running World Championships early in her career before this run of dominance and success that she has been on. Now breaking back into a jogging cadence. Jennifer Lichter in the lead of the women's race. We'll see what the gap is back to second place Riley Brady. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Italian Francesco Puppi. On the upper stretches of Cal Street, you can see the burn scar here. That's from the mosquito fire we've been talking about much of the day here today. And I think, Corinne, your observation about the lack of ice on Francesco Puppi could be something for the audience to remember.
It's 1:30 p.m. Things are definitely heating up out here. We're not going to have as extreme peak heat as we would on many years, but again, you've been running for 60-plus miles. Francesco is running into uncharted territory. Francesco is now running further than he's ever run before. That is a big deal. The unknown is a little bit scary.
Absolutely. And it looks there, yeah, see, there's the wall photographer, so Jen Lichter is getting very close to the top of the climb. Yep. Meanwhile, left-hand side, what do we have? Vincent Bouillard, the Frenchman, into Forest Hill. In third place. Looks like he's maintaining a manageable gap up to the front of the race. Absolutely incredible. We are now 8 hours, 30 minutes elapsed. It's a very, very fast split for Vincent Bouillard into the Forest Hill aid station. He just ran an 8.5-hour 100K to start out a 100-mile race.
Yeah, to put that into perspective, Caleb Olson came through Forest Hill last year in 8:32.58. Jim Walmsley's 2019 course record year, 8:41 on the clock. So similar to the women's race, we're going to see some of the top 10 fastest times, if not the entire bucket of top 10 fastest times ever by our top 10 men and our top 10 women.
Yeah, unbelievable. Zach Miller on Bath Road. Does that mean he's in fourth place?
It's very possible.
Does that mean that would mean that Ryan Montgomery has had a significant deterioration, which I think is probably unlikely, but
we don't know for
see.
Sure. So we'll see. It's we will not know till they hit the splits in Forest Hill, but I would imagine that Ryan is probably still ahead of Zach Miller at this point.
Thomas with him. That means Walmsley is probably pretty close.
Oh my goodness, this group has bridged together.
Peterman!
Peterman!
Look at this. Is it a trifecta or a quadfecta?
Where's Ryan?
Man, these three guys have really felt strong and consistent all day.
Yeah, again, Thomas starting to run towards his furthest distance ever as he approaches Forest. So I guess, 120K. He's got about 80 miles in his legs before, so he's got a little bit further to go.
All right, meanwhile, don't take your eyes off the right-hand side of your screen. Oh, look at the fist bumps on the left. As I say, don't take your eyes off the right. I saw fist bumps on the left. But Jen Lichter descending into the Michigan Bluff aid station alone at the front of the Western States 100 in her 100-mile debut. Missoula, Montana's finest Jen Lichter. Let's watch this aid station transition, see how fast in and out she can get.
She'll have a good crew there from CTS. It's very possible that Fitzy's there. Fitzy's probably might be at Forest Hill with the other crew here.
Yeah, it is difficult for crews with the speed of the pro athletes at this point to hit both the Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill aid stations.
It's not moving very fast on the left-hand side of our screen as well, on his way through Forest Hill. And then the question is, where is Jim and where is Ryan?
Yeah, Vincent looking strong. I think you mentioned that the product team from Hoka is doing his pacing duties. Vincent Bouillard among the Hoka trifecta in the podium positions currently. In the men's race, Jen Lichter putting down some Coca-Cola.
Looks like the ACG crew is on her here. I think that's Lucy May behind her, pouring water on her. A very good crew. And then eventually Jen's going to pick up McKenna Morley.
Yep. Oh, great reminder. Vincent Bouillard still in very, very close striking distance to the front of the men's race. Vincent Bouillard, a UTMB champion, knows how to win on stages like this.
Sitting in third position right now.
Jen looking calm and composed, not rushing.
Yep, taking her time. And she's taken her time at many, particularly the crewable aid stations. If anything, she's taken a little bit more time than the rest of the women's field as she gets what she needs and gets out of Michigan Bluff.
Yep. If you're just joining us, we talked a little bit about Jen's origin story earlier in our broadcast. Grew up bouncing between orphanages in Columbia with her siblings, adopted by a family in Wisconsin.
Like 6 or 7 years old?
I think she was 9 when she moved to the United States.
Yeah, younger sibling
story.
was like 6.
Incredible story. Jennifer Lichter, an absolutely weapon of an athlete, driven.
That's Toma, Zach Miller, Adam Peterman, all on their way into Forest Hill right now. So let's see if we can figure out.
So this is 4th, 5th, and 6th in the men's race here.
Presumably, we don't know where Ryan Montgomery is.
Oh, that's correct. Sorry, Corinne. You're right.
Ryan Montgomery has come through Forest Hill. Ryan Montgomery's on your screen right now. That is your M4.
Yeah, so 5th, 6th, and 7th, Zach, Toma, Adam Peterman. Thank you, Corinne.
75 seconds behind Vincent.
Wow.
Yeah, Ryan Montgomery's on the move.
This is absolutely incredible. Just for those who have not been watching Western States or following it for many years, this does not happen like this usually. We saw the 2 men's race leaders coming through together. Last time we saw that was 2023 when Tom Evans and Dakota Jones came through Forest Hill together, but it was quickly thereafter that Tom took over the lead for good and Dakota started to suffer. Meanwhile, the women's race, we are on and or under course record pace, depending on whose splits you're looking at.
Let's see, Michigan Bluff. She's still roughly, I think she's gaining a little bit on Katie Scheid splits from that year. Katie came through in 8:28.50. Jen just came through in 8:33 and change. Courtney DeWalter splits 8:52.27. Abby Hall 8:58.32. So people are really moving quite quickly through here.
Thank you.
This is absolutely insane. Yeah, Corinne Chalvoy in the field. You guys have wall-to-wall coverage by Corinne's, by the way, because when we leave here tonight, Corinne Chalvoy and Chris Warden join in studio, and then I come back in for Golden Hour. So we've got a lot of Corinne coverage, but Corinne Chalvoy from the field, Ryan absolutely soaking it all in at Forest Hill. He's on one.
Yep, he knows he's on one too. A bit of a celebratory attitude coming through this aid station. Like I said, runners are looking forward to this moment all day. It comes and goes very quickly, but you try and carry the energy from Forest Hill with you along the Cal Street section. I continue to hit refresh to see Riley Brady, to see whether or not they might be making up any time on Jen Lichter, or if that gap is going to be growing. Jen Lichter has tried to make a definitive move on that climb up to Michigan Bluff. Time will tell. Meanwhile, behind Riley, of course, we know it has been one of the battles of the ages in the women's top 10 here through halfway of the Western States.
Yeah, still waiting for our next men's group to officially split through Forest Hill. But looking good right now. The question is, where is Jim Walmsley in comparison to that pack of guys? But we did see a very happy Toma Carden, Adam Peterman, and Zach Miller making their way.
Riley Brady through Michigan Bluff. That means the gap is not big.
It is very tight.
4 minutes still. My goodness, Riley not giving an inch. That means they only lost maybe 10, 30 seconds on
that climb, which is a huge deal because Jen put in a huge move on Devil's Thumb.
Just to go back to what happened with the men's race, Hans had 3.5 minutes going through Michigan Bluff. Then Francesco made up that gap in the ensuing 6 miles. Could we see something similar in the women's race? Could Riley now bridge up to Jen through Volcano Canyon? Absolutely incredible racing.
We've got some context from Liam on Poopy on this section. So, for example, 2:46.30 for Poopy through the canyon section, which is to Forest Hill versus Hans. Poopy third fastest section split ever behind Caleb in 2025 and Jim in 2019. Course record pace is slipping slightly. Men only about 10 minutes up on course record splits right now.
Very interesting.
Very, very interesting. Got to keep an eye on it. That hot early pace could be paying the price for it right now.
Yeah.
No one has executed as well as Jim Walmsley and Courtney Dauwalter on the back part of this course. We are chasing ghosts effectively out there, seeing what we can put together.
Yeah. One of the things that we talked about in our show on Thursday is that Frankenstein course record concept that Travis and Liam put their heads together on. And one of the things that we were all surprised about is that Jim held none of the significant segment course records between the start in Robinson Flat and Forest Hill and the river and the finish. So really what that says is that Jim's 2019 performance wasn't necessarily spectacular in any of those individual segments, but it was spectacular in aggregate in its totality. Very interesting to see how the men continue to fare against that
Zach Miller. Getting the hype crowd. Zach Miller on their way through. Oh, gonna get in the kiddie pool.
Wow.
He's taking a bath. Riley Brady moving really well on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Peterman forgoes the kiddie pool. Zach Miller takes a quick dip. He's back on his feet. It's going to be really interesting here, Corinne, to see if Thomas, Zach, and Adam can work together on Cal Street to bridge up to the Ryan and Vincent duo. Because if the three of them are working together, very advantageous position.
Yeah, I do believe that we'll be picking up some pacers on this section, so they'll be adding a little bit of something to this. But the pacers do a pretty good job if the men are running really well together to sit back and let the bunch run in it. Then if one of their runners makes a move, they will bridge with it. But they're not going to disrupt the race if they don't need.
Yeah, what do you do here? Do you go runner, 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 pacer, pacer, pacer?
I think if they're running in a line, yeah. And then actually, when we had that Dakota Jones-Tom Evans battle, Tom actually didn't pick up a pacer at Forest Hill because he and Dakota were running together.
That's right.
And he said, no, I'll see you at the river, and decided to pick up a pacer only later in the race.
What a great reminder and a testament to the champion mindset of Tom Evans and how great that execution was. But will be an interesting dynamic. We talked about this earlier in the week too, but one of the things Joe Yuhan mentions in his Western States Killing Machine article on iRunFar is the fact that oftentimes the frenetic energy of the pacer, somebody who jumps in when they're entirely fresh, can discombobulate the runner a little bit and throw off the runner's energy or get them out of their own pacing comfort zone. So anyway, I'm sure all these athletes are going to try and maintain some emotional control during a moment that is admittedly very high energy upon exit of Forest Hill.
It looks like Adam Peterman with Zach Miller leaving this aid station. We love to see it, which means we should have some more official splits from our men through Forest Hill, which will give us an idea of what's happening in and around them a little bit.
We don't see Thomas Cardin.
I don't know where he was getting crewed though.
Yep.
Nor do I know if Thomas has a pacer. So, interestingly, no split for Jim Walmsley through Forest Hill. Ryan Montgomery through in fourth. Zach Miller, Adam Peterman.
Zach Perrin, Adam Peterman's pacer and college roommate at the University of Colorado,
and McKenna Morley's partner.
Oh, great!
So we got partners out there pacing all their homies.
Dude, the Missoula crew
rolls deep.
McGavro, the other member of that 3-person team from Missoula, Montana. We look back down Forest Hill Road towards the aid station. So back to the women's race. A reset here. Jen Lichter, Riley Brady, still the only two through Michigan Bluff. This is turning into an epic mano-a-mano battle. Obviously,
Jen Lichter's favorite thing to do.
Yes.
Literally, that was
it's true.
Jen's race at Black Canyon, staying 90 seconds ahead of Ann Flower for like 40 miles, akin to Yao Miao at Gorge.
And here, this could be another women's pack coming up. We'll ID them. But just to drive your point home, Corinne, Jen has been victorious in these mano-a-mano battles. And you're just reminding me of this now, but not only her and Ann Flower from Black Canyon. If we think back to Broken Arrow, June 2025, Helena Faulkner caught Jen on the second lap.
Pushed her.
Jen said, "Not today. I will continue to lead this race." Went on to victory. I think first through third place that day was only separated by like a minute and a half. Jen Lichter, Helena Faulkner, and Danny Moreno. That was Broken Arrow 2025. But your point is very well made, Corinne. In mano-a-mano battles, Jen Lichter has found a way to win. Let's see.
These one-on-one battles I think are incredibly interesting, but it does seem like we might have a pack coming up from El Dorado Creek Interestingly enough, Tara Dower, Marianne Hogan, Lottie Brinks were all very tightly packed.
I bet you that's those three.
They were
right
all
there.
within about a minute and a half of each other. And then there was a tiny bit of a gap back to Abby Hall, who might be actually, Caitlin Fielder might be bridging up to Abby Hall on that climb up from El Dorado. So very curious to see who emerges into Michigan Bluff. Chaos on the left-hand
Incredibly
side.
memorable day. And we still have not seen Tomac Carden. I trust he, just judging from his body language, he was looking very good. I think we've got Hella Sidibe on the ground there in Forest Hill to give us an update.
Welcome back to Forest Hill, my beautiful people. I got to keep myself calm and collected because the energy is unreal. I saw Skylar earlier sweating, and I understand now because I started running with the runners. So first and foremost, Hans came in through, cool. We got Francesco, cool. And then we saw Vince Song. And I ran along him. I'm looking at my stride. I'm running at threshold pace, by the way, y'all. And he's coming at mile 62, moving nice and calm. He looks focused. He looks like he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. And then we see Ryan. Ryan has so much joy, smiling, cheering, throwing his hands up in the air like he doesn't care. And I love that. And Corinne, I remember in our talk pre-race prediction, and you said that your Spidey sense is telling you something about Ryan, and you are so right. And I wish I was along with that with you, because when you see Ryan, I feel like he's going to be chasing. He's going to be putting pressure on Vincent, and Vincent's going to have to pick it up and now put pressure on Francisco, and then also Hans in the front. And then after that, we saw Adam Peterman in the house coming in right behind Zach Miller. He actually got soaked. He was so soaked. Maybe he was overheating. He really made sure he was getting cool. And I believe it was Tomas right after. But now watching this, you are missing out. But the good news is the internet. You can go back and replay all this thing that's happening right here at the Western State 100. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much to Hella Sidibe there from the Forest Hill Aid Station, bringing us all the in-person perspective from that iconic moment on the course. Meanwhile, back to the split screen here. We have three women charging into Michigan Bluff. It's hard to ID, but we believe it's some combination of Tara Dower, Marianne Hogan, and Lottie Brinks, who went through the El Dorado Creek Aid Station within, call it a minute of each other, just over a minute of each other. So they reconsolidated on the climb. Oh, wait, this is Lottie Brinks in the aid station here. So it looks like Lottie may have climbed stronger than that women's pack. So I believe this is Lottie in third place through the Michigan Bluff aid station, which means that was probably Marianne, Abby Hall, and Tara Dower.
Marianne's already through. Marianne came through 8:45:22.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's probably Tara, Abby, and Caitlin.
Oh yeah, or Hannah Allgood even, because Hannah Allgood was only, let's call it 15 seconds back of Caitlin Fielder at El Dorado.
Unbelievable. Okay, so Marianne Hogan still in third place position. We'll remind you she is already a two-time podium finisher here at Western States. When the stages are at their largest and the lights are at their brightest, Marianne Hogan is always in contention. Meanwhile, the pride of Boise, Idaho, though she's German by birth, Lottie Brinks, showing up today, 8:46:53 through Michigan Bluff. That's your top four behind Jen Lichter and Riley Brady through the race's 55.7-mile aid station. Now we await what looks to be a threesome charging in off the single track here momentarily.
Yeah, so and also to point out, we still have that gap opening up, I want to say, between, what's happening between Jen Lichter and Riley Brady and then the chasing field behind them.
Yeah. What we don't know as we look at Francesco Pupi here is whether or not he is in front of or behind Hans Troyer. We did see Hans exit the aid station in front of Francesco Pupi with a pacer, that being Cade Michael, Francesco running alone. We had seen them climbing Bath Road together where it seemed the momentum had shifted towards Francesco and away from Hans Troyer, but then Hans made a quicker aid station transition. Seemed like he got a lot of energy from the crowd, and he exited the aid station slightly in front of Francesco Pupi. So time will tell once we get a split from that Cal 1 aid station. We'll understand whether or not there is a significant gap between Francesco and Hans. Meanwhile, Tara Dower in Michigan Bluff now getting doused by her crew. So it looks like Tara was ahead of that 3-woman pack. So it could be
Abby, Caitlin, and Hannah.
The Terex trifecta?
The Terex trio. Very, very likely. I guess we will have to wait to find out.
My goodness. Okay, so the top 5 are through. 15-minute separation between race leader Jen Lichter and 5th place Tara Dower.
Okay, perspective on that. 8:48 elapsed time for Tara Dower. Courtney Dauwalter splits from 2023 are 8:52.27. Katie Scheid 8:28.50. Abby Hall from last year 8:58.32. So we're kind of in that ballpark of very, very fast.
We're in the very fast ballpark, folks.
That's the era. That's the era we've entered.
So interesting. We thought there were 3 women together in 3rd through 5th position. Turns out there are many more women within a very small window here, exiting the Michigan Bluff aid station. So the folks that we're looking for, who we expect to see very soon, are the likes of defending champion Abby Hall, Caitlin Fielder, Hannah Allgood, Molly Seidel, Ingvild Kaspersen. Also awaiting Hoha, Hanoka Akiyama, Fiona Pascal, and many more women behind. Also, update to the viewership here. We'll remind you that we did see Jim Walmsley showing significant vulnerability in the Michigan Bluff aid station. He sat down for quite some time. It looked like he was struggling with his knee injury, trying to loosen it up. He did exit the aid station with Zach Miller and Thomas Carden. He has not come through Forest Hill yet, which is obviously not a good indication for the 4-time champion. Meanwhile, we're looking down at, it looks like Zach Miller on Cal Street here running with a pacer. Makes you wonder, where is Adam Peterman, in front or behind?
Yeah, it's when we have no exact context, it does become a little bit tricky, i.e. assuming that Francesco is still in second when maybe a move happened with Hans and Cade. There is another group right there on your screen. We do have an update.
Wait, that looks like Hans and Cade right there.
Well, that's
the red striped shirt.
On your right-hand side.
On the right-hand side of Cade Michael, I believe. So,
okay, so
is this the front of the race, Zach? We're speaking with the production team here. That is Hans and Cade in the front of the race, confirmed. So Hans continues to lead on Cal Street with pacer Cade Michael and a camera runner behind.
And I believe that's Abby Hall on the left-hand side of your screen. Is it not? It does look like her.
Yeah.
And then from Liam, the women's race, only one was this close at Michigan Bluff, and that was 2017. Io Wang, Kat Bradley, Casey Lichtag, Magdalena Bole, and Claire Gallagher with all were within 20 minutes of one another. So a good update.
And there's Poopy just behind Hans.
Okay, so that gap has closed way down.
Mano-a-mano battle on Cal Street. My goodness. Friend Hans Troyer has been leading the race for hours. Francesco Poopy made his move between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. Hans Troyer shows no quit. He responds in kind. Francesco Poopy, in his 100-mile debut, was putting himself in position to win. Last person to do that was Adam Peterman back in 2022. Adam Peterman's still in the fight himself. And here it comes, folks. This could be another pass and lead exchange.
That's what it looks like.
This is a slight climb here.
Poopy's going to come around, I think. Both cameras are now backing off a little bit to make sure that pass can happen.
Yeah, I know this exact spot on the course. It's much steeper than it appears here on camera.
Still no Jim Walmsley through Forest Hill.
Yeah. Francesco Poopy, now your leader in the men's race, tiptoeing past Hans Troyer on Cal Street. See, this is the moment now, Corinne. Does Francesco try and press the gas here? Like, at some point, given the personality of Hans Troyer, you need to try and put the nail in the coffin. You do not want to give him hope, in other words.
Yeah, you have to break the elastic. And I do think that there are a number of climbs in this section, including, 5-minute hill? In my head, it's at least 5 minutes. What is it called? 3-minute hill?
6-minute hill.
Okay, I was close.
Yep.
6-minute hill might be a great place to make that happen. You also have that long, grindy climb up to Green Gate. That would be another excellent place to break the elastic.
Hilarious thing here that Travis just sent to me. It's a screen cap from Free Trails Instagram where Francesco says it's Bear Watch versus everybody. Free Trail responds, a good omen for sure. These are the Bear Watch boys, Francesco Pupi and Hans Troyer in the lead. Sounds like we got Skylar Hall at Forest Hill with an update.
All right, coming to you live, Forest Hill. The flames behind me are not the only fire that has been going on in this aid station. Obviously, you've been tracking the Fran versus Hans battle. They were separated by 20 seconds at the turn on the Cal Street. We see how that's shaken out. But what you don't have eyes on is the battle for the last spot on the podium. You saw Vincent go through. He had about a 1-minute lead on Ryan when they made the turn onto Cal Street. Notably, Vincent was smooth, iced down, everything was great. Ryan seemingly dropped a bottle. So we'll see if that's going to come into play. Meanwhile, we got one. Canyon Woodward coming through, which would make him M8 at the moment. So again, Ryan was a minute back from Vincent. Zach and Adam actually came together at the bottom of Forest Hill Road. Fist bumps, introduced pacers to each other. Seems like they're going to have a nice little 4-pack trying to move up to Ryan, but they have to make up about a 6-minute gap to catch him. And then obviously, you saw Toma Carden about another 2 minutes back from them. And then Canyon is your M8. So that puts us at a little over 30 minutes for the first 8 through here, and just absolutely insane. I'm sure you guys have a lot of great footage from Cal Street. We'll be keeping eyes on the women for when they get here. With that, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Skizzle Fresh, Skylar Hall from the Forest Hill Aid Station. And just want to remind our audience of something we've been talking about all week. Corinne, only 4 European champions in Western States history. Kilian Jornet, Tom Evans, Beth Pascal, and Ellie Greenwood. Francesco Pupi now in the lead of the men's race. Could he become the 5th European champion as an Italian here at Western States?
It's looking good as we see Canyon Woodward make his way through Forest Hill. We do have we've got some updates back at Michigan Bluff. We saw Tara Dower come through there. We saw Abby Hall on the road, but behind Abby Hall was also Hannah Allgood. So Abby Hall sitting in 6th position, Hannah Allgood in 7th, waiting for a split from Caitlin Fielder, Molly Seidel, Ingvild Kaspersen to round out your top 10 at the Michigan Bluff Aid Station.
So Canyon Woodward continues to execute brilliantly here today, moving up from sort of the back half of the top 20, now solidly in 8th position, going through Forest Hill. Still no sign of Jim Walmsley. Corinne
has made great moves on this last stretch. We're still waiting for Jim Walmsley. We're still waiting for Anthony Costales, Dan Jones, Jeff McGavro, men who are very talented, and we've, historically would predict that they'd be in this top 10 group.
Okay, so Canyon went from 11th to 8th between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. Check out this progression for Canyon today. 22nd, 20th, 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 17th, 15th, 13th, 11th, 12th, 11th, 11th, 8th.
Execution
for Canyon Woodward. From Franklin, North Carolina. So we've got 2 East Coasters so far in the top 8 between he and Ryan Montgomery. Shout out to the Beast Coast. Those 2 guys making everybody proud over there on the other side of the country. Looks like a beautiful day there in Forest Hill. A lot more long sleeves and hoodies than you usually see at the Western States 100. Meanwhile, back to the women's race through Michigan Bluff. Let's see, 7 through now officially.
Yep. We're still waiting, though, on that Caitlin Fielder, Molly Seidel, Ingvild Kaspersen trio to make their way from El Dorado Creek up into Michigan Bluff. We didn't get eyes on Hannah on her way through, but we did have that nice shot of Abby climbing out of the aid station on her way towards Volcano Creek.
Okay, so the men are likely close to Cal 1. I wonder, do we usually get splits there? Cal 1 we usually do, yes.
It's a little bit like the splits from Cal 1, Cal 2, Cal 3, formerly named Darnell's Peachstone and Ford's Bar on their way to Rucky Chucky. That looks like Caitlin Fielder and Ingvild Kaspersen.
Yep. Man, they have been teamwork makes the dream work all day.
So the question is, where is Molly? And is she in aid, or did we miss her on this section? A constant question for me.
Well, I'm happy to say, Corinne, it's now very pleasant, beautiful conditions in studio after a chilly morning on the track.
I think this is the most comfortable we've ever been at 2 p.m.
It's like a pleasant spring day in Auburn, California. A welcome departure from the usual oppressive heat that starts about this time every year in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, and curious to see what happens as the course, quote unquote, flattens out over the back half of this race. I think a lot of people, honestly, weighing Francesco's race history as a shorter distance athlete, Hans's experience on this course, I don't know that one really has the upper hand on a flatter, quote unquote, portion of the course.
You know what? I'm just realizing this, and I'm sure people have said this in the chat. Who finished second place to Francesco in the Canyons 100K last year?
Hans Troyer.
Hans Troyer. Here they are running it back on Cal Street.
We love to see it. But again, the one maybe big advantage towards Hans is that he has run 100 miles before. There is a little bit of beginner's luck that can happen at the 100-mile distance. Still very, very hard earned, but it's happened far fewer times on the men's side of Western States.
Jeff McGavro now on our screen coming into Forest Hill, our returning M4, part of the Missoula crew. He's looking very strong, too, now in 9th place.
Yeah, moving his way up. Again, a guy who's been sitting outside the top 10.
So now a fun storyline through the week is this Missoula crew. Now officially all three of them are in top 10 position.
Yeah, are they the ascendant location?
Yeah. All three of them, I think, sharing the same coach. Isn't that correct?
I think they're all coached by John Fitzgerald.
So shout out to John Fitzgerald. Job well done so far today between Jen Lichter, Adam Peterman, and Jeff McGavro, all within the top 10 of the men's and women's races, respectively. Jeff McGavro, one of my favorite pre-race interviews this week, a really unique, interesting guy with a big heart and just a novel approach to the sport, I would say. Check him out if you haven't. Made his big breakthrough here at Western States last year when he ran 14:30 for 4th place in the fastest debut ever.
Yeah, moving well to that Forest Hill section on the left-hand side of your screen, while Caitlin Fielder and Ingvild Kaspersen continue to work together on the right-hand side of your screen, running their way into the top 10 as we speak.
Update stat from Travis here. 4 of the 5 fastest splits ever through Forest Hill today. Hans Troyer, Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard. The only person within that top 5 who's not racing today is Caleb Olson's split from last year. And that seems like, I think, 6 of the top 10 fastest times ever through Forest Hill on the men's side. McGavro out quick.
I know McGavro's picking up Jeff Colt for the final 20 miles of this race. I'm not sure. Last year he had a good friend, his heat acclimation scientist, Peanut, affectionately called, who ran with him to the river. I'm not sure if he's leaving with a pacer today or not. But we shall see as he makes his way down what we know and call as Cal Street. And actually the section of the trail that makes its way down to the Rucky Chucky River crossing was kind of a slow change to the course, in part because it bypasses Todd Valley now, which has increasingly been developed over the years. So this provides a much safer route for runners and horses, I guess, in the Tevis Cup as well.
I just was looking at my computer. I think I missed one of the women coming into the aid station here. This is Ho Ha, it looks like, at Michigan Bluff.
Yep, that is.
You may have missed maybe Molly Seidel just ahead?
We shall see. I do not have a split from Molly Seidel yet in the tracker, but possible that she's in aid right now.
And no update from Cal 1 yet for Hans Troyer and Francesco Pupi. They must be through Cal 1 at this point.
I feel
it's been 45 minutes.
Cal 1 is
3 minutes.
Cal 1 I feel like is one of those slow to update locations where we get kind of intermittent splits from.
I kind of feel like we haven't always gotten splits from Cal 1, and Cal 2, aka Peachstone, is the aid station with more reliable communication.
Yeah, for example, we don't even show Cal 1 Dardanelles
on trail splits.
Yeah, because I don't think we get reliable, consistent splits from there, and so we've decided not to report on it.
Costales now, I think, rounding out the top 10 into the aid station. He is going to be paced now by Caleb Olson, who you see our 2025 champion there on the left-hand side of Anthony Costales, wearing those orange Nike half tights. Caleb Olson doing some texting.
Updating the crew, saying, what does our man need?
Gotta love Anthony Costales, previous podium finisher here. When he is on, he is as good as it gets. Finished second place at the Black Canyon 100K back in the spring. That's where he got his golden ticket back into the race. A dad, maybe the first dad we've seen here in the top 10. I'll review to see if that's accurate, but obviously we're always rooting for the dads in the field. And we'll remember Karim when he got that golden ticket and crossed the finish line, he said, I'm not dead. I'm still here.
We've definitely done a Lou handoff to Tyler Green at the finish line here. We've had a number of moms be incredibly successful here. Esther Chilog, Ragnar DeBots, Magda Boulay, the list, Katie Asmuth, the list goes on. Yeah, I'm assuming we're waiting on a report from Jim at this point. He has not yet hit a split at Forest Hill. We did see him take a very, very long time at Michigan Bluff, changing shoes, spending time on the ground, stretching, using a massage gun, got out of there, and actually his stride looked pretty normal, but it does seem like he's been experiencing some pain for a little while. Yeah, and then we believe on the front end of the race that we did see Francesco Pupi make that pass on Hans Troyer. So right now, presumably at the front of the men's race, Francesco Pupi, the 100-mile debutante, leading the men on their way down to Rucky Chucky.
Yep. And how exciting it was to see Francesco catch and overtake Hans on Bath Road. Hans responding through the Forest Hill aid station, running on Cal Street together for a couple of miles. And now it seems like Francesco has caught and surpassed Hans.
Yeah, we saw that bridge on the camera. We obviously don't have a camera on them currently, and we're waiting for a split on Cal Street, which always feels like a little bit of a dark hole there. All those aid stations are staffed with ham radio operators. Okay, now on the right-hand side of your screen, that's Hanukkah, the Japanese athlete who got a golden ticket at Tarawera back in February, looking to fight her way into the top 10.
Okay, so Trav just texted me that we do have Cal 1 splits from last year. So looking at this, Cal 1, last year Caleb Olson came through 8:59, which means those guys are through Cal 1 by a mile or two at this point.
Yeah, Molly Seidel holding on to 10th. We just got a split update there. 9:04, 10 elapsed. Ho-Ha 11th, 9:04.26 elapsed. So they are right together, but they're about 6 minutes off of Caitlin Fielder and Ingvild Kaspersen. And then we just saw on our screen Hanukkah Akiyama from Japan in 12th position, 9:06.52 elapsed.
So we're seeing a little shoe change here from Anthony Costales.
I just got a report from my friend who was volunteering out at Red Star Ridge. It was freezing in all caps up on the ridge overnight and this morning, which is what we experienced watching that this morning as well. Yeah, really, really epic there. Doing a careful shoe change here in aid. The chair can be dangerous, but this is the one time I do sit down. If shoes are being changed, my butt is in a chair. Otherwise, I would 1,000% be cramping.
Yeah, so I'm going to see if we can't get an update from the field on Francesco and Hans through Cal 1. My thinking is where Francesco just passed Hans, I believe is just outside of the Cal 1 aid station. It's that hill that I think is just beyond the platform where the Cal 1 aid station is. So they are probably well through there at this point on their way to Cal 2.
And we
Looking
will,
at Caleb
we will
splits,
get a checkpoint at Cal 2 at
Yeah.
Peachstone historically.
Looking at Caleb splits from Cal 2, he went through 9:40 elapsed, so 30 minutes from now would be Caleb's split. Those guys have been in front of Caleb's splits for a while now, as we see Caleb on our screen right now. So that split between Cal 1 and Cal 2 is usually about 41 minutes, 45 minutes or so. So either way, we should get a very clear indication of what the gap is between Francesco Pupi and Hans Streuer at Cal 2, and that is going to be a very significant update from the field. And should have that in the next 20 or 25 minutes.
Yeah, I think every section of the Cal Street Zone is named after someone from the gold mining era, Peachstone, or now what is oftentimes called Cal 2, named after a peach color stone that was found in that area during the heyday of the gold rush. That is Jeshurun Smalls.
He's looking solid.
That's, I think, is that Eric LaPuma on his shoulder there?
Looks like it.
Yeah, good to see Jesh again, who has paced here 3 times before running his first ever 100-mile race at Western States. Yeah, and we won't... Again, for those asking, why aren't they through Cal 1 yet? We believe they are definitely through Cal 1. The problem is that it is very hard to oftentimes get splits out of there. Ham radio operators in the field. So we will for sure get splits out of Peachstone Gulch or Cal 2, but we will likely not get a split, or at least not a fast updated split from Cal 1.
Yep.
But there is Jeshurun and Eric leaving the aid station.
Jeshurun's looking solid. I think he's sitting in 11th place. Is that right?
Yeah, just outside the top 10, I believe.
So we are. There's Trace and Knopp.
Our 2 debutantes working their way.
We have not seen Dan Jones, who is in front of these two at Michigan Bluff. Trace and Knopp from Anchorage, Alaska. It looks like that's Darren Thomas pacing him on his left, our right. Another part of the pace car crew here.
I'm not sure if it was Trayson or Claire, but someone was going to grad school in Reno, so I'm pretty sure they are good friends with Darren and have spent a lot of time together.
Yep.
Before moving back to Alaska. Once an Alaskan kid, always an Alaskan kid.
Trayson making his 100-mile debut. We've talked about that.
Dan Jones did come through Forest Hill. We did not get a visual of him. He came through 2 minutes behind Anthony Costales. He is sitting in 11th. Jeshurun sitting in 12th. Trayson Knopp sitting in 13th.
So it might be difficult for Dan Jones to keep the streak alive for the top 5s, but he has been top 5 the last 3 years in decent position to strike back into the top 10. 4 years in a row in the top 10 for Dan Jones would be quite an achievement in its own right. But certainly these guys are going to try and make him work for it. Anthony Costales just ahead of the Kiwi Dan Jones. Jeshurun Small we just saw. And now Trayson Knopp. Still no Jim Walmsley. We have yet to receive an official update on what's happening with Jim, but certainly indications are that he is either moving very slowly or not continuing on the course. We saw earlier today Killian Jornet withdrawing at the Dusty Corners aid station, both of them coming in with knee injuries, and it looks like both of them having a very challenging day.
Yeah, this sport waits for no one. Injuries are definitely a part of it. Getting to the start line healthy here is half the battle. We've got Darren Thomas trying to hype up the crowd as Trayson Knopp runs down Cal Street before taking that left-hand turn where they will descend sharply down onto the trail and hit the official Cal Street trail section where they will make their way down to the Rucky Truckee River crossing. Are they crossing on foot this year?
It's a good question. I believe so.
Cool. That's my preferred method.
Yep.
Get in the river. Will be chilly, I imagine, and maybe that won't feel as good as it normally does, but hopefully it does provide a little bit of respite.
Yep. It's a low snow year throughout the American West. Therefore, forget how they measure the water flow there and therefore assess the safety to cross under your own power. But I would assume that it will be a year where runners cross on their own rather than in boats. But of course, the Rucky Truckee River crossing, an iconic part of trail running culture, a moment that all trail runners look forward to, just like looking forward to passing through this Forest Hill aid station. Western States, 153 years of history. And these runners feel it every single mile on the course. Trace and Knopp now exiting Forest Hill. Let's do refresh on the women's side. We should probably see Jen Lichter hit Bath Road very soon, actually. So hopefully we've got a bike on Bath Road.
I have one little query from the course, and I might try to figure it out. Jim Walmsley did make it up Bath Road in 8th, but I don't know that he ever left. So he actually came in about 10 minutes, not 10 minutes. He came in about 6 minutes back of that Tomo Cardin, Zach Miller, Adam Peterman. That Iron Far split is before the aid station. Hoka is crewing before the aid station, so I don't know if Jim ever crossed the timing mat in Forest Hill, meaning I don't know if he ever left Forest Hill.
Yeah.
That is unconfirmed at this point.
It could be that he's in that Hoka crew support tent.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm guessing, but I have no confirmation of that yet.
Our hearts are with the 4-time champ, the course record holder. As we've said, has nothing to prove here at Western States. Sad to see him have a tough day here today in 2026. I think he probably viewed it as a gamble to jump into the race here today, though at his press conference, he seemed very confident in his fitness. Of course, without any racing stimulus since the end of September last year at the World Championships. So at least 8 months now. Bit of a gamble, a roll of the dice for Jim Walmsley to step to the start line here this morning. And it does appear that the great champion is falling victim to the challenge of the course here today. We're going to take a quick break in studio while we have a moment. We'll see you back here in just a couple minutes.
Kleivarva.
Go. Come on. Faster, Louis. The grade is so nice.
Yes. 70,000 steps. I can run 70 more.
Introducing TrailCon, the new trail running conference and festival celebrating its inaugural year in 2025. A 2-day gathering of the trail running industry and community hosted in beautiful Palisades, Tahoe in the days before Western States. Packed with engaging conversations, panel discussions, group runs, networking events, and other activations, TrailCon hopes to become an important annual platform for connection, collaboration, and conversation as trail running continues to grow and expand globally. It's all about community. After a successful debut this week, TrailCon is excited to return in 2026, and we really hope you'll come join us. Visit trailconference.com to learn more about the event and stay tuned for announcements about the second edition coming next June. TrailCon, where trail running comes to life. And welcome back to the 2026 Western States 100 presented by Hoka. My name is Dylan Bowman, back in studio with Corinne Malcolm as we see Dan Jones exiting the Forest Hill aid station. Corinne looks like accompanied by Beth McKenzie as a pacer for the Cal Street section of the course. We wondered where Dan Jones was. He came into the aid station ahead of the likes of Trayson Knopp and Jeshurun Small, but it looks like he may have lost a couple positions while in the aid station, getting looked after by his crew. But great to see Dan Jones still moving down the race course in contention for his fourth consecutive top 10 here at Western States.
We do have a very late report from Cal 1. Again, it's now 2:20 here locally. These reports are from 1:49 to 2:08 p.m. locally. Getting stuff out of Cal 1 is very difficult, but at Cal 1, Hans Troyer still led Francesco Pupi.
So I think I was right. I think when we saw Francesco make that pass is just on the far side of the Cal 1 aid station.
Okay. So we do think that it is very possible that Brand
Quick
is sitting in
because
first.
Fu Zhao's on screen here, our back-to-back runner-up on the women's race. Sorry to interrupt you, Corinne.
No,
Keep going with that.
Totally okay. Excited to see Fu Zhao make her way into the aid station here, getting a full reset, it looks like, in aid. And they do have that bib back on her as well. She lost her bib early in the race. That's why she's not wearing that F2 bib. Instead has bib 22 on today, but looks like she's getting a full rework here in the aid station. But it is very good to finally see those Cal 1 splits come in.
Yep.
A very big deal. And I don't think there's been, I guess the biggest shakeup is that Ryan Montgomery has overtaken Vincent on that upper part of the Cal Street section. And
incredible.
But is only running about 15 seconds up on him, Zach Miller. Then there is a very large gap back to Zach Miller and Adam Peterman, who are sitting in 5th and 6th, 9:07:31 and 9:07:32 elapsed. And then about a minute back to Tomah Carden in 7th position, still waiting for Canyon Woodward, Jeff McGavro, and Anthony Costales to split through there.
Big thanks to ultralive.net and the good people at Cal 1 for getting us that information. As I said, we should get an update from Cal 2 here pretty soon from what we assume to be race leader Francesco Pupi, who we saw on screen overtake Hans Troyer on a short climb just outside the Cal 1 aid station. Here we see Eleni Matarese coming into Michigan Bluff, 23 years young, 100-mile debut, brand new Hoka athlete, charging through the middle section of the race here today. Good on ya, Eleni.
Yeah, again, Eleni, one of the youngest runners in the field, her and Max Yannick, who got his ticket at Tarawera, both only 23 years old, making their debuts.
Brett Hornig alongside Will Murray, pulling some pacing duties.
Love to see it, which is a bummer, though, for us, because Brett oftentimes runs our cameras down the Cal Street section. Also, Beth McKenzie was very worried about getting dropped by Dan Jones.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's in for a good time to the river.
She's a great athlete. I'm sure she'll be able to hang on to the great Dan Jones during this trending downhill section of the course to the Rucky Chucky River crossing. Again, Will Murray, we've talked about all day here today, somebody who a lot of people were viewing as a favorite. We'll see what position he's in exactly as he goes through the Forest Hill aid station. He's never really been in contention here today, but who knows? Maybe he is within striking distance to potentially race his way into the top 10. Will Murray makes his home in Bellingham, Washington, when he broke onto the scene at Black Canyon 2025, where he finished second place overall behind Seth Ruling. He was living in New Jersey at the time. He has since really been an ascendant character in the professional racing circuit, signing with Brooks. Here he is at his first Western States 100 after pulling out at the last minute last year due to injury when he rolled his ankle violently in the days leading up to the race. Here finally getting his opportunity. It hasn't been a perfect day by any measure for Will Murray, but every time we've seen him, he's seemed pretty solid. And here's Jupiter Carrera Casas from Mexico. See a prideful crew running alongside Jupiter.
That does mean that I think Will Murray got out in front of Jupiter at this aid station, which I think probably puts him then in 14th and Hupiter in 15th.
Right.
So Will Murray has moved up, overtaken Hiroki Kai, Jacob Banta, Max Janzik, John Kelly, Isaac Frank, Colton Gale, kind of the group that he's been running with. So he has moved up. Is he going to be able to move up enough to get an MBib? I'm not sure. But he has at least finally started to move up through the field after what seems like a very slow start for Will today. Also, I just got word that Killian is hanging out, limping around Forest Hill, signing autographs.
Oh, that's so cool.
What a champion.
All right, so I just want to compare these Cal 1 splits. Yeah, so they're 10 minutes, still 10 minutes ahead of Caleb's splits from 2025 through Cal 1. Caleb went through an 8:59. Hans went through an 8:49. So it'll be interesting, to Liam's point, to see if they begin losing some time against course record pace here in the second half of today's race. I think it would be kind of a surprise to a lot of people if neither course record went down here today.
Given
Both
the
still
temps.
very much in play, but
people are maybe being a little bit reckless with the early morning cool temps, taking more energy out of them than they anticipate, potentially, but not being slowed down like Courtney was in the 2023 year. At the same time, no one runs quite as well, I think, as Jim Walmsley and Courtney Dauwalter have on the back 40 miles of this course.
Right. So if they maintain that 10-minute cushion to Caleb's time, that would put them at Cal 2 in 4 minutes. So stay locked and loaded. We are waiting for those men's splits through Cal 2, Peachstone. That is going to be a huge moment of truth in our broadcast here today to see if Francesco Pupi has opened up a gap on Hans Troyer. Got Skylar Hall on the ground. Let's throw it to him for a quick update.
Hey guys, thanks. Still here at Forest Hill, awaiting the women's leaders coming through here. I believe Jen was on 15:30 pace by the prediction model. So literally in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I would expect her to arrive here. Or Riley, who knows at this point. But what I can tell you is the battle for M10 is getting very spicy. So you might not have been able to catch it on the camera just because of all the craziness that was happening. Anthony Costales had to legitimately change shoes with his media guy. Something was going on. He was having some sort of foot problem. He said, "What size are you?" They were the same size, and he made the camera guy take his shoes off, put on some dry ones to get out there. Highly encouraged by Finn Melanson and Shit in the Woods, just like, hey, you got this. Keep your head about you. You'll be fine. Trayson Knopp also on the hunt, looked a little bit better than Anthony. And Jesh probably looked the best of all three. So he was having a good conversation. I was actually asking about how his Terex teammates were doing, especially on the women's side, and getting updates as he was running down Forest Hill Road. So Jesh probably in the best headspace, but those three are going to be hunting for that M10 and that coveted ticket back to the 2027 edition of Western States. But with that, I'm going to toss to you guys in the studio as we await the women's leaders coming in here any minute.
Great intel from Skylar Hall on the ground at Forest Hill, 100 kilometers into this 100-mile race. Things are getting extremely exciting here as we make our way well into the back half of today's competition. Jacob Banta now making his way into the Forest Hill aid station from Mill Valley, California. I think Jacob really wanted to compete for one of those top 10 positions. He's, I believe, sitting somewhere in the back half of the top 20, though still anything can happen. We're seeing some weakness from some of the competitors ahead of him here. Still no word on what is going on with Jim Walmsley. I think a lot of people are starting to make assumptions. We have received no official confirmation as to the status of our four-time champion. It's interesting to hear Skylar say the prediction model is putting Jen Lichter right on. Here's Hiroki Kai. So either Hiroki Kai is in front of Jen Lichter, or we're about to see Jen Lichter come into Forest Hill. But what I was just about to say as we await Jen Lichter is that Skylar said that the prediction model has Jen Lichter on 15:30 pace. Course record is 15:29.
Really, really close. That would be insane. And it's like, I don't know if she knows that.
Yeah. So I'd be surprised if we didn't have a bike on Bath Road. Maybe, you know, because there's so much action here at Forest Hill, it's just difficult to coordinate all this stuff.
Pacer Liam.
So Crazy Caro from Japan, Hiroki Kai running through Forest Hill. Last we saw at Michigan Bluff, Jen Lichter was just ahead of Hiroki Kai. So we should see women's race leader Jen Lichter coming into Forest Hill any minute now. And for the first time, I am taking my fleece off, Corinne.
I'm not ready to take
now
mine
that it's
off. So
2:30 p.m.
We're not going to match, maybe. Okay, so Hiroki making his way through. Interestingly, we did see Jen ahead of Hiroki coming into Michigan Bluff, but Hiroki's made up good time on this section. That being said, I'm hoping we've got a camera bike back on Bath Road, ideally to pick up Jen. The Jen Lichter, Riley Brady watch continues here in Forest Hill as we await our leaders in the women's race.
Hitting refresh on the men's side through Sea of Cal 2. Again, it should be right about now that they're going through that aid station. And it's going to be a critically important update to see if the gap has opened up between Francesco and Hans.
Yeah, Forest Hill is bumping as always.
So two very important things happening simultaneously. We will not have a camera at Cal 2. There is Jen Lichter on Forest Hill Road making her way into the aid station. 8:30 elapsed now, 8:31 to be exact. I think that might be pacer McKenna Morley on her right-hand side. A very talented athlete, also from Missoula, Montana. Jennifer Lichter, your race leader through Forest Hill in her 100-mile debut.
Moving into unknown territory.
Still looking very strong. Obviously, it's hard to tell from this vantage point, but no alarming signs of any fatigue.
She's such a strong runner.
Yeah. So next up, we'll be expecting Riley Brady. It'll be very interesting to see what the gap is here. Riley has held it steady at about 4 minutes for the last couple hours since the Devil's Thumb aid station. Jen, importantly, did not extend that lead between Devil's Thumb and Michigan Bluff. If that gap is closed any between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill, that will be an interesting data point. If it is extended, obviously that would be an interesting data point. And if it stayed the same, it'd be an interesting data point too. So we'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, hitting refresh on Cal 2.
Yeah, lots of refreshing going on as our men approach the Peachstone Gulch or Cal 2 aid station. Your women's race leader, Jennifer Lichter, making her way into the Forest Hill aid station, part of that Missoula crew, part of that John Fitzgerald crew. A very strong athlete. Seemingly everything she touches turns to gold, but she is now headed into uncharted territory, having never run.
Yeah, that's
never
McKenna
raced
on her right.
further than 100 kilometers.
Yep, exactly, Corinne. Uncharted territory for Jen Lichter. She's really only run 100K also. So looking to add her name to the list of women who have won Western States on their 100-mile debut. That list includes Magda Boulay, Stephanie Howe, Nikki Kimball,
Kat
and
Bradley.
others. That's her coach, John Fitzgerald, on the near side of our screen on Jen's left-hand side.
Yeah, on her right, again, that is McKenna Morley. We saw McKenna's partner leave earlier to pace another dear friend, Adam Peterman. But McKenna Morley, you got to remember, she is a really talented 50K runner. She actually paced Jen at Black Canyon as well. Skylar running along, making sure he does not miss a beat of this crew transition. That is the field
Shoe
reporter.
leather journalism from Skylar Hall, getting his miles into. Appreciate the hustle. So simultaneously now, two highly consequential things happening in the race as we see race leader Jen Lichter at Forest Hill. Meanwhile, the men's race leaders have to be through Cal 2, the Peachstone aid station at this point. Last we had seen Francesco Pupi had just made the pass of Hans Troyer just outside of the Cal 1 aid station. Could it be that the Italian has opened up a definitive gap over young and fit Hans Troyer? Or could it be that Hans Troyer, with the heart of a champion, continues to keep his nose in the fight and make Francesco work for it, potentially even retaking the advantage over his Italian rival and roommate this week? Cal 2, Francesco Puppi is through, 9:33.22, so that just happened. I will hit refresh 1,000 times over the next few minutes until I see Hans Troyer split, but officially Francesco Puppi, your leader through the 70-mile aid station.
And again, Cal 2, 9:33. Is that what you said elapsed?
Yeah, here's Riley Brady. Forest Hill, oh my goodness, the gap has tightened, Corinne.
She's got her coach.
It could be one of the battles for the ages.
On the right-hand side, you still have Jen Lichter running with her coach, John Fitzgerald, McKenna Morley. Skylar is with that. On your left-hand side, you have Riley Brady running with their coach, Adam. I love the Team Crew shirts.
Absolutely ridiculous racing ensuing here at the Western States 100. Jen Lichter, Riley Brady, within a couple minutes of each other. It's hard to get a definitive split. My website, myultralive.net, is taking a minute to load. Probably
they would
a lot of demand on the system.
They'd likely both crew at the same place, in part because CTS is set up there. They are both coached by CTS coaches. They're both ACG athletes. So either way, I do presume that they are being crewed in a similar location.
That would be very, very exciting. And as we've talked about now a little bit, Jen Lichter, very good in these mono-a-mono matchups. It seems like Riley Brady, well, Jen's taking a left on Cal Street, so Jen's done with the aid transition.
Okay, so is officially definitely there. I didn't see where CTS was crewing.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I don't know where this split is upon entry or upon exit. Riley Brady, according to ultralive.net, only 1 minute and 37 seconds behind Jen Lichter coming into the aid station. That means Riley made up another 2.5 minutes in the section between Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. Incredible racing at the front of the women's race. Now, moving back to the men, Hans Troyer, 2 minutes and 11 seconds back at Cal 2. That a gap has now opened in that 4-mile stretch between Cal 1 and Cal 2. Francesco Puppi just put 2 minutes and 10 seconds into him. Hans Troyer, though, still ahead of course record pace, still very much in contention to win here today, though Francesco Puppi does have now a definitive gap and a slight advantage over his Hoka teammate and rival, Hans Troyer, who has led for most of today's race.
Here we got our camera runner descending with Jen Lichter right now on your screen. So the men's split through Cal 2, I think, was 9:33 and 9:35. Jim Walmsley's 2019 time through Cal 2 is 9:49. Caleb Olson from last year, 9:40. Chris Meyer from last year, 9:42. People are running pretty darn fast.
Great stat from Travis here as we see the lead two women exiting Forest Hill. No woman in Western States history has run within 30 minutes of Courtney Dauwalter's 2023 Forest Hill to the finish splits. So
it is that good.
It is that good. So in other words, the final 38 miles of the race course, nobody has run within 30 minutes of Courtney Dauwalter's splits. Let's see if somebody can't close that gap here today. Very, very interesting and dramatic moments evolving in both races simultaneously. Now we await what has been a very dramatic and close women's racing pack between those 3rd and 10th positions. We are also awaiting an update from Ryan Montgomery, who has moved his way into 3rd place position, passing Vincent Bouillard, who had been in 3rd place solidly for a couple of hours. We should see Ryan Montgomery through Cal 2, I would guess in the next 10 minutes. See where Vincent sits within that pecking order, and then we will start to see a bunch of women streaming through Forest Hill in short order. So we would likely be looking for Marian Hogan and Lottie Brinks coming next. They were only separated by 90 seconds at Michigan Bluff. Lottie Brinks and Marian Hogan have been very solid all day. Right in the mix. Every time we've seen them, it's been all smiles and
yeah, and then it's not that big of a gap back to Tara Dower, Abby Hall. Hannah Allgood, we're waiting with bated breath to see her come into Forest Hill, meet her crew there. Ingvild Kaspersen, Caitlin Fielder. Again, 4 Adidas Terex women right up in there. Molly Seidel still holding on to a 10th place spot right now at Michigan Bluff. But there is a good gap from that kind of Hannah, Ingvild, Caitlin group back to Molly at this time.
Incredible racing here. So in all likelihood, Jen Lichter probably knows that her gap is deteriorating back to Riley Brady. It had been pretty steady at about 4 minutes from Devil's Thumb, now down to 1 minute and 35 seconds. Jen Lichter now on the dirt road descent, about to hit the single track, moving towards Cal 1, being paced by McKenna Morley.
Yeah, a great duo, good friends, training partners, both living in Missoula, Montana, part of that really rad Missoula training group at this point. Truly an ascendant location, it feels like, for American trail runners. They've built themselves quite the community there.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of talk about Boulder, Colorado, Salt Lake City, Missoula, very much on the map right now in professional trail running. As I've mentioned, we now have 3 Missoula-based runners in the top 10. Jen Lichter at the front of the women's race, Adam Peterman, and Jeff McGavro in the top 10 in the men's races. All 3 of whom look very solid. Jeff McGavro sort of being the one who's kind of rallying from behind. But every time we've seen Adam Peterman, he's also looked extremely fresh and very solid.
Yeah, truly, it's anyone's game. While we have seen this great move made by Francesco Pupi, I think anything could happen as we cross the river and head into our final 20 miles of the day. I think if Francesco can put in a pretty big move up to Green Gate, it's very likely. I think he can hold it from there, but I do think that separation at Green Gate is going to be absolutely critical.
Ryan Montgomery, Vincent Bouillard now through Cal 2. Looks like Ryan Montgomery now 4 minutes and 40 seconds behind Hans Troyer. That puts him 6 minutes and 50 seconds-ish behind the race lead. Incredible running from Ryan Montgomery here today. Vincent Bouillard, 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Ryan Montgomery. So this battle for the podium is truly, truly anyone's game here at this point. Vincent still less than 8 minutes back of the lead in 4th place at Cal 2. 70 miles into the race, we've got 4 guys within 8 minutes.
And it is official, just to confirm for the live broadcast, it now does show up on the timing as well. Jim Walmsley has withdrawn at Forest Hill. Ending his day short, I'm sure not the day, obviously not the day that he wanted, hoping that he is okay and that he can cheer on his Hoka teammates.
It goes without saying, but it's worth saying. Jim, we love you. Our hearts are with you. Great effort today. Your contributions to this race and to the sport in general have been phenomenal. We appreciate you giving it a good, hard effort here today. And we wish you best of luck with the rest of your season. But according to this tracker, Jim Walmsley officially out of the 2026 race alongside fellow all-time great Kilian Jornet. Both came in physically compromised, each with knee injuries. Sad to see, but also in some ways not surprising to see them both withdraw here today.
Yeah, it looks like, I need to confirm this.
Jen is moving very well.
Yeah, Jen is moving really well. McKenna setting an absolutely blistering pace as they descend down the Cal Street section of the course.
Yeah, I wonder if, given Jen's personality and her mindset, if maybe it's in some ways a good thing for her to receive the information that Riley is still in the dogfight.
I think so.
Because I think that would really click Jen Lichter back into competition mode, and then pairing her up with McKenna Morley. This could be a situation where we see Jen reassert herself in the race and maybe try and put a little bit of time back into Riley. So Riley's certainly a great competitor themselves. Wouldn't be surprised to see Riley bridge back up to Jen and make this a 2-woman race to the finish. All right, let's see. The rest of our women should be very close here. It doesn't look like we have the bikes on Bath Road, but we do have plenty of cameras here in Forest Hill. And it looks like somebody coming in here. Marianne Hogan, third place here, the Canadian, still running strong. That's Victor, the team manager from Solomon on her right-hand side. Good grief, she is so tough, Corinne.
Yeah, again, she's been third here twice before on less than perfect days. She's looking to improve on that performance. I'm not sure if she's going to move up that podium step that she so desperately wants, but she's definitely going to get a PR out of it.
Yep. So last we had seen, again, she had 90 seconds on Lottie Brinks, who was in fourth place. So we'll see where Lottie is. Either way, Lottie should be very close entering the aid station 2. Marianne Hogan, we've mentioned this a number of times, but also two-time podium at UTMB. One of the best 100-mile runners of the last 5-10 years for sure. I'm sure waiting for her breakthrough to actually go through and win one of them after 4 podiums on the sport's biggest stages. Who knows?
Yeah.
Today could still be her day.
Again, it's not over until they get to the track. We've had some tight battles in the past. Anything can happen out in front of you. We've seen that. You know, there was that insane battle between Claire and Brittany, but only after Courtney had to pull out at Green Gate.
Yep. So on the men's side, as we observe the drama of the women's race here in Forest Hill and wait for Lottie Brinks, we should see the Zach Miller, Adam Peterman, Tomac Carden group come through Cal 2 very soon. We won't see them physically on our screen, but we will see the update on ultralive.net. That's also going to be very interesting.
Okay, so an update from Liam. The men's record is slipping a little bit more. It's down to 7 minutes on course record splits. We wanted to analyze the tightest 1-2 at Forest Hill. The gap between Jen and Riley today is currently 1 minute and 37 seconds at Forest Hill. The only race that was tighter was between Io Wang and Kat Bradley in 2017, where they were just 1 minute and 2 seconds apart. Io would go on to unfortunately have a medical emergency on the Cal Street section, and Kat Bradley would go on to win that race.
That's right.
I remember waiting at Green Gate trying to figure out what was happening and trying to get ham operators to tell us if Io is okay. It was absolutely terrifying.
Yep. Topher Gaylor was pacing her at that time. As you were talking, Corinne, you probably didn't see this, but Marianne Hogan smiling and waving at the camera. All body language indicates she's in great position as we see Lottie Brinks now in fourth place. Seems like maintaining roughly that 90-second gap. We'll get an official split here very soon. Looks like Katie Asmuth, her friend and teammate, leading the charge of the cowgills there in the cow print uniform, chasing behind a community of runners based in the Pacific Northwest.
They do have a Boise contingent now. It's a Seattle-based run club that now has a Portland crew and a Boise crew, and so Lottie does run with that Boise Cowgill group.
Yeah. Lottie Brinks looking to have a truly breakthrough day on a world championship level stage. We've all known Lottie is capable of these types of performances. If she could run her way through onto a podium, that would unequivocally be the best and biggest performance of her career, even, if she maintains just being outside of the podium and here in fourth place, still
she's 29 seconds behind Marianne.
Ooh, so she closed a minute.
Yeah. 44:52, 9:44:52 for Marianne, 9:45:21 for Lottie Brinks. So that gap has come down a bit.
Justin Grunwald. So great update, Corinne. So the gap is closing a little bit. Lottie Brinks making up a minute on Marianne Hogan in the 6 miles that separate Michigan Bluff and Forest Hill. Hitting refresh, still no word from Cal 2 on the Zach Miller, Adam Peterman, Tomac Carden train. But we should see them soon.
Yeah, we will have a field reporter.
What is this here, folks? This must be the women on Cal Street, maybe?
Oh, is that?
No?
I think
to our production team, if you could tell us what we're looking at, this would be helpful. If this is the women on Cal Street, hard to tell.
There's Tara Dower, pacer Robin Lesh right there with her, hyping up the crowd. Reported early that Tara Dower had some blood on her.
So
Wouldn't be a
this
race
puts Tara
without
in
her.
5th place now.
Yep.
Very solid position for Tara from Durango, Colorado. One of the most interesting athletes in the sport.
And not that far back from Lottie Brinks and Marianne. We'll get an official split here in a second. But you got to remember, Tara Dower is doubling back in 13 days to take on the Hard Rock 100 mile.
Testament to the type of athlete
Abby
she is.
Hall.
What a fighter, F1, still
And
in the
Rod.
mix. Friend and pacer Rod Farvard on the right, a previous runner-up finisher here at Western States, holds one of the fastest times in race history on the men's side. Rod Farvard intends to pull the full 38-mile leg here to the finish, only a couple weeks after him winning the Andorra 105K over in Europe. Rod Farvard pointing towards UTMB. Let's see if he can't drag Abby Hall a little further up in the women's field here today.
I mean, they can see each other.
Yep.
They're together.
Incredible, man.
Love to see it.
It has felt like a special day since 4:30 this morning. It has continued to feel that way all the way through Forest Hill. And this is where things get very, very interesting. Abby Hall throwing some high fives to her fans on Cal Street.
We're under 4 minutes separating that group of Marianne Hogan and Lottie Brinks from this duo of Tara Dower and Abby Hall. So the race is very much on as all these women make their way to the river.
Good grief.
Not stressful.
Stress. Zach Miller through Cal 2. 7 minutes back of Vincent Bouillard. 7:35 or so. 7:37. Hitting refresh again because Zach Miller was, basically with Adam Peterman, Tomac Carden. So the three of them in all likelihood, unless Zach has made a move. Yep. Okay, so now all three through. All right, so it looks like Zach Miller has a 4-second advantage over Tomac Carden, so they're basically running together. And it's then another 40 seconds between Tomac Carden and Adam Peterman. So 5th through 7th position separated by 47 seconds through Cal 2, mile 70. And that means that Adam Peterman in 7th position is 16 minutes off the lead to Francesco Puppi. Such a tight race, 1st through 7th. Next updates should be some combination of Canyon Woodward, Jeff McGavro, Anthony Costales.
Yeah, really tight racing on both sides right now. This is far from done. Jen Lichter trying to stay out ahead of Riley Brady, but that gap has come down ever so slightly over the last 10, 20 miles, making it a very, very exciting battle. They do have about 10 minutes back to that chase pack, but we've seen things evaporate very quickly.
Come on, Abby. Husband Cordis doing the sponge job here.
Scott Traer there as well.
Abby Hall is our defending champion. For anybody who doesn't know this, in the orange shirt, F1 won the race here last year in the 4th fastest time in history, now sitting in 6th position with tons of fight left in her. Abby Hall, the heart and mind of a champion, one of the best that we have seen in the sport over the last decade.
Coop on her right, Katie Scheid on her left.
Love
That
to see
is
it.
the dream team of emotional support. Katie Scheid getting some running steps in for her girl.
Great to see. Katie Scheid and Abby Hall, great friends. A special bond, I think, exists between all Western States champions. Here we are. What do we got? Is this Riley Brady and Pacer? Riley Brady, we think F2, unless there's been a pass that we don't know about. F2 and Pacer here in all likelihood. Last we saw Riley, I think it was 90 seconds behind Jennifer Lichter in the lead. Riley Brady also having the race of their lives here and the race that we all knew they could have at Western States. 13th place in 2013. Here's Hannah Allgood on the left-hand side coming in 7th. Hannah still within striking distance too.
Just to confirm, Abby Hall just split through in 9:49 at Forest Hill. Last year she came through in 9:58.
Wow. So she obviously knows she's 9 minutes ahead of her championship self.
sitting in effect.
I hope that gives
and
her
sixth.
I hope it gives her a lot of confidence.
I hope so too.
So Hannah Allgood on the left-hand side, fantastic athlete from Colorado Springs. Actually, my coach on the right-hand side, Riley Brady, second place in the women's race. Hannah's still looking strong.
Yeah, sure is.
She's got two great pacers, Kimmy Schreiber and Rachel Spalding. Let's see who jumps on for the Cal Street stretch.
Yeah, good friends. I think that's Rachel.
That's Rachel. Yeah, Rachel on the right.
Yeah, looking really, really smooth still.
So we should get those delayed Cal 1 splits at some point for the women as well. Meanwhile, I'm going to go check the men.
And again, we will not have cameras on our guys until I think they get pretty close to Rucky Chucky. We should get some aerial shots from a drone down there, and then cameras as they make their way into the river crossing. That is just the nature of Cal Street, baby.
Yep. Very remote section of the course. It's, I think, hard for people to understand this. You think of California as a state. You think of a highly populated, very urban place with, San Francisco and Los Angeles and et cetera. But the Western States course is the vast majority very remote, as we see Hannah Allgood here exiting Forest Hill alongside friend and pacer Rachel Spalding wearing the red vest. Big smile from Hannah.
That's good. We love to see it.
Skylar Hall there.
Skylar's going to have all the deets for us. He's been putting in his miles in Forest Hill.
Yeah. It's interesting. Hannah Allgood finished 7th place last year. She's currently in 7th place this year. I bet, actually, if you compared her splits to last year as well, she is well ahead of the 2025 version of herself. Let's go, Coach.
Yeah, Hannah Allgood last year through Forest Hill in 10:22 elapsed.
So she's almost 30 minutes ahead.
She's almost exactly 30 minutes ahead of her pacing from last year.
Love to see it, man.
That's awesome.
Seemed like she may have been dealing with a low point, but man, she's been smiling all the way down Forest Hill Road here. As tough as they come, Hannah Allgood. I actually paced her for the 4th lap at Javelina in 2024 when she got her original golden ticket to Western States. And it was so cool. There's Ryan Thrower giving a fist bump. I was going to say, though, on that 4th lap, you could just feel what a strong force of nature Hannah Allgood is. Barely said a word to each other. And she just was in the Hurt Locker pushing for a 2nd place and golden ticket. Inspiring to see that type of determination up close and personal.
Yeah, those absolutely incredible images of her laying on the ground in exhaustion and elation were some of my favorites that were taken.
So good. All right, so now I'm going to look at Caleb's split from Ford's Bar, Cal 3. Oh my goodness, they've got to be close to Cal 3 now, if not through it. Last year, Caleb split at 10:03. Liam said they're about 7 minutes up on course record pace. That should mean that Francesco Pupi, if he's maintained his pace, should be at or through Cal 3 at this point. So we will get an update as soon as we can. Last we had seen, Francesco Pupi held a narrow 2-minute and 10-second advantage over Hans Troyer. Hans, our race leader through the first close to 8 hours of the day at least. Still holding strong in 2nd behind our Italian leader. Now with Hannah Allgood through, we've got Caitlin Fielder now on our screen, 8th place through Forest Hill. Interestingly, Hannah finished 7th last year, is in 7th this year. Caitlin Fielder, same thing. 8th place last year, 8th place right now. You could double check Caitlin's splits from last year, see how far ahead she is.
Goodness.
And it looked like Caitlin was being paced by Tabor Hemming.
Came through 10:30 last year.
Here's Ingvild Kaspersen coming in now, and I believe Ingvild's going to be getting paced by Danny Moreno. So we've got a bunch of dynamic duos here between racers and pacers going onto the Cal Street section. Meanwhile, we're back with Riley Brady and pacer. Probably getting close to Cal 1 at this point. If not through it, it's hard to tell. So Riley left Forest Hill, or at least split through Forest Hill, depending on where the timing mat was, 25 minutes ago. And I think it's probably a 35 or 40-minute segment between Forest Hill and Cal 1. So in all likelihood, okay, it sounds like we've got Jen Lichter and McKenna Morley. It looks like McKenna Morley on the front as pacer in front of race leader Jen Lichter. Phenomenal drone action here from our pilots. So if this is the same spot where we saw Rod and Francesco, this is either just before or just after the Cal 1 aid station. So we might actually get to see Jen go through Cal 1 on the left. And if Riley is close, it could be that we see them both in quick succession.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Those splits out of Cal 1 are quite delayed, sometimes up to 20 minutes or more. So we will be interested to see what that actual split is, as both Riley Brady on the right-hand side of your screen and Jen Lichter on the left-hand side of your screen make it in and through Cal 1. It looks like Poopy is through Cal 3. Updating our splits there. Okay, Francesco through Cal 3, Ford's Bar, officially 9:55 elapsed. On his way down to Rucky Chucky as we wait for Hans Troyer's split there. How much time, if any, has been bled? Okay, on the left-hand side of your screen, that was Jen Lichter going through Cal 1.
Incredible. Oh, okay. That makes sense now. So we did see that on the men's race too, that yes. Cal 1 aid. All right, so now here, I'm going to do my stopwatch app here. Thank you to the iPhone. Hitting start. Let's see if we can't get a split.
We will get a split.
It's interesting. I just got a text from Germain Granger, and I haven't double-checked this, okay? But knowing him, of course, he's a pro athlete. He knows the significance of this. He says, Ryan Montgomery has closed almost 6.5 minutes on the lead since Forest Hill.
Ryan Montgomery's hunting.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, that's in 7 miles.
Yeah, Ryan wants.
We could see Ryan Montgomery in the lead by the river.
Let's go, baby.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Germain, for that. We'll double check to make sure the splits are accurate.
Yeah, Ryan is fully raging out there, and we are 1,000% here for it in studio. We will see what happens as we get splits from Cal 3 and then from Rucky Chucky. We should also pick up our men as they make their way towards Rucky Chucky. I do believe I know we have MK down at Rucky Chucky that we'll eventually be able to throw to. And I think last year anyway, we had some drone footage as the men approached that aid station as well. I think on 6 Minute Hill.
Yep.
Yeah, really, really excited.
All right, so unless I missed it while I was looking at the text, we haven't seen Riley go through that Cal 1 aid tent yet. Very cool. We still have the drone on Jen Lichter on the left-hand side. It's been 1 minute and 40 seconds since I pressed start on my stopwatch. So if that is the case, it does look like Jen has added a little bit of a cushion.
And again, Jen's got McKenna out there just pushing the pace.
Yeah, I guess just to make the obvious point even more clear. Oh, look, here's Riley through Cal 1. The split I have on my phone is 2:15, 2 minutes, 15 seconds from when we saw Jen go through. So Riley looks like lost a tiny bit of time to Jen and taking a little bit more time in the aid. Uh-oh. Oh, just getting wet.
Yeah, just getting some water poured on them. I think it's a
Jen
really
hiking
good call.
up that hill just outside the aid. This is where we saw Francesco overtake Hans on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so that was right after Cal 1, but we got very delayed splits at that aid station.
It's much steeper than it looks here on the drone footage. So not unusual for Jen to be hiking this section.
Yeah, it is very, very steep. There's some great report from AJW about, I think it's like there's
like 16 rollers.
There's 14 climbs and you have to run 11 of them or something of that nature. But they are sneaky. I remember my first year racing Western States, and I was letting my pacer lead, and she's such a good little grinder that I was overexerting myself ever so slightly on some of those climbs and starting to get crampy, actually. So I was like, whoa, I've got to lead on this climbing section. Otherwise, I think I'm going to overdo it ever so slightly.
Yeah. McKenna Morley, Jen's pacer. That's why you see two people on your screen here. I know it's obvious, but worth repeating for those who don't understand. McKenna Morley there as a moral support for Jen Lichter, who breaks back into a jogging stride. So the woman you see in what appears to be second place is actually our race leader, Jennifer Lichter. They're on screen, approaching another switchback here. Then things flatten out at least a little bit. They begin they reinitiate the very runnable section of the Cal Street. Meanwhile, hit and refresh on the men's race through Cal 2.
Seems like there might be updates from Iron Far as well that I'm trying to pull. It seems like that gap might be quite small. Let's see if I can get an official split on it. Stretching it out in studio here. Waiting for that official report to come in on our leading men through Cal 3. Has Hans been able to close it down or at minimum stem the bleeding ever so slightly? Oh, and an awesome update from Heather Jackson.
Francesco Pupi through Cal 3 as of 11 minutes ago.
Okay.
So, but that's probably the update probably just came through.
What's our split?
No split on Hans yet, but my guess is that the Fran's just came through when I hit refresh.
Oh, yeah, no. We called Fran coming through at 9:55.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, no. We're waiting for the Hans Troyer split at Cal 3.
My bad.
Rumor has it that it might be updated on iRun Far, but my coverage is lagging there as well. But we've been talking about race car pace cars this week. The race car pace car with Riley Brady right now is an ITU triathlete and good friend of theirs, Sophie Lynn, who is quite fast. So a very exciting person to be on Riley's team today. Also love that Heather Jackson's watching the coverage and cheering on fellow triathletes.
Awesome. Receiving word that the timing mats are dead along Cal Street. They're working on it. But they will be uploading manually, and we're going to try and get information sent directly to us here in studio.
Yeah, and then because of timing, duration of the live broadcast, effectively you will be bumped from one live broadcast feed to another as we move from our first stream of the day into our second full stream of the day. And if for some reason you don't get moved directly over to it, just refresh your browser and you'll find us in the live stream number 2 for today.